Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. Long day, huh? Now we finally get to chill together and dive into some creepy paranormal stories. I'm really excited to be here with you guys. I seriously love doing this. So don't be shy. Feel free to share your own paranormal experiences with us too. Before we jump into today's stories, make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on the notifications, and drop a comment telling me what city you're watching from. Alright, let's get into it. So, let me tell you a story. Back in college, I was living with my mom's mom. We all called her Nana June. It was just the two of us in this old house a little ways outside of town. I was juggling a full course load and working evenings at this really busy cookie and coffee shop. Because I was usually out late, we had this little ritual. Every night when I got home, I'd pop my head into her room, tell her I was back, and give her a kiss goodnight. She went to bed early, so it felt important to both of us to have that tiny check-in. One weekend day, this was around 2018, I was home in the middle of the day. I went to the bathroom, sat down, scrolling my phone like we all do, when I suddenly heard this sound. 7 sharp knocks. Not on the bathroom door, but on the wall right next to it. Rapid, evenly spaced. Then a short. Then 7 knocks again. 7 more. So in total, 3 sets of 7 knocks, all in the exact same rhythm. It was so weirdly deliberate that I actually froze for a second. I called out, "Hello?" thinking maybe it was Nana messing with me or that she needed help. Nothing. No reply. No footsteps walking away. No sound of anyone moving at all. When I finished up and came out, I walked through the house expecting to see her nearby. Instead, there was Nana June, sitting calmly at the kitchen table at the far end of the house, pen in hand, going through her bills. I asked, "Hey, did you just knock on the wall while I was in the bathroom?" She looked at me like I'd asked whether she'd just flown in through the ceiling. "No," she said. "I've been sitting here. Why?" Now, if she had needed something, she would have just called my name or walked over and knocked directly on the door. She was not a 3 sets of 7 mysterious knocks kind of person. Honestly, she was way more likely to open the door and say, "You done yet? I need to talk to you," and then wander off. I'd lived in that house almost 10 years at that point, and I'd never heard a noise like that before, and I haven't since. But I ended up writing it off as some weird house noise, pipes, wood settling, whatever. I'm a skeptic by default, so I just kind of shrugged and moved on. The next day, nothing happened. Totally normal. Day 3. A couple of days later, on a weekday, I did my usual. Classes all day, then straight to work, then home around 10 p.m. I went to do our nightly routine, poke my head into Nana June's room, tell her I was home, kiss goodnight. As I walked in, she immediately said, "Have you been home today?" I told her no, I'd been at school and then at work. She frowned a little and said, "Well, I've been hearing doors slam all day. If I'm in the living room, they slam on the other side of the house. If I'm back here, I hear them up front." Now, her bed was against an exterior wall, and on the other side of that wall, a half level down outside, there was a door to the crawl space. In storms, that door sometimes blew open and would slam in the wind over and over, so my first thought was, okay, that's probably it again. So I said, "Maybe it's the crawl space door. I'll go check." She shook her head and said, "It didn't sound like that. It sounded like it was inside. But go look if it makes you feel better." I went outside with a flashlight. The crawlspace door was shut tight, latched, with our usual stack of bricks in front of it for extra insurance. No wind, no storm, no movement. Totally still. I came back and told her, "Door's shut. Everything's fine." She rolled her eyes and snorted, "Please, she said. "There's no such thing." She was, and still is, extremely not into anything paranormal. We said goodnight and went to sleep. The next day, again, totally uneventful. Day 5, evening. By day 5, I had another long school plus work day. It was summer, so it was still a little warm out when I drove home, got in around 10 p.m., and headed straight to Nana June's room, like always. I barely pushed the door open before she said, kind of accusingly, "Why didn't you come say hey before you went to work?" I stopped. "What? I didn't. I just got home." She shook her head. "No, you were here, around 6. I wasn't feeling good, so I got in bed early. I was lying here in the dark with the door open, and I saw you. You opened the door across the hall, turned the light on, stood there for a second, turned the light back off, and closed the door. I figured you forgot your wallet or something. You should have come say hello to your Nana before you left." The room she was talking about was the spare bedroom directly across the hall from her door. I hadn't been home at all. I told her that. I was genuinely confused and starting to feel... I asked, "Are you sure you didn't drift off and dream it?" She was very firm. "I wasn't asleep. I can't fall asleep that fast. I watched it happen." She still laughed it off like it was just weird, but I could tell she thought I might be lying to her about not coming home. I, on the other hand, was quietly freaking out. Between the knocks, the phantom slamming doors, and now this, it was starting to feel like a pattern. We didn't have any answers though, so we both went to bed. Day 5, night. That same night is when things really tipped over into, okay, what is happening? It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of a dog barking, non-stop, loud enough to yank me right out of sleep. The thing is, Nana's dog, a little terrier mix named Benny, almost never barked. I'd known him for 3 years at that point, and I could count on one hand the number of times I'd heard him make more than a tiny woof. He didn't bark at deer, or stray cats, or delivery people. Nothing. He was just a quiet little guy. So for him to be barking non-stop, that alone was weird. At first, half asleep, I assumed he was in Nana's room, like he usually was at night. I rolled out of bed and shuffled to my doorway. That's when I realized the sound wasn't coming from her side of the hall at all. It was coming from the other direction, toward the living room and kitchen. All our doors were open because it was hot, so I could see down the hallway as I walked. The house was dark and still. When I got to the living room, I finally saw him. There was Benny, standing in the doorway between the living room and the kitchen, front paws planted, body tense, staring straight into the pitch-black kitchen and barking like his life depended on it. It wasn't a, "Hey, I heard a noise," bark. It was this intense, focused, almost protective barking, like he was trying to warn something off or alert someone. I just stood there for a second, watching this little dog I'd never seen like that before, barking and staring into a dark kitchen. Then I whispered, "Benny." The second I said his name, he stopped. Just cut off mid-bark. He turned his head slowly to look at me, then sat down, tail still, ears up. Calm, like someone had flipped a switch. Then he looked away from me, not back into the center of the kitchen, but up and to his right, into this small nook between our piano and a glass front cabinet. I knew that spot really well. It was just big enough for a person to stand in, almost like a little shadowy alcove. That was the moment I felt it. I don't know how else to describe this without sounding dramatic, but I'm a skeptic, and this is still one of the clearest physical reactions I've ever had. It was like a wave of cold started at my ankles, shot up my spine, over my head, and then down the front of my body to my toes. I could feel it move. The whole house was quiet. The kitchen was just this black square in front of us. Benny was sitting there, calmly looking at that exact spot like he was watching something. I didn't say anything clever. I didn't try to investigate. After a moment, I just said, "Come on, Benny." He immediately stood up and followed me back down the hall. I got into bed, pulled the covers up, and tried very, very hard to pretend none of that had just happened. After that night, everything stopped. No more knocks. No more phantom door slams. No more lights turning on and off when no one was home. The house just went back to normal. Later on, I told this whole story to friends and coworkers, and people came up with explanations. Some said the knocks were probably pipes or an animal in the walls. Thing is, we had an exterminator, and they never found anything, before or after. There was no water running when the knocks happened, and I never heard that same pattern of knocks again in over a decade in that house. Others said, maybe your grandmother was dreaming or getting details mixed up. She could have dozed off and dreamed about the light and the doors, sure, but she was always a night owl, always had trouble falling asleep, and her memory was sharp, confirmed by her doctors. To this day, years later, she's still mentally solid and has never had experiences like that before or since. Then there's Benny. People say, dogs hear things we don't. Maybe he saw a raccoon or something outside. But remember, he never barked at the actual deer and foxes that came through the yard. And when I looked toward the kitchen, the motion-activated lights outside were not on, which they normally would be if something had moved out there. One of my friends, I'll call her Camille, she's from Louisiana, told me something that weirdly stuck with me. She said she'd always heard that sometimes spirits pass through places. They're not necessarily stuck there or haunting it. They just move through, like travelers. That idea made sense to me in a way I can't fully explain, especially because before all this, Nana June's husband had passed away, and out of principle, she never wound the old grandfather clock he'd loved. Yet every so often, it would chime anyway. No one had touched it. Is that related? I have no idea. Could it all be coincidence and misinterpretation? Absolutely. The rational part of me still leans that way. But I can't fully shake the memory of Benny standing in that doorway, barking into a dark kitchen like he was trying to warn something off, and then calmly staring up into that little nook, as if someone was standing there, watching us. So, I don't know what was going on in that house for those few days. All I know is, I'm not quick to call things paranormal, but if anything I've ever experienced deserves the label weird, it's that week living with Nana June and Benny in a house that suddenly didn't feel quite as empty as it looked. So, okay, let me just talk to you like we're sitting on a porch swing, because that's honestly what this feels like. I grew up on this little patch of land in eastern Kansas. It's not like way out in the wilderness, but it's country. Our place is an old farmhouse with peeling paint, a crooked barn, a couple of sheds that probably shouldn't be standing anymore, and a trail that runs down to a strip of woods we call the timber. There's a creek down there, and a fire pit where we've had a lot of late-night talks and burned a lot of marshmallows. We technically have 2 ponds. One of them is still there, ringed with trees and cattails and mosquitoes that live to make me suffer. The other one? Well, it's basically a scar in the earth now. Just a dried-up basin choked with brush and dead weeds. That one has always felt wrong to me. I didn't have words for it as a kid. Just that feeling you get where your body kind of says, hey, maybe let's not. When I was younger, like middle school younger, I used to bone hunt. That was my thing. I was that edgy kid who thought picking up old bones was cool and mysterious. I'd wander around our 80-ish acres and bring back skulls, vertebrae, ribs, just whatever I found. At the time, it was fun. Now, looking back, the amount of bones I dragged home honestly freaks me out a little. Like, why were there so many? Anyway, that dried-up pond was one of my favorite places to explore, even though it made me nervous. The brush around it is thick, and when you climb down, it feels like the rest of the world just kind of disappears. Sounds get muffled. The air feels heavier. One Easter Sunday, back when I was about 14, I decided to go for a walk by myself. Everyone else was inside finishing up lunch and arguing about who was doing dishes. I headed down the trail, past the barn, cut across the field, and ended up at that dry pond. The whole way there, I had this gnawing feeling in my gut. Not full-on panic, just that subtle dread, like when a storm is about to roll in and the air feels electric. I talked myself out of it, like, "You're just being dramatic. It's fine." I slid down into the old pond bed and started picking my way through the brush, looking for bones because, of course, I was. That's when I saw it, a severed cow leg. Just lying there. No body, no skull, just the leg, half buried, like it had been there for a while. Near it, half covered in dirt and leaves, was this metal spur, old, rusted, but still solid. I picked it up and wiped it off, and on the side, there were 3 little crosses engraved, neat and deliberate. I'd been to that pond a bunch of times, and I had never seen that thing before. I brought it back to the house and showed my Grandma June. She took one look at the spur, at those 3 crosses, and her eyes started to water. Then she just quietly started crying. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "Your Uncle David, his favorite song was 3 wooden crosses. He passed away before I was born, so I never knew him, but I've heard stories." Seeing her cry over that spur, after I just randomly dug it out of the dirt by a dead cow leg, yeah, that stuck with me. Fast forward a few years. Last year, I headed out to the other pond, the one closer to the front of the property that still has water. I just wanted to walk, clear my head. It was late afternoon, sun starting to go gold, that pretty time of day where everything looks soft and safe. Our neighbors are pretty far off, and I know what their dogs sound like. This wasn't them. I kept going anyway, because I'm stubborn, and also because horror movie survival instincts have clearly never fully developed in me. As I got closer to the pond, the bushes and trees around it got denser, and then I started noticing the brush moving. Not just a little. It was swaying like something big was pushing through it. Then one of the bigger trees near the bank started shaking, not just its leaves, but the actual trunk, like something heavy had bumped or grabbed it. That was my, "Okay, nope," moment. My whole body went cold, and every instinct I had screamed, "Leave." So I turned around and walked briskly, definitely not running, but kind of running, back to the house. That's the thing about this place, though. Daytime is weird enough. Nighttime is worse. I dream about this property constantly. The house, the barns, the timber, that dried pond. All of it shows up in my dreams over and over. I don't have any other recurring locations in my dreams, just here. Sometimes it's normal, sometimes it's twisted. Hallways too long, doors where there shouldn't be doors, things watching from the fields. A lot of my worst nightmares take place in my own yard. And at night, when I'm awake, yeah, I don't go out there alone anymore. If I do step outside, I stay close to the house, on the porch or in the yard. I've tried to wander further, but I always end up turning back. I either hear some strange sound, or I get that heavy, crushing feeling of dread, like something is focused on me, waiting. We've got coyotes around, and I know what they sound like. This is different. It's quieter, or too smooth, or wrong. This past August, my partner Eli was staying over. One night we got bored and decided to do clown makeup and go stargazing, because obviously that's a totally normal date night. Eli put on my jester outfit and I pulled on my own clown costume. They asked me to do their makeup a really specific way. Sharp lines, big smile, lots of black around the eyes, and we were cracking up the whole time. Once we were all painted up, we grabbed a blanket and climbed to the top of the hill next to the house. It's the best place on the property to see the sky. The stars were already coming out, and we put on some music, just lying there, clown faces to the universe. But that weird feeling came back. Strong. The air felt thick. I kept glancing toward the timber, that dark line of trees at the edge of the field, and I could tell Eli was tense too. We tried to ignore it, but both of us were getting that "we should not be here" vibe. Then we saw it. Down by the timber, where the field fades into shadow, something pale moved. At first we thought it was just light on the grass, but then it kept going, fast, low to the ground. It was running on all fours. The shape was wrong for any animal I know. Too long in some places, too short in others. Humanoid, but not. No clothes, no fur, just this pale, almost glowing shape sprinting along the tree line. We both saw it. We didn't talk. We just looked at each other, grabbed the blanket and the speaker, and booked it back to the house. We locked the doors and sat in the living room for a long time, makeup smudged, just listening. Later that month, we had a bonfire down at the timber. Me, Eli, and a few friends. We stayed way later than we planned, laughing, telling stories, feeding the fire. It was one of those nights that feels weirdly perfect, where you don't notice how dark it's getting because you're so caught up in the moment. I said, "Hey, maybe we should head back," trying to sound casual, but everyone could hear my voice shaking. We all rushed to pack up. On the way out, as we were leaving the timber, Eli stopped and grabbed my arm. Later, they told me they'd seen another pale deal in the brush just off the trail. Different shape than the one from the hill. Shorter, they said, but with longer arms. Just standing there between the branches. They didn't tell anyone else till we were back at the house. And then there was last night. It was close to sunset, that time where the sky is half gold, half purple. I went outside to take out the trash, walked toward the bins, and something made me stop and look out over the field facing the timber. At first I thought my eyes were just playing tricks on me. There was something pale standing out there, in the middle of the field. Too far to see clearly, but I could tell it wasn't just a fence post or a hay bale. It looked upright, still, watching. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked again. It was still there. I got this sudden urge to grab my phone and take a picture, like I needed proof I wasn't imagining it. I ran back inside, grabbed my phone, and when I came back out, maybe 30 seconds later, it was gone. No movement, no sound. Just empty field and the timber in the distance. So that's where I'm at. This land is my home. I've grown up here. I know its smells and its sounds, and the way the wind moves through the trees. I love it, and I'm scared of it. I don't know if there's something out here that doesn't want us wandering at night, or if my brain is stitching together a lifetime of weird experiences into a story that makes sense. All I know is the bones, the spur with the 3 crosses, the dreams, the wrong-sounding dog, the moving trees, the pale things in the dark. They're real to me. I've seen them. I've felt them. And I have no idea what they are. Okay, so let me take you back a bit. It was the late 2000s, and I was in this fairly new relationship with a guy. I'll call him Mark. We'd only been together a few months when I found out I was pregnant. We were both young, still kind of fumbling our way through adulthood. And then life just escalated really fast. At the same time, Mark's mom, let's call her Ellen, was dying. She had advanced cancer, and by the time I came into their lives, it was already pretty far along. I wasn't working then, so I naturally became the person who spent a lot of time with her. It started small, just keeping her company while Mark was at work or dealing with errands. But it turned into more. I'd organize her meds, sit with her through those endless appointments, help her get dressed on her bad days. We'd watch reruns on TV, drink too sweet tea because she liked it that way, and just talk. Or sometimes we didn't talk at all. We'd just share the silence. You know when you meet someone late in their life, but you can still feel who they were, like before the illness? That was her. She had this dry, almost mischievous humor, even when she was exhausted. I remember thinking, if I'd met her 10 years earlier, I probably would have wanted to be her friend, not just her son's girlfriend. As my belly grew, she just lit up whenever I walked into the room. She'd put her hand on my stomach and joke with the baby, telling them to hurry up so I can see your little face. There was this bittersweetness hanging over everything. We all kind of knew she wasn't going to get much time, if any, with her grandchild. But no one said that out loud. I ended up giving birth about 3 weeks before she died. It was a little girl, my daughter, Maya, and Ellen was able to meet her once, maybe twice. I remember bringing this tiny little bundle into her bedroom. Ellen was so weak by then that we had to prop her up with pillows, and she still insisted on fixing her hair before I handed the baby over. That made me smile. She held Maya so carefully, like she was holding something sacred. Her hands were shaking, but she just stared at Maya's face with this expression that was, I don't know, peaceful. Like something in her had loosened. I will never stop being grateful for that moment, that they got to exist in the same room, even for such a short time. Not long after that, Ellen passed away. And as for Mark and me, well, we didn't make it. By the time Maya was a few months old, the cracks that had been there all along just got bigger. Sleep deprivation, grief, stress, none of that helps a young relationship. When Maya was about 2 months old, we split up. It wasn't dramatic, just heartbreaking in that quiet, practical way. He ended up moving across the country. For a bunch of reasons, Maya didn't grow up with him or his side of the family around. No visits, no regular phone calls, no holidays with grandparents from that side. None of that. It was just me and her. So fast forward a bit. A few months after Ellen died, I had this dream. Now, when I say I had a dream, I don't mean one of those fuzzy things that vanish as soon as you wake up. This was different. It was the most vivid dream I've ever had. Honestly, it's still the clearest dream I can remember in my whole life. In the dream, I was standing in this place that looked like a hotel ballroom mixed with a garden. Big windows, soft light, people in the distance talking quietly, but I couldn't really see their faces. And then Ellen walked toward me. She was wearing this absolutely gorgeous green gown. I don't even know how to describe it properly. Like an old-fashioned ball gown, deep green, the kind of dress that moves almost like water when you walk. It was such a specific shade and such a striking image that even in the dream I noticed it. She came right up to me and hugged me. I could feel it, the weight, the warmth of her arms around me. It didn't feel like a dream hug. It felt real. And she said very clearly, "Thank you for everything, for taking care of me, for loving my son, for bringing my grandbaby here." I remember crying in the dream, and when I woke up, my pillow was wet. I could still smell her perfume, that faint, powdery floral scent she liked. I lay there in the dark thinking, what just happened? I'd never, before or since, had a dream like that. It stayed with me. It still does. Now, before all of this, Mark had left behind a few things at my place when he moved out. Clothes, some random stuff, and a small box with old photos. In that box, there was this framed picture of Ellen when she was young. Again, probably late 30s, maybe early 40s. She looked radiant. Big smile, bright eyes, hair done up, wearing a simple dress. Not the green gown from my dream, just a regular dress. I ended up hanging that photo on the wall in my bedroom, kind of off to the side. Not in some shrine-like way, just there. I didn't really think about it much. Life got busy, as it always does. Diapers and bills and daycare and all that. Years passed. My daughter grew into this funny, curious toddler, always into something, talking non-stop, asking a million questions about everything. She had never met Mark's family. I didn't talk about them with her, not because of any big drama, but because there just wasn't a reason. They weren't part of our day-to-day life, and she was still so little. One afternoon, when Maya was around 3, I was cleaning and rearranging things in my bedroom. You know those days when you suddenly decide every picture frame and poster has to move right now? It was one of those. I was pulling things down from the wall, posters, photos, random little frames, and laying them on the bed. Maya was bouncing around the room, helping, which mostly meant getting distracted by whatever I put down. At some point, I had taken Ellen's photo off the wall and set it on the bed without really thinking. I was busy fussing with a nail that wouldn't go in straight when I heard Maya behind me say, in this bright, happy voice, "Green Grandma!" I froze. I turned around, and there she was, holding Ellen's framed photo in both hands. She was grinning, completely delighted, like she just recognized an old friend. She tapped the glass with her little finger and said it again, very matter-of-fact. "Look, Mommy, it's Green Grandma." Now remember, this is a picture of Ellen as a young woman. She is not wearing green in the photo. She's just smiling in a simple, light-colored dress. There's nothing green in the picture at all. Nothing in the frame, nothing in the background. No green couch, no green wall, nothing. And I just stood there, feeling this weird wave move through me. It was like my body remembered the dream before my brain caught up. That dream. Ellen, younger, about that same age as in the photo. That beautiful green gown. Her hugging me and thanking me. The vividness of it, how real it felt. I hadn't talked to Maya about Ellen. Not once. I hadn't told her about the dream. There were no stories about the grandma who wore a green dress or anything like that. There was no way for her to connect that photo with the idea of green in any normal, logical way. So I asked her, trying to keep my voice steady, "Sweetie, why do you call her Green Grandma?" I stood there, staring at that photo, completely rattled, but not scared. It wasn't a scary feeling. It was more like wonder mixed with confusion. You have to understand, I'm generally pretty skeptical about paranormal stuff. I don't immediately jump to ghosts or spirits when something odd happens. I'm usually the one going, okay, but what's the actual explanation? I like things to make sense. But this is the one experience in my life that has made me seriously question what I think I know about reality. There was no logical coincidence I could come up with that felt satisfying. My daughter, who had zero contact with that side of the family and no information about Ellen, picked up a decades-old photo of a woman she'd never met and, out of nowhere, called her Green Grandma, using the one detail from a dream I'd had years earlier, a detail that existed only in my head. I still don't know what to make of it. I don't have some grand conclusion. I'm not here to tell anyone what to believe. All I can say is that, in that moment, it felt like Ellen had found a way to reach through time and space just a little bit. Maybe to let me know she was still around. Maybe to let me know she'd met her granddaughter in whatever way exists beyond us. Sometimes, when I see that old photo now, I still hear my daughter's little voice in my head. So cheerful, so sure. Green Grandma. So, this all happened pretty recently, and I'm honestly still a little shaken up. What's messing with me the most is that I'm the only one who hasn't actually seen anything. Everyone else has a story about me, except me. A few nights ago, it was really late, like close to midnight. I was in the kitchen with my mom, Elena, just leaning on the counter, talking about completely normal stuff. Work, bills, what we were going to make for dinner the next day. We hadn't moved from that spot for at least half an hour. My phone rang, and I saw it was my older brother, Marco, calling from down the hall. That was weird, because he was home too. Why not just walk over, right? I picked up, kind of joking, and before I could even say hello, he goes, "Why are you such an asshole?" I kind of laughed and went, "What are you talking about?" And his voice was dead serious. He said, "I just saw you peeking around the bathroom door while I was getting out of the shower. I only saw your eyes and the top of your head. As soon as I looked straight at you, you ducked back around the corner and disappeared." While he's saying this, my mom's standing right in front of me. I haven't left the kitchen. I told him, "It wasn't me. I've been here the whole time." And my mom backs me up immediately, like, "Yeah, they've been here with me. Nobody's gone anywhere." Marco went quiet. Then he just muttered something like, No, I saw you." And I could hear him lock the bathroom door. He's not a dramatic person at all. He's usually the one telling everyone else to calm down. But he sounded genuinely freaked out, to the point where he stayed in the bathroom for a while before coming out. I tried to explain it away. Bad reflections, weird shadows, steam, whatever. I didn't really believe my own explanation, but it was better than thinking the alternative. I probably would have just written it off as him being tired. Except it happened again. A couple of days later, my cousins came over. They're siblings, Lucas and Anna. We were all hanging out in the evening, and I was in the kitchen with Anna helping me with dinner, chopping vegetables and complaining about our jobs, the usual. Lucas went down the hallway to grab his backpack from the guest room. No big deal. A minute or two passed, and I heard him from down the hall say, in that sarcastic voice he uses, "Wow, very funny." I thought he'd found some old prank or something, so I didn't think much of it. But when he came back into the kitchen, he looked off. Not joking off. Kind of annoyed and unnerved at the same time. He looked straight at me and said, "Why were you trying to scare me?" I asked him what he meant, and he said, "You were sticking your head out from the corner by the garage door. I could only see your eyes. I thought you were going to jump out at me, so I walked over. But when I got there, you were gone." I told him I hadn't left the stove. I even pointed at the pan like, "Look, I'm literally stirring this." Anna backed me up, saying I'd been there the whole time. So then I told him what had happened to Marco in the bathroom. As I'm explaining that my brother saw the exact same thing, just my eyes peeking around a doorway, Lucas's face just drains of color. He's usually the "there's a logical explanation" guy, but he went completely quiet. I want to be clear about something. Neither Marco nor Lucas are prank people. They're both super straightforward. If they wanted to mess with me, they'd just say something dumb or tease me, not keep up some complicated lie about seeing my face in dark corners. They both told their stories separately, and the details lined up way too closely. And it doesn't stop there. My mom told me that even before all of this, before Marco's bathroom thing, before Lucas in the hallway, she'd been hearing me call her from down that same hallway. She said there were a few times where she'd hear my voice, clear as day, calling, "Mom?" from near the bedrooms. She'd answer, "Yeah?" and nothing. No footsteps, no follow-up, just silence. One time, she said she actually walked down the hall to see what I wanted. The lights were off, and my bedroom door was cracked open, so she knocked and pushed it a little. When she didn't see anyone, she just assumed I was in the bathroom or had moved to another room. Here's the thing that really got me. One of those times, I wasn't even home. I'd been out with friends all evening, and when I came back, she casually said something like, "Did you need something earlier? I heard you call me, but you never came in." We didn't piece it together until later, when all these stories started stacking on top of each other. So let me line this up. My mom hears me calling her from the hallway, once when I'm not even in the house. My brother sees me peeking around the bathroom door, just eyes and the top of my head, then disappearing. My cousin sees me doing the exact same thing near the garage, just my eyes around the corner, and then I'm suddenly back in the kitchen where I've supposedly been the whole time. Everyone has experienced some version of me in the hallway, except me. I haven't seen anything. I haven't heard anything that sounds like them. I'm just normal me, walking around, trying to convince everyone, and myself, that there's some rational explanation for this. But at this point, I don't know what to think. I don't feel a presence. I don't feel watched. I don't feel anything particularly spooky when I walk down that hallway. And somehow, that almost makes it worse. Because if it were obviously haunted, cold spots, weird vibes, that kind of thing, I could at least react to it. Instead, it's like there's this version of me that everyone else is dealing with, and I'm completely out of the loop. So yeah, right now, it honestly feels like I might be haunting my own family while I'm still alive. And I don't know what's more unsettling, the idea that something is pretending to be me, or the idea that, in some way I don't understand, it is me. You know, I keep going back and forth about whether I should even tell this story, because every time I say it out loud, it sounds made up. But it happened. At least, it felt like it did. So I'm just going to talk to you the way I'd talk to a friend over coffee, and let you decide what to make of it. So, this week I spent 4 nights in a little rental cabin out in a state forest. I'm 40, my husband Daniel is 36, and our kid Noah is 6. We wanted something low-key, just hiking, campfires, the whole unplugged from reality thing. The cabin itself was actually really nice. It wasn't one of those horror movie shacks. It had heating, clean sheets, a tiny kitchenette, even a little deck out back where you could see the stars through the trees. Everything felt totally normal the first night. Cozy, even. The second night is when things started to feel off, I guess. Noah and I were sleeping in the main bedroom, and Daniel took the little pull-out bed in the living area, because Noah's in that stage where he only sleeps well if he's next to mom. You know how it is. We'd strung up these cheap battery-powered fairy lights along the headboard to use as a nightlight for him. Soft, warm little dots of light. Very Pinterest. We'd spent all day hiking, and logically, I should have been wiped out. But for whatever reason, I couldn't stay asleep. I kept waking up, no noise, no real reason, just snap, suddenly wide awake, staring at the ceiling. Then I'd drift back off, then wake up again, over and over. The last time I woke up, I realized it was completely dark. At first, I thought my eyes just hadn't adjusted. I blinked a few times, waiting for the fairy lights to come into focus. And that's when it hit me. The lights were off. The batteries must have died while we were sleeping. And it was dark. That heavy, velvety kind of dark you only get in the middle of the woods, where there are no streetlights, no cars, nothing. just black. Except, it wasn't completely black. The room was full of these glowing, white shapes. I know how that sounds. I do. But I'm going to describe them exactly how I remember seeing them. They looked like giant pieces of lace floating in the air. Not sheets, not blobs. Lace. Thin, flat, almost two-dimensional, like someone had cut intricate patterns out of glowing paper. They had geometric designs, loops, spirals, crisscrossing lines that reminded me of snowflakes and spiderwebs and old doilies, all mashed together. There were a lot of them, dozens maybe. They drifted slowly around the room, turning and folding in on themselves as if they were exploring. One would curl near the ceiling, another would slide along the wall, another would sort of dip toward the floor and then float back up. It was like watching jellyfish, but made of light and lace. I remember just lying there, staring. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't even breathing hard. I felt this weird mixture of calm and absolute disbelief, like my brain just checked out for a second and went, "Okay, sure, we're doing this now." The oddest part was that I didn't feel threatened. Not really. If anything, the thought that popped into my head was, they don't know I'm awake. It was such a clear, instinctive feeling, like I had walked into a room full of people who were talking and moving around, and they just hadn't noticed me yet. I had this sudden certainty that if I made a big noise or sudden movement, they would pay attention. And for whatever reason, that idea made me nervous. Right then, Noah sighed in his sleep and rolled over, bumping into me. That snapped me back to myself. I turned my head just slightly to make sure he was okay, and that's when one of the lace shapes drifted down between us. It hovered right there, in the space between my face and his. Up close, it was even more detailed. Little branching lines, tiny repeating patterns that almost shifted if I tried to focus on them. It wasn't solid. It was like looking at a pattern made of light itself. That was the moment I went from stunned to protective. My brain finally yelled, "Nope, I'm done with this." I remembered we had a small backup lantern on the chair next to the bed, the kind you twist to turn on. Moving as slowly as I could, I slid my hand out from under the blanket, feeling around for the chair. My fingers brushed the edge of it, then the handle of the lantern. The whole time, that lace thing was hovering between us, drifting just slightly, like it was watching Noah breathe. I wrapped my hand around the lantern, took a breath, and twisted it on. The second the light came on, the lace shapes vanished. No fade, no dissolving, no dramatic swirl. One instant they were everywhere, and the next second the room was just a plain wooden cabin bedroom with knotty pine walls and a very confused, half-awake me sitting there with a lantern in my hand. I sat there for a while, listening. The heater clicked softly. Noah's breathing stayed slow and steady. I could hear the trees outside in the wind. Everything was so normal that I started wondering if I'd had some kind of hyper-real dream. Eventually, I lay back down, still clutching the lantern, and somehow I fell asleep again. The next morning, I woke up to daylight coming through the curtains. No lace, no glow, no weird anything. Just Noah snoring softly, hair everywhere, the usual chaos. For a second I thought, okay, yeah, that had to be a dream. It had to be. And then I noticed something. The lantern was still on. It had been on long enough that the batteries were almost dead. The light was weak and yellow, but it was definitely on. And I knew I hadn't turned it back on in the morning. I also knew I'd turned it on in the middle of the night. That was the part that made my stomach flip. Because if the lantern stayed on, then that means I was awake when I turned it on. Later, when we were packing up to go home, I mentioned to the woman at the little check-in office that I hadn't slept great, just making small talk. She joked that some people say one of the cabins a little farther down is haunted, but it's probably just squirrels and overactive imaginations. I almost told her. I almost said, "Hey, have you ever heard anyone talk about glowing lace things floating around their room?" But I didn't. I just smiled and nodded and kept it to myself. So here I am, telling you instead. I don't know what I saw. I don't have a neat explanation. I'd never even heard of anything that looks like what I saw. Those flat, patterned, glowing sheets drifting around like curious jellyfish made of embroidery. Maybe there's some logical thing, a brain glitch, a sleep hallucination, some weird trick of light my mind grabbed onto and exaggerated. Maybe. I'm open to that. But the feeling of the lantern in my hand, the shock of them disappearing, the way Noah shifted right before, all of that still feels very, very real. Anyway, that's my cabin story. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I just needed to say it out loud to someone. Make of it what you will, but if you ever wake up in the dark and see lace made of light floating around your room, please tell me, so I know I'm not completely losing it. So, let me tell you what happened, because I still get chills thinking about it. Today I woke up around, I think it was about 1 p.m. I'd gone to bed really late, so once I knocked out, that was it. No waking up in the middle of the night, no bathroom breaks, nothing. And just to be clear, I don't sleepwalk, never have. Nobody's ever seen me do anything like that. My mom, Clara, was in the little room at the end of the hallway. You know, the one we turned into kind of a home office/storage room. It's basically the third room in the apartment. She was sitting there scrolling on her phone, half working, half procrastinating. From where she was, she could see the doorway that leads to the kitchen. And at some point, she looks up and sees me walk past the kitchen doorway, heading toward the living room. At least, she thinks it's me. She told me later that it was the most normal thing in the world. I walked by, same haircut, same clothes she'd seen me wear before, same way of moving, just me. She assumed I was going to the living room window like I always do, to look outside and space out a bit. A minute later, she gets up and follows, expecting to see me standing by the window. Living room, empty. No TV on, no movement, nothing. Just an empty couch and the curtains barely moving. She's like, "Huh, that's weird." And then she gets this weird feeling in her stomach. So she walks down the hall, comes to my room, pushes the door open, and I'm there, completely knocked out, lying in bed in exactly the same position I'd been in before. Eyes closed, breathing slow, totally gone. She said in that moment her brain was just trying to make it make sense. Like, okay, maybe he walked back really fast and I just didn't hear it. But that would have meant I left the kitchen, crossed the living room, didn't make a single sound, sprinted back down the hallway, opened my bedroom door, climbed into bed, and perfectly recreated my sleeping position, all in the few seconds it took her to follow me. And I sleep in one of those narrow single beds against the wall, not some big soft thing you can fling yourself on dramatically. It would have been pretty obvious if I'd done that. She doesn't wake me up. She just kind of backs out of the room quietly, closes the door, and sits with it. You know that feeling when something doesn't add up, but your brain is like, let's just not think about that too hard. Anyway, about half an hour later, I actually wake up. I get out of bed, check my phone like a zombie, and wander into the kitchen to get some water. My mom is still in that third room. She looks up, sees me pass by the kitchen doorway again, and this time she lifts her hand and gives me a little wave. I wave back, kind of confused, but whatever, and keep going. She smiles, like she's relieved about something, but I don't think much of it. Only later in the evening does she finally sit down next to me and go, "Hey, can I ask you something kind of weird?" I'm like, sure? She goes, "Were you dreaming about walking around the house earlier? Or like, did you get up and then go back to sleep?" And I tell her, "No, I slept straight through. Why?" That's when she tells me the whole story. How she saw me in the kitchen, followed me to the living room, and I just wasn't there. How she checked my room and I was still asleep, looking exactly like I had been the whole time. A few months ago, maybe even a year now, my Aunt Joanna had a similar experience. She was working in that same third room because we don't have a real office. She's sitting at the desk, typing, and she glances toward the kitchen. And she sees me. Same thing. My back, my hair, my build. Just walking around the kitchen like I was making coffee or getting something from the fridge. The thing is, I was asleep then too. That time, my older brother Diego was home, and he and I don't look that much alike. He's taller than me, a bit broader, lighter skin, different haircut. But my aunt was sure it was me she saw. Later that day, when I finally get up, Joanna asks me, "Hey, why didn't you answer me when I called you earlier?" And I'm like, "When?" She explains. She saw me in the kitchen, called my name, and I just ignored her. Didn't even look at her. I tell her, "I wasn't in the kitchen. I was sleeping." We kind of laughed it off at the time, like, "Oh, you must have seen Diego and just thought it was me." That's what she told herself too. It was easier than thinking about any other explanation. But now, with my mom's story today, it's harder to just shrug it off. The weirdest part is that for a while, like 2 or 3 years ago, I already had this strange feeling that someone else was living in our apartment. Not in a horror movie way, more in a quiet, nagging way. I just couldn't shake the sense that there was, I don't know, another presence using the space, like a roommate I never saw. Back then, we still had this old bed in the third room. It was pushed against the wall, and underneath it there was this dark space that always made me uncomfortable. I kept getting the feeling someone was hiding under there. I know how it sounds, trust me. I'm not saying I literally saw anyone. But whenever I walked past that room, there was this tightness in my chest, this thought in the back of my mind. There's someone under that bed. I would sometimes go in on purpose and check, just to prove to myself it was all in my head. Every time, nothing. Just dust and some random boxes. Around that time, it also felt like food would disappear faster. Like snacks I was sure we still had were suddenly gone. Little things would be in places I didn't remember leaving them. Keys, cables, pens. The kind of stuff you lose all the time anyway, which makes it easy to blame on forgetfulness. Eventually, that feeling faded. We got rid of the bed, rearranged the room, and life went on. The sense that someone else was sharing the apartment with us kind of dissolved. But now, with my mom and my aunt both seeing me when I wasn't actually there, it sort of brings that old feeling back. I even thought about those creepy stories you see online, where someone secretly lives in someone's attic or behind a wall or in a crawl space. And for a second, I wondered if something like that could be happening here. But honestly, in this apartment, it's basically impossible. We're in this small place in the city, no attic, no weird hidden storage area, no extra entrance or anything. You can see almost everything from the main hallway. There's nowhere for a person to sneak around, let alone live here without being noticed. So I'm left with, I don't know what. Nothing else especially weird has happened. No objects flying around, no voices, nothing dramatic like that. Just this other version of me, wandering through the kitchen and the living room every now and then. And the strange, quiet feeling that maybe, for a while, there really was someone else living here with us. Someone I'll probably never actually meet. So, I'm I'm 26 now. I grew up basically orphaned, raised by my grandmother Rosa in this small, tired house at the end of a quiet street. The best way I can describe the place is that it feels heavy, like the walls have soaked up 40 years of grief and never let it go. This house has seen addiction, domestic violence, deaths, self-harm, things people don't like to say out loud. You can feel it in the air, like humidity, but emotional. There's one room in particular that feels like the center of it all. The room at the end of the hall. That was my childhood bedroom. Before me, it was my dad's, and before him, it belonged to my cousin Leo, who died in a car accident when he was 20. At different points, my grandmother rented it out to people who were going through their lowest moments. Breakups, rehab, divorce, you name it. And even now, if you step inside, it's like walking into a memory that doesn't want to let go of you. I was around 3 the first time I noticed anything wrong. It started with footsteps, heavy footsteps in that room, like a grown man pacing back and forth. I remember lying in bed and just listening to them go from one wall to the other, over and over. My grandma, Rosa, would say, "Oh, honey, it's just the house settling." But it never sounded random. It was too rhythmic, too intentional. Heel, toe, turning at the wall, coming back again. We could never keep a light working in there. Every bulb burned out way too fast. Lamps would end up knocked over, sometimes broken, within a week or two of putting them in. It got to the point where people would joke that the room hated light. When I was little, I'd see shadow figures standing in the doorway, just watching me play. Not moving, just there. The closet door refused to stay shut. Every night I would close it, and every night it would slowly creak open again, like someone inside needed air. Eventually, I started pushing my toy chest in front of the closet before bed. I was so small I had to lean my whole body into it, but it felt better than waking up at 3 in the morning and seeing that door opening inch by inch. Later on, everyone who ever slept in that room would complain about that same thing, the closet door never staying closed. For a while, the activity stayed small, annoying, unsettling, but manageable. Then I hit middle school, and everything changed. That was the year my depression really settled in, like a fog I couldn't walk out of. Around the same time, whatever was in the house seemed to wake up more. It wasn't just the room anymore. Doors started slamming on their own, even the ones we wedged open with shoes. My grandmother would hear voices calling her name, voices of people who had died, her sister, her husband, her mother. She'd stand in the hallway and say, "Did you just call me?" And I'd be in another room like, "No, Nana, that wasn't me." Sometimes, when I cried myself to sleep, I'd feel a hand holding mine, or a gentle pressure rubbing my back in slow circles. I grew up believing it was my dead relatives, staying close. It comforted me, honestly. I felt protected. But when I got to high school, my belief started to shift. Everyone who stayed over heard those footsteps at some point. We'd all look at each other like, "You heard that too, right?" But then, the voices of the dead stopped being the only voices my grandmother was hearing. When I was about 15, I started spending less and less time at home, staying with friends, finding excuses to be anywhere but that house. But my voice, apparently, didn't always leave with me. My grandmother would be alone in the living room, and she'd hear me calling her from the other side of the house. Clear as day. My tone, my cadence, calling Nana or Grandma from the room at the end of the hall. The first time she told me that, I felt this chill go through my whole body. She said the moment she heard my voice when I wasn't home, that's when everything escalated. Light fixtures started falling from the ceiling as we walked underneath them. Not just flickering, dropping. Figures in the dark stopped lurking at the edges and started appearing more often, closer. Footsteps would circle my bed at night, not just passing by, circling. Doors would lock themselves with us still inside. Things would go missing and show up in strange places we knew we hadn't put them. Time got weird too. We'd lose hours without realizing it. We'd look at each other and say, "How is it that late already?" And then I started getting sick. I missed so much school that I had to get my GED instead of a traditional diploma. I was always exhausted, always in pain, and the doctors didn't know what was wrong at first. Eventually, they found out I had a serious issue with my kidney, one of several health problems that seemed to burst into existence all at once. I'm not saying the house caused it. Life is complicated and messy, and bodies fail for all kinds of reasons. But the timing was hard to ignore. I can't fully separate what happened to my health from what was happening in that room. So I file it all in the same mental folder, even if I don't have answers. It's been about a decade since the worst of it. These days, honestly, our life in the house is almost boring. We don't rent out that room anymore. That decision alone seemed to calm things down a bit. Every couple of months, my grandmother and I cleanse the room, burning herbs, praying, opening windows, speaking out loud that anything negative has to leave. It's become part of our routine, like spring cleaning, but spiritual. I still see the occasional shadow person. Something will vanish from a table and show up a week later in a drawer no one uses. When that starts happening more often, we just look at each other and go, "Okay, I guess it's time to cleanse again." The last time we did it was this past summer. I'd taken a friend, Maya, to see the room. She's into paranormal stuff and kept asking about it, so I finally said, "Okay, come see it for yourself." We stepped inside, and I was kind of narrating the history of the room, trying to keep things light. She brushed her hand against the wall near the closet. A few minutes later, she said, "Ow," and pulled her hand back. There were 3 long, red scratches down her forearm. Not deep, but clearly there. No nails, no splinters, nothing around her that could have done it by accident. That was the first time someone was physically hurt by whatever is in that room. And since then, it's been quiet. Quieter than I'm used to, actually. I don't know if it was a one-time thing or a warning or just some strange fluke I'll never understand. Part of me is scared it was the beginning of something, but another part of me wants to believe it was the room finally letting go of one last burst of whatever it had been holding on to. So we live here, me and my grandmother, Rosa. We cook, we argue about TV shows, we complain about the weather. Sometimes I catch a shadow in the hallway that disappears when I look twice. Sometimes an old floorboard creaks in that familiar, measured rhythm. And I think, maybe the house is still haunted. Maybe we are too. But for now, at least, we're learning how to live with it. So, let me tell you about something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Back when I was doing my master's degree in the Netherlands, I was renting this tiny attic room in a really old canal house. The building was actually listed as a historical monument, with a little plaque by the front door and everything. I always thought that was kind of cool, like, wow, I'm living in history. I've never been the type to jump to paranormal explanations. I'm pretty rational. I've had those half-awake moments where you see shadowy figures at the edge of your vision, but I've always been able to explain them away as dream residue or sleep paralysis. But this one thing, it stuck with me for years, and I still don't know what to do with it. So, in this house, I lived at the very top, up this steep, narrow staircase, typical Dutch stairs that are more like a ladder than stairs. Up there were just 2 rooms, mine and my roommate's. The bathroom, annoyingly, was on the floor below. So every night before bed, I had to go down that short flight of steps to use the bathroom. I've always had trouble sleeping, insomnia stuff, and part of my getting ready for bed ritual is that I have to use the bathroom right before I try to sleep. If I don't, my brain just won't let it go. Anyway, one night, it's around 3 a.m. I'm in the bathroom, sitting there, basically half asleep. And just as I'm about to stand up, I hear someone whistling. It wasn't loud. It was this soft, casual whistling, like someone absent-mindedly whistling a tune while doing something else. But it was clear. Not like a distant sound, not like something muffled through walls, just there. I froze. At first I thought, oh, maybe someone left a TV on, or they're watching something on their laptop. On that floor, there were 3 other rooms, so it wasn't a crazy idea. The tune didn't sound familiar, just a simple little melody, a few notes looping, like whoever it was wasn't really thinking about it. The next day at breakfast, I asked my housemates, super casual, like, hey, were any of you awake around 3 last night? I thought I heard someone watching something or whistling. They all kind of frowned and shook their heads. One of them, my roommate upstairs, let's call her Lena, said, no, I was knocked out by midnight. Why? I told them I'd heard something, but I didn't make a big deal out of it. I just thought, okay, maybe I misheard something. Old houses make weird sounds. Pipes, wind, whatever. I tried to forget about it. The next night, though, it happened again. Same thing. I couldn't sleep, finally dragged myself out of bed, went down to the bathroom. It was sometime between 2:30 and 3 a.m. I remember it being very quiet. No traffic, no voices, just that heavy nighttime silence you get in old buildings. I'm in there, finishing up, and then the whistling. Same kind of tune, soft, slow, almost bored sounding. But this time, the moment I heard it, my whole body went cold. You know that feeling when every instinct you have suddenly goes, something is wrong. What scared me wasn't just the sound itself, it was where it felt like it was coming from. It didn't feel like it was coming through a wall or from another room. It felt close, like someone was standing just outside the bathroom door, or even right behind me. I remember sitting there, completely still, listening. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. This is not a TV. This is not someone's laptop. This is for me? The whistling went on for a few more seconds. Then it stopped. No footsteps, no doors, nothing. Just silence again. I didn't even wash my hands properly. I just splashed some water, opened the door, and practically ran up the stairs. I shut my bedroom door, locked it, and stood there, listening, waiting for I don't know what. Nothing else happened that night, but I barely slept. Over the next few days, it kept happening. Not every single night, but often enough. I think in total it was like 5 or 6 times, always between 2 and 3 a.m, and always when I was in the bathroom at that time. It was never random. It never happened when I was brushing my teeth at midnight, or if I went down earlier in the evening. Only in that weird, liminal window of the night, when everything feels a little thinner and stranger. Every single time, that same heavy, uneasy feeling washed over me. The sound was always, Paranormal M doesn't fear the shadows. It follows them. We uncover the mysteries the world wants forgotten. Subscribe and dare to remember. Because of it, I stopped drinking anything after 9 p.m. just so I wouldn't need to go downstairs. I bought melatonin and started taking it in the evenings so I could hopefully just fall asleep without having to get up again. And honestly, it worked. On the nights I slept through, I didn't hear anything. but I also felt like I was just avoiding the whole thing instead of understanding it. The weirdest part was that my roommate upstairs, Lena, never heard a thing. She used the same bathroom. She sometimes went down around the same time if she couldn't sleep. I asked her, more than once, "Hey, have you ever heard whistling down there at night? Or humming? Like when you're in the bathroom?" She'd always shake her head and say, "No, never. It's probably a TV or someone outside. These old houses echo." But I know what a TV from another room sounds like. You get that fuzzy, distant quality. And I know what outside sounds are like. You hear cars, or footsteps, or voices trailing off. This wasn't like that. It was clean, close, like someone was in the same space. This all happened when I was 24. I'm 30 now, and I still think about it sometimes. Not every day, but every now and then something will remind me. The sound of someone whistling in a hallway, or being in a strange bathroom at night. And it just hits me again, that cold, unsettled feeling. I've tried to explain it to myself in all the logical ways. I've read about sleep-related hallucinations, sound illusions, even gone down rabbit holes about folklore and creatures and all that. At one point, I even looked into things like wendigos, though most of those stories are tied to forests, wilderness, outdoors. This was inside a house, a very normal house, in the middle of a city. And the thing is, I wasn't half asleep every time. A couple of those nights, I remember being very awake, like wired and restless from insomnia, clear-headed, and still, the whistling. I don't have a conclusion to this story. I still don't know what it was. Maybe there is a rational explanation that I just haven't thought of. Maybe it was something benign that my brain wrapped in fear. Or maybe it was something else. All I know is, even now, years later, when I get up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, there's always this tiny moment where I pause and listen, just to make sure there's no soft little melody waiting for me in the dark. So, I can't tell you the name of the university. If I did, anyone in Britain would probably guess it straight away. Just picture one of those very famous universities in central London, not far from Euston, with old brick buildings that always smell faintly of rain and printer ink. That's close enough. When I flew back to London that autumn, it was from Singapore this time. The plane landed in the late afternoon, that gray hour when the sky looks like wet paper. I always book those flights on purpose. You land, you stumble through arrivals, and by the time you drag your suitcase to your room, the only thing left to do is collapse and let sleep pull your body clock into the right time zone. From the station, I hauled my suitcase past the noisy main roads and turned into one of those side streets lined with tired terraces. On the corner stood a squat building of brownish brick with narrow old windows. We'll call it Harper House. Under that flat light, it looked less like student halls and more like a small, forgotten hospital. At reception, the manager gave me a practiced smile and tapped at her computer. "Room 02, she said. "Basement. It's very quiet down there. You'll sleep well." You know when someone says "very quiet" and it sounds more like a warning than a promise? It felt like that. The corridor in the basement was long and low, painted a color I couldn't quite name, somewhere between beige and sick. The lights buzzed faintly, that tired fluorescent hum. My room was at the far end. When I opened the door, the air hit me, cold and damp, like the breath of an underground tunnel after a storm. I'd been away from London long enough that it took me a second to remember, oh right, this is just how old buildings are here. They never really dry out. Still, something about the layout felt wrong. The ceiling was lower than it should have been. Along one wall, a fat gray pipe ran from the ceiling almost to the floor, fixed with metal brackets. If I laid on the bed and stretched out my arm, I could have touched it. It shivered now and then, so faintly I almost thought I imagined it. Later, the caretaker told me, almost casually, that it carried waste from the toilets on the floors above. That first night, lying there half awake, I listened to it. Glug, glug. A sluggish rhythm I could feel through the pillow, as if someone were pacing slowly just above my head. When I woke in the small hours, there was a distinct chill along the side of the mattress near the wall, like someone had been sitting there and just stood up. Old building, I told myself. You'll get used to it. I didn't, but I tried. By the start of my final year, my desk had disappeared under stacks of articles and half-printed drafts. I'd pinned my dissertation schedule to the wall, but the dates all seemed to be sliding closer together, like wet ink. Sleep got later and later, and the longer I stayed in that basement room, the heavier the air felt, like there was something sitting on my chest that I couldn't quite see. One Friday night, I was hunched over my laptop, half reading the same paragraph for the 5th time, when a new email popped into my inbox. The subject line was blank. The sender was rowan.mace.22@xxx. The message was just one sentence. 2. Room 02. Is it still leaking? I stared at it. You know that feeling when your brain tries to slot something into a normal explanation and just can't quite manage it? I checked the address again. Definitely a student email. Definitely the university domain. But I didn't know anyone called Rowan Mace. The next morning, on my way out, I stopped at reception and showed the manager the email. She tipped her glasses down and scrolled through something on her screen. Mace, yes. Rowan. Northern lad. Dark hair, bit quiet. He was in O2 a while back. She glanced up at me. The leak was awful that year. He kept complaining about it. In the end, he moved to an upper floor. So his email still works? She frowned, clicked a few more times. That's odd, she murmured. He graduated a couple of years ago. These accounts are usually deactivated. The back of my neck prickled. I told myself, sensibly, that it must be some system quirk. Old accounts that hadn't been cleared. A harmless glitch. That night, though, the pipe in my wall got louder. It wasn't just the glugging anymore. It had shifted into a slow, deliberate thud, like footsteps taking the same 3 paces over and over, right behind the plaster. Every time I thought it had stopped, it would start again, quieter, as if it were testing how much noise I would tolerate. A day or two later, a repairman turned up on the floor. He'd been called by someone down the corridor about a dripping ceiling, but when he finished with them, he knocked on my door too. He was in his 50s, maybe, with reddened hands and those watery blue eyes people sometimes get after years in drafty buildings. His badge said E. Harper, and underneath, in tiny print, the university's estates department. Everything all right in here? He asked. Any leaks? I told him about the noise in the wall. He set down his toolbox, unfolded a ladder, and inspected the pipe where it joined the ceiling. He twisted one of the valves gently, listened for a moment, then gave a little nod, as if the building had answered him. Old problem, he said, climbing back down. The water in this place always tries to follow its old paths. What does that mean? I asked. He wiped his hands on his trousers and gave me a small, oddly kind smile. Moisture has a memory, he said. The words lodged in my mind and wouldn't leave, like a song lyric stuck on loop. That night, the sound did quieten, for a while. By October, I couldn't stand the basement smell anymore. You know that mix of dust, detergent, and something vaguely metallic? It clung to my clothes, to my hair, even to my notes. One evening, when the rain was doing that fine, misty thing London rain does, I gave up on working and walked until I found a pub that looked soft around the edges. Warm light, steamed up windows, people talking just loud enough that you wouldn't feel alone. I'd barely sat down with my drink when a voice beside me said, "You look like someone who's just crawled up from underground." I turned. A young woman sat a few stools away, watching me with a small, amused smile. She had pale skin, freckles across her nose, and red hair twisted into a loose knot. Her eyes were that washed-out blue that looks almost gray in low light. And I know this sounds silly, but my first thought wasn't, "She's pretty." It was, "She has the same eyes as the maintenance guy." "You've got dust on your sleeve," she added, gesturing. "Basement room," I said. "I think it's permanently in the air down there." "I know that smell," she replied. She held out a hand. "I'm Rowan Mace." My heart gave a small jump at the name. Rowan Mace. It sounded too close to the email in my inbox. Rowan Mace, for comfort. She told me she studied psychology at the same university. We chatted about classes, about how early it got dark in London, about the horrible carpet in the library. Nothing that mattered, really. But her presence was strangely quieting, like standing under a hot shower after being cold all day. As we left, she said, almost shyly, "Let's have tea sometime. Proper tea, not whatever they serve in the cafeteria." We swapped numbers. "Don't keep the light on too late." It was such an ordinary sentence, but reading it, I felt that small, wrong twist in my stomach again. The name, the email, the basement. I started writing back. "Do you know someone called Rowan?" And then deleted it. In the end, I just sent, "Okay, good night." After that, I began to see her everywhere. On the stairs in the library, leaning against the banister with a book in her hand. In the cafe near campus, where she always took the seat by the window and ordered unsweetened black tea. We never made formal plans, we just drifted into each other's orbit. Our conversations stayed light, lecturers we liked, books we pretended to have finished, the way London could feel like 3 different cities in a single day. But underneath, there was this odd rhythm, as if we both knew we were circling something we weren't naming. One afternoon, I mentioned the sounds from the pipe. "It's like someone pacing," I said. "Same stretch, back and forth. Sometimes it sounds like water, sometimes not." She set her cup down carefully. "Old buildings are creatures of habit," she said. "They walk the same paths over and over. The noise doesn't really start or stop. It just comes back to where it began." "Where did you hear that?" I asked. She hesitated, then shrugged. "A friend told me once," she said. "He worked with pipes, took his job very seriously." The phrasing, the calm certainty, it was almost identical to the way the repairman had spoken in my room. That March, E. Harper appeared again with his toolbox. This time, he'd been called by the room next door, but he poked his head into mine too, as if checking an old patient. He adjusted one of the valves and listened again. "Sometimes tightening things makes them louder," he said softly. "You've got to let them find their own way." I watched his badge glint as he moved. E. Harper, Estates. "Do you know a student called Rowan?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Rowan Mace?" He gave a short, almost amused breath. "Names blur together after a while," he said. "Common enough sounds in this part of the world." After that, I couldn't quite separate them in my mind. The red-haired repairman with the blue eyes and the red-haired student with the blue eyes. They spoke with the same unhurried rhythm, as if the building itself were talking through both of them. One bright afternoon in early spring, Rowan and I sat in a small cafe off Tottenham Court Road. Light pooled on her hair, turning the red almost copper. I'd been turning the question over in my mind for days. Finally, I just asked, Hey, random question. Do you know anyone called Rowan Mace, with an A instead of an E? Her fingers paused on the rim of her cup. That's a pretty common sort of name, she said lightly. Why? No reason, I lied. It just sounded familiar. She let it go. When the bill came, she reached for the receipt and scribbled something on the back. Send me your dissertation draft when you're ready, she said, sliding it over. I'm good at spotting grammar stuff. Occupational hazard. Her handwriting was neat and looping. Under her number, she'd written, Rowan Mace. 2 N's in the first name, an extra I in the surname. Relief washed over me. For a moment, it felt like I'd been holding my breath since that first email and could finally exhale. Oh, I said, almost laughing. So it's Rowan with 2 N's? Always, she said, smiling. You must have heard it wrong before. Outside, we walked together for a bit. She told me about her father, how he stayed at home painting landscapes in a flat near Russell Square, how he disliked visitors, how he could go days without seeing anyone but her. Maybe I'll walk you home sometime, I said. If you're not afraid of him, she laughed. A week later, after a late film, I did walk her home. Her building was one of those red brick blocks near Russell Square, with a stairwell that smelled faintly of damp and old cooking. The banister was smooth from decades of students sliding their hands along it. At her door, she hesitated, then said, It's a bit messy, but do you want to come in for tea? I said yes before I had time to overthink it. Inside, it was the opposite of messy. Everything was tidy, almost too tidy. Mugs stacked by size, books lined up by height, shoes paired with their toes facing the same direction. Dark, abstract paintings hung on the walls, all in the same muted palette. While she went into the kitchen to put the kettle on, I wandered over to the small desk by the window. A laptop sat closed there, with a white label stuck to the lid. The same sort of label was on the notebook beside it. In block capitals, someone had written, Rowan Mace. Not Rowan, not Mace. Exactly the name from that first email. My heartbeat climbed into my throat. I leaned closer, as if the letters might rearrange themselves if I gave them a chance. From the kitchen, her voice floated out. Milk or no milk? No milk, I called back, trying to sound normal. She came in with 2 steaming mugs and set mine down on a coaster so precisely, you'd have thought the table might scold her if she missed. You told me you spell your name with 2 N's, I said, nodding at the labels. And differently at the end. Why does this say Rowan Mace? For a moment, she didn't move at all. Then she smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Those are old, she said. My father made those labels. He likes spelling it that way. He thinks it looks tidier. Before I could answer, a man's voice came from the next room. Low, northern, and horribly familiar. Add more water when you make the tea, he called. You'll scald the leaves. The accent hit me like cold water. I'd heard it in my room months ago, remarking that moisture has a memory. I'd heard it in the corridor, telling me that old problems come back. I took a step towards the half-open door to the other room, but Rowan's hand caught my wrist. She was still smiling, but her grip was stronger than it had any right to be. Don't go in, she said quietly. He doesn't like being disturbed. Your father? I asked. She squeezed once, then let go. He's particular. The voice came again, muffled but clear. Is the water boiling yet? Ice slid down my spine. I suddenly didn't want to see his face. I didn't want to match the voice to a body and then have to remember it every time the pipe in my wall twitched. Drink your tea, Rowan said, her tone light again. He'll be quiet soon. We never spoke about the labels after that. I finished my tea, made some excuse about an early start, and left. Walking back through the drizzle, Harper House looming in the distance, one thought went around and around in my head. If she was Rowan Mace, then who was Rowan Mace? And if she wasn't, what exactly was I sharing my walls with? A few weeks later, she called me out of the blue. Her voice sounded thinner than usual, as if the signal were stretching it. "I'm transferring to Glasgow," she said. "It's all a bit sudden, some family stuff." "When?" I asked. "Next month." A pause. "Thank you for talking with me this year. It's been nice." "Good luck," I said. "Really." We didn't say much else. When we hung up, I sat on the end of the bed, watching the pipe pulse gently in the wall. The next day, an email arrived from a new address. The subject line was, "Moving." The sender, rowan.mace@xxx. The message said, "I'm moving to Glasgow next month. Rowan." I stared at that double N for a long time. Then I went back to my inbox and opened the old message, the one from months ago. To Room 02. Is it still leaking? Rowan.mace.22. But somehow, in my mind, they had both begun to blur. I never replied to her email. I don't know if that was kind or cowardly. Maybe both. June 17th, 2025. My last full day in that room. I packed my suitcase slowly, folding the year into piles. Notes I'd keep, clothes I'd donate, memories I'd pretend to forget. The corridor outside was almost silent. Most people had already gone home or were out celebrating. Sometime in the afternoon, there was a knock on my door. When I opened it, E. Harper was standing there, toolbox in hand. "Leaving today?" he asked. "Tomorrow morning," I said. "Thought I'd hand the key in tonight." He stepped inside without really waiting for an invitation, glanced up at the pipe, and pressed his palm gently against it, as if taking its temperature. Then he knelt, adjusted a valve I hadn't even noticed before, and the pipe gave a long, soft sigh. "There," he said. "That should stay quiet for a while." "For the next person?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. He looked around the room, at the faint marks on the walls where I'd blue-tacked notes, at the slight dip in the mattress where I always slept. "Old places have good memories," he said. "You know when someone says something perfectly ordinary, but it lands like a warning?" That's how it felt. Later, at reception, I slid my key across the desk. "All done?" the manager asked. "Yeah." I hesitated then. "Can I ask, that repairman, Mr. Harper, does he have any family? Kids? A daughter, maybe?" She looked genuinely surprised. "Him? Eric? Not that I've ever heard. He's been with the States for over 10 years, always on his own. Fixes our leaks, disappears. No visitors, no one asking after him." She chuckled. "Bit of a hermit, that one." She tapped the drawer behind her absent-mindedly. "We've got all his paperwork on file, of course. Passport, contracts, all that. Our most reliable man." I nodded, murmured a thanks, and stepped outside. The air felt different, warmer. The kind of June sunshine London gets on its best days, when the sky actually remembers how to be blue. Students were dragging suitcases along the pavement, laughing, arguing about who'd left the frying pan unwashed for months. As I turned the corner, I glanced back at Harper House. One of the basement windows, the one that belonged to room 02, was propped open an inch, just enough to let air in, or out. I remembered something Rowan had said early on. Old houses walk the same paths. Maybe people do too. Maybe emails and voices and footsteps all find their way back to the same roots, even when the names on the labels change. Since she left for Scotland, if she really went, I haven't heard from her again. No texts, no emails, no chance encounters on stairwells. But a few days ago, I passed Harper House on the bus and saw new students arriving, wrestling their suitcases through the front door, smiling in that hopeful, tired way. And I caught myself wondering if any of them would be sent down to the basement. If any of them would stand where I stood, key in hand, breathing that cold, tunnel-smelling air. And if, on their first night, lying in the dark of room 02, they'd fall asleep to the sound of steady, careful footsteps pacing just above their heads, walking the same 3 steps they've always walked, over and over, down the inside of the wall. So, my name's Michael, and this is the story of the wildest night of my life. I always feel a little awkward starting this one, because it sounds like a movie pitch, but it really happened. And the strangest part is, I wasn't even looking for anything paranormal. I just wanted a quieter life in the country with people I loved. Back in 2020, I moved from Indiana down to this tiny place in northern Alabama called Ridgefield. It wasn't even a real town, more like a collection of houses and trailers stitched together by gravel roads and fields. I went down there for my then girlfriend. Let's call her Mara. Mara and I met online. She'd been following my music and art since late 2018, and eventually we went from comments to DMs to video calls to planning trips. By the time COVID really hit, we were serious enough that long distance just wasn't cutting it anymore. There was one catch, though. She still lived with her ex, Caleb. Now, Caleb had been in her life for, 10 years. They weren't really a couple anymore, more like best friends who never untangled their lives. On top of that, Mara used to be polyamorous. If we wanted to be together, we had to agree to make things monogamous. I was nervous, I'm not gonna lie, but I took the risk. To my surprise, Caleb and I actually got along. He was this tall, lanky history nerd who collected old coins, busted muskets, and all kinds of antique knives and swords. He'd just pop into the living room like, "Hey, you want to see a bayonet from World War I?" The place we lived in was rough, but charming in a weird way. Old farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere, with cornfields, cows in the distance, and a dirt driveway that turned into a mudslide when it rained. Floors were patched, some doors didn't shut right, but the rent was something like $350 a month, which tells you everything you need to know about the condition. Still, I was happy. New state, new people, fresh start. Enter Jade. By the summer of 2021, things had settled into a routine. Then Caleb met this girl at his job at the grocery store. Let's call her Jade. From what he told us, she kind of just walked up to him on a slow night and said something like, "I don't know why, but your energy feels familiar." Which is a wild thing to say to someone stocking dog food, but hey, it worked. They started hanging out, and pretty quickly, she was over at the house a lot. At first, I really liked her. She was sharp, funny, kind of nerdy, and she loved to laugh. Every now and then she'd smoke a little, but nothing crazy. She was polite, sweet, and honestly seemed more grounded than a lot of people I'd met. Then she opened up about her spiritual side. She told us that when she was a kid, her mom had forced her into this ritual, a blood oath kind of thing. She said her mom had this old occult book and drew a pentagram, made her cut her finger, and swear something she didn't understand. After that, she said weird things started happening to her. Feeling watched, seeing shadow figures, hearing voices, having episodes where something else would take over. She'd lose chunks of time. And sometimes, she said, she just slipped into this void and couldn't get out. She was very open about it. No theatrics, no trying to impress us. Just, "Hey, this is my reality. If you're going to be around me, you should know." Caleb didn't seem too bothered. Mara was used to spiritual stuff and energy work, so she took it seriously. Me? I was on the fence. I believed her, but I kinda hoped it was just some weird sleep paralysis type thing. Then one night, I ran out of room for doubt. The first night, we're just about to fall asleep when we hear this dull thud somewhere in the hallway. Not super loud, just enough to make you go, huh? A few minutes later, there's a knock on our bedroom door. Caleb's voice, calm but tight. Hey, can you guys come help with something? Mara gets up right away. I stay in bed at first, just listening. I can hear them talking, but it's muffled, and after maybe 10 minutes, curiosity wins. I swing my legs out of bed, open the door, and lean into the hallway. Jade is on the floor. She's lying kind of sideways in the middle of the hall, half in shadow, mumbling, "No, no, 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 no," over and over, like someone trapped in a nightmare. My first thought, honestly, was that maybe she was having a bad reaction to something she smoked. Her eyes were open, but it was like nobody was home. Caleb and Mara were kneeling beside her, trying to snap her out of it, calling her name, touching her shoulder, telling her she was safe. She wasn't responding, just stuck in that weird, low chant. We decide to get her outside, thinking fresh air might help. So we carefully pick her up and carry her out into the front yard. The sky is clear, stars everywhere, the kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. We lay her on the grass. After a minute or two, she starts to come back. Her eyes focus a little, and she blinks like she's just woken up from a long, confusing nap. She turns her head towards me and, in this soft, tired voice, says, "I can feel how nervous you are. It's okay." She hadn't even really looked at me yet, but she nailed it. I gave this awkward half laugh like, "Yeah, no kidding." She explains that this isn't new to her. She calls it the void. She says when it happens, it's like she's trapped in this dark, empty place with no sense of time, and when she comes back, it's fuzzy at best. Meanwhile, Mara and Caleb are sharing that look people share when they've already decided, this is spiritual. Once Jade can sit up, we bring her back in and lay her on the couch in Caleb's room. He's holding her, trying to keep her grounded. That's when he notices these scratches on the back of her shoulder. I'm standing behind the couch, and he turns her a little so we can see. There are 3 long, red welts across her shoulder blade. Fresh, angry, like something clawed her. We didn't have any pets in that room, and she hadn't fallen against anything. Then he tells us something else. Right before she collapsed, she kept drifting toward the bathroom down the hall. He said her face went blank. She started walking toward it slowly, and as she reached the doorway, the hall light flickered and blew out. Just pop. Done. It never turned back on after that. That got my attention. We'd always hated that bathroom. The whole house was old, but that room had this extra layer of nope attached to it. Soft, warped floorboards, mildew smell, and a weird, cold stillness even in summer. We hardly ever used it. There was a second bathroom on the other side of the house, so we just kept this one shut and pretended it wasn't there. Jade tells us that whatever was messing with her was in that bathroom, that it was trying to lure her in. At this point, my logical brain is clocking out, and my, okay, what if this is real, brain is clocking in. The possession. We go to check the bathroom. As soon as I step in, I get goosebumps. The air feels thick, heavy, colder than the rest of the house. My arms break out in chills. We don't stay long. We get back to Caleb's room, and that's when things really escalate. Jade starts to go distant again. Her eyes glaze over, turn kind of glassy and red-rimmed. Her posture changes. Her breathing gets deeper, heavier, and then she starts to fight. Not like a confused person thrashing in their sleep. This was targeted, angry, strong. It's clear very quickly that we're not talking to Jade anymore. Her voice drops, gets rough and guttural. She growls, snaps, tries to jerk free. We actually try to talk to whatever's in there. I know that sounds ridiculous, but in the moment, it felt like the only thing we could do. We say stuff like, "You don't have to stay here. There's so much world out there. Go anywhere. Go see the oceans, the mountains. Just leave her alone." And this thing answers. It says it wants to make itself known, that someone has to die. At one point, it even threatens to kill one of our pets. We had 2 cats and a little mutt of a dog, all of them sitting in the doorway, wide-eyed, watching us. Every time the thing mentioned them, my stomach dropped. All the while, Caleb is wrestling to keep her pinned, sweating, exhausted, just repeating her name under his breath like a mantra. Mara looks at me and goes, "Go grab sage, the fresh stuff from the garden, now." I bolt outside, grab a handful of sage from the little herb patch by the porch, run back in, and try to light it. Fresh sage doesn't really want to burn, but I get it smoldering eventually, blowing on it until it starts to put off smoke. The reaction is instant. Every time I waft the smoke toward Jade's face, this thing snarls. Low, angry, like it's in pain. Her body tenses and jerks. It's not subtle. So I just keep going. I circle the room, then aim the smoke right at her. Sometimes she manages to get an arm loose and tries to swat the sage out of my hand, but I've got a death grip on that little bundle. At one point, it's taunting us, talking trash, saying we're weak and we can't do anything. I don't even know what came over me, but I just blurt out, "Man, who pissed in your cereal?" For a second, everything goes quiet. And then it lets out this deep, dark chuckle. I remember thinking, great, I've just made a demon laugh. That's not on my life bingo card. We play spiritual music, stuff that feels uplifting and protective. We pray in our own messy, not religious way, just calling on whatever light and protection we can think of. We keep the sage going, keep talking to Jade, reminding her she's loved, that she's stronger than this thing. This goes on for hours. The whole night starts to blur into this loop of smoke, growling, whispered encouragement, and the sound of Caleb's breathing as he holds her in place. Eventually, the intensity starts to dip. The growls get weaker. Her body isn't fighting as hard. By the time the first light of morning starts slipping through the blinds, this thing feels tired. We think we're done. We're not. The salt test. Around sunrise, Jade seems to come back. She blinks slowly, looks around like she just woke up in someone else's house. Her voice softens. She sounds like herself again, shaky, confused, but there. We're all exhausted. Mara decides to make her some herbal tea to help calm her nerves. As she's in the kitchen, she remembers something. Salt is supposed to be cleansing, protective. So, without saying anything, she stirs a good pinch or 2 of pink Himalayan salt into Jade's mug. We bring it back to her. She sits up a little, hands trembling, and takes a small sip. The reaction is immediate. She chokes, coughs, and the mug slips from her hand and shatters on the floor. Her eyes snap wide open, and that heavy, dark presence slams back into the room. It had been pretending. The demon, or whatever you want to call it, was just wearing her like a mask, waiting. As soon as the salt hits, it can't hold the act anymore. It snaps, and suddenly we're right back where we were. Voice low, body tense, vicious hostility pouring out of her. So round 2 begins. More sage, more prayers, more wrestling. The only difference this time is that it's weaker. Not harmless, but not as overwhelming as it was earlier. The grasshopper. Around 7 a.m., we can all tell the thing is draining. The growls are rougher, slower. The energy in the room feels like a storm that's finally passing. We manage to get Jade back outside, into the yard, to the same patch of grass under the morning sun. The sky is a soft blue, birds are waking up, and the air feels cleaner. We lay her down gently. She's pale, barely able to move. After a minute, she manages to sit up with our help, legs stretched out in front of her. Her eyes are half closed, like she's between worlds. We're just sitting there in silence when this tiny green grasshopper hops onto her left leg. We all notice it at the same time, but nobody says anything. It climbs up her knee, then onto her index finger. She lifts her hand slowly, bringing it closer to her face, and just stares at it for maybe 30 seconds. It felt like she was focusing everything she had left into that moment, into that little creature. Then, without a word, she lifts her arm and gently flicks her finger. The grasshopper jumps off into the tall grass and disappears. Right after that, she makes this small motion, like she's tying an invisible knot around a nearby dandelion stem. And then she just lies back, inch by inch, until she's flat on the ground and unconscious again. The energy around us shifts. It's subtle, but we all feel it. Lighter, quieter. We look at each other, too tired to analyze it, but we all have the same thought. Something just left. Aftermath and the second night. We carry her back inside. Caleb lays her on the bed and stays with her. I get maybe 2 hours of sleep before I have to drag myself to work. I remember driving that morning like I was in a dream, half convinced none of it really happened. The next day, our friend Marcus comes over. He usually hung out with us almost every day. We tell him the whole story. He believes us, but you can tell he also kind of thinks we're exaggerating. Fast forward to around 11 p.m. that night. Marcus and Caleb are outside in the front yard with Jade, just talking, smoking, hanging out under the stars. The yard opens up into this big cornfield with a tree line and a small shed off to the right. It looks peaceful from the porch, but at night, those woods are pitch black. Mara and I are in the kitchen cooking when Marcus bursts through the door, eyes wide, a little out of breath. Guys? I think we're gonna need that sage again. He tells us Jade went quiet, her face went blank, and she started walking toward the dark edge of the property, toward the woods and the old shed. Marcus followed her, trying to get her attention. When he asked if she was okay, she turned around slowly, eyes empty, and in this low, drawn-out voice said, "No." That was enough for him. He sprinted back to the house. This time, we're not caught off guard. While I was at work that day, I'd picked up powdered sage, just in case. Caleb and Marcus grab Jade and guide her back inside, even as she's resisting. We get her onto the same couch. Caleb wraps his arms around her again, and we start the whole process over. Sage, smoke, music, firm words. Mara and Caleb are done being polite about it. They're tired of this thing coming into the house, and they say so. They tell it, "You're not strong. You're pathetic for needing a host. You can't touch us. You're not welcome here." And honestly, it is weaker. The whole possession lasts maybe 2 hours this time. Still intense, still scary, but nothing like the marathon of the night before. You can almost feel it slipping, like a bad signal cutting in and out. Marcus gets front row seats to all of it. By the end, he's pale and quiet, and very much no longer skeptical. Later, Jade tells us she felt the demon in the shed. She thinks when that grasshopper hopped away, it headed straight there, like the shed was some kind of anchor point. At the time, he wrote it off as being tired. After that second night, it didn't feel so random anymore. After that second night, things went quiet. No more possessions, no more strange sounds or shadows, no more lights blowing out. Life, slowly, went back to normal. Or as normal as it can after you've held a demon-possessed girl while your roommate waves burning sage in its face. We told a few friends and family members. Most of them believed us enough, like, okay, I don't think you're lying, but I don't really know what to do with this information. About a week later, Jade broke things off with Caleb. She was heartbroken, and then she was gone. They lost contact. To this day, we don't know how she's doing, or if that thing ever tried to come back. Eventually, Mara and I broke up too. It wasn't some huge dramatic blow-up. We just grew apart. I moved out of Alabama, that closer to my own family. We're still on decent terms, and we check in on each other now and then. I look back on those 2 years in that creaky old house in Ridgefield, and it feels like a whole other lifetime. The good memories, the long talks on the porch, the stupid jokes, the music, the love. All of it sits right next to those 2 nights of pure, surreal fear. And as crazy as it sounds, I'm weirdly grateful I went through it. It cracked my world open a bit, made me realize how little we really understand about whatever else is out there. I don't pretend to have answers. I just know what I saw, what I felt, and what we all experienced together. If there's one silly but serious piece of advice I'll leave you with, it's this. Keep some sage and some salt in your house. You might never need it, but if you do, you'll be really glad it's there. All right, let me take you back a bit. This happened a little over 12 years ago when I was working at a recording studio in Brooklyn. At the time, I was still pretty green, just an assistant engineer, but I was obsessed with the job. For about 4 years, I did everything I could to support one of the senior engineers there. Let's call him Marco. My goal was simple: become a staff engineer. To get promoted, I had to be able to run an entire session on my own. From meeting the band at the door, to setting up mics and gear, to recording, editing, and doing the final tweaks on the mix. No hand-holding, no one watching over my shoulder, just me and the session. When Marco finally asked, "Think you're ready to run one yourself?" my heart just about jumped out of my chest. I said yes, but inside, I was terrified. Of course, they weren't going to throw me at some big-name artist right away. The idea was, if I messed up, it had to be with a band the studio could afford to lose. So I was assigned this amateur college band, 4 of them. Drums, bass, guitar, and a second guitarist who also sang lead. They'd booked 2 days to record 2 songs as cheaply and quickly as possible. First time in a real studio for them. You could see they were excited, but also clearly counting every dollar. From the studio's perspective, they were a safe band to experiment with. From my perspective, this was my test. I was in charge. Day 1 arrives. We do a quick meeting, talk about the songs, the feel they want, that kind of thing. Then we start setting up drums and bass, the usual, tuning, mics, headphone mixes. Once everything's good, we begin tracking. Honestly, they weren't bad at all. Pretty decent, actually. Nervous, but they could play. The rhythm section went smoothly, and I remember thinking, okay, maybe I can actually do this. Then we moved on to guitars. We put the main guitarist, the one who would later sing lead, into this little ISO booth. Thick door, heavy walls, totally sealed. No outside noise, no street sounds, nothing. In a studio like that, once that door closes, it's like the world disappears. We start a take. He's playing along. Everything sounds normal. And then suddenly, mid-performance, he just stops. Completely. I hit stop on my side and say into the talkback, "Everything okay?" He stares at me through the glass and goes, "Didn't you just hear a woman's voice?" Now, just so you understand, during a take, nobody in the control room talks to the performer unless we hit the talkback button. Our voices don't go into their headphones unless we deliberately send them. And in that moment, none of us had touched anything. Everyone in the control room was quiet. So I tell him, "No, man, we didn't say anything. What did you hear?" He looks unsettled, but kind of brushes it off. I could have sworn I heard a woman talking, like right in my headphones. I roll back the audio and listen from the top. Nothing. No voice, no weird noise. Just guitar. I even solo the track, check the waveform. Still nothing. So I say, trying to keep him relaxed, "It's probably just one of your effects. Some of those pedals can sound kind of vocal, you know? And that's a real thing, by the way. Certain effects and harmonizers can sound almost like a human voice." He doesn't look totally convinced. A couple more times during the session, he says things like, "I really felt like I heard a voice." But each time, the rest of us sort of laugh it off and say, "You're just tired." Or, "It's nerves, man." And that's when our real problem shows up. Time. We usually try not to split vocal recording across days, because the singer's tone and energy can change. But we ended up taking longer on the first song's vocals than we planned. By the time we realized he still hadn't nailed the performance, our booked studio time was basically gone. And remember, day 2 already had to cover both songs' vocals plus mixing. So I made them a proposal. I said, "Look, we've already got a bunch of takes for the first song. Tonight, I can go through them, comp the best parts, and fix any pitch issues. That way tomorrow, we can focus on recording vocals for the second song, and then move on to mixing." Most engineers use some kind of DAW editing anyway. I was working in Logic Pro at the time, and with that, you can fix timing, pitch, little mistakes, all kinds of things. The band members looked frustrated. They didn't have a big budget, and they knew that if we went over the reserved time, extra hours meant extra money. But in the end, they agreed. There wasn't really another option if they wanted to get both songs done. So I walk them out, say goodnight, and then my overnight shift begins. I remember thinking, if I can finish this comping job in about 3 hours, I can still get maybe 5 hours of sleep before we start again. Classic optimistic thinking. I made myself a strong coffee, sat down in front of the screen, and started working through the vocal takes. To my surprise, it went pretty smoothly. The singer wasn't perfect, but he wasn't terrible either, so comping and tuning weren't a nightmare. After I'd finished about half of the song, my brain started feeling a bit foggy, so I decided to take a short break and tidy up the live room in the booth. Sometimes, just stepping away from the screen clears your head. I grabbed the vacuum and started cleaning up some of the cable mess in the booth. While I'm vacuuming, the noise of the machine is roaring in my ears. And beneath it, I suddenly think I hear something. A woman screaming. Not like a little "ah," more like a real, terrified scream. far away but cutting through. I immediately switch off the vacuum. The moment the power cuts, the studio goes dead silent. And I mean silent in a way that almost hurts your ears, a kind of pressure. No street noise, no air conditioning hum, just nothing. I stand there, holding the vacuum, waiting. Nothing. No screams, no voice, just silence. I tell myself, you're tired. You're hearing things. You've been listening to loud music all day. Relax. So I shrug it off and start heading back toward the control room. And that's when things get really strange. Just as I step out of the booth, the song we recorded earlier suddenly blasts out of the main speakers at this insane volume. Now keep in mind, at that hour, everything should have been silent unless I hit play. Also, the way the routing was set up, the track was supposed to be going to headphones only, not to the big speakers. I thought, okay, maybe some routing bug, or I clicked something by accident. Glitches happen. I hurry back to the chair and hit the spacebar to stop playback. Nothing happens. The song keeps playing, loudly, too loudly. I try clicking the stop button with the mouse. I try every shortcut I know. The song does not stop. And then logic itself just freezes. No response at all. The cursor doesn't move. Buttons don't react. It's like the computer is a picture now, not a machine. Meanwhile, the song, this cheerful, upbeat college rock track, is still blaring, as if the system doesn't need the computer anymore. Now I'm panicking. I briefly consider just turning off the power to the speakers, or even shutting down everything. But I'm afraid that if I force it, I might lose the project altogether. And then, as I'm frozen there, hands hovering over the keyboard, I start hearing extra sounds in the music. First, this static, like zzz, the sound of an old, detuned radio. Then, a high-pitched metallic clank, 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 like a piece of metal being hit or dragged. None of that was recorded. I know every layer of that track. It shouldn't be there. I'm staring at the screen, at the frozen waveform, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe the interface is dying. Maybe the whole system is finally giving out. And then it happens. From out of nowhere, a woman's scream cuts through everything. Ah! It's so loud it just obliterates the song and the noise. It's not even distorted in the normal technical sense. It's like the speakers themselves are cracking under the pressure. The scream hits me in waves again and again, and my whole body goes rigid. I actually felt my hands go numb. And then, layered under that scream, I hear something else. A baby crying. A real, heart-wrenching wail. Not a sound effect, not a movie scream. Like a baby or small child sobbing and screaming from somewhere very close, but nowhere in the room. After that comes this roar, like a crowd of men shouting in panic all together. Wah! Not a chant, not cheering. More like the kind of sound that happens when something horrible is happening and people are running, pushing, yelling. I just stand there. I don't move. I don't even think to cover my ears. I remember this cold, sinking feeling in my chest, like my heart had dropped into my stomach. In that moment, I had this very clear thought. This sounds like someone put a microphone in the middle of hell. It felt like hundreds of voices, all agonizing, all trapped in this chaos. And the studio speakers were just the doorway. All of that probably lasted less than 2 minutes, but it felt much longer. Eventually, the screams begin to fade. The crowd noise dies out. The baby's cry disappears. That rising panic in the sound just drains away. And then, almost casually, the original song, the college band's upbeat track, comes back, as if nothing had happened. Same place in the song, same arrangement. Like the horror was just something layered on top and then peeled away. This time, when I hit the stop button, the track stops. The cursor moves again. Logic responds like normal. I'm just sitting there, shaking. First thing I do is hit save, over and over. Command S, Command S, Command S, like a reflex. Then I back everything up to another drive. I don't even listen back, I just save. My mind is racing, but my body is on autopilot. And as soon as I'm sure the data is safe, I get up and walk out of the control room. I didn't want to be in there alone anymore. In the break room, another senior engineer is there, someone from a different session, also working overnight. He looks up at me and immediately says, "Whoa, you look like you just lost the whole project." Apparently, I was that pale. I sit down and tell him what happened. The song blasting on its own, the computer freezing, the noise, the woman's scream, the baby, the crowd. I probably sounded half crazy, but I just laid it all out. He listens quietly, nodding, and when I'm done, he says, "We don't have any particular stories about this studio, but recording studios in general? Yeah. There are a stupid number of ghost stories." After that conversation, he came back into the control room with me and stayed while I did the rest of the night's work. Just having another person there made a huge difference. I don't think I could have gone back in alone. The strangest part? When I finally worked up the nerve to check the audio, there was nothing unusual in the file. No screams, no baby, no crowd, nothing. Just the band's track and the normal takes. The second day of recording went on with no technical problems at all. We finished the vocals for the second song, did the mix, and the band left happy, completely unaware of what had happened overnight. Sometimes I wonder if whatever I heard that night had actually started the very first day, back when the guitarist suddenly stopped and asked, "Didn't you hear a woman's voice?" Maybe something was already bleeding into the session, and for whatever reason, it finally came through full force while I was alone in that room. I honestly don't know. Here's what I do know. That was the first and last time I experienced anything like that. And not long after, I burned myself out with too many all-nighters. My body basically gave up on me. I ended up leaving the studio before officially becoming a staff engineer. I moved back to my hometown. These days, I work in carpentry. It's quieter. The tools make noise, sure, but it's different. Wood doesn't scream back at you. Every now and then, though, when I think about that night, about those voices, that scream, that wave of sound that felt like pure agony, I get this little chill. And I find myself wondering, was it just exhaustion, stress, and a glitchy computer? Or did something really reach through the wires and the microphones that night? Sometimes I joke and say, maybe I was the one who got cursed. But between you and me, I'm not entirely sure I'm joking. You know, this story isn't from my own lifetime, but it took place in my hometown, maybe 300 years ago. Where I'm from, we still talk about it as if it happened last winter. The river's still there, the meadow's still there, and the place still carries the name it got from that night. Back then, there were two friends, almost like brothers. Let's call them Jusa and Mikel. They were known along the river as the best fishermen in the area. Their lives were the water and the currents. They'd paddle for days at a time, sleep on the riverbanks, and come home with their boats heavy with fish to trade. They weren't selfish with what they knew either. Whenever they could, they took younger people along to teach them how to fish properly, how to read the river, how to gut a fish, how to listen to the weather. It wasn't just about the catch. It was about passing something on. One late summer, they decided they'd go upstream to a hidden meadow, just a long bend in the river with soft grass and good fishing. A place our people still know. The plan was simple. Paddle up there, fish till evening, stay the night, and drift back home the next day. They thought, maybe some of the kids will want to come. Make it a little trip. As they were getting their gear together, nets, lines, a small pot, a bundle of dry wood, they looked around the riverbank, thinking who to invite. That's when they saw their childhood friend. We'll call her Elle. Elle was down by the water, standing knee-deep along the shore, checking on some reindeer pelts she'd put to soak. We reindeer people do that, you know. Put old pelts in the river so the fur loosens. Later, you scrape it off and dry the hide to make leather. It's hard work. Not pretty. But it's important work. Elle was a little younger than Jusa and Mikel, but the three of them had known each other since they were small. When Elle's family passed through with their herd, she and the boys would run all over town together, climbing rocks, splashing in the shallows, getting scolded for coming home late. Her family were reindeer herders, always on the move with the herd. They came through our town every year, usually around late summer. Jusa and Mikel were different. Their families didn't have reindeer. They lived off the river. Fish, a bit of trading, a bit of whatever work they could get. Now, when they saw Elle that day, she was scraping the fur off one of the pelts, her hands steady, her shoulders tight. They hadn't seen much of her the last couple of years. Not the way it used to be. You see, as a child, she'd been full of life, laughing, teasing, running everywhere like she never got tired. But something had happened a few years earlier. After that, people said, she'd gone quiet, didn't smile much. She kept to herself, avoided big groups. So Jusa nudged Mikkel and said, "We should ask her along. Maybe it'll do her good to get away for a night." Just like when they were kids, fishing, stories by the fire, sleeping under the open sky. They walked up to her. The river was making that soft sound it makes when it's low and slow, and you could hear the scraping of her knife on the hide. They greeted her, joked a bit, talked about the herd, about how the fish were biting, about how the nights were finally getting darker again after the long light of summer. After a while, Jusa said, "We're going up to the meadow tomorrow. Just one night. You should come with us." Elle froze for a moment, knife still in her hand. You could see she didn't know what to say. Part of her wanted to go. You could see it in her eyes. And part of her was holding back. After a long silence, she just nodded and said softly, "All right, I'll come." They pushed off from the shore and paddled upstream. The river widened and narrowed, twisted and straightened, just like it still does. They reached the hidden meadow as the sky began to turn that deep blue that comes before real darkness. They fished there and had good luck. Enough fish for a proper meal, fat trout and grayling. They roasted them over the fire, talking and laughing more than they had with Elle in a long time. For a little while, that old spark seemed to come back to her. She laughed at one of Mikkel's bad jokes and even rolled her eyes like she used to. By the time they'd eaten and cleaned up, it was late, and the sky was full of stars. But it wasn't pitch black. There was still enough light that you could see the outline of the trees and the moving river. They lay down on their pelts near the fire, wrapped in their blankets. The flames burned low. Little by little, they drifted off. Maybe 3, 4 hours later, no one really knows how long, they were snapped awake by a sound, a scream. Not a little cry, no. A long, sharp, terrible scream that cut through the night and went straight into their bones. They sat up, hearts pounding, and looked around. The fire had burned down to embers. The meadow was quiet. The river moved like it always did. They saw nothing. Then it screamed again, closer this time. Mikkel grabbed his knife. "Fox?" Jusa whispered, though he didn't sound convinced. Mikkel shook his head. "A fox doesn't sound like that," he muttered. "That sounded like a child." They both turned to Elle. She was sitting absolutely still, staring into the dark tree line. Her face as pale as if all the blood had left it. Her hands were shaking. Then everything went quiet. No scream. No wind. Even the river seemed to hush itself. Trying to calm his own nerves, Jusa laughed weakly and said, "Come on. It's probably just a fox or an owl. What are the chances there's an apara out here, of all places?" And as soon as he spoke that word, it screamed again. So close now It felt like it was right behind their ears. That was enough for Elle. She snatched up her pelt and ran straight for the boat, bare feet pounding the cold ground. She didn't say a word. She just ran. Jusa and Mikkel looked at each other once, grabbed their own pelts, and bolted after her. They shoved the boat into the river, slipped as the cold water hit their legs, and scrambled in. Mikkel jumped in last and pushed hard off the bottom. The current grabbed them, and they began to drift downstream, fast. The screaming didn't stop. As they moved along the river, the scream followed them through the trees, traveling along the bank, keeping pace. Sometimes it sounded ahead of them, sometimes behind. It wasn't always the same either. Sometimes it sounded like a child crying, sometimes like something caught between a sob and a howl. But it never touched the water. That's one thing we say about an apara. It won't go into the river. No matter how fast it can run, the water stops it. Still, that doesn't help much when it's following you from the shore. After a while, with the boat gliding quickly on the current, the three of them just sat there, listening to that horrible sound moving through the dark forest. Mikkel's arms were tired from paddling, and he was shaking with anger and fear. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He stood up a little in the boat, just enough to see over the side, and shouted toward the forest. "Show yourself!" And it did. A small figure stepped out of the bushes onto the riverbank. A little girl, maybe 5, maybe 6 years old, no more. Thin, with tangled hair, wearing something that looked like it had once been a dress, but now was just rags hanging off her shoulders. The screaming stopped. The boat drifted, the water whispering around it, and the three of them stared back at her. She didn't move closer, didn't step into the water, just watched. Mikkel's voice was shaking, but he called out to her. "Listen, we're sorry if we disturbed you. We haven't done anything to you. We're not the ones who left you out here to die. Go find the one who abandoned you. Go after them, not us." The little girl just kept staring, not blinking, not speaking. Her eyes didn't leave them for even a moment. Then, without warning, it happened. There was a sharp, sickening sound beside Mikkel, a cracking, like a breaking branch, only too close, too real. Elle's head snapped to the side in a way no living neck should ever move. Her body jerked, and before either of them could grab her properly, she toppled over the side of the boat and into the river. They plunged their arms into the water, pulling her up as fast as they could, but the moment she hit the river, she was gone. No breath, no movement. Her neck was twisted almost all the way around. When they looked back to the shore, the child was gone. The river carried them the rest of the way home in a silence that felt heavier than any scream. When they reached the village, they told Elle's family what had happened. The others listened with wide eyes and pale faces, but when they came to the part about the epera snapping Elle's neck after Mikkel shouted at it, there was a different kind of silence. One full of something like understanding and dread. Elle's mother finally spoke. She told them that a few years earlier, when they were by the coast, Elle had met a Norwegian man. He wanted her in the way some men want a woman for a night and nothing more. The Sami, back then, were often treated as less than human. So when Elle became pregnant, The man wanted nothing to do with her or the child. In those days, having a child outside of marriage brought heavy shame, not just on the woman, but on her parents, her siblings, everyone. Elle told her family she was with child, and together they decided that no one else could ever know. She hid her pregnancy as best she could, under loose clothes, under silence. When the child finally came, she didn't bring it into the village. Instead, she carried the newborn deep into the forest, far from any path, far from any home, and left it there. Left it alone. Left it to die. After that, Elle was never the same. That bright spark she'd had as a girl, gone. She avoided people. She avoided laughter. She carried that secret like a stone in her chest. So when the Epiros heard Mikkel shouting, "We're not the ones who left you," it knew exactly who had. It had run along the river, keeping to the shore, screaming and following them, not because of Jusa or Mikkel, but because of Elle. Because it had found its mother. Elle was buried not long after, and the place on the river where she died, where that unseen hand twisted her neck, is still known among us as Eparasfieldma, the Eparas's Bend. Now you might be wondering, what exactly is an Eparas? In the old days, when a baby was born sick, with a disability, or, like in this story, outside of marriage, some parents didn't have the heart to kill the child with their own hands, but they also didn't dare keep it. Out of fear or shame or both, they'd take the baby out into the wilderness. They'd leave it there, alone, to die slowly in the cold and the dark. And those children, they didn't always stay gone. What came back was called an Eparas. There's only one way to truly help an Eparas move on. You have to treat it like the child it once was. You have to baptize it, give it a name, acknowledge it. Only then can it find rest and leave this world behind. The child in this story never got that. No name, no proper farewell. Just the cold forest floor and a slow death. And later, a mother who tried to run from what she'd done. In the end, though, it wasn't Jusa or Mikkel it wanted. It was the one who had left it behind. So when people in my hometown paddle past Eparasfieldma, even today, they tend to grow quiet. Some make the sign of the cross. Some whisper a prayer. Some just listen to the river and hope it's only the water they hear. Because nobody wants to hear a child's cry in the forest at night. Not there. Not anymore. Back then, they called it the Haunted Full House. Not because it was always sold out, but because people swore every seat was taken, just not by the living. The place was called Harbor View Theater. It stood on Lockhart Road in Wan Chai, where there's just an ordinary glass and concrete office block now. If you walk past number 39 today, you'd never guess that 50-odd years ago, it had a reputation as Hong Kong's most cursed cinema. Before the theater, that plot of land held a funeral home. Celestial Rest Funeral Hall. Incense, chanting, the clatter of joss sticks, families in white. For decades, it was a place soaked in grief. Then, in the mid-60s, the funeral hall moved out, and someone decided, you know what this site really needs? A luxury cinema. Harbor View opened in 1965 with a glamorous Italian film, Girl from Rio. Huge poster of a woman in sunglasses smiling over the harbor. Inside, it was state-of-the-art for its time. Over 1,200 seats, 70mm stereo projection, plush red carpets, and this very stern sign at the entrance that said, "Improper attire will not be admitted." No slippers, no singlets, no nonsense. But luxury doesn't mean safe. The first story people still talk about began, as these things often do, with a death. One humid evening in 1971, a young woman named May went to the movies with her friends. About halfway through the film, she excused herself to use the ladies' room. Nothing dramatic. She told her friends, "I'll be right back," and slipped out into the dim corridor. In the restroom, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. May finished, went to wash her hands, and as she turned off the tap, she glanced up at the mirror. There was a woman standing behind her. May hadn't heard the door open. The stranger had long, damp hair that clung to her cheeks, and her skin looked wrong, almost waxy. At first, May thought, oh, she must have come from the rain. But then her brain caught up with what her eyes were seeing. The woman had no face. Where the features should have been, eyes, nose, mouth, there was just smooth, pale skin, like a mannequin left too close to a flame. In the mirror, the faceless woman leaned slightly forward, as if trying to see May more clearly. May spun around. Nobody. Just empty air, a row of sinks, and the stall doors. Her heart started pounding. Slowly, trembling, she looked back at the mirror. The faceless figure was closer now. Much closer, as if she were pressing against the other side of the glass, about to push through. The waxy skin seemed to swell, the blank surface tilting toward May. That was when May started screaming. She bolted out of the restroom, barefoot, one shoe in her hand, and ran all the way to the lobby. Witnesses said she stumbled at the base of the staircase, clutching her chest, still screaming that there was someone in the mirror. An ambulance took her away. She died in hospital a few hours later. The doctors called it sudden cardiac arrest. Locals said she'd been scared to death. And that was the first chapter of Harborview Theater's haunted reputation. Now, by the 1970s, Wanchai was full of cinemas competing for audiences. Neon signs, double features, midnight shows. It was noisy, colorful, alive. But the stories coming out of Harborview were different. They spread quietly at first, from ushers to cleaners, then out into the streets, into dai pai dongs and barber shops. The most famous one was the story that gave the place its nickname, the Full House. One stormy Thursday night, the rain was coming down in sheets. You know the kind, when the streets turn into mirrors. Hardly anyone wanted to go out, so the box office at Harborview sold maybe 30 tickets, 40 tops. It was a miserable night for business. My friend's uncle, a man everyone called Afai, was working as an usher then. He told this story so many times he could recite it in his sleep. Inside, the hall was hazy with cigarette smoke, that usual blue-gray fog that used to hang in old cinemas. The exit signs glowed a sickly green along the walls. Nothing unusual, except every seat was occupied. Row after row, from the front all the way up to the balcony. Every seat held a dark shape, not moving, not chatting, not crinkling snack wrappers, just sitting. At first he thought, oh, maybe we got more walk-in customers than I realized. But then he tried to count. You know how, sometimes, your brain refuses to accept what you're seeing? He told me it felt like his eyes kept sliding off those shapes, like oil on glass. He stepped a little further in, letting his eyes adjust. Under the faint light from the screen, the people seated there didn't look quite right. Too still. Too flat. As if the seats themselves were casting shadows in the shape of bodies. He turned, went back out to the box office, and asked the cashier, "Hey, how many tickets have we sold?" She glanced at the stub rack and said, 32. Why? He didn't answer. He just went back in, stood by the door until the film ended, heart in his throat, watching those unmoving silhouettes. When the credits finally rolled and the house lights came up, reality snapped into place. Only about 20 people stood up to leave. The rest of the seats? Empty. Nothing there. No one had slipped past him. He'd been standing at the only exit. He went home that night with a fever and didn't go back to work for a week. Not long after, he quit. From then on, staff joked nervously about Harborview's other audience. The ones who didn't buy tickets, yet somehow always made... There was another favorite among the staff. The one they told each other when they were having a smoke break. The borrowed light. This one happened to a projectionist everyone knew as Mr. Lau. He'd worked at Harborview long enough to think he'd seen everything. One quiet night after the last show, he stepped out onto the stairwell between the second floor and the roof. The air was cooler there, a little breeze slipping in from a tiny, grimy window. He leaned against the railing, lit a cigarette, and enjoyed those few minutes of silence. After a while, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He figured it was one of the younger ushers sneaking a smoke, so without turning around, he said, "You know the manager hates it when you come up here." A soft voice behind him replied, very politely, "Sorry to bother you. Could I borrow a light?" Lau rolled his eyes, flicked his lighter, and turned. The flame flared to life, casting that small circle of warm glow we all know. Within it stood a man he didn't recognize. Not one of the staff, not a regular patron. The stranger wore plain, slightly old-fashioned clothes, like something from 10, 20 years earlier. His skin was the color of someone who had been underwater too long, a flat, unhealthy gray. What made Lau's breath catch wasn't the clothes, though. It was the stranger's eyes, sunken, ringed with darkness, as if sleep had abandoned him years ago. The man leaned forward to light his cigarette. The flame passed so close to his face that Lau swore he should have felt the heat on the stranger's skin. But there was nothing, No warmth, no sweat, no breath. The cigarette caught. The stranger straightened, gave him a small nod and said, "Thanks." Then, in the next blink, the stairwell was empty. No footsteps going up or down. No door opening. Just Lau alone, lighter still in his hand. The air around him suddenly cold. He later told people that the worst part wasn't the man disappearing. It was the smell that lingered. Not cigarette smoke. The faint, stiff smell of old incense and wilted funeral flowers. Those were just the big stories. There were dozens of smaller ones, told in snatches over mahjong tables and late-night suppers. One cleaner claimed that once, after a matinee, she found what looked like an old man curled up under the back row, eyes closed as if asleep. When she called to him, he didn't respond. She turned to fetch another staff member, and by the time they came back, there was nothing there. Just an imprint on the dusty floor where a body might have been. A ticket taker said she once accepted a ticket from a very polite, very pale woman in a cheongsam. The stub felt odd in her hand, heavier somehow. When she glanced down, it wasn't a printed ticket at all anymore, but a pair of tarnished coins with square holes in the center. The kind used as funeral offerings. When she looked up in shock, the woman had vanished into thin air, nowhere to be seen in the small, almost empty lobby. Someone else swore that in the men's room, the mirror would occasionally fog over even when it wasn't humid, and a single handprint would appear on the glass from the inside. By the early 70s, Harborview Theater was known all over Hong Kong as the most haunted cinema in the city, a crown no other cinema wanted. Depending on who you asked, the reason was different. Some people said rival cinemas made the rumors up to wreck business. Others pointed at the building's past, a former funeral hall, a place thick with yin energy, where the border between the living and the dead was already thin. A few feng shui masters shook their heads and muttered that no theater built on that kind of ground could ever prosper long-term. Doomed from the start, they said. In the end, it wasn't a ghost that killed Harborview. It was money, but the stories didn't go anywhere. Today, office workers swipe their cards and hurry through corridors where ushers once heard whispers in the dark. There used to be a nightclub in the basement. Dim lights, heavy bass, cigarette haze. And some staff there claimed that, every so often, between the flashes of the strobe lights, they'd catch glimpses of extra silhouettes on the dance floor. People who didn't quite match the beat. People who vanished when the light came back on. By day, it's all business suits and takeaway lunches. By night, well, who's counting? Maybe what makes Harborview so fascinating isn't whether it was really haunted. Maybe it's what it mirrors back to us. In one address, you've got a whole slice of Hong Kong's soul. Traditional funeral rites and incense smoke. The golden age of cinema with its cigarette-filled halls. And then the sleek corporate towers of the present. Half a century of transformation piled on top of itself, like layers of film reels. We like to think we leave the past neatly behind when we build something new. But deep down, I think we know better. The reflection in the glass has always been us. Our fears, our superstitions, our memories of what used to stand where our offices now are. And just like in that auditorium on the stormy night, when the lights come up at the end of the film, maybe only a few seats appear occupied. But every city has its ghosts. So if you're ever walking down Lockhart Road late at night, and the street is quiet, and the office windows are dark, and you feel someone tap your shoulder, don't be too quick to turn around, because you might just hear a polite voice at your ear asking, "Mate, could I borrow a light?" Okay, so this happened a few months ago, and I'm just going to tell it to you the way I lived it, as honestly as I can. That day started really normal. I went out to eat with my mom, Maria. We were at this little diner we go to sometimes, just sitting in a booth by the window. And like most times, she slipped into that familiar pattern, talking about people, worst-case scenarios, appearances, who's failing at what. I was trying so hard to think of good, light things to talk about, but every time I shared something, it felt like it just slid right past her. No real response, no curiosity, just this wall. That part isn't even the main story, but I remember feeling it very strongly that day. She started talking about my sister, let's call her Lily, in this really negative way, twisting things, making herself look like the hero and everyone else look irresponsible or ungrateful. It was like everything she said had this subtle spin on it. None of it was an obvious lie I could call out, but the vibe was just off, amplified, almost like something was leaning on her words, pushing them further than usual. Eventually, she drove me home, dropped me off, and the night went on like normal. Then I went to sleep, and I woke up in this nightmare. In the dream, I was in an empty industrial part of a city at night. No people, just those tall metal buildings and flickering streetlights. I walked into this run-down warehouse, roof half collapsed, broken windows, dust in the air. And the second I stepped inside, I felt it. Something is wrong, deeply wrong. It wasn't just dream creepy. It was this heavy, urgent awareness, like my soul suddenly knew something. My mom is lost. I have to find her. That thought hit me like a siren. It wasn't optional. It was like someone pressing a red-hot spoon to my skin, this loud, constant alarm that wouldn't let up. Right as that feeling started, Lily and a few of her friends stepped out of a side room in the warehouse. They were laughing, swaying, moving in this weird, slow, snake-like way, almost like they were dancing to music I couldn't hear. They looked like my sister and her friends, but I knew they weren't. Something in me just knew. They were smiling, all casual, and they were like, "Stay with us, just hang out. Everything's fine, nobody's missing. Let's just have fun." Their voices were oddly melodic, like they were reciting lines on a stage. I told them, "No, I have to find Mom. She's missing. Something's wrong." And that feeling in my chest just kept screaming. It wasn't fear of the dark. It was this pull, this hunger to find her that drowned everything else out. I wasn't even scared of the warehouse itself. I was just desperate. The next part of the dream is fuzzy. I'm wandering down alleys and along loading docks, pushing open doors, peering into corners. Everything is dark, but I'm not panicking. I'm searching for what feels like hours. Then I loop back to the warehouse. I go inside again, and Lily and her friends are still in that room, drinking, still moving in that slow, winding way. But this time the urgency inside me is multiplied. It's like the hot spoon has been pressed harder into my skin. I start yelling, "Don't you feel that? Doesn't anyone feel that? Something is wrong. Mom is gone. Can't you feel it?" And they just smile at me, still swaying. In this strange, almost sing-song tone, they tell me again to calm down, that everything's fine, that I should relax and stay. In the dream, I'm still reacting as if my sister and her friends are really them. So I step between them and the windows and I shout, "Don't look out there! Don't look!" I'm guarding the glass with my arms spread out, and then I hear it. These guttural, inhuman screams echoing all around the outside of the warehouse. Not like crowds, but like one being, screaming from different angles. The sound bounces from spot to spot, right side, roof, far wall, like it's circling us. Same voice, many locations. It felt organized. Lily and her friends start moving closer, brushing my arms with those weird, snake-like movements. They're pleading, but not in a scared way. More like eager children. "Move your hands, let us see. Come on, move your hands." Like they wanted to see the horror. Like they loved it. That feeling inside me turned from urgency into this cold, sick unease. And right there, I woke up. I remember thinking, that felt demonic, not like a random weird dream. I prayed about it, sat with it for a bit, and then I tried to just continue my day like normal. Later, my mom called, asking if I wanted to hang out. I thought, okay, that's already interesting timing, but I said yes. She picked me up and we headed to a casino for a little day trip. We're on the highway, and suddenly she goes, "Oh my God, I have to tell you about this dream I had last night." The second she said dream, my stomach dropped. All the feelings from my nightmare rushed back. I tried to keep my voice calm and said, "Really? Me too. You go first." I wanted to see if there were any connections before I told her mine. She says she dreamed she was stuck somewhere, trapped. It was dark, and no one could find her. As she's talking, she points to one of those big orange highway barrels on the side of the road and goes, "It was like that. Like 3 of those stacked up, and I was in a black tube underground. And when I looked down, I could see big hooves walking up to check the tube, like something with goat legs was pacing around above me." She couldn't see the full creature, just the legs, but she knew it was evil. I was shocked. When she finished, I told her my dream about the warehouse, the blood, searching for her, the fake version of Lily, everything. And she just kind of shrugs and says, "That's so weird, because I fell asleep watching Dawn of the Dead last night. They were hiding out in this warehouse while zombies ripped people apart." So on one level, my brain could go, okay, maybe I unconsciously picked up that she watched a zombie movie in a warehouse, and my mind spun it into something else. That alone would have been strange, because I truly didn't know she'd watched it. But the parallels were a lot. And it doesn't stop there. For context, I've been studying spiritual stuff for a long time. I used to be really deep into occult and New Age things, like for almost 15 years. Over time, I came to believe Jesus Christ is real, is the Son of God, and that his name and his authority are actually what pushes back the darkness. I've seen prayers in his name stop things I can't explain in any other way. I've been talking to my mom about Jesus more and more, and honestly, I do worry about her sometimes, about some choices, some patterns. And I started to notice something. The more I brought him up, the more strange, unsettling spiritual stuff would happen around us. Almost like something wanted me to shut up and back off. Anyway, we get to the casino. My mom kind of brushes off the whole dream thing. She's like, "Yeah, that was weird," and then moves on. Meanwhile, I can't stop replaying it in my head. The warehouse, her dream of being trapped, the hooves, the movie she watched. On the way home, we stopped at a gas station. We're at the counter paying, and this man walks in. I've never seen him before. He's wearing a fishing hat, a plain t-shirt, and those rubber fishing boots that go up to mid-calf, like he's about to wade in a creek. My mom stiffens immediately and nudges me. Under her breath, she says, "There is something wrong with that guy. Something evil. I don't know why. Do you feel it?" I instantly start praying the name of Jesus in my heart, quietly. I just told her, "I'm praying now. Let's go." We left, and in the car she said he made her feel like something from the nightmare, like the presence in her recent dream. I took note of that, deeply. The thing is, this guy wasn't doing anything outwardly strange, just standing there in this fishing outfit. But both of us felt that same off, heavy vibe. That night was uneventful. I went home, slept, woke up. The next day, I went out for coffee with my boyfriend. Let's call him Evan. As we're driving down the road near my house, I get this weird, subtle nudge to look up. Walking along the sidewalk? The fishing hat guy. I didn't say anything at first. I just watched him as we drove past. Then Evan casually goes, "Oh, that guy, he's weird. He comes into our store all the time and says creepy stuff and laughs." Evan works at a tobacco shop in town, so he sees a lot of characters. I asked, "What kind of stuff does he say?" He told me the guy comes in, doesn't buy anything, just walks around and cackles, saying, "I've got some stuff to return," while looking around at everyone. There are signs everywhere in the store that say, "No returns." When he told me that, I just thought, that is such a classic villain line, like something out of a horror movie. I've got some stuff to return, and he thinks it's hilarious. At that point, I started to quietly piece things together. I was like, okay, if this is just a guy, he is very likely under the influence of something dark, whether he knows it or not, because his sudden appearance, right after these intense demonic-feeling dreams with my mom, right after the gas station encounter, was too precise to shrug off as nothing. I told Evan the whole story. My dream, my mom's dream, the warehouse, the hooves, the gas station, the fishing hat, all of it. He kind of brushed it off with, "Nah, he's just some dude on drugs." I get why that's an easier explanation, but my spirit wasn't buying it. Then came day 3. So now we're 2 days out from the original warehouse dream. It's the middle of the day, and I'm thinking about going to the dispensary, but I start feeling weird, lightheaded, off balance. As I'm walking down the hallway to grab my keys, I'm actually wobbling a little, like I'm a tiny bit drunk, but I'm not. Evan offers to drive me, and for some reason I get stubborn and prideful about it. I basically snap, "No, I've been doing this by myself forever. I'm fine." Looking back, I was being kind of a jerk, probably from built-up resentment and stress. Just being honest. I go out to my car, sit in the driver's seat, and this wave of dread washes over me. Not normal anxiety, not overthinking. This felt like a clear message. Do not go. I sat there arguing with myself. You're overreacting. You're being dramatic. Just go. Stop being weird. I didn't want to be ruled by fear, so I pushed through it. I started the car, drove to the stop sign at the end of my neighborhood, and turned right. The very moment I turned, maybe 10 yards ahead, walking straight toward my car on the sidewalk, was the fishing hat man. Again, it was subtle, but undeniably wrong. My whole spirit just went, absolutely not. I did a quick turn, circled around, and drove straight back home. I didn't go to the dispensary. I didn't pass him again. I was done. And then, I didn't see him for months, which is bizarre because Evan swore this guy came into their shop all the time. I drive through town constantly, and yet I had never seen him before those 3 days, and then not again after, for a long stretch. But that's not quite the end. The last time I saw him, it was almost like one final note at the end of this weird song. I met up with an old friend I hadn't seen in at least 10 years. We'll call him Jonah. We got coffee, caught up, talked about life. Out of nowhere, he brought up dreams and spiritual stuff, good and evil, weird experiences he'd had. So I told him about the fishing hat guy. As I shared, I could see him getting visibly uncomfortable, like his body recognized something about it. On the drive back to my place, we're chatting, and suddenly Jonah goes, "Oh my God, it's him." I look up, and there he is again. The same man in the fishing hat, walking along the road that leads to my neighborhood. Just there. Again. No chance for me to point him out first. Jonah saw him on his own. And that was the last time. I haven't seen him since. I don't tell this story to scare anyone or to make myself sound special. I honestly have nothing to gain from sharing it. I tell it because I really believe some of what we write off as just dreams or just weird coincidences may actually be part of something deeper. Spiritual warfare, for real. If you've had strange, layered experiences like this, dreams lining up with real life, repeated symbols or people that feel wrong in your spirit, I just want to gently encourage you. Protect yourself. For me, that meant turning away from the occult and New Age things I was heavily into for nearly 15 years and turning toward Jesus. I've learned, slowly and stubbornly, that Jesus Christ really is the Son of God, and his name actually carries authority over darkness. When I pray in his name, when I speak his name over fear or over something that feels evil, things change. I've seen it. So if any of this hits something in you, if you felt that same hot spoon of warning in your spirit, please don't ignore it. Talk to Jesus. Ask him for protection. Read about him. Use his name when you feel that heaviness or terror pressing in. Because evil is real, but so is he. I don't mean it in a heavy way, more like, do you ever feel that some people don't quite leave, even when their bodies do? That maybe they're just next door, in a place we can't see yet. My name's Noy, and I run a small car battery shop with my husband, Tung, out in Pathamtani. It's a simple place, metal shutters, the smell of rubber and engine oil, and a lazy brown tie bang cow dog named Milo, who thinks he owns the street. This happened a few years ago, and it still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. That morning, it was around 6:30 a.m. The shop wasn't officially open yet, but the locals know that if the front lights are on, they can knock. Tun was in the back making coffee, and I was sweeping the floor, half awake. A silver SUV pulled up in front of the shop. I recognized it right away. We'd seen that car plenty of times before, regular customer. The driver's door opened, and a man stepped out, neatly dressed, like he was on his way to work. He greeted me politely and then walked over to Tun. He said he needed a new battery, not for this car, but for another one parked at his house. He asked if we could bring the battery over and change it there, because he needed to drop his daughter at school soon. While they were talking, the back door of the SUV opened. Out stepped this little girl, maybe around 9 or 10 years old, wearing light blue cartoon pajamas with big yellow ducks on them. Her hair was tied into 2 small pigtails. She didn't say anything, just walked straight past me to where Milo was dozing by the doorway. Milo is usually picky about strangers, but with her, he wagged his tail and rolled over like they were old friends. I smiled and said, "Nong, you can come play with him inside if you want. The floor's cleaner in here." She glanced at me, smiled a little, and said, "It's okay, I like it here," without even looking up from scratching Milo's neck. A few minutes later, the man turned to us and said, "All right, follow me to the house in about 10 minutes. I'll just take my daughter to school first." The girl stood up, gave Milo one last pat, and climbed back into the SUV. The man nodded at me, got in, and they drove off like everything was perfectly normal. Tun loaded a new battery into the box and tied it to the back of our motorbike. I climbed on behind him and held the battery steady on my lap. The ride to the customer's place was short, maybe 7 minutes at most. It was an old housing estate, the kind with fading signs and a security booth that looked more decorative than functional. The front gate was wide open. There was a guard inside the booth, but he didn't even look up when we passed. Just sat there, radio playing softly. We followed the directions the man had given us and stopped in front of his house. The lights inside were on. I could hear a TV playing some morning show. There were sounds from the kitchen, plates clinking, someone moving around, the faint smell of garlic being fried for breakfast. It felt like any other Thai family morning. The front door opened and the same man stepped out, now without his car keys in hand. He greeted us again and led Tun toward a white sedan parked in the driveway. While Tun started swapping out the old battery, I stood closer to the doorway, chatting politely like we usually do with customers. I said, "Your daughter is so cute, by the way. She really likes dogs, huh?" He frowned a little. "My daughter?" "Yes," I said, a bit confused. "The girl in duck print pajamas who played with my dog at the shop just now." He stared at me for a moment, like he was trying to decide if I was joking. "I went to your shop alone," he said slowly. I laughed awkwardly. "No, really. She came out of your car. Light blue pajamas, yellow ducks, pigtails. Fair skin. She looked about 10. He went very still. "My daughter is 7, he said. "She has darker skin. She's in athletics. She's always out in the sun. And she wore her school uniform this morning." She came out, wiping her hands on a dishcloth, and he asked me to repeat what I'd seen. So I did. The car, the pajamas, the way she played with Milo. As I described the girl, fair skin, about 10, duck pajamas, I saw the wife's eyes start to fill with tears. Then she started crying. Not loud, just this deep, quiet kind of crying that makes your chest hurt when you hear it. She told me that about 10 years ago, she'd had a miscarriage. They had been expecting a daughter. In Thai belief, when someone dies before their destined time, their spirit doesn't move on right away. It stays in our world, growing older as the years pass, until it reaches the age it was meant to live. Only then can it finally leave. So to her, what I described sounded exactly like the daughter she never got to meet. Tun, of course, is the practical type. While all this was happening, he was still focused on the battery. I could tell from his face he didn't really believe any of it. The husband must have noticed, because he said, "Wait here. I'll call my daughter down so you can see for yourself." A moment later, a girl came down the stairs. She was wearing a school uniform, skin tanned from playing sports, hair in a messy ponytail. She smiled politely at us, but she looked nothing like the girl in the pajamas. Tun shot me a look like, "See? You must have been mistaken." I didn't argue. I wasn't sure what to think myself. After Tun finished changing the battery, the husband told us to wait while he went inside to get the money. So we waited by the bike. No big deal. Happens all the time. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15. You know when a normal wait starts to feel wrong, like time is stretching a bit too much? Tun and I looked at each other. He shrugged, but I could see he was getting uncomfortable too. The house was still, but the TV was no longer audible. I couldn't hear the kitchen sounds anymore. It was just quiet. Then, from inside the house, I heard the soft thump, thump, thump of small footsteps on wooden stairs. A pair of small feet appeared at the top of the staircase, and then she stepped into view. The same girl. Same light blue pajamas with yellow ducks, same pigtails, same calm face. She walked down the stairs like she'd done it every morning of her life. She slid open the front door and looked straight at us. "Oh, you haven't finished changing the battery yet?" she called out, sounding surprised. My heart dropped into my stomach. "The battery's done already," I managed to say. "We're just waiting for your dad to bring the money." She tilted her head, as if thinking, then said, "I'll tell him," and turned around, walking back into the house. The door closed behind her. I just stood there, frozen. Tun inhaled sharply and said, very quietly, but firmly, "Noi, let's go." I blinked at him. "What about the money?" "We'll figure it out later," he said. Then more urgently, "Now, Noi." There was something in his voice that made me obey without another word. I climbed onto the bike, and he started the engine. As we rolled away, curiosity clawed at me. I wanted just one more look, just to see the house, the windows, anything to prove that what I'd seen was real. I turned my head. "Noi, don't look back," Tun snapped. But of course I did. And what I saw still makes my hands shake when I talk about it. The lively street we'd driven into less than an hour ago. Warm lights, faint TV sounds, the smell of cooking was gone. Every house on that stretch looked abandoned. Windows dark, paint peeling, balconies choked with vines, dry brown leaves piled up along the sides of the road. You know how dust looks when it's been collecting for years? Like a dull gray film over everything? It was like that. The house we had just been standing in front of looked empty. Like no one had lived there in a very long time. I whipped my head back around and grabbed onto Tun more tightly. Neither of us said a word the whole ride back. She went quiet for a second, then said, "Noi, that street's been empty for a while now. No one lives there. Didn't you know?" I didn't sleep well that night. Now, you'd think the story ends there, right? But my husband, practical, stubborn Tone, was not about to give away a brand new battery for free. Ghosts or no ghosts. Around 11 a.m., when the sun was higher and the world felt normal again, he said, "Let's go get the battery. I want to see that place one more time. Properly." Honestly, I didn't want to go. But I also didn't want him to go alone. So we rode back. This time, when we reached the entrance of the housing estate, the front gate was closed. There was a big, newly painted sign hanging there. "Do not enter." I swear to you, that sign was not there earlier that morning. The guard from before was nowhere to be seen. Tone stared at the gate for a moment, then looked at me. I could tell what he was thinking. I sighed and said, Just be quick." He pushed the gate open enough for the bike to slip through, and we rode back to the same street. In the late morning sun, there was no way to pretend anymore. The whole place was clearly abandoned. Empty houses, overgrown yards, rusted gates. No sounds, no movement. Just the buzz of insects. When we got to the house, the gate was locked with a heavy chain. The yard inside was wild with weeds and tall grass. The windows were dusty and dark. No lights, no TV, no smell of breakfast, just silence. Tone climbed over the gate while I stayed outside, gripping the bars. He disappeared around the side of the house for a moment. Then I heard him call my name. I stood on my toes, peeking over the gate. There, in the middle of the overgrown grass near the driveway, was our battery box, half buried in green. The flaps were still open. The new battery was back inside, like someone had carefully placed it there. The white sedan we'd worked on earlier, completely gone. Not even tire marks. "But you installed it already," I said, my voice shaking. "I did," Tone replied. "I tightened it myself." He didn't waste another second. He grabbed the battery, hoisted it up, climbed back over the gate, and we left that place without looking back. Later, after asking around more carefully, we heard the rest of the story. There had been a family living in that house years ago, a father, mother, and a little girl. One morning, while driving their daughter to school, they got into a serious accident. None of them survived. Not long after the funeral, neighbors started noticing strange things. Lights turning on in the house at night, the TV flickering, the sound of people talking, of cutlery clinking, of a child laughing. Curtains moving when no one lived there anymore. Some neighbors tried to ignore it, others couldn't. One by one, people on that stretch of road put their houses up for sale. Eventually, the whole area became known as a place people avoided. I had heard rumors, but I never connected them to that particular house. Until that day. So, was the man who came to our shop that morning really alive? Was the girl in the duck pajamas just my imagination? I don't have a clear answer for you. But I remember how Milo's tail wagged when she played with him. I remember the weight of the battery on my legs as we rode into that estate. I remember the smell of garlic from their kitchen, and the way the wife cried when I described the girl I saw. And I remember that when I looked back at that street, it was nothing but dust, dead leaves, and empty houses. I'll tell you this, though. Ever since that day, when I open the shop in the early morning and I hear little footsteps, or feel like someone small is standing just out of sight by the doorway, I always look down first. Just in case there's a girl in blue duck pajamas, waiting to play with Milo again. So, hey, I guess I'll just talk to you like we're sitting together on the couch, because that's honestly the only way I can get through this without shutting down. I've even been to therapy to try to talk about this stuff, about the trauma from these specific events, and nobody has ever really taken me seriously. They nod, they write things down, but I can tell they think it's just anxiety or nightmares or whatever. The only people who've really believed me are my family and my partner, Jonah. We've been together 8 years now, and he's actually had weird things happen around me too. So he doesn't have the luxury of pretending it's all in my head. My first real incident happened when I was a kid. I don't remember exactly how old, but I was definitely in elementary school. I was in the basement, playing on the Wii. Well, actually, it might have been the old PlayStation by then. My memory blurs a bit. And it was early evening, not even dark outside yet. I was alone down there, except for my dog Daisy. All of a sudden, it got noticeably colder. You know that feeling where the hair on your arm stands up before your brain has even caught up? I got goosebumps, and then I felt this immediate, almost physical urge to turn my head to the left. In the doorway that led out to the garage, I saw him. A tall, shadowy man wearing a hat. The hat was almost as tall as the doorway. Honestly, maybe a little taller. And the whole figure was just wrong. Too dark, too big. Like it was taking up more space than it should. I absolutely freaked out. Daisy started growling in the exact same direction at the exact same time, which made it 10 times worse. I scooped her up and sprinted up the stairs, bawling, and told my parents what I saw. The thing is, it wasn't just me. Everyone who spent time in that basement experienced something at some point. Family, friends, even people who were just staying over once. Boxes would shift or slide when nobody was near them. Things would get flung across the room. You'd hear footsteps when you knew you were alone. A few people described seeing the same tall, shadowy man with the hat. Whatever that thing was, it followed us through my entire childhood in that house. It showed itself to me the most. I had a bedroom upstairs, but eventually I couldn't sleep there anymore. At night, I'd hear scratching inside the walls and footsteps going up and down the hallway. Walking past the staircase after dark felt like being in a horror movie. Like at any second, something might reach through the railing and grab you. My younger brother, let's call him Eli, used to sleep upstairs pretty often, but even he started avoiding it. One night, he was in bed, and a knife he kept on his desk flew off and landed in the middle of the floor. No one was near it. After that, he mostly migrated to the living room or my parents' room. There was this constant feeling, both upstairs and in the basement, that you were just unsafe. Like there was a pressure on your chest telling you, you need to leave now. A lot of weird things happened over the years, but I'll jump forward to when I was around 13 or 14. I was going through normal teenage stuff, but also some pretty heavy emotional things I kept completely to myself. One night, around 3 a.m., maybe closer to 2:30 actually, I was drifting off after watching TV. My arm was hanging off the side of the bed. I was in that half-asleep stage when your thoughts start to get fuzzy. And then I felt it. Something cold brushed the back of my hand. Not like a draft or the blanket sliding. It felt like something touched me. At that exact moment, the power in my room cut out. Just my room. Pitch black. I went into full panic mode. I started banging on the wall, screaming for Eli, who was in the room next to mine. He came running, opened my door, and as soon as he stepped in, the lights flicked back on, like nothing had happened. We ended up sleeping in the same bed that night, because I refused to be alone. Eli used to sleep in the living room a lot, because he didn't like being upstairs alone anymore, and he didn't want to sleep with my parents past a certain age. Every once in a while, he'd wake my parents or me up in the middle of the night, terrified. He'd say he saw this goat-like, shadowy figure in the hallway, the one that connected the basement stairs, my parents' room, and the back door. Sometimes he described it more like a twisted, hunched-over animal than a man. My parents saw it too. Not often, but enough that they stopped telling him it was just his imagination. There was also another thing Eli and I both dealt with. He would come into my room some nights and wake me up, shaking my shoulder, saying something really tall had been peeking at him through the crack in his door. He said it would stand there and just stare at him for a while. And then he'd hear footsteps going down the hall toward my room, where they'd suddenly stop. He named it the Peeker, like it was almost a joke, but not really. When he said the name, his eyes never matched the casual way he'd say it. He was genuinely scared. Me and Eli both had a lot of dreams about the house too. Mine were especially violent and surreal. I'd dream about being chased through those same hallways, and in some dreams, something had already killed my entire family and our dogs, and I was the last one left. The feeling I always got in those dreams was that I was the favorite, like I was the main target, the last prey. The dreams usually ended with me being dragged away by something I couldn't see clearly, and then I'd jolt awake, heart racing. My room was always dim, even in the daytime. The closet light never worked, and one of my lamps was half broken, so a couple of bulbs were always out. There were these patches of darkness that somehow felt thicker than they should. More than once, I caught Daisy staring at my open closet, growling, exactly the way she had in the basement that first time, just locked onto something I couldn't see in that pitch-black doorway. When I was younger, I used to sleep with my parents pretty often because I'd wake up choking or gasping, and they didn't want me alone. I remember waking up some nights and seeing what looked like two white silhouettes of children near the doorway or by the bed. I honestly didn't think too much of it at the time. I'd tell my mom like, "Oh, I saw the kids again," almost like it was normal. My aunt, let's call her Aunt Rosa, was really sensitive to this kind of thing. She told my mom that whatever was in the house wanted me specifically. She said I was the most vulnerable, the one who panicked the most, the one whose energy was always high and chaotic. She believed that made me more interesting to whatever was there. She told me, with this absolute certainty, that it was because I was depressed and cried by myself at night. That shook me, because I had never told anyone I was depressed. I was really good at hiding it, actually. Hearing her say that out loud made my blood run cold. She urged my mom to always lock the basement door at night, and to lock all the other doors too, unless we were inviting someone in intentionally. She told us to close our bedroom doors before sleeping and to leave some lights on, because they didn't like the light. She said she knew all this because my great-grandmother, who died before I was born, had told her. that they talked about me often, and that my great-grandmother was trying to protect me. A week before Aunt Rosa passed away, she told us that when she died, she'd watch over us. She said she'd come back as a very specific kind of butterfly to let us know she was around. Years later, after she was gone, that exact type of butterfly showed up. It wasn't even native to our area. It just appeared, and it stayed near our house for a while. And recently, one of her old music boxes, one that hadn't worked in years and wasn't even wound up, started playing softly in my parents' room. No one had touched it. No batteries. Nothing. It just started playing. The final straw that made my parents decide to move was my mom thinking someone had broken into the basement. She kept hearing noises down there, like someone was going through boxes, shuffling things around. One day, while my dad was at work, she put her phone on video, called him, and went downstairs by herself while he stayed on the line. We were all begging her not to go, but she did anyway. When she came back upstairs, she was white as a sheet. There were claw marks on the walls. Boxes that had been neatly stacked were flung everywhere, their contents spilled out all over the floor. Not long before that, she'd seen a glowing orb moving toward the basement door. She actually tried to brush it off as her eyes playing tricks on her, until she saw the basement. We moved out a few months later. During that time, while we were packing, I felt this intense, haunting energy behind me constantly, especially when I was alone in a room. It felt like something was angry I was leaving. Not just sad, angry, malevolent. Like it was hovering too close, trying to cling to me. That feeling still haunts me. Even now, I have nightmares about being back in that house. In the dreams, it feels like I never really left, or like the house itself is trying to lure me back somehow. Aunt Rosa used to tell me I had a gift like hers. She said I could sense things more clearly than other people, and that I was clairvoyant. Every year that passes, I believe her more. I've had too many experiences where I accurately sensed or knew something before it happened, especially when it comes to illness or death in people I love. These days, the activity isn't as extreme as it was in that house, but weird things still creep in. After we moved again, I had a nightmare where something was standing in my doorway, wearing my mother's face. It looked exactly like her, but it wasn't her. The expression was too cold, too empty. It just stared at me. I woke up shaken and couldn't shake that image for days. It burned into my brain. Sometimes, at night, I still hear voices calling my name. Sometimes it sounds like family members who've passed away. Other times it sounds like my parents, except I'll check and they're sound asleep. Or they'll swear they never called me. I try to ignore it now. The anxiety of knowing I can sense these things got so bad that the doctors ended up putting me on pretty strong antidepressants. So now I kind of just choose not to engage with it. As for that house, I don't really know what happened there before we moved in. I know there was at least one suicide, and we lived right next to a cemetery, which feels a little on the nose, I guess. What I do know is that nobody seems able to stay in that house for more than a few months at a time. People move in, and then they're gone. Over and over. I'll never go back there. Even driving through that neighborhood makes my paranoia spike. My chest tightens, my palms sweat, and it feels like something old and dark wakes up. Just a little. Like it remembers me. And the scariest part? Sometimes, in the quiet, I get the feeling that it never really let go. I'm in 7th grade, and my family has just moved into this new-to-us house in this quiet little neighborhood. You know, the kind of place where every mailbox has flowers painted on it, and everybody already knows everyone else's business. We buy the house from this family: mom, dad, daughter, and an older son. During the walkthrough, there's this one bedroom with a bunch of holes punched in the drywall, like actual fist-sized holes. My mom asks the owners to patch everything before closing, and they're like, "Oh yeah, of course, no problem." So, they fix it. We move in. Life goes on. A few months later, it's the start of 8th grade. Instead of the bus, I walk to school because it's just a few blocks away. And on the way, I start talking to this girl who lives 3 houses down. Let's call her Jess. One morning, we're just chatting and she goes, "Wait, you live in the white house with the big oak in the front?" I'm like, "Yeah?" And she just kind of looks at me and goes, "Oh, that was Dylan's house. Now I have no idea who Dylan is. So I ask, 'Who's Dylan?' She explains that the family who lived there before us had a son, older than us, maybe 17 or 18. She says he was really troubled, into drugs, always getting into fights, and the rumor was he died. Some people said overdose, some said it was an accident. Nobody really knew for sure. Jess knew all this because she was best friends with his younger sister, Lily. And I remember just walking the rest of the way to school like, "Okay, cool. Totally normal thing to hear about your new house." I didn't think too much about it, at first. So, in our house, the bedroom that ends up being my room, that was apparently Dylan's old room. And inside my room I had a regular closet, but inside the closet there was this little half-size wooden door that led to the attic crawl space. It was low and narrow, one of those places you have to duck into, with exposed beams and itchy insulation. Very cozy, very, "you'll definitely see a spider the size of your hand" vibes. One Saturday, I decide I'm going to be responsible and declutter. I'm dragging all the stuff I don't want, old school projects, broken toys, random boxes, into that attic space. I'm in there on my knees, pushing a box back, and my hand hits something wooden. I pull it out, and it's this dusty little plaque. On it, in these chunky blue letters, it says, "Dylan's Den." You know that feeling when your stomach just drops? Yeah. I just kind of stare at it for a minute, then shrug it off like, "Haha, okay, weird," and bring it downstairs to show my parents. My mom laughs. My stepdad, Mark, jokes like, "Hey, maybe you've got a roommate now." And I, for some reason, decide to prop this plaque on top of my dresser. Like a genius. Like, "Yes, welcome, ghost boy. Here's your nameplate." That night, nothing happens. I go to bed, no big deal. The next day, school, homework, normal life. Then comes the day after that. It's a Sunday afternoon. My parents are out running errands, my brother's at a friend's, and it's just me and my dog, Milo, this little mutt who usually doesn't have a care in the world. We're on the couch in the living room, watching TV. There's a floor lamp next to us. the kind with that little metal switch you click with your fingers. Out of nowhere, the lamp just turns on. Click, light. I frown, look at it, and before I can even react, click, off. Click, on. Click, off. Like someone is standing right there, playing with the switch. I figure, okay, maybe it's a short or something. I lean over, unplug the lamp from the wall. And that's when I swear to you, the little metal switch starts clicking by itself. Click, 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 click. No power, completely unplugged. And that switch is just flicking up and down on its own. Milo loses it. He jumps off the couch, starts barking at the lamp, hackles up. I grab him. I'm shaking. My heart is pounding, and I bolt upstairs, slam my bedroom door, and lock it. When my parents get home, I tell them everything. They kind of shrug it off. Old house, weird wiring, maybe air pressure. You're watching too many scary movies. All the classic parent lines. But after that, things start to stack up. Over the next couple of months, I start hearing these creaks on the wooden stairs when I'm home alone. At first I'm like, okay, it's an old house, it settles, whatever. But after a while, I notice there's a pattern to it. It's not random creaking, it's steps. Step, 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 pause, step, step, and always when I'm alone. One afternoon, I come home from school. I'm the last one to leave in the morning and the first one back, so the house should be exactly how I left it. I go into my room and I stop dead in the doorway. I used to keep a row of stuffed animals on a shelf above my bed. That morning, they're all lined up, squished together like usual. Now, every single one of them is sitting in the middle of my floor, perfectly arranged in a straight line, all facing the doorway, facing me. The shelf is a good 10 feet away from where they're sitting. No one else is home. My door had been shut. I just stand there in the hallway like, nope, number, absolutely not. I scoop them up, throw them back on the shelf, and convince myself my brother somehow broke in just to mess with me, even though there's no sign of that, and it doesn't really make sense. But you know, your brain will do mental gymnastics to avoid ghost stuff. Then comes my birthday. My friend's mom is super crafty, and she makes me this giant string light curtain as a surprise. Like those aesthetic fairy lights you hang in front of a door. She weaves in ribbons and little paper stars, tapes and hooks everything, secures it so well it's practically part of the house. I decide to hang it in front of the tiny attic door inside my closet. It felt cute at the time. In hindsight, I just decorated the entrance to my personal horror movie. A couple of weeks go by. One night, it's after 2 a.m., dark, quiet, and I wake up abruptly. No sound, no nightmare that I remember, just that feeling like something yanked me out of sleep. I'm lying on my side, facing the wall. My room is mostly dark, except for this faint glow from the street light coming through the blinds. And then I hear it. This soft pop. Pop, pop. Like something tiny is snapping. I roll over just in time to see the entire string light curtain in my closet explode apart. The ribbons break free. The lights drop one by one. And these little paper stars and wires fling out into the room, like someone grabbed it from inside and ripped it toward them. I freeze. I don't scream. I don't move. I just watch as strands of lights fall and scatter across my floor. One of the hooks snaps off and hits the wall near my bed. And behind all that, the tiny attic door is standing open. I shut my eyes, pulled the blanket over my head like I was 5 years old again, and I did not move until I saw sunlight. In the morning, my room looks like a storm hit it. Lights and ribbons everywhere. Little paper stars torn and crumpled. The attic door is still open. I completely lose it. I tell my parents everything. Again. They decide my brother must have done it, but he swears he didn't. And also, my bedroom door had been locked that night. Now I'm really freaked out, but I'm still trying to live my life, go to school, be a normal teenager. Then it's this big religious holiday. My family is Eastern Orthodox, so our services are long and very intense. Chanting in Old Slavic, incense everywhere, candles, icons, holy water. We're standing right up front because my mom likes to be early for everything. The priest starts going down the rows with this branch bundle soaked in holy water, sprinkling everybody, and he's swinging this censer with thick, sweet smoke coming out. As he's getting closer to us, I start feeling weird. Kind of dizzy. Kind of like my chest is tight. I tell my mom, I don't feel good. She whispers, we're almost done. Just hold on. The priest steps in front of our row. He sprinkles my mom, then me, then Mark. The incense smell hits me full on. I look at my stepdad and, without even thinking, I say, I'm sorry. And then everything goes black. I drop. Front row. Packed church. Hard floor. Next thing I know, I'm outside on the church steps, my mom lightly slapping my face, people fanning me, someone pressing a bottle of water into my hand. I'm shaking. I have no idea what just happened, and in my head, there's only one thought. Something in that house does not like this. After that, my mom actually listens to me. I tell her everything again. The lamp, the stairs, the toys, the lights, the attic door. I tell her about Jess and Dylan and the plaque. So we call the priest and ask him to come bless the house. A week or so later, he shows up in his robes, carrying incense, holy water, and a small bottle of oil. Windows open, candles lit. He walks room to room, praying softly in Slavic. He puts a dab of oil above every doorway, tucks tiny paper icons into the frames, sprinkles holy water along the baseboards, lets the incense smoke drift into the corners. When we get to my room, he pauses, just for a second. He doesn't say anything, but he looks at that attic door a little longer than he looks at anything else. Then he makes the sign of the cross, sprinkles extra holy water around the closet, and quietly moves on. After that, everything stops. No more footsteps on the stairs when I'm alone. No more lamps turning on. No more toys moving. No more late-night exploding decorations. Milo goes back to sleeping in my room, totally unbothered. The house feels lighter. Quieter in a good way. Not that heavy silence that hums with, "You're not alone." Life moves on. I grow up. We stay in that house for years, and as far as I know, nothing else happens. And honestly, I kind of forget about the plaque. Dylan's Den. It just sort of disappears from my dresser one day, and I assume someone packed it away or tossed it. Fast forward, like 10 years. I'm visiting my parents, sitting at the kitchen table, and my stepdad comes downstairs from the attic, covered in dust, shaking his head, laughing. He goes, "You are not going to believe what I just found." He holds up this old wooden plaque, all chipped on the edges. Dylan's den. I hadn't seen it in years. I honestly thought I'd lost it or accidentally broken it and blocked it out. Mark says, "It was wedged behind a beam up there, like someone slid it in and forgot about it. I never put it up there. Nobody remembers moving it. It just migrated back into the attic on its own." We just kind of look at each other and laugh it off, like, "Ha ha, guess Dylan wanted his sign back." But in the back of my head, I'm thinking, maybe that blessing worked. Maybe he finally got whatever peace he needed. Maybe the house isn't his anymore. And maybe, just maybe, the attic door staying closed all these years is his way of saying, "We're good now." You know, every time I tell this story, I still get goosebumps. I heard it from a senior of mine back in college. Let's call her Mai. She used to work as a babysitter in Bangkok during the Asian financial crisis, around 1998. Her family's small garment shop had gone under almost overnight, so she was desperate for any job she could find. That's how she ended up working for this well-off Malaysian family, living in a quiet seaside neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. Just 3 of them in the house: the mom, the dad, and their little girl, a 3-year-old named Aaliyah. Aaliyah, from the first day, was this tiny, clingy kid, super attached to her mom, always jumpy at small sounds, scared of strangers. But the house itself, honestly, Mai said it felt normal, calm even. 2 floors, lots of windows, a view of the water. She'd go in the morning, play with Aaliyah, feed her, clean up a bit, then clock out around 5 in the afternoon. Routine, quiet, nothing strange. For about a month. One day, the mom told Mai, "I'll be home late today. Can you stay a bit longer?" Extra pay, of course. And since Mai needed the money, she said yes right away. That evening, as the sun was going down, Aaliyah started getting really cranky. Whiny, clingy, just not herself. Mai assumes she was hungry or sleepy, so she went to the kitchen to warm some milk. She's there stirring the pot, half tired, half zoning out, when suddenly, Aaliyah screams, like full-on terrified scream. Mai drops everything and runs back to the living room, and Aaliyah is gone. Now, imagine that. You're responsible for someone else's child, and she disappears in the span of a minute. Mai said her heart just dropped, but she tried to stay logical. Aaliyah's only 3. She can't have gone far. So Mai starts searching the ground floor, calling her name, checking under tables, in the bathroom, everywhere. And then she hears it. Soft giggling from upstairs. She said it was that kind of giggle that kids do when they're playing with someone they really like. Except There was no one else in the house. Mai runs up the stairs, follows the sound, and it leads her to the master bedroom. The door is slightly open. She pushes it gently, and there, on the bed, is Aaliyah, sitting cross-legged, laughing, and poking at a doll. Mai feels this wave of relief. She's just glad the kid is okay. But as she walks closer, something about the doll hits her as wrong. It's about the size of a Barbie, but it doesn't look like any doll you'd see in a toy store. The skin looks too real. The hair is long and dark, like actual human hair. And then she notices the doll has fingernails and toenails. Not painted on plastic ones, actual little nails protruding out of its tiny fingers and toes. And when the light hits its face, she sees sharp, tiny fangs in its mouth. Mai told me, the moment I saw that thing, my stomach turned. It didn't feel like a toy. It felt like something that was watching. But at that moment, the doll was the least of her worries. She just wanted Aaliyah away from it. So she reaches out to pick Aaliyah up, and the kid suddenly screams. Blood starts dripping from one of Aaliyah's fingers. She's wailing now, holding her hand, and Mai is panicking, trying to see where the cut is, trying to calm her down. To make things worse, the house phone rings. It's the mom. She hears Aaliyah crying in the background and immediately asks, "What happened? What's wrong?" Mai, still in shock, can only say, "She's bleeding. Her finger is bleeding." The parents rush home soon after. Mai explains everything that happened and hands the doll over to the mom, thinking maybe it belongs to them. She goes pale, then furious. She turns to her husband and starts yelling at him. He snaps back, and suddenly they're both shouting at each other in a mix of Malay and Indonesian that Mai can't fully follow. She can tell one thing, though. Whatever that doll is, the mom did not want it near her daughter. Later, Mai would realize that night was when the hauntings really began. After that, the atmosphere in the house changed. Mai said she never felt alone, even when it was just her and Aaliyah. She'd be playing with the kid on the floor and feel this pressure, like someone was standing behind her, watching. Sometimes, out of the corner of her eye, she'd see a tall, shadowy figure at the end of the hallway. But when she turned to look directly, nothing was there. In the kitchen, while washing dishes, she'd hear faint whispers, soft, rhythmic, like someone reciting prayers in a language she didn't understand. There were no phones on, no radio, no TV. Just her and a 3-year-old. But the voices kept coming and going. This went on for months. By the 5th or 6th month, Mai had had enough. She needed the money, but she was worn down, exhausted from being scared all the time. She finally opened up to a close friend about it and told her, "I'm going to quit. I can't do this anymore." Her friend, trying to be supportive, said, "Okay, let me come over once. I'll keep you company, then you decide." A few days later, on a day when both parents were supposed to be out, Mai's friend came by. Mai opened the gate and greeted her, all relieved to finally have someone there with her. The first thing her friend says is, "Oh, I thought you said no one was home." Mai frowns. "Yeah, they're not. Just me and Aaliyah." Her friend looks up at the house, confused, and asks, "Then, who's that woman on the second floor?" "The one with long hair, standing near the window." Mai turns around immediately. The window is empty. She tells her friend to stop joking. It's not funny. Then she pulls her inside the house. As soon as her friend steps in, she covers her nose and winces. "What's that smell? It's like something dead." Mai smells nothing. To her, the house is just the same as always. No weird odor, nothing. She laughs it off nervously and says, "Seriously, I don't smell anything. Come sit in the living room. I'll get you something to snack on." So Mai goes to the kitchen for a few minutes, and then she hears a scream. Not from Aaliyah, from her friend. She drops what she's doing and runs to the living room, just in time to see her friend bolting straight out the front door and through the gate, like she's running for her life. Mai chases after her, shouting, "What happened? What's wrong?" Her friend, shaking and out of breath, yells into the phone when Mai calls her. "That woman I saw upstairs, she came down. She was naked, and she tried to stab me." Mai thinks she's lost it. "What are you talking about? I told you, no one is here." Her friend insists, voice cracking, "I'm not making this up. She ran at me, Mai. Hair down to her waist, eyes wide, like she wanted to kill me." After that, Mai said, it stopped being just weird or uncomfortable. It became terrifying. But still, she kept quiet. Who could she tell? Who would believe her? She tried to keep going, pretending everything was normal, until the incident that finally made her walk away. It was an ordinary afternoon. The mom was out, and Mai was doing her usual babysitting with Aaliyah. The dad, who was usually more like a ghost than any actual spirit, always working, barely talking to his daughter, was home that day. But that day, out of nowhere, he picks up Aaliyah and carries her upstairs. Mai finds it strange, but she doesn't say anything. She's in the living room tidying up when suddenly she hears Aaliyah scream again. This time, it's different. Louder. More desperate. Mai runs upstairs and finds Aaliyah standing there, both hands covered in blood. Not just one little cut on a finger, both hands, palms and fingers, bleeding. Drops of blood on the floorboards. The dad is standing a few steps away, just staring at his daughter. Not rushing to help, not comforting her, just watching. Mai rushes in, grabs Aaliyah, and tries to stop the bleeding. She's shaking, trying to figure out what happened, what cut her this badly. She calls the mom immediately. When the mom gets home, she and the dad go into their room to talk, and Mai overhears bits of it. The dad says it was an accident, that Aaliyah was playing with a knife and hurt herself. The mom doesn't buy it. You can hear it in her voice, the disbelief, the anger. They start arguing again, and Mai realizes something. Whatever is wrong in this house, it's not just the haunted part. It's the people. That night, she tells the mom she wants to quit. The mom breaks down crying. She begs Mai to listen to her first, says she needs to tell someone what's really going on, because she can't talk to anyone else. The family has a reputation. Her husband is a respected businessman, and no one would understand. So, she confides in Mai. She tells her that her husband is deeply involved in black magic and witchcraft. Not just a bit superstitious, Full-on rituals, amulets, offerings. And that strange doll Mai saw? It's called a jenglot. The mom explains that people believe a jenglot has a spirit or ghost bound to it. It's treated like a charm or an amulet, supposedly bringing power, protection, or success. But it doesn't come for free. To take care of a jenglot, you have to feed it blood. And the bigger your wish, the bigger the sacrifice. Her husband, she says, believes that the purer the blood, the more powerful the result. Children's blood, especially from his own child, he sees as the ultimate offering for his business deals and ambitions. Mai feels sick hearing this. Suddenly, so many things click into place. Aaliyah's constant fear, the way she only truly relaxed around her mom. The random injuries, always brushed off as accidents. Her friends seeing the woman with long hair, reeking of decay, charging at her. The whispers, the shadows. The mom says she found out about the jenglot and the rituals long ago, but she's trapped by culture, by family pressure, by fear of what her husband might do if she exposed him. She stays for her daughter, hoping she can protect her at least a little. Mai listens, heart pounding, hands cold, and that's when she makes her decision. She hugs the mom, apologizes, and tells her she really, truly cannot stay any longer. The spirits, the blood, the lies. It's too much. She says goodbye to Aaliyah, who clings to her one last time, confused but strangely quiet. Mai walks out of that house and never goes back. When she finished telling me this story, she went silent for a while. Then she said, "I still think about that little girl. I wonder if she's okay. I wonder if she ever got away from all that." And honestly, same. Because at the end of the day, all the ghosts and creepy dolls and black magic aside, the scariest part of this story isn't the jenglot. It's a father who could hurt his own child and call it sacrifice. She was only 3. Some people should never be allowed to have that kind of power over a helpless kid. Paranormal M unlocks the secrets of the supernatural. From cursed relics to haunted places, we explore them all. Subscribe now. The shadows won't wait. All right. Let me tell you a story I heard that still gives me chills when I think about it. So, do you believe in life after death? In spirits that kind of overlap with our world, like 2 TV channels playing at the same time. You can't always see the other one, but sometimes the signal crosses. This story came from a car battery shop owner in Pathum Thani, Thailand. And unlike most ghost stories that happen at 3 a.m. in the dark, this one took place in bright, normal, weekday morning sunlight. The shop owner's name is Noon. She runs a little battery shop with her husband, Art. Their place is one of those local shops where everyone in the area knows, yeah, you can just show up early. They'll already be awake. That day, around 7 a.m., the shutters weren't fully open yet, but Noon and Art were already moving things around, getting ready. As they're sweeping and setting up, a car slowly pulls up to the front. Noon recognizes it right away. Regular customer. Same stickers on the back window, same slight dent on the bumper. The driver, a middle-aged uncle type, gets out and walks over to Art. "Art, can you help me change the battery on another car at my house? This one's fine, but the other one won't start." They chat a bit, just normal talk. While they're talking, the back door of the car opens. Out steps this little girl, around 8 or 9, wearing bright yellow pajamas with big cartoon ducks all over them. Her hair is in slightly messy pigtails, and she's got that just woke up face. She walks straight past everyone and goes to play with Noon's golden retriever, Lucky, who's tied near the front of the shop. Lucky is usually picky about strangers, but with this girl, he's wagging his tail like crazy, licking her hands, rolling over for belly rubs. Noon looks at them and smiles. She calls out, "Nong khao mai len khang nai mai? Yo ron na loop." "Sweetie, wanna come play inside? It'll get hot out here." The girl just smiles shyly and says, "Mai pen rai kha. Nu yu trong ni dai." "It's okay. I can stay here." A few minutes later, the dad finishes talking to Art and says, "Okay, follow me to my house in like 10 minutes, all right? I'll go send my daughter to school first." He closes the door, and the little girl hops back into the car with him. The car pulls away like normal. So Noon sits on the back of their motorbike, holding a brand new battery on her lap, while Art drives. It's not far, about 5 minutes away. They ride into this older, gated community. Nothing fancy, just an older neighborhood where the security guard is half asleep. You know the type. The front gate is already open, no checking IDs or anything, so they just drive in. They find the house easily. 2-story place, white walls, bit faded but still clearly lived in. When they pull up, the gate is open. The lights inside are on. They can hear a TV running from the living room. From the kitchen, there's the sound of pans clinking and someone cooking. They even catch the smell of fried eggs and garlic. Classic Thai breakfast vibes. Everything feels completely normal. Lively, even. The customer walks out of the front door, same guy from earlier, and greets them like nothing strange has ever happened in his life. He leads them to a white sedan parked in the driveway and asks Art to replace the battery. While Art is working, Noon stands nearby, just making small talk with the owner, like locals do. She says, "Your daughter is really cute. Those duck pajamas are adorable." He pauses. "My daughter?" Noon nods. "Yeah, the girl who played with my dog this morning. She came out of your car." He frowns a bit and says, "I went to your shop alone." Now Noon is the one looking confused. "No, she was with you. Fair skin, around 8 or 9 years old, wearing yellow duck pajamas, long hair, pigtails." The man goes quiet for a moment. Then he calls his wife out from inside and asks Noon to tell her what she saw. The wife listens, and as Noon describes the girl's face and height, the woman suddenly starts tearing up. Then she just breaks down crying. Through her sobs, she says she had a miscarriage about 8 years ago. They always imagined that if the baby had lived, she'd be around that age by now. In Thai belief, Noon explains, when someone dies before their destined time, their spirit doesn't cross over right away. It stays in our world and continues to age year by year, like it's still living the life it was supposed to have. Only when it reaches the age it was meant to live can it finally move on. So in that moment, the mom is convinced. The girl Noon saw might have been the child she never got to meet. Now, Art hears all this but doesn't really believe it. He's more focused on the battery, tightening screws and checking the terminals. The dad, maybe trying to prove that there's a logical explanation, calls his actual daughter downstairs. Luke, loma noid mai? Sweetie, can you come down for a second? A girl comes down the stairs, maybe 6 years old, darker skin from playing sports, short hair, wearing a school uniform. She looks nothing like the girl Noon saw. At this point, Noon is just confused. Did she imagine everything? Art finishes installing the battery. The owner tells them, "Wait here. I'll go inside and get the money." So they wait. 5 minutes pass. Then 10. Then 15. Noon starts feeling uneasy. The TV is still on. They can still hear faint sounds inside the house, but no one comes out. She and Art keep exchanging glances like, what's taking so long? And then Noon sees it. From where she's standing, she can see the bottom part of the staircase through the open door. Slowly, she notices a small pair of feet coming down each step. Bare feet. As the figure comes into view, she sees yellow duck pajamas. It's the same girl from the shop. The little girl steps into the doorway, looks straight at them, and cheerfully calls out, "Ow, young Mwisset Igluk, huh?" "Oh, you haven't finished changing the battery yet?" Noon, stunned, manages to answer, "Riep roi loka, ra kun pa ongun mahai." "We're done already, just waiting for your dad to bring the money." The girl nods. "Dionu be bok pa hai naka." "I'll go tell my dad." Then she turns around and walks back inside. Noon and Art just stand there, frozen. Art suddenly says, very firmly, "Bye, glap ran kan lui." "Let's go. We're going back to the shop." Noon starts to protest. "But the money." "Bai don ni lui." Now. There's something in his voice that makes her listen. She climbs back onto the bike. As they pull out of the driveway, Noon, still confused, instinctively turns her head to look back. Art snaps, louder this time. "Ya han bei mong." Don't look back. But you know how it is. When someone tells you not to look, you want to look even more. So she does. And what she sees nearly makes her lose her grip on the battery. The lively neighborhood from earlier is gone. The house they were just at, the open gate, the warm lights, the sound of TV, the smell of breakfast, replaced by a locked, rusting gate, windows coated in thick dust, dead leaves piled up in corners, vines crawling up the walls of every house. The entire street looks like it's been abandoned for years. No lights, no sound, no people. Just an empty, forgotten street. They ride back to the shop in silence. As soon as they arrive, Noon calls one of her close friends who knows that area well. She asks, "Hey, what's going on with that old gated neighborhood near? We were just there." Her friend responds, "That place? That street's been empty for a long time already. No one lives there anymore. Why?" That night, Noon and Art talk about it over and over again. Art, being practical, says one thing though. Ghost or not, I'm not giving away a brand new battery. When they return to the entrance of the neighborhood, the main gate is now closed, and there's a big sign hanging there. Ham Khao, "Do not enter." That sign definitely wasn't there in the morning. They look at each other. Art shrugs, the way Thai uncles do when they've already decided. He squeezes the motorbike through a side gap and drives in anyway. They ride slowly down the same street. In daylight, it's even clearer. The whole area is abandoned. Houses are dusty, gardens overgrown. No curtains, no movement, no signs of life. When they reach the same house, the gate is locked with a chain. The driveway is covered in weeds. There's no white sedan, no sound, no TV, just silence. Art climbs over the gate while Noon waits outside, peeking through the bars. A minute later, he calls out, "Noon, look over there." She stands on her tiptoes and sees it. Lying on the ground near where the car used to be, half buried in tall grass, is a battery box. In it is the same new battery she'd been holding earlier. Art swears he installed that battery into the white car that morning. But now, the car is gone, and the battery is back on the ground like it was never used. He grabs it, climbs back over, and they head home without saying much. Later, after asking around even more, they learn the full story. There used to be a family in that house. A mom, dad, and a young daughter. One morning, on the way to take their daughter to school, they were in a car accident. All three of them died. Not long after, neighbors started reporting strange things. Lights turning on by themselves. TV sounds at odd hours. The faint noise of people talking or cooking. Like the family was still there, living out their usual routine. One by one, the people living nearby got scared and moved away. Houses went up for sale. Eventually, that whole stretch of the neighborhood was abandoned. Somewhere in that timeline, whether before the accident or after, the father had brought a car to Noon and Art's shop to change a battery. And now, it's like he came back for another one. So was that customer in the morning really human? Was that little girl really the child that never got to be born? Were they somehow stuck in a loop, still doing everyday things like sending kids to school and changing car batteries? Noon told me, "I don't think they even know they're dead. It's like they're just continuing." And then she laughed a little and said, "Well, at least we know one thing. If even ghosts come back for a battery change, our shop service must be really good." All right, so this is my parents' story, not mine, but I've heard it so many times it feels like I was there. Right after my parents, Lena and Marco, got married, they were just trying to start a simple life together. They weren't looking for anything fancy, just a place they could afford while my mom finished her teaching program and my dad worked at the factory. They found this little rental house on the edge of town. 3 rooms if you counted the tiny office, 1 bathroom, old wood floors that creaked in all the wrong places. It was close to my dad's job and cheap, so they took it. For about a month, everything was normal. Small, a little drafty, but normal. Then my dad's grandmother, my great-grandma Ruth, brought over a gift. She'd found this old, wind-up clown music box at a thrift store. You know the kind. Porcelain face, painted smile, little ruffled collar. When you wound it up, the clown turned slowly in a circle and played this tinny lullaby that sounded like it came straight out of a horror movie. My mom has always hated clowns, like close her eyes during circus commercials kind of hate. She thought it was super creepy, but she didn't want to hurt Ruth's feelings. So she thanked her, smiled, and set the clown up on a shelf in the kitchen, next to the salt and pepper shakers. For a few days, it just sat there. Then one afternoon, my mom walked past it, and it just started playing on its own. No one had touched it. She hadn't bumped the shelf. The key wasn't wound. It just started turning and playing that little song. She tried to shrug it off. It's old. Maybe it's loose. Whatever. But it kept happening. She'd be washing dishes, and it would start spinning behind her. She'd walk into the kitchen at night to get water, and it would suddenly play one slow, warped lap of the tune. Sometimes she'd wake up at 3 a.m. and hear that faint melody drifting down the hallway from the kitchen. Finally, she'd had enough. One day while my dad was at work, she took the clown down, wrapped it in a grocery bag, marched it out to the outdoor garbage bin, tossed it in, and slammed the lid. She actually apologized out loud to Great-Grandma Ruth, and then told herself that was that. A few days later, after trash day had already come and gone, she went into the kitchen to make coffee. And there it was. The clown was sitting back on the same shelf, in the exact same spot, like it had never left. She said her whole body went cold. She called my dad's mom, my grandma Elena, and asked her to come over. When Elena arrived, my mom pointed straight at the shelf and said, "Please tell me you put that there." Elena shook her head no, walked over, and picked it up. The second she lifted it, the clown's head started spinning around rapidly, but the body didn't move. No music, just the head turning, faster and faster, like it was on a separate motor. My grandma is very religious. She froze for a second, then clutched it by the base, started praying out loud, and told my mom, "I'm getting this out of here." She drove it straight to the dump herself and threw it into one of the big industrial containers. They never saw it again. But after that, the whole house felt wrong, like something had been stirred up. Not long after, my mom was outside alone, unloading groceries from the car. It was late afternoon, almost sunset, that weird golden light. As she closed the trunk, she noticed a man standing by the big oak tree at the edge of the yard. He was tall, really tall, in this long dark coat and an old-fashioned black hat, like the kind you'd see in old photos. He was just standing there, about 10 or 15 feet away, staring straight at her. She said his face wasn't exactly in shadow, but she couldn't make out his expression. It was like her eyes just wouldn't focus on it. She didn't look back. She bolted for the front door, fumbled with her keys, threw herself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. When she finally got the nerve to peek through the front window, he was gone. She told my dad when he got home. He tried to calm her down. He told her it was probably just some creep cutting through the neighborhood, maybe high, maybe drunk. "He's not coming back," he said. "Just some weirdo." She wanted to believe him. A little while later, her niece and nephew, Nora and Eli, came to stay the night. My dad was out night fishing with a friend, so it was just my mom and the kids. In the middle of the night, maybe around 2, they came running into her room, sobbing. Nora was shaking, and Eli kept saying, "Make him go away, Aunt Lena. Make him go away." My mom sat them down, tried to calm them, and asked what happened. They both said the same thing. A tall man wearing a black hat had been standing at the foot of the bed, just watching them. He didn't move. He didn't speak. And then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. That wasn't the last time either. Every time they came over and stayed the night, they said they saw him again, standing in the hallway, in the doorway, next to the window. Eventually, they refused to sleep over at all. After that, things escalated. One evening, while my dad was out fishing again, my mom was in the living room when she heard this violent crashing sound coming from the spare room, the one where they kept the pool table and a desk. She said it sounded like all the furniture in that room was being slammed into the walls, over and over. The kind of sound where you feel it in your chest. She froze for a moment, then grabbed the phone and called her mom, my Nana. Nana told her, "Get out of the house, right now. Take your keys and go sit in the car. Call Marco and tell him to come home." So that's what she did. She waited outside, shaking, watching the house, listening as the crashing went on, and then suddenly stopped. When my dad got home, he went straight inside with my mom behind him. They opened the door to the spare room. Everything was exactly where it had been. The pool cues were neatly racked. The chairs were lined up under the window. The desk chair was pushed in. Nothing was broken. Nothing was even slightly moved. After that night, my mom refused to stay in the house alone. If my dad was working late or fishing, she'd pack a bag and go to Nana's until he was back. She just didn't feel safe there, even in the daytime. But avoiding the house didn't stop what was happening. Not long after, this old woman started showing up. She'd appear in their front yard at night, always under the same big oak tree. My mom described her as small and hunched, with gray hair that looked like it hadn't been brushed in a long time. Her clothes were layered and dirty, and she would just stand there, sometimes rocking slightly, sometimes wringing her hands, mumbling to herself in a voice too low to understand. She came back again and again, several times a week. She never came up to the door. She just stood under that tree, mumbling into the dark. By around the 10th time, my dad snapped. One night he saw her out there and said, "That's it." He went outside and yelled, "Hey, you need to get off our property." She didn't react at first, just kept mumbling. Then she slowly lifted her head and looked at him. He said the way she looked at him made every hair on his body stand up. In this hoarse whisper, she said, "You can't take all of us away." That's all. Just that. He told her to leave or he'd call the police. She eventually turned and shuffled off down the road. They never saw her again, but that sentence stayed with both of them. You can't take all of us away. Like there was more than one, whatever it was, in that place. So they called one of the owners of the house to come check the wiring. The place had belonged to two brothers who'd inherited it after their father died there. One of the brothers agreed to come over and take a look. My mom didn't want to be alone with him, especially with everything going on, so she asked my Nana to stay with her that day. Nana knew the whole story by then. The clown, the man in the hat, the crashing, the woman under the tree. She showed up with a small bag, and quietly went around hanging crosses on the walls. One in the hallway, one above the couch, one in the kitchen, and a small one right above the front door. A little while later, the brother pulled up. My mom opened the door and stepped aside, saying, "Come on in." He put one foot across the threshold, just one, and then suddenly jerked it back like he'd stepped onto something hot. His face went pale. He glanced quickly around the doorway, eyes flicking up to the cross over the door, then back at the inside of the house. He cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I'm gonna have someone else come take a look. I can't do it today." And he left. Just like that. Didn't even step properly inside. Later on, a neighbor filled them in on something they didn't know. The brother's father had been a tall, mean man who always wore a black hat. Everyone on the street had been afraid of him. He died in that house. That clicked a lot of things into place for my parents. By that point, they were done. My dad picked up 2 extra side jobs. My mom cut every expense she could. They were determined to get out of that house as soon as they possibly could. Little by little, they saved enough to move. And here's the strange part. Once they left, everything stopped. No more footsteps. No more clown music. No more man in the hat. No old woman muttering under the tree. Their new place felt normal, quiet, peaceful. Almost too quiet at first, but in a good way. About a year later, they were living across the street from my dad's parents. Life was finally calm. One night they were driving home from dinner and decided to take a shortcut through a part of town they didn't usually go through anymore. The car suddenly sputtered and died in the middle of the road. My dad swore under his breath, put the hazards on, and they both got out to see what was wrong. When they looked around, trying to get their bearings, my mom realized where they were. They had broken down right in front of their old rental house. Same broken shutter on the window, same leaning mailbox, same oak tree in the yard. The house looked darker somehow. Not abandoned exactly, but empty. Like it was holding its breath. My dad didn't waste any time. He got back in, did a quick jump start with the portable pack he kept in the trunk, and the car turned over like nothing had ever been wrong. As soon as it started, he drove away. They didn't even look back. That was about 25 years ago. No one in my family has had anything truly strange happen since then. The old house isn't listed anywhere now. We don't know if anyone lives there, if it's rented out quietly, or if it's just slowly falling apart behind overgrown bushes. I've never driven by it. I don't plan to. My parents still tell this story sometimes, usually when the power flickers or someone mentions haunted houses. They always end it the same way, with this weird mix of gratitude and fear. Grateful that whatever was there stayed there, and afraid of whoever decided to move in after them. So, this is a story I don't tell often. It still makes my skin crawl a little, but I've reached a point where I can talk about it without shaking. This was about 6 years ago, when I was in my mid-20s. I was a very tired mom with 2 little ones. My son, Milo, who was 3, and my daughter, Aria, who had just turned 2. Aria is autistic, and even back then, she had some really intense behaviors. Meltdowns, self-harming, ripping up anything she could get her hands on, refusing clothes, lining up toys for hours. On top of that, my body was quietly starting an autoimmune war I didn't know about yet. I just knew I was exhausted all the time and everything hurt. I was also going through a divorce. My ex, Daniel, was still around a lot because as much as we couldn't stand each other, I really needed the help with the kids. So he was in and out constantly. We argued almost every day. It was not a peaceful home. We were living in this cheap, big apartment just outside of Dallas, in a rough neighborhood. I'd always been a hardcore atheist, like aggressively logical, very, everything has a scientific explanation, and if it doesn't, we just haven't found it yet. But the very first time I walked into that apartment, I got this feeling. You know when your stomach drops for no reason? It was like that. And it was coming from this tiny utility closet at the end of the hallway, where the water heater was. I opened the door, looked in, nothing. Just pipes, dust, and a water heater. Still, the air felt heavy, dark. I shrugged it off because, again, science. I told myself I was just being dramatic and we moved in. Months went by. Lots of stress, lots of yelling between Daniel and me, lots of sleepless nights with the kids. Nothing paranormal happened at first, just normal chaos. First incident. One night, after I finally got both kids to sleep, I went to take a shower. We had 2 bathrooms. One worked, one didn't really. I was in the working one, started my shower, and realized I'd left my shampoo in the other bathroom. Now, the way the apartment was laid out, there were 2 bedrooms, each with a door that connected through the hallway. And then there was this little Jack and Jill type setup between one bedroom and the second, non-working bathroom. There was also a door between the bedrooms that I never closed. Ever. I was super paranoid about the kids. I liked to be able to hear everything. So I had this hard rule with myself. Don't lock doors. Don't close anything that would keep me from hearing them. So I step out of the shower, grab a towel, and head to the other bathroom to grab the shampoo. To get there, I go to that door between the 2 bedrooms, the one that is always open. And it's locked, from the inside. I remember just standing there dripping, staring at the doorknob thinking, that has to be wrong. I don't lock this door. I literally never lock this door. The kids were both asleep in their rooms. The front door was deadbolted, and Daniel wasn't there. It was just me. I checked the hallway entrance to the second bathroom, locked too. My heart started pounding. I grabbed one of Daniel's old bowling trophies from the dresser, like I was actually going to go bash in a door and fight some intruder naked in a towel. Not my smartest imagined plan, but I was terrified. I checked the whole apartment. Front door still locked from the inside. Windows latched. Kids sound asleep, untouched. Nothing out of place. Eventually, I managed to unlock the door from my side. I honestly don't remember how. It's a blur. And when I opened it, the other bathroom was just normal. Dark. Quiet. Empty. No signs of anybody having been there. The scratching. Back in the shower, I'm finally trying to calm down, and suddenly, I feel something scratching the backs of my thighs. Like cartoon scratching. Rapid, light, but sharp. Like when a cat runs past you with its claws out, but there was nothing in there with me. I froze, and it kept going, up and down the backs of my legs. I jumped out of the shower, looked down, and there were red scratch marks on my skin. Not deep, but very clearly there. I grabbed my phone, took pictures from a million angles, and sent them to my friend Jess, with something like, "Okay, either my shower is haunted or I'm losing it." Jess replied, totally casual, "Maybe it's like poltergeist energy, built up negative vibes or whatever." I remember rolling my eyes, even though my heart was pounding. I typed back, "Sure, or maybe my shower tiles are secretly knives." But those scratches were real. After a few weeks, when nothing else happened, I kind of stuffed it down, decided it didn't matter. The matching scratches. Then it escalated. One morning I woke up and had this long scratch going down my left forearm. It was just one line, but it went from my wrist almost to my elbow, like something had dragged a single claw all the way down. I checked the bed, the wall, the headboard. Nothing sharp. I didn't sleep with jewelry. There was no reason for it. Later that day, Daniel came over. We were on the tiny balcony, him leaning halfway inside the living room because the sliding door was cracked open and the kids were playing behind us. He's smoking, we're talking, probably arguing about something stupid, and suddenly he jerks his arm back and goes, "Ow, what the hell?" He holds out his forearm, and I swear to you, it has the same kind of scratch. Same arm, same direction, same weird, shallow but angry look. It was like mine had been photocopied onto his skin. I showed him my arm and was like, "Do you see this? Do you see how they match?" He shrugged it off, told me we probably brushed against something. "You're overthinking it," he said. "You're stressed." I tried to let it go. We went inside. I made dinner. We wrangled the kids to the table. At one point, my 2-year-old Aria pulled off her little t-shirt because she hated wearing clothes, as usual. And right down the center of her back was a single, long scratch. Same look, same feel. One clean line, top to bottom. My stomach dropped. I felt cold all over. It wasn't just me anymore. It wasn't just my imagination or my stress. I didn't say anything to her. I didn't want to scare her. But I looked at Daniel like, "Do you see this now?" And he still tried to brush it off. That night, I did not sleep. The handprint. A little while later, I was on the phone with my older sister, Lena. She's religious, very gentle about it, but she believes in angels and demons and all that. I, at the time, did not. I told her about the door, the scratches, how my nerves were shot. She was quiet for a bit and then she said, "I really think something's in that apartment. You should pray." I rolled my eyes, even though she couldn't see me. "Lena, come on. There has to be some logical explanation." I was standing in the living room, near the big window that looked out over the parking lot. We had these long white curtains that touched the floor. The AC was off, no fans on, no drafts. It was one of those heavy, still nights. As I'm saying, there's probably a scientific reason. I see the curtain in front of me move. Not a ripple, not a breeze. A clear handprint, fingers and palm, pushes outward from the inside of the curtain. Like someone standing behind it pressed their hand against the fabric and slowly dragged it down. My sister is on the phone, going, "Hello? Hello? Are you still there?" And I'm just staring at this curtain that is now completely still, like nothing had happened. Finally, I whispered, "Lena, something just pushed the curtain." She didn't even hesitate. "You need to pray, right now. Just say whatever comes to your mind and ask it to leave. Ask God to protect you and the kids." And listen, my little atheist self prayed harder in that moment than I ever had in my entire life. It wasn't pretty or poetic. It was more like, "Please, whoever, whatever, just make this stop. Don't touch my kids. Don't touch us. Just leave." I hung up and called Jess again. She came over with incense and a lighter and said, "Okay, we're cleansing this place." We walked through every room, burning incense, speaking out loud, saying things like, "You are not welcome here. This is our home. You have to leave." I felt ridiculous and terrified at the same time. But after that night, things got quiet. For about 2 months, nothing happened. The fork and the water. Eventually, I started to relax. I even let Daniel stop crashing on the couch every night. The kids would go stay with his mom sometimes, which gave me a little break. One day, he took both kids to his mom's house, and I had the apartment to myself for the first time in a long while. It was peaceful. Sun coming through the windows, TV off, just normal silence. I remember thinking, maybe whatever it was is gone. Maybe the incense and all that worked. Later that afternoon, Daniel called to say he was on his way back with the kids, about 10 minutes out. We talked briefly, hung up. I was standing by the half wall that separated the kitchen from the living room, the kind you can see over while you cook. On the counter next to me was a fork from lunch. As soon as I put my phone down, that fork shot straight up into the air. I'm talking almost to the ceiling, in this smooth, impossible arc, and then it clattered back down onto the counter. I just stared at it. I didn't even scream. My brain was like, no, nope, absolutely not. Then I grabbed my keys and ran out the front door. I called Daniel back, totally hysterical, trying to explain through tears, and he was doing his usual, "You're freaking yourself out, it's stress. Calm down, I'm almost there." So I sat on the stairs outside, waiting. When he got there, I was still shaking, still begging him, "Please, just listen to me. Something is wrong with that apartment." We went back inside together. He's rolling his eyes, trying to make jokes, and then we both hear this sound, this sharp, meaty pop, like when you smack your fist into your palm. He suddenly winces and grabs his forehead. "Ow, what the?" When he pulls his hand away, there's a red mark forming, like he'd just been smacked right in the middle of his forehead by an invisible hand. He looks at me, and for the first time, I see real fear in his face. And then, as if that wasn't enough, we hear water. Not a drip, a pouring sound. We walk around the corner toward the kitchen, and water is coming out from the bottom of a completely random wall. Not the sink, not the dishwasher, just the wall. Like the wall itself had sprung a leak. It was pooling onto the floor, spreading across the tiles. We just stared at it for a second, and then I said, "Nope, get the kids, we're leaving." We grabbed the kids, grabbed our bags, and ran out like the building was on fire. Drove around for about half an hour because neither of us wanted to go back. When we finally did go back, the floor where the water had been, bone dry. No dampness, no puddle, nothing. Leaving for good. We did it. We put salt across the thresholds, in the window tracks, in a line by that creepy utility closet. We spoke out loud again, telling whatever it was that it wasn't allowed there, that it had to go. And it did feel calmer. Nothing dramatic happened after that. But we couldn't relax in that place anymore. The kids were restless, I was on edge, and even Daniel, the king of "you're overreacting," didn't argue when I said, "We're breaking the lease." So we did. We broke the lease early, paid the fee, and got out. I went into that apartment as a smug atheist who thought ghosts and demons were just stories people told themselves when they couldn't explain things. I still don't know exactly what was in there. I don't know if it was a spirit, or some weird, concentrated bad energy, or something else entirely. But I know this. Doors I never locked were locking. Scratches appeared on all three of us in the same way. A handprint pushed through a curtain. A fork flew. Water came out of a wall and then vanished. And whether it fits into any neat belief system or not, that apartment absolutely changed the way I see the world. So, picture this. It's 1:47 in the morning, and I'm dead asleep, when my phone starts buzzing on the nightstand. I squint at the screen, and it's my husband, Milo. Now, I already knew he was on his way home. He'd texted me about 20 minutes earlier, saying he'd just left work, so my stomach drops uneasy. Because if he's calling now, something's wrong. I answer and go, "Hey babe, you okay?" Nothing. Just silence. No breathing, no background noise. Just dead air. So I try again. "Milo?" And then finally I hear him, but his voice sounds weird, distant. "Can you hear me?" "I can now," I say. "Are you okay? What's going on?" He hesitates. I don't know what just happened. I'm almost home, but I saw something. I'm about to lose service. Just be waiting for me on the porch, okay? Please? And then the call drops. So now my heart is racing. You know that feeling when your body wakes up faster than your brain can catch up? That was me. I throw the covers off, grab a hoodie, and head straight for the front door. We live way out on the edge of this tiny town. You blink and you've already driven past it. So our driveway is long and dark. I open the door and just stand there barefoot on the porch, staring down the gravel lane, waiting for his headlights to show up. A couple of minutes later, I see his truck bumping down the drive. Even from the porch light, I can tell something's off. He gets out, shuts the door slowly, and just kind of stands there for a second, like he's not fully back with me yet. He walks up to me, and his face, he looks shocked. Not just scared, like he's trying to rearrange reality in his head and it's not fitting. I ask him, "Milo, what happened?" He runs a hand over his face and takes this deep breath. "Okay," he says. "You're gonna think I'm crazy." "I'm married to you," I tell him. "That ship has sailed. Just tell me." He lets out this nervous laugh and then says, "I saw these things. These tall white people, I guess. A tall white woman and two others with her. But not white like skin tone, like snow white. Like they were made of light, but still solid. They were standing by the old train tracks on Willow Creek Road, right where that one-lane strip crosses over." He looks at me, checking to see if I'm following. "The woman," he continues, "she was holding something. My brain could only compare it to a trash bag with a light inside it. I know that's not what it was, but that's the closest thing I can think of. It was glowing, kind of pulsing." He pauses and then says quietly, "When I saw them, they turned and noticed me too. And I got this feeling. I can't even explain it. I just knew I needed to get out of there. It was like every hair on my body stood up at once. This unease just dropped over me. I don't know what they were, but they weren't right. They're not human, Ivy. I know that much." We go inside, and I'm trying to be practical. I start reheating the plate of dinner I'd left in the fridge for him, but my brain is already racing. Tall white beings, out by the tracks, something glowing in their hands. It hits me. The tall whites. I don't know if you've ever gone down that rabbit hole at 3 a.m, but I grabbed my phone and typed tall whites into Google. A bunch of images and sketches pop up. Those classic, tall, slender, pale entities people talk about. I hand him the phone and say, "Any of these look familiar?" He scrolls for a minute, and then he stops on one. His whole expression tightens. That's when the goosebumps hit me. The next morning, after we'd both had a couple hours of sleep, if you can call it that, we decided to drive back out to where he saw them. Part of me was hoping we'd find nothing, so we could chalk it up to fog and a tired mind. You know, something normal. We get to Willow Creek Road, that little stretch that connects the two main highways. Nobody lives out there. It's just trees, fields, and those abandoned train tracks cutting across. It had rained lightly during the night. The pavement and the grass were still damp. We park on the shoulder and walk over to the spot Milo points out. And there it is. On the ground, right beside the tracks, there's this blackened patch of dirt. Not just mud. Scorched. The grass around it is crisped back in an almost perfect oval, like something hot settled there for a bit and then vanished. What got me is that everything else was wet. The dirt around it, the rails, the weeds. But that patch, completely dry and burned. I just stare at it and say, "You didn't tell me about this part." He shrugs, eyes still on it. It wasn't there when I drove past. At least, I don't remember it being there. We're both quiet for a minute, listening to the wind and the distant hum of cars from the highway. It feels heavy out there. Still, we start walking back to the car, talking low, trying to make sense of it, when this old, beat-up blue Chevy pulls up behind us. The engine rattles as it idles, and my first thought is, great, now we're trespassing on someone's land and they're mad about it. The window rolls down, and this older man leans out. Weathered face, ball cap, plaid shirt. He calls out, "Hey, what are y'all up to out here?" Milo and I share a quick look. We don't recognize him at all. I say, "Oh, we were just looking at something by the tracks. Is our car in your way?" He shakes his head and kills the engine. "Nah, you're fine." He opens the door, steps out, and shuts it with a rusty clunk. "Did you kids see something interesting?" Milo hesitates. I saw something out here the other night, on my way home from work. Not sure what it was, though." The old man nods slowly, like that answer doesn't surprise him at all. "Is that right?" he says. "Well, I live back that way." He points toward the highway. "Been out here pretty much my whole life." There's this short, awkward silence as we shuffle a little closer to our car, not sure if we should stay or go. And then he breaks it with, "Tell me something. Y'all believe in aliens?" Milo and I look at each other, and it's one of those wordless conversations married couples have. Like, are we really doing this? I finally say, "Yeah, actually, we do." His whole face softens with relief. "Good," he says. "Makes this a whole lot easier." He goes on to tell us that he and his late wife used to see strange things out here all the time. Lights in the sky, odd sounds coming from the fields, that sort of thing. Little stories that, if you heard just one, you'd shrug off. But stacked together over a lifetime, it starts to feel like a pattern. We mention the black scorch mark by the tracks, and he just nods. "Yeah," he says, almost casually. "That's from them." From them. Then he asks, "You ever seen anything over your place?" Up in the sky, I mean. Something you couldn't explain. Milo pulls out his phone. A couple months back, he'd recorded these lights above our house, moving in ways no plane or helicopter should be able to move. He pulls up the video and hands it over. Then he glances at us and says, "Listen, if you're not in a rush, I got some pictures I could show you. My daddy took them years ago. Y'all might find them interesting." Now, I know, following a stranger to an old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere sounds like the start of a true crime podcast, not a UFO story. But Milo has his carry permit, and something about the old man feels genuine. Not slick, not attention-seeking. Just tired of keeping this stuff to himself. So, against what common sense probably recommends, we agree to follow him. We drive behind his truck down a narrow road lined with trees until it opens up into this old farmstead. 2-story white house with peeling paint, a leaning barn, and a little metal-sided garage off to the side. The kind of place you can tell has a lot of history just by looking at it. He leads us over to the small garage and rummages around in an old drawer until he pulls out a faded envelope. Inside are 4 worn Polaroids, edges curled, colors a little washed out with age. He lays them out on a workbench for us to see. Every single one shows some version of the same thing, a classic flying saucer shape in the sky. Not some blurry dot either, clear enough that you can make out the outline, the bright reflection where the sun hits it. "My father took these," he says, tapping a finger gently on one of the photos. "Back when I was a boy." There's more in the house somewhere, but these are the ones I kept handy. I pick one up and just stare at it, knowing that we had just been standing by a fresh scorch mark that he claims is from them, makes it land differently. It's not just a weird picture on the internet. It's tied to a place we were physically standing a half hour ago. He goes on, talking in that steady, matter-of-fact tone people use when they've told the same story 1,000 times and stopped caring whether anyone believes them. He says he doesn't know exactly where they come from or why they're here, but he's sure there are different kinds, different species, different craft. He's seen lights that move like they're playing, others that feel like they're searching, and a few that just sit there, watching. You can hear the grief in his voice when he mentions his wife, how she used to stand out in the yard with him at night, pointing out strange lights and jotting the dates down in a little notebook. He laughs a little, saying, "She always said one day they'd land right here in the field and ask for her by name." We stay for a while, just listening. It feels less like a spooky story and more like being handed a family secret. Eventually, we thank him for sharing everything and tell him we should get going. As we're leaving, he walks us back to the car and says, "Y'all keep your eyes open out here. Once you've seen them, you'll see them again." On the drive home, Milo and I are both quiet for a long time. The kind of quiet where your brain is loud, but you don't have the words yet. Finally, he says, "I don't know what I saw that night, but I know it wasn't just people messing around by the tracks." And I nod, staring out at the tree line. "Yeah," I say. I don't think it was either. I'd like to tell you we walked away with answers that day, but we didn't. What we came away with was a new friend who spent his whole life dancing around the same mystery we just tripped over. And as for what my husband actually encountered out there, by those abandoned tracks, under that thin, rainy sky, I'm still not 100% sure. So, my brother died when he was 11. accidental drowning. One of those bright, ordinary days that turns into the line in your life where everything is before and after. A few months later, he started visiting. We didn't say that at first, of course. We're a practical family. My dad was an electrician, ex-Navy, the guy everyone called when their lights went out. Mom was very no-nonsense, but little by little it got too weird to ignore. The first thing that we all agreed had to be him was the music box. Before he died, my brother, his name was Danny, had picked out this porcelain figurine music box for our mom for Mother's Day. He was so proud of it. You know, one of those wind-up ones with a tiny on-off switch underneath. My mom kept it in the china cabinet, way up behind the glass where nobody touched it. One night we're all at the dining room table, halfway through dinner. Nobody's left their chair. We're passing the potatoes, just talking about school and work when, suddenly, from the other room, this tinkly little tune starts playing. We all stop, forks midair. We look around like, did somebody forget to mention we're haunted now? My dad stands up, and of course we all trail after him. He walks into the living room and stops in front of the china cabinet. The doors are closed. Inside, behind the glass, that little music box is slowly turning, playing its song. Nobody's near it. The cabinet hasn't been opened. Dad opens the door, and the music stops instantly. He picks up the figurine, flips it over, and there's the switch, set firmly to off. He just stares at it for a second. Then he puts it back, closes the cabinet, and we all go back to the table and finish dinner in total silence. You could hear every clink of the silverware. Afterward, Dad's sitting back with a cup of coffee and one of his roll-your-own cigarettes, and he says, real quiet, almost to himself, Danny was always a bit of a practical joker, wasn't he? And that was kind of the moment we all collectively decided, okay, he's still here. When my mom passed away years later, I inherited that same music box. It sits on my shelf now. It's quiet most of the time, but I always half expect it to start playing on its own again. Let me back up a little and tell you about the house, because that's where most of this happened. When Dad retired from the Navy, we moved back to my parents' home state. They bought a double-wide trailer on this half-acre lot, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 6 kids. So you can imagine how cramped that was. Eventually, Dad bought a single-wide, renovated it, and attached it to the double-wide. Suddenly, we had what we jokingly called the triple-wide mansion. 5 bedrooms, 3 baths, a big family room, and this huge country kitchen with an old wood-burning cook stove. It was chaotic, but it was home. We'd been in that house about 5 years when Danny died. Not long after, we had this bizarre electrical problem, which, you know, in an electrician's house is almost offensive. One day, the power just goes out in half the house. But here's the strange bit. It wasn't like, oh, the front half is out. It was half of each section. The ends where the bedrooms and bathrooms were, fine. Lights, outlets, everything working. But the living room, dining room, kitchen, and family room, completely dead. Dad does what he does best. He shuts off every appliance, every light switch, so nothing gets fried when the power comes back. He crawls under the house, checks every wire, every junction box, every fuse. For days. He calls in his electrician buddies. These are guys who live for this stuff, and they can't find a single thing wrong. This went on for 2 weeks. Half a house lit up, half a house in the dark. Dad finally grumbles that he's going to have to rewire the whole place from scratch. Everything springs to life. Lights blaze on, the TV shrieks to life, and the stereo flips on at full volume, blasting "Stayin' Alive" like we're in the world's most aggressive disco. I will never forget the look on my dad's face. He just froze, red in the cheeks, jaw clenched, the veins standing out in his neck. This man was furious. My sister and I caught each other's eye and started giggling. Then Mom started chuckling. Within a minute, we were all laughing, and even Dad cracked. He shook his head and muttered something like, "All right, kid, you got me." Because if there was one thing Danny loved, it was flipping switches and messing with the TV and stereo, cranking the volume right when you weren't expecting it. It was exactly his style. Danny wasn't an only son. I had another brother, Mark, who was just a year younger than him. They were close in age and almost the same size, so Mom used to buy their clothes in pairs whenever there were sales. They had matching shirts, coats, pajamas, you name it. To keep it all straight, she'd write their initials on the tags. After Danny died, Mom went into this intense grief-cleaning mode. She gathered every single thing in the house that had his initials on it. Clothes, shoes, anything. She donated all his clothes to the local secondhand shop. She couldn't bear to see them. Then she turned his old bedroom into a storage room, kind of a pantry. A few months later, an old Navy buddy of my dad's came to visit with his family. To make room, Mom put me in the pantry on a rollaway cot and gave my bedroom to the guests. First morning I wake up in there. I stretch, look over, and there's a pair of pajamas laid out neatly across the foot of the cot. Folded, like somebody planned for me to wear them. I pick them up and wander into the kitchen where everyone's sipping coffee. I hold up the pajamas and ask Mom, "Hey, did you leave these for me? Or are they for Mrs. Harrison or one of the kids?" She takes them, glances at the tag, and I see her whole face change. Her eyes get wide, and she lets out this sharp, panicked sort of shriek. "Where did you get these?" I'm stunned. "They were on the bed when I woke up. I thought you put them there." On the tag are Danny's initials. She immediately storms off and drags poor Mark out of bed, accusing him of hiding those pajamas from her and pulling some sick prank to embarrass her in front of our guests. He's standing there half asleep, swearing up and down he has no idea what she's talking about. But I know what I saw. No one but me and a whole lot of cans of green beans slept in that room that night. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, my prankster brother went into his old bedroom, into what was now basically a pantry, and laid his pajamas out across my bed. And Mom? Oh, she was big mad. There were plenty of smaller things too, little jabs and reminders that he was still around. At his funeral, for example, when we all arrived at the church, the main doors refused to open. They just wouldn't budge. They weren't locked, they just wouldn't move. We were all bunched up on the steps while people fiddled with the handles and pushed and pulled. Eventually, they had to reroute everyone to a side entrance. Those stairs were narrow and winding, and carrying the casket up there was awkward and nerve-wracking. After the service, we walked back out through the front doors with no problem at all. They swung open smoothly, like nothing had ever been wrong. Then there was the dryer. One afternoon, it was just Mom and me at home. We're at one end of the house when we hear the dryer start tumbling away on the other side. The laundry room door is closed, but you can hear it going. Thump, thump, whir. Mom sighs and says, "Did you start a load and forget to tell me?" I shake my head. She closes it again. Stands there, staring, like she's waiting for it to start back up. It doesn't. It stayed off after that. Like, okay, joke's over. My dad started finding his slippers in weird places too. He'd swear he left them neatly by the side of the bed, but he'd wake up and they'd be up on the mattress next to his pillow, or at the foot of the bed, pointed the wrong way. Just odd little things that made him grumble under his breath. Stuff would go missing and turn up later in spots we'd already searched. Scissors, pot holders, one shoe from a pair. Clocks and radios would stop working for a day or two and then magically fix themselves. Cupboard doors would be left open. Drawers would be a mess with the silverware all mixed up. Oh, and the recliner in the family room? That thing had a life of its own. We'd go to bed with it in one position and wake up to find it angled a different way, like someone had been sitting there watching TV in the middle of the night. Sometimes, when we turned the TV on, the volume would be set to max, even though the dial was turned low, or the channel would be set to something we didn't even get. One time, the wood pile next to the stove caught my eye. All the logs were stacked neatly, except the top row. Every piece in that top layer had been turned the opposite direction, like somebody had rearranged them just to see if we'd notice. Most of it was the kind of stuff that drives an already detail-oriented mother absolutely around the bend, which, again, would have delighted my brother. My favorite story, though, the one my kids loved the most, happened years later. Halloween night, 1995. By that time, I had a daughter of my own. We'll call her Lily. She was 10, and I let her have a little Halloween party and sleepover. We did the whole thing. Costumes, trick-or-treating, way too much candy, and then Hocus Pocus on TV. After the movie, the girls wanted scary stories. And then Lily says, "Tell them the real ghost stories, Mom." So I turn off most of the lights. We're in the living room. I'm on the couch. They're all sitting on the floor in a half circle, wrapped in blankets, eyes wide. And I start telling them all these stories about Danny in the music box, and the pajamas, and the lights coming back on with the stereo blaring. I'm really hamming it up, doing my best spooky storyteller voice. They're all ooh and no way, completely glued to every word. And right in the middle of a particularly creepy part, the TV suddenly turns on by itself, at full volume. The room explodes with sound and light, commercials blaring, everyone screaming. The girls shriek and pile into each other's laps. I hit the armrest, convinced someone sat on the remote. As soon as we calm down, I say, "All right, who bumped the remote?" One of the girls, big eyes, just points. The remote is sitting on the end table, farthest from me. No one close enough to touch it. Nobody had moved. It was just on. There was this dead silence. And then one of them whispers, "Can we maybe not do any more ghost stories tonight?" I just smiled and thought, "Okay, Danny. Still got it." So yeah, my brother was a prankster in life, and honestly, he stayed a prankster after. Not in a terrifying horror movie way, more like a mischievous little nudge that said, "Hey, I'm still here. Don't forget me." And we haven't. It all started back in 2021. I live in this really tiny village where, honestly, there isn't much to do and there aren't many places to hang out. Everyone knows everyone, and that also means everyone sees everything you do. So me and my friends were like, we need a spot, somewhere we could go without half the village watching us from their windows. And because my village has a bunch of abandoned houses, we thought, why not make one of those our place? We checked out one, then another. Nothing special, just dusty and boring. And then, we noticed this one house we swear we'd never seen before. It was kind of tucked behind some overgrown bushes, like it was trying not to be noticed. So of course, we decided to go in. The front door was locked, obviously, but we'd brought this old metal bar, kind of like a crowbar, and we started working on the lock. We actually managed to break it, but even then the door still wouldn't open. I broke one of the small glass panels in the door and peeked inside. And that's when I saw it. There was a chair pushed right up against the door from the inside, blocking it. We all just kind of looked at each other like, okay, that's weird. But we moved the chair, opened the door, and went in anyway. The first thing that struck me was how clean it was. For an abandoned house, it was surprisingly tidy. No graffiti, not much dust in some rooms, like someone had just left. Except for one room. The first room we walked into was completely covered in clothes, piles on the floor, hanging off furniture, thrown over chairs. Men's clothes, women's clothes, kids' clothes, just everywhere. It was a bit creepy, but nothing too crazy, so we brushed it off and went to explore more. We tried the bedroom next. Of course, it was locked. So we did the same thing again, broke the lock, pushed the door open, walked in. We were just messing around, talking, looking through drawers, checking out the old furniture. Maybe 10, 15 minutes went by. And then the bedroom door suddenly slammed shut behind us. Now, there was no wind. The windows in the bedroom were closed. The front door was closed. Everything was still. We laughed at first like, okay, funny, who did that? But when we tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. The door was locked again, from the inside. After a lock we had literally just broken. We all started to get that tight feeling in our chests, you know? Like the air gets heavier. Eventually, after some pushing and messing with the handle, we managed to get the door open again. To this day, I don't really know how or why it locked itself. And this is where we did the dumbest thing. We decided to carve our names into the bedroom wall. There were 3 of us, me, my friend Mila, and my other friend Rosa. We took a pocket knife and scratched our names into the paint like we were signing the place as ours. We also decided to borrow some stuff from the house. We took a small rusty knife, a little hammer, a few old church candles, and this really old gas mask we found. It felt like treasure at the time, like props from a horror movie. After we left the bedroom, we found this narrow hallway with another door at the end. That one was locked too. We worked on it for a while and managed to get it open. But our hammer actually snapped while we were doing it, That door turned out to be an exit that also led into this bigger room, and from that room, there were stairs going down to the basement. We told ourselves we'd check that out later. We wandered into the kitchen next, and that room was strange. There was a bed in there, not in a bedroom, but just in the kitchen, and a mirror sitting on the table facing another mirror on the wall. So the mirrors were directly facing each other. But of course, instead of taking the hint and leaving, we decided to go down to the basement. The second we stepped into the basement, all three of us got this horrible headache. It was almost instant. Mila actually grabbed the railing because she looked like she was about to faint. The air felt thick, like it was pressing on us. We stayed down there maybe a minute. Then we all looked at each other and were like, nope. We turned around and went back up. We sat for a while in that big room near the exit door, just kind of recovering and laughing it off, trying not to admit how freaked out we actually were. And then we left. At that point, we thought we'd found our new secret hangout spot. We had no idea what was coming. Day 2, the photos. The next day, only 2 of us went back, me and Mila. We decided to bring our cameras this time, because in our heads, this was all just an aesthetic abandoned house photo shoot idea. Mila went first. She stood in the little hallway, right in front of one of the mirrors, and took a selfie of herself with her camera. It looked cool in the moment, nothing strange. We didn't check it right away. Then I took some photos of her too, in that kitchen with the 2 facing mirrors. She was wearing a white t-shirt that day. I remember because I was dressed in all dark clothes, black hoodie, dark jeans, so we wouldn't mix each other up in the photos. Later, when Mila went home and started going through her pictures, she messaged me. In the photo she took of herself in the hallway mirror, her face looked wrong. Her head looked almost like a skull, like the skin was stretched tight or missing, and her eyes were almost completely white. That is not what she looks like. And behind her, reflected in the mirror, there was this little white circle that looked like a small head. Could it have just been dirt on the mirror? Maybe, but the way it lined up, it didn't feel like dirt. Then there were the pictures I took of Rosa from the day before that I hadn't really paid attention to yet. In one of them, she's standing by that weird mirror setup. On the right side of the photo, you can clearly see her white t-shirt, her hair, part of her face. On the left side of the photo, right next to her, there's this white shape, like someone standing next to her, but all pale. It couldn't have been me because I wasn't wearing anything white. Where I was standing, I shouldn't have been in the reflection at all. I was off to the side. There was no flashlight, no strange light source, and the only window was behind the mirror. And then there was just a photo of the bedroom, all messy because of us, beds unmade, clothes tossed around. That part was normal. The other 2, not so much. Day 3, decorating the house. On the 3rd day, we made what might have been our second biggest mistake. We brought another friend. For the story, I'll call her Nora. We wanted to show Nora our secret house. We didn't tell her about the weird photos yet. We just took her there like, look at this creepy cool place we found. We mostly stayed in the bedroom because it was the coziest. It had more light, and it felt less intense than the basement or the mirror room. We decided we'd actually decorate it, like it was really ours. We fixed up some books and magazines we found on a shelf. Nora found a stack of old photos. pictures of different places, like cities and mountains and old buildings. We brought some nails we'd taken from the basement, so she started hanging those photos up on the bedroom wall above the bed. We lay on the beds, listened to music from someone's phone, talked about random stuff, laughed. It almost felt normal, like a sleepover in a place that didn't belong to us. Day 4, the nightmare and the apology. That night, everything escalated. Around 2 a.m., my phone started blowing up with messages from Mila and Rosa. I was half asleep, just staring at the screen, trying to make sense of all the texts. Mila told me her mom had woken up from a nightmare, like, really shaken. Her mom had no idea we'd taken anything from that house. We hadn't told any adults what we were doing. In the nightmare, her mom saw, and I quote, "A woman with skin as white as snow, almost like she was dead. She told me you girls had done something bad and that you need to return everything you took." When I heard that, my stomach dropped. We'd never mentioned the house. We'd never mentioned the candles, the hammer, the gas mask, nothing. There was no way she should have known anything about that. We all agreed we needed to fix this. So the next day, we went back to the house. It felt different walking up to it after that dream, heavier, like the air itself was watching us. We went room by room and put everything back. The candles, the little hammer, the knife, the old gas mask, everything we could remember taking, we returned to the exact spot we had found it, or as close as we could manage. And we apologized. Out loud. We stood there in the bedroom and said things like, "We're sorry. We shouldn't have taken your things. We didn't mean any harm. We're putting everything back. Please don't be angry." It might sound silly, but in that moment, it felt completely serious. After that, we left the house and started walking toward the park like we usually did. I don't know what made me turn around, but I did. And that's when I saw her. In the attic window, there was a white silhouette of a woman, just standing there, watching us. She wasn't close enough to see her face clearly, but the shape was unmistakable. A woman, still and quiet, looking down at us. I froze. After a few seconds, the figure moved. It turned and walked away from the window. I didn't say anything right away. I just watched until the window was empty again. Then I told the others what I'd seen. We made a promise that day. We promised that every time we walked past that house, we would say something kind. "Hello. Have a good day. Hope you're at peace." Just something respectful. And we still do, even now. We never told Nora about the photos or about Mila's mom's nightmare. We decided it was better for her not to know all the details. She still thinks it was just an old creepy house we used to hang out in. But for us, it's different now. For us, it's the house where we learn that sometimes, when you take from a place that isn't yours, and from someone who isn't exactly gone, they might just find a way to ask for it back. So picture this. You're in the middle of Dundee. All the usual stuff is around you. The traffic, the shops, the coffee places that never seem to close. And right in the middle of all that noise, there's this old, walled cemetery that most people hurry past without really looking. That's the Houth. It doesn't look huge at first glance, but it feels dense, like the ground is heavy with stories. Cobblestones under your feet, crooked old stones leaning every which way, trees that look like they've been listening in on secrets for centuries. The place goes all the way back to the 1500s. The story goes that in 1564, Mary, Queen of Scots, gifted this bit of land to the people of Dundee. Before that, it was a garden belonging to a Greyfriars monastery. Imagine that. A peaceful garden becoming the main cemetery for an entire city. Over the years, it turned into the resting place for just about everyone. Merchants, shipbuilders, weavers, children, rich folks with grand carved stones, and poor families crowded together in unmarked patches of earth. The 9 trades of Dundee, all these powerful guilds, used to meet there too. They'd gather among the graves to make decisions that shaped the city, like it was the most normal thing in the world. By now, they say tens of thousands of people have been buried there. Some folks reckon over 70,000 souls. Sailors, immigrants, workers, and more than a few who met very bad ends. And the Howf remembers them. During the worst of the disease years, things got grim. In the 1830s, when cholera swept through the city, Dundee was hit hard. Imagine bodies coming faster than anyone could bury them properly. In one corner of the Howf, they dug what people came to call the cholera pit, a mass grave where victims were laid to rest quickly, one after another. If you go there on a misty evening, and I have more than once, it feels different in that spot, colder somehow. People have claimed to hear low sounds under the earth, faint sobbing, or what they describe as almost like someone trying to speak through a wall. Others have taken videos or voice recordings, and only later, playing them back at home, heard odd thumps, little gasps, or a strange murmuring they swear wasn't there at the time. And then there were the resurrectionists. Back in the Victorian era, when medical schools needed bodies to dissect, and the law didn't exactly make that easy, men started digging up fresh graves to sell the corpses. The Howf was one of the places they targeted. Picture that for a second. Families doing their best to lay someone to rest. And in the dead of night, someone comes with shovels and hooks, hauling them back up for money. The city tried to stop it, of course. They put up watch houses and higher walls, ironwork on graves. But even now, people say the place carries this feeling of being disturbed. Not just by death, but by what came after death. And then there's the story everyone in Dundee seems to know. In one form or another, the witch. Her name in the version I first heard wasn't Grisel Jaffray, like some of the history books say. The old woman who told me the tale called her Elspeth Kinnaird. She said Elspeth was accused of witchcraft in the late 1600s. 1669 if you want to be precise. No real proof, just gossip, fear, and the kind of convenient accusations that got rid of anyone who didn't fit in. Elspeth was condemned and burned, and they say her remains now lie somewhere connected to the Howf. There's a small, worn stone pillar there that people point to as hers, even if the truth is a bit tangled by time. Folks leave coins on it these days. Tiny offerings, like they're trying to say, "We see you. "We're sorry." But there's a warning that goes with it. He took the coin back in the end. Some people say if you touch that stone and close your eyes, you might hear a woman's voice right in your ear, whispering, "Give me back my name." Or, "Clear my name." Not a scream, not a wail, just this raw, tired plea. The house doesn't just have one ghost story, though. It's full of them. In the late 1800s, there's a report of a police officer on patrol at night. He's walking his beat, cutting through the cemetery, when he spots a dark figure drifting between the stones. Not walking, not stumbling, gliding. The officer called out, thinking it might be someone up to no good, but the figure didn't react. It turned, slowly, and then just disappeared into the shadows. That wasn't the first strange sighting, and it definitely wasn't the last. People still talk about phantom footsteps walking alongside them when the paths are otherwise empty. You stop. The steps stop. You walk again. They pick up too. Just half a step behind. And then there are the chains. Some say you can hear them on still nights. The sound of something heavy being dragged lightly over stone, scraping along the old cobbles. There's this theory that it's the spirits of the resurrectionists, doomed to pace the graveyard they plundered, forever searching for bodies that aren't there anymore. In the 20th century, when Dundee started modernizing, the house went from being this mostly private, local place to somewhere tourists might wander into. People come for the history, for the pretty carvings on the stones, the dates worn thin by weather. But a lot of them, if they're honest, come hoping to feel something, to brush against the edge of whatever still lingers there. And here's the thing. Even if you don't see a ghost, the house gets under your skin. You stand in the middle of it, and you're surrounded by centuries of grief and love and fear and ordinary lives that ended in very ordinary ways. Disease, accidents, old age, violence, witch trials. It's all layered there, right under your feet. I think that's why the house still haunts Dundee. It's not just the mass grave from cholera, or the disturbed rest of those dug up for science. It's not only Elspeth Kinnaird and her supposed curse. It's the reminder that the city wasn't always coffee shops and student flats and bright glass buildings. There was a time when death felt closer, more visible. And this little patch of ground saw all of it. Walk through Dundee today and it's easy to forget. You see the buses go by. You hear music from bars. You watch people rushing to work. Life moves fast, and the past gets paved over with new roads and shiny windows. But then you turn a corner, and there are the gates of the house. Iron bars, old stone, and beyond them, a quiet that doesn't quite feel empty. You step inside, and the sounds of the city dull a little. You can still hear them, but it's like they're at a distance. And in that space, you start to notice other sounds. The wind through branches, the tap of your own footsteps, maybe a crow calling from a roof. And if you stand there long enough, you realize something. The dead aren't really gone here. They're part of the fabric of the place. Their stories are in every stone, every worn inscription, every unmarked patch of earth. The house is Dundee's memory of its own darkness. It's a place that says, we went through plagues and fires and trials and fear, and we left marks behind on these stones and on each other. So if you ever find yourself in Dundee and you're walking through the busy center and suddenly notice an old gate you've never paid attention to before, maybe this is your sign to step inside. Walk slowly. Read a few names. Listen properly. And as the fog starts to roll in and the light goes a little gray, you might just feel what so many others have felt before you. That in the house, the past doesn't stay buried. It waits quietly, and it watches you back. A couple of months ago, my wife Lena and I were dog sitting for our friend Maya. She's got this tiny, overconfident beagle named Biscuit. Biscuit eats this fancy wet food that comes in these flat pouches. Bright teal, huge logo, little cartoon carrots on the front. You could spot them from across the street, easily. Maya drops Biscuit off with his little overnight bag and 4 food pouches. 4. I remember counting them. We line them up on the counter, next to the toaster. 1, 2, 3, 4. Biscuit stays the weekend, eats 3. 1 pouch left. When it's time to take him home, I go to grab that last pouch so I can send it back with him. and it's gone. Not behind something. Not must have slipped under the mail. Just not there. I check the whole counter. I check the trash. I check the pantry in case I got ambitious and put it away without thinking. Nothing. Lena swears she didn't move it. I definitely didn't move it. Our own two dogs, Jasper and Noodle, are big enough that if they'd gotten onto the counter, there would have been shredded pouch confetti and no question what happened. But there's nothing. No mess. No pouch. Just 3 empty teal rectangles in the trash. And a missing fourth. We shrug it off. Maya buys those things by the case, so I take Biscuit home, apologize, and we move on with our lives. Fast forward about a week. I'm in the kitchen making coffee, half awake, and there, sitting right on the counter between the stove and the knife block, a spot we walk past 50 times a day, is that teal dog food pouch. Same brand, same Best By date, same little cartoon carrots smiling at me. Just there. Not under anything, not behind anything. Not in a weird corner, not in some oh duh place. Dead center, in plain sight. Like it had been placed there for maximum "are you kidding me" effect. The thing is, Lena and I both remember keeping all the pouches on the other side of the stove, near the coffee maker and the microwave. That's where I'd been opening them and scooping them into Biscuit's bowl. That's where we had lined them up. And yet, now it's chilling in the middle, like it teleported in to say hi. We laugh it off. You know, we're getting older, ha ha, brains are mush, that kind of thing. We make some jokes about poltergeists with opinions about dog food. Life goes on. Then the tuna incident happens. So I'm in the mood for tuna salad. Very glamorous, I know. This requires 2 special tools. Our old manual can opener, and this little plastic disc with holes in it. Kind of like a tiny colander. You press into the can to drain it. I have no idea what it's actually called. I just call it the holy drainy thing. Both of these have lived in the same drawer to the right of the stove since forever. Literally decades. The can opener has been there since before I moved in. The drawer could have its own mailing address. I open the drawer. No can opener. No holy drainy thing. Now, this drawer is not some chaotic junk vortex. It's the real utensils only drawer. Spatulas, whisks, tongs, that kind of thing. I pull everything out. I check the back. I check under the drawer, because sometimes stuff flips and falls. I check the dishwasher. I check the sink. I even check the cutlery drawer, because once in a while we get lazy and just toss things in random places. Nothing. It is as if the can opener and the drainy thing just clocked out and left. I end up opening the tuna with a little can opener on my Swiss Army knife, which I have not used for actual camping in a while. I drain it by squeezing the lid down like a college student who just moved out for the first time. I tell Lena later, "Hey, have you seen the can opener?" She says no. I ask about the white plastic drain thing. She looks at me like I'm making it up. The what? I mime pressing it into a can. She goes, "Oh yeah, that." "No, haven't seen it." We both look around. We don't find either. About a week later, I'm getting something from one of the deep storage drawers across the kitchen. You know the kind of drawer I mean, the third tier one. It's got the stuff you use maybe twice a year. Skewers, giant serving spoons, one lonely pastry brush. Things that only come out for holidays and when you think, let's try making fondue once every 5 years. I slide that drawer open and there, right on top of the bamboo skewers, is the can opener. Like it lives there. We almost never open that drawer. There is absolutely no reason either of us would have put the can opener in there. It's not like we had a fondue emergency and switched drawers in a panic. I bring it to Lena and go, "You did this, right?" And she just laughs because she thought I was the one who had moved it. We still have no idea how it got there. As for the holy drainy thing, still missing. We keep washing dishes, running the dishwasher, loading and unloading. I check the drawer where it's supposed to live every time I make anything with a can. I check the dish rack, the sink, the drying mat. Nothing. Then one afternoon, I'm putting away dishes and I look over at the dish drainer, and there it is. Just sitting there, on top of a plate. Bright white. Impossible to miss against the dark metal rack. Not tucked under anything. Not wedged somewhere. Right up front. Like it had been there the whole time. Except it hadn't. Because we'd done multiple rounds of dishes since it went missing. I had specifically checked the dish rack. I had checked the dish pan. I had checked the sink. I was hunting for that thing. It wasn't there. And then suddenly, it is. Now at this point, we've got one teleporting dog food pouch, one can opener that took a vacation to the we never open this drawer, and one holy drainy thing that disappeared for days and reappeared exactly where I had checked for it over and over. We're joking about having a helpful but confused ghost, right? Like, thanks for doing the dishes, but why are you putting my tools in the wrong drawer? And then the slipper goes missing. This one's Lena's. Weather starts getting colder, so she pulls out her favorite fuzzy slippers. They're these thick gray ones with memory foam. She wears them every night, takes them off when she's in her recliner in the living room. One evening, she goes to put them on and only one slipper. Now, we have dogs. We know the drill. Jasper and Noodle love stealing shoes, so we assume they grabbed it and dumped it somewhere. I start the standard shoe hunt. Behind the couch, under the dining room table, under the bed, in the hallway, in the dogs' beds. Nothing. The most obvious place to check is under Lena's recliner, because that's where she actually takes them off. It's one of those lift recliners, so when it's up, you can see pretty clearly under the whole thing, just a metal frame and empty floor. I flip the recliner up. I get down with my phone flashlight. I scan the whole area. Nothing. No slipper, no sock, no dog toy. Just dust bunnies and a pen we lost last year. I think, all right, maybe the dogs carried it somewhere weird. So I get serious about it. I grab my super bright LED clip-on light, the kind you stick on a hard hat, and I go full search and rescue mode on the entire upstairs, under beds, in closets, behind dressers, under the desk, behind the laundry hampers. I'm crawling around like I'm doing a home inspection. No slipper. And remember, the dogs aren't allowed downstairs to the finished basement. Doors stay closed. So it has to be somewhere upstairs. But it just isn't. Days go by. Lena wears socks instead, grumbling about her ghost slipper. Then one night, she's sitting in her recliner and she goes, Sam? I come in. She's pointing under the chair. I lift the recliner up, and there it is. The missing slipper is lying neatly under the recliner, not half stuck out, not caught in some mechanism, just gently parked in the middle of the floor under the chair, in the exact spot I had checked before, with a bright light. Twice. Could the dogs have hidden it somewhere, gotten bored with it, and then later carried it back and dropped it under the chair? Sure, that's technically possible. But if they did, they managed to do it without us seeing them, without leaving tooth marks, and somehow chose to drop it right in the one place I had already searched like a crime scene. Now, before you ask, no, we don't have roommates. We don't have kids. We have a Ring doorbell. We lock our doors at night and when we're out. We've got 2 big dogs who go nuts if a leaf even thinks about blowing past our front step. Also, and this is important, we did a massive declutter this year. Like full house, multiple runs to donation centers declutter. The house has never been this organized. If something is out of place, it's obvious. And yet, these things keep moving, disappearing, reappearing, always in some place that's either very wrong for them or very obviously visible in a way that says, you should have seen me here, but you didn't. I don't have a big theory for you. I'm not going to tell you a demon did it, or we live on top of a portal, or time slips are real. Honestly, the most unsettling part of all this is how small it is. It's just normal life, but slightly off. And that's kind of why I'm sharing it with you. Because I have a feeling, I really do, that you have your own version of this. That one sock that showed up in a drawer you swear you never opened. The keys that were allegedly on the counter you looked at 3 times. The book that reappeared on the shelf you'd already scanned. So if you're listening to this while you're washing dishes, or making dinner, or hunting for your own missing can opener, and you feel like the universe is moving your stuff around just to mess with you? Yeah, same. You're not alone. So, hey, I've never really told this whole story out loud like this before. I shared bits of it with my Aunt Rosa and my cousin Mia a long time ago. But lately it's been on my mind, and I kind of feel like maybe it's time to actually talk about it. This happened when I was about 14 years old. I was walking home from my friend Lena's house. She lived maybe 1.5 miles away from me, on the outskirts of our little town. Not quite full countryside, but still pretty quiet. I'd walked that route a bunch of times, even at night. Nothing weird ever happened. It was the kind of area where you know every bump in the road, every fence post, every porch light. That night, it was late, around 12:30 a.m. or so. I had one earbud in, music playing low, just kind of zoned out and walking like I usually did. And then, out of nowhere, this awful feeling hit me. It was like my body realized something was wrong before my brain did. My chest tightened, my skin went cold, and I suddenly felt like I wasn't alone anymore. Not in a, maybe someone's around way, but in a, something is watching you way. My feet actually stopped moving on their own. I pulled my earbud out and just stood there on the side of the road, listening. It was so quiet. No cars, no dogs barking, just my own breathing. I looked out to the side of the road, over this stretch of empty field that I'd passed 100 times. And that's when I saw it. There was this shape, a shadow figure standing out in the field. Not near a tree, not by a fence, just there, by itself. When I noticed it, it was already facing my direction, like it had been watching me the entire time. When its head turned a little, like it was really locking eyes with me, my whole body went numb. It was tall and dark and wrong. That's the only way I can explain it. Almost like those internet stories about Slender Man, but not exactly. It didn't have a clear face. It was more like a human-shaped hole cut out of the world. Like all the light around it just disappeared. I don't know how long I stared at it, but at some point it tilted its head, just a tiny bit, and then it started running straight at me. I have never felt fear like that in my life. Every instinct in me just screamed, "Run." So I did. I turned and ran as fast as I could, full sprint down that road. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, louder than my own footsteps. I didn't dare look back, not even once. I was convinced that if I looked, it would be right behind me. By the time I reached my house, I was completely out of breath. Shaking so badly, my hands could barely get the key in the door. I slammed it behind me, locked everything, and just stood there in the hallway, trying not to cry. That night, I couldn't sleep. At all. I turned on my bedroom light, then my lamp, then even the little fairy lights I had on my wall. Like layers of safety that didn't really do anything. I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, knees up, just waiting for the sun to come up. At some point, though, my body must have given in, because I did fall asleep. And that's when the dream started. In the dream, everything felt normal at first. I was hanging out in the park with some friends from school, just talking and messing around. Then these two kids, a boy and a girl, maybe 8 or 9, walked up to us. They looked a little shy, and the boy said, "Can you help us? Our grandma fell, and we can't lift her." We went inside, and everything felt heavy. The air, the silence, all of it. The kids walked me into a living room where this figure was sitting in a chair facing away from us. I assumed that was their grandma. I said, "Hi, are you okay?" and took a step forward. The two kids moved to either side of me. When I glanced at them, they were smiling in this way that didn't match their eyes at all. Then their grandma started to move. She stood up slowly, her back still to me, and as she turned around, she wasn't a grandma at all. She was that same shadow figure from the field. Same height, same emptiness, same feeling like the world around her was being swallowed. I remember this horrible wave of recognition hitting me. Oh my God, it followed me. I turned and ran. The house suddenly felt like a maze, hallways stretching too long, doors that didn't lead anywhere. I was sprinting, heart racing, and somewhere in the middle of that panic I thought, wait, This is a dream. I just have to wake up. And I did. I snapped awake in my bed. Except I couldn't move. I was on my back, eyes wide open, staring at my ceiling, and my whole body was frozen. I tried to lift my arm. Nothing. I tried to turn my head. Nothing. Then I realized I couldn't breathe properly either. It felt like something heavy was sitting on my chest, pressing down, squeezing the air out of me. Like hands around my throat that I couldn't see. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. It was pure terror. My lungs were burning, my mind was panicking, and I kept thinking, this is it. This is how I die. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. I could move again, but the second I caught my breath, I was back in the dream, still running through that house. This happened twice. Wake up, can't move, can't breathe, something choking me. Then snap back into the dream. By the third time, when I finally woke up for real, I sat straight up in bed, gasping, sobbing, clutching my chest. My throat hurt like I'd been crying or screaming for hours. With my asthma on top of it, it felt so real, I honestly wasn't sure if I had actually been choking. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and texted my cousin Mia, even though it was the middle of the night. I just poured everything out in these long, panicky messages. The shadow in the field, the dream, the choking, all of it. She stayed up with me, messaging back and trying to calm me down. She even tried looking things up online, sleep paralysis, shadow people, whatever she could find. Back then, there wasn't as much info around, and nothing she found made me feel much better. But it helped just knowing someone was there with me. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But a few days later, little things started happening around the house. One night, I had a couple of friends over. We were watching a horror movie in my room, which is kind of ironic now. The lights were off, just the TV lighting up the room. We were all squished onto my bed under a blanket. Out of nowhere, my curtains started moving. Not like a little flutter either. They began swinging, like someone had grabbed them and yanked them side to side. I felt that same cold fear in my chest, the feeling of being watched. My friends noticed it too. One of them laughed nervously and said, "You probably left the window open." So I got up to check, hoping that was it, because that would have been simple, right? But the window was closed. Completely. Locked. I remember turning back to them and seeing all their faces change when they realized it wasn't just a draft. The joking stopped. The room got really quiet, except for the movie. Then, as we were all just staring at each other, something else happened. Suddenly, one of the letters, the O from home, dropped to the floor. Just that one. No others moved. We all jumped. A few seconds later, another letter fell. The M from the same word. It was like something was picking them off on purpose. My friends completely lost it at that point. They grabbed their stuff and were like, "Yeah, no, we're going home, right now." So they left, and I was just alone with whatever this was. After that, things get fuzzy. I honestly don't remember a lot from that time in my life. It's like my brain kind of blurred that whole period out. I know I went through a really rough patch, mentally and physically. I was exhausted all the time, anxious, dealing with a lot of heavy stuff I didn't fully understand back then. Sometimes I wonder if that thing, whatever it was, fed off of that. Off the fear, the stress, the sadness. It's a strange thought, but it's hard not to connect the two when I look back. I'd love to say it's definitely gone now, that I did something and it disappeared and everything's fine. But the truth is, I don't know. Most days, my life is normal. I sleep, I work, I laugh. I go about my day like everyone else. But every once in a while, especially when I'm alone at night, or I walk past an empty field, I'll get this tiny prickle on the back of my neck. That familiar feeling of being watched. Not always, just sometimes. And I still have never walked down that same road at night again. So yeah, that's my story. I don't know exactly what I saw, or what followed me into my dreams, or what knocked those letters off my wall. Maybe it was all in my head. A mix of fear and sleep paralysis and a rough time in my life. Maybe it was something else. All I know is, it felt real. And a part of me still feels like, somewhere just out of sight, it's still there. You know, before I start, I should say this. I don't live in America, and Russian is my native language. I'm from Kazakhstan, from the steppe, and I'm actually translating this in my head as I talk to you. All my life, I've seen a lot of strange things, but I still consider myself a skeptic. I'm that annoying person who always tries to find a logical explanation first. Always. Even when logic is the last thing that fits. I could sit with you for hours and tell you stories that, honestly, I still can't fully explain. Like the UFO almost my entire class saw once. We stood there at recess, all of us, staring at the sky and then arguing about it the whole break. Or the time, when I was a kid, that a Quran fell off a high shelf in my grandmother's house, even though no one was near it and there was no draft. My mom swears that house was, let's say, active. Footsteps, whispers, little things moving around. She talks about it so calmly that it's even scarier. And for some reason, a lot of these stories are connected with cemeteries. My classmates once told me something that really shook me. They were sure they saw me walking calmly through the cemetery in the middle of the day, even waved to me, only to find out later I'd been at home the whole time. To this day, they insist it was me. I insist it wasn't. We just look at each other like, well, okay then. Just so we're clear, I don't have any mental issues. I'm not someone who scares easily. And I always look for logic first. I've also had sleep paralysis, maybe a couple dozen times in my life. If you've ever had it, you know how it is. Your body is frozen. Your eyes are the only thing that move, and your brain happily serves you the worst horrors it can find. But by now, that doesn't scare me much. I even thought once, it would be kind of interesting to feel that intense fear again. But my logical brain just doesn't let it happen anymore. Anyway, that's all just to give you some context before I tell you this story. The one time I genuinely thought I might die. So, I was about 16, maybe 15 and a half, a winter evening. Back then, my friends and I trained like we were in the army. At least, in our heads it was like the harsh Russian army. Running, push-ups, wrestling, carrying each other on our backs, that kind of thing. We took it way too seriously. One night, after training, it was already dark, around 8:30 or so. We finished our exercises, said goodbye, and everyone started heading home. My friend, let's call him Timur, lived close by, but he was always uncomfortable in the dark. Not like a little kid afraid of monsters. More like he just hated being alone outside at night. He asked me, "Hey, can you walk with me to my place?" It was sort of on my way anyway, so I said sure. To explain the route, my usual way home goes along a road that passes near a cemetery. That's normal for us. The cemetery isn't far from the village. It's just there. So I walked Timur to his house. We joked a bit at the door, and then I turned around to head home alone. That's when I realized something. If I cut between two cemeteries instead of going around them, it would be the shortest way home. In winter, when it's cold and dark, the shortest way always looks like the smartest way. The sky that night was completely clear, not a single cloud. The moon was almost full, bright enough that I honestly didn't even need a flashlight. The snow on the step made everything glow. If you've ever seen moonlight on clean snow, you know how bright it can get. You can see your own shadow like it's daytime. So there I am, walking along the snowy road between two rows of graves and enclosures. One cemetery on the left, one on the right. It's quiet. Too quiet, actually. The kind of quiet where you can hear your own breath and the crunch of your boots. At some point, I catch myself thinking, I keep seeing something move from shadow to shadow, like something jumping between them. Of course, I immediately tell myself, relax, it's your imagination. Shadows, branches, whatever. You're just tired from training. I keep walking, but now I'm glancing around more often. Left, right, behind. You know how it is. You try to act calm, but your body doesn't believe you. Then my attention sticks to one specific place. There's a square cemetery with a tree growing in the middle, and right next to it is one of those tall pyramid-shaped mausoleums. I'm walking, looking around, and my eyes keep sliding back to that tree. At first I can't figure out what's wrong with it. It's winter. All the other trees are bare, just branches against the sky. You can see through them, see the graves and fences behind them. But this one, I squint a little and suddenly realize this tree looks like it still has leaves. Not real leaves, but its crown is dense, solid, dark. The others are like skeletons. This one is just a black mass. So now I'm walking forward, trying to be logical. Maybe it's a different kind of tree. Maybe it's a bush. Maybe there's some cloth or something stuck in it. I keep analyzing it. At the same time, I just can't take my eyes off it. My steps are automatic. My whole attention is on this leafy tree. And then it hits me. Those aren't leaves. That's not even a tree anymore. The black shape has grown. It's become too thick, too heavy, if that makes sense. I suddenly understand that what I'm looking at is no longer a tree, but a massive shadow shaped like a tree. taller than it should be, wider than it should be. And somehow, without me noticing when it happened, that dark shape has stretched and merged with the shadow of the pyramid mausoleum beside it. I stop, I look at it, and I realize this is not a trick of the eye anymore, at least not the usual kind. The shadow, this huge, dark thing, reaches out over the snow. And here's the worst part. The bottom edge of the shadow is no longer behind the pyramid or under it. It's in the open. It's lying on the snow between me and the mausoleum. There's absolutely nothing there that could cast such a shadow. No tree that tall, no pole, no building. Just open steppe, smooth snow, starlight, and this unnatural darkness stretching across the ground. The distance between me and that pyramidal grave is maybe the length of a small football field. And in the middle of that empty white space, there's this shadow, rising up as tall as a 3-story building. My body starts to react before my brain does. I feel that familiar sensation from sleep paralysis trying to creep in. Your limbs get heavy. Your breathing starts to slow down. Your muscles want to lock. It's like my body is about to switch into observer mode, the one where you're awake inside, but your body won't obey you. And here's the strange part. At that exact moment, I'm curious. There's a part of me that wants to step toward it. I want to know what it is. I want to see what happens if I walk straight into that shadow. Will I pass through it? Will it move? Will it notice me? But there's another part of me, very loud, very primal, screaming. If you go into that shadow, you're not coming back the same, or at all. So I stand there, staring at it, and I feel the choice forming inside me. Curiosity or survival. And for once, thank God, survival wins. Without taking my eyes off the shadow, I force my foot to move backward. It feels like I'm pushing through thick mud. Then the other foot. One step, another, then another. The further I move away, the easier it gets. My muscles slowly unlock. My breathing evens out, and I feel control returning to my body. With every meter I put between myself and that shadow, it gets smaller. It thins out, shrinks, settles. Eventually, it looks like it did at the beginning. Just a tree next to a pyramid-shaped grave, with a normal winter shadow under the moonlight. I don't know how long I watched it. Maybe a few seconds, maybe a full minute. Then I made a very simple, very wise decision. I turned away from that place, walked around the cemetery, and took a different road. That road had lanterns, ugly yellow lights, ice on the ground, dog tracks in the snow. But it was the most beautiful, comforting thing I'd ever seen. In the end, nothing happened in the physical sense. I got home in one piece. But inside, I knew I had gotten dangerously close to something I should not have approached. Whether it was a trick of the brain, some kind of hallucination, or something we don't have words for, I still don't know. I only know how it felt. So here's the conclusion I've drawn for myself, and maybe it'll be useful to you too. If you ever find yourself staring at a shadow, or at some strange shape, and you feel that weird pull, like it's hypnotizing you, like your body wants to shut down while your eyes stay open, don't play the hero. Don't test it. Don't see what happens. Step back. Break eye contact if you can. Listen to your body. If every nerve in you is screaming to get away, trust that instinct. In my case, the fear of death turned out to be stronger than my curiosity. And that probably saved me from doing something truly stupid. I'm still a skeptic. I still look for logic. But I also respect that there are things, especially in places like cemeteries, in the middle of the steppe at night, that sit right on the edge of what we understand. And if you ever walk between two cemeteries under a bright winter moon, I genuinely hope all you see are normal, boring trees. Hey little buddy, how's your day going? Whatever ups and downs you had today, let's put them aside for now and dive into the mysterious stories from all around the world that people have sent to Mr. M. Let's see what we've got tonight, okay? Don't forget to hit subscribe and tap the bell so you don't miss any new videos from Paranormal M. I love you guys. 2 weird things happened in 2 days. The first one was a few nights ago, in broad daylight actually. I was in bed with my baby boy. His name's Milo. He's just turned 1. And my little sister Camille, she's 7 and from France, was sleeping beside us. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I know, Camille is nudging me awake, and Milo kind of sits up on my lap, all warm and floppy, like babies do. I'm propped halfway up in bed, still groggy, and then I hear this little crackling noise. It's coming from this small radio we shoved in a box by the bedroom door. That catches my attention, so I look toward the door. The door is barely open, just a crack. But through that crack, I see something pass by. It looked like an armful of hair. Not normal hair, but this massive, heavy clump of dry, matted, wiry brown hair sliding past, like it was attached to something walking by. I know that sounds weird, but it didn't look like hair from a hairbrush or from the shower drain. It looked dense, like it had weight to it. Imagine if someone needle felted a huge cloud of dry brown hair, and then there were bits of gray and blonde woven through it. Little strands sticking out in all directions like thin wires. It almost looked textured, like it would scratch if you touched it. And here's the thing. The door was only open a sliver, but there was so much of it passing by that I knew whatever it was had to be big. Because I was holding Milo, he was blocking my view of the lower part, so I couldn't see if there were legs, feet, anything like that. Just that awful, thick, matted hair sliding past the crack. For context, we've got this very classy, very DIY baby gate situation going on. Our landlord doesn't want us installing a proper gate because it might mark the wood. So we're using my son's old foam climbing block as a kind of barrier across the door. On top of that, we stacked a couple of boxes, and in one of those boxes is this little handheld radio that's still turned on. It sits directly across from the bedroom door. So I'm staring at the door. The radio is crackling by itself, and this hairy thing just glides across the opening. I blurt out, super loud, "What the bleep was that?" Camille sees my face and instantly knows something is wrong. She yanks the blanket up over her eyes, and in French, she whispers that she's scared. I can hear her voice getting shaky. I start calling for my partner, Leo, who that night was sleeping in Milo's room, because Camille hadn't wanted to sleep alone in there, so he gave up his spot. Camille joins in. Now she's actually crying and yelling too. because at this point I'm thinking, okay, someone has broken into our home. Some weirdo is in the hallway. This is it. This is how people die in horror movies. Leo rushes in, all confused, and I tell him there's someone in the house, that I saw something go by the door. He does a full sweep of the apartment, checking closets, the bathroom, under beds, everything. There's nothing. No one. That was on the 13th. I tried to shrug it off, maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was a shadow. Maybe I'm just exhausted. I want there to be a normal reason. I always do. But then tonight happened. Tonight was worse. It's about 3:30 in the morning. Leo likes to sit out on the patio late at night, scrolling or just unwinding, so I assumed he was out there. I was in bed with Milo again. He'd fallen asleep curled up against me. I woke up more fully this time because I was trying to find my phone. I knew I'd fallen asleep with it nearby, but when I pat around the bed, the pillow, under the blanket, it's just gone. As I'm doing this, I hear it. Creaking. Loud, steady creaking. Right in front of my bedroom door. Now, I'm not a big person, but I'm definitely not delicate either. I tried the next day to recreate that sound by just walking there, and I had to stomp to get it that loud. Whatever this was, it sounded like it had real weight. Anyway, back to the moment. Milo is asleep in one of my arms, and I'm trying desperately not to wake him as I feel around for my phone with my free hand. My heart is pounding. My brain is doing that thing where it's like, stay calm, be logical, don't panic. Meanwhile, the creaking is still going. No pauses, just this relentless, heavy shifting outside my door. I call out for Leo, sort of halfway between a whisper and a shout, because I don't want to wake Milo. No answer. The creaking keeps going. I start thinking, okay, if this thing, whatever it is, shows itself in that door crack, I'm done. I will either pass out, or cry, or both. Maybe all three. I call Leo's name again, louder this time, honestly expecting Milo to start fussing, but he doesn't even stir. He's still breathing all slow and peaceful against me, completely oblivious. I carefully put him down in the middle of the bed and keep searching for my phone. When I fell asleep earlier, he was below me in the middle of the mattress, so I figured maybe the phone slipped under him and moved when I picked him up. I lift the blankets, feel under him, check all around where he was. Nothing. Meanwhile, that creaking is still going on. Right at my door. No breaks. Just that 2-second rhythm. At this point, I'm sweating. I'm scared and mad and just done. I scream Leo's name. Right as I do, I hear another noise. The creaking stops, and I see Leo's face appear in the crack of the door. I just lose it. I yell at him. What the hell are you doing? Why are you standing in front of the door like that and not answering me? He looks completely confused. He goes, "What? I just came out of the bathroom. I heard you." Now, our bathroom is to the left of the bedroom. It's tiled, no wood floor in there. So those creaking sounds? That wasn't him standing on the wood outside my door, shifting around. I ask him, "You weren't just standing right here like a creep? You weren't pacing or something?" And he's like, "No, I swear. I was in the kitchen and then went to the bathroom. You must have been dreaming." Here's the thing. If he'd been in the kitchen, I would have heard him. The kitchen floor and the hallway both creak. There's no way he could have been stomping around out there for almost 10 minutes without me hearing him walking to and from the bathroom too. And I wasn't lying down. I was sitting up, actively searching for my phone. I was awake. Leo knows I'm sensitive to this kind of thing. I've had stuff happen all my life. I could probably fill a whole book with ghost stories. And normally he's pretty good about validating me. This time, though, he kind of half shrugged it off, saying maybe I was in some half-sleep state or something. And I get why he'd say that. Honestly, it's one of the explanations I'm considering too. We've lived in this place since September, and nothing weird has happened until this month. The only other tiny thing was once I thought I saw a little figure in the kitchen about the height of my son in my peripheral vision. I joked that Milo was astral projecting while he napped. I used to do a lot of astral travel when I was younger, so it's kind of a running joke between me and myself. The last few nights, though, I haven't been out on the patio with Leo like usual, listening to creepy Reddit stories and laughing. My health has been rough. I have lupus and PSA, and lately my treatments have not been going great. Today was actually the first day I took a new biologic, and it's made me feel pretty sick. I even broke out in a couple of hives. So I'm extra tired, falling asleep during shows I want to stay awake for after Milo goes to bed. So I checked the floor. I tried reproducing the creaks with my own weight. I retraced where my phone could have gone. I went over everything with that logical, nerdy part of my brain. And here's where it gets even weirder. After all this, after Leo and I talk and things calm down, I finally spot my phone. It's on my desk, right next to my head, within arm's reach. Like, if it had been there the whole time, I would have seen it. I swear to you, I would have. It was literally right there, screen down, as if it had just appeared again where it should have been from the start. So now my brain is trying to make sense of it all. The weird matted hair thing I saw a couple of days before. The creaking. The missing but not missing phone. Leo being in a totally different place than where the sounds were coming from. My son asleep through everything. My own exhaustion. The new meds. The most honest way I can put it is this. It felt, for a moment, like me and Milo were in a slightly different version of reality. Just a hair to the left of everyone else in the apartment. Like we were in the same place, but not synced up. And whatever was standing at my door, whatever was crossing that hallway with all that heavy, matted hair, belonged more to that other place. I even asked my friend Nolan. He's kind of my go-to spiritual/nerdy hybrid friend. If he'd ever heard of people feeling like they're trapped in some other layer of their own home, while everyone else is just living normally around them. He said he has heard stories like that, about people being out of phase or whatever you want to call it. Maybe I was just in a weird sleep state. Maybe the medication and the fatigue made me hallucinate. Those are real possibilities, and I take them seriously. But both experiences, back to back like that, it's a lot to write off as coincidence. Right now, I'm surprisingly calm. There's a part of me that wants to freak out, but the bigger part of me is just watching, observing, taking mental notes like, okay, if this happens again, what time is it? What's the light like? Who's awake? Where's the phone really? I love this home. Up until this month, I've never felt anything bad here. And even now, I don't feel like whatever this is wants to hurt us. I'm cautious, but I'm not living in constant fear. So that's where I'm at. Half scientist, half ghost magnet, very tired mom. Keeping a close eye on creaky floors and door cracks, and making sure my phone is exactly where I think it is before I go to sleep. So, my story with the supernatural really starts the year my grandma from my mom's side passed away. I was in 7th grade then. We flew down to Mexico after not visiting for like 3 or 5 years. It had been a while. We went to this small town near the coast where my mom grew up. I remember walking into my grandma's old house and seeing cousins I barely recognized, uncles, aunts, family friends. All these people who loved her and were helping my mom sort out the house so it could eventually be sold. My grandma, let's call her Abuela Rosa, had just been buried. After the funeral and all the prayers and food and stories, we came back home to the States. And that's when I saw my mom, Luz, break in a way I had never seen before. She cried constantly. I'd come home from school and my dad, Jorge, would be like, "Hey, grab your backpack. We're going to your Tia Elena's for a bit." He didn't want me just sitting there watching my mom sob all afternoon. She was always the strong one, you know? The one who handled everything. Suddenly she was just shattered. And that alone is scary when you're a kid. One afternoon, my mom started going through my grandma's things. Old photos, little knickknacks, jewelry, the rosaries, some shawls that still smelled like her perfume. I remember watching her pull out this one book from the bottom of a box. It was weird looking. The cover was this faded brown, and in the center there was this symbol, an eye inside a pyramid. The whole thing was in Spanish, and my Spanish was pretty basic back then, so I had no idea what it said. My mom stared at it for a long time. Later that night, she told me what it was about. A book on how to communicate with the dead. She said it almost like a confession. She missed her mom so much that when she realized what the book was, she took it as a sign. She told me she was going to try to talk to Abuela Rosa. So she started following the instructions. Most nights looked kind of the same. My mom would light a candle in the living room, sit in front of this little table with the crucifix, and whisper some words from the book. Then she'd go quiet. The first night, nothing happened. Second night, same thing. Silence. Just the sound of the AC humming and the candle flickering. By the third night, a few things in the house had changed. We had put up pictures of all the family members who had passed away on one wall in the living room. My grandpa, Abuelo Ignacio, some great-grandparents, a cousin who died young. And now we'd added a framed photo of my grandma right next to the crucifix. That night, it was around 10 p.m. My mom did her little ritual again. Candle, prayers, quiet. I was in my room, half doing homework, half zoning out, when I heard it. Bang. It wasn't just some tiny creak. It sounded like someone hitting the wall with their fist. Then another. Bang. My dad got up to check. I remember hearing him walk down the hallway, all annoyed, thinking maybe something had just fallen. Then he called my mom over, and the tone of his voice changed. So I went too. My grandma's picture was no longer on the wall. It was on the floor in the middle of the living room, face up, the glass shattered. Not near the wall, not leaning on anything, just there, like it had been flung forward. And all the other framed pictures? Completely untouched. Still, they did what parents do. They tried to rationalize it for my sake. They fixed the frame, put in new glass, and my dad reinforced all the nails in the wall. Hammered them in deeper, made sure everything was solid. My mom decided that, instead of trying to talk to my grandma again, she would try speaking to my grandpa, who had died exactly 2 years before her. I never really understood why she switched, but in her mind, maybe he'd be stronger on the other side or something. That same night, she tries again. Candle, book, whispered prayers. And then, again, this huge bang, then the sound of glass breaking. We ran into the living room, and it was my grandpa's picture this time. His frame was on the floor, glass everywhere, but the nail was still in the wall, perfectly fine. The frame somehow ended up further to the left, closer to my parents' bedroom door, like it had been thrown. My mom was done after that. She closed the book, said, "No mas," and put it in a box in the hallway closet. I could tell she was scared in a different way now, not just sad. And I was starting to feel like something had been invited in and did not want to leave. That's when things got personal. I started hearing my name being called. At first, I thought it was just normal kid stuff. You know, you think you hear your mom call you, but she didn't. I'd be in my room and hear, clear as day, "Oye, ven aquí," in my mom's voice. I'd go to the kitchen, no one. I'd hear my dad's voice calling my name, go to their room, and he'd be knocked out snoring. This kept happening. For a while, I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe the TV, or neighbors. I didn't want to be the paranoid kid jumping at every sound. But deep down, I knew something was off. Then came the night that really messed me up. My parents had a couples retreat with our church that went from 6 to 11 p.m. It wasn't unusual. They trusted me to be okay for a few hours at home. I was excited, honestly. More time for movies and video games. So I finished watching a superhero movie. Pretty sure it was one of the Spider-Man movies, on DVD in the living room. After it ended, I turned off the TV, switched off the main light, and stayed on the couch with just this small lamp on in the corner. I pulled out my old iPod and started scrolling through videos and memes. That's when I felt it. You know when someone stares at you from across a room and you just know? Your body picks it up before your brain does. I got this sudden chill, like a cold hand on the back of my neck. The air felt heavier, if that makes any sense. I tried to ignore it at first. I pulled my feet up on the couch and wrapped my arms around my knees. The house started making little noises, the fridge, the AC clicking on, normal stuff, but it all sounded too loud. I got nervous enough that I picked up the house phone and called my parents. I told my mom, "Hey, I feel weird. I think someone's in the house." She tried to calm me down, saying it was just my nerves, that they'd be home soon. While she was talking, I looked over toward the kitchen, and the chairs moved. We had these two swivel bar stools at the counter that separates the kitchen from the living room. I watched one of them jerk like someone had kicked it. Then it slid, hard, right into my leg, like it was trying to push me off the couch. The other chair tipped over and hit the floor. The sound was so loud in that quiet house, I almost dropped the phone. My mom's voice faded into the background because at that point I was just frozen. It looked and felt like a scene from a haunted house movie, except I was the one in it. And then I heard it again. My name, called from just to my left. I turned my head, slowly, and that's when I saw her. All the horror movies I'd ever watched hit me at once. I just bolted. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor and cracked. I ran straight to my parents' bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. I was shaking so hard I had trouble turning the lock. And then the banging started. Someone, something, pounded on the other side of the door. Not polite knocking, full-on, angry hits. I backed up against the far wall, sliding down onto the floor, crying, struggling to breathe. It felt like that moment would never end. Then, suddenly, The noise stopped. The house went quiet again. That silence was almost worse. After what felt like forever, but was probably around 9 or 10 minutes, I heard my parents' car pull up. The front door opened. I heard my mom call my name, this time for real. I cracked the bedroom door open and ran to them. The house was a mess. The chairs knocked over, the broken phone on the floor, the bar stool shoved away from the counter. They didn't see anybody else, of course. Just their kid, shaking, hyperventilating, crying like my life had just been ripped open. After that night, the weirdness didn't stop right away. It kind of moved into my dreams. I started having nightmares, really vivid ones, where I was in this gray forest, like everything was covered in fog. And there were other versions of me in there. They'd chase me, corner me, and do horrible things. I won't go into detail, but I'd wake up feeling dirty, terrified, and exhausted, like my soul had been chewed up. When my uncle, Tio Mateo, heard what had been going on, he got involved. In our culture, he's known as a kind of curandero, a healer. He came over with herbs, holy water, candles, and eggs. He had all of us stand still while he prayed and rubbed the eggs over our bodies, one by one. Then he cracked them into glasses of water. I remember seeing the yolks twist and darken in these strange shapes. Some parts looked almost black, with weird little strings in them. He shook his head like, yeah, something's not right here. Our priest from church also came by to bless the house. He walked room to room, sprinkling holy water on the walls, the doorways, the photos. He prayed over the living room, especially near that wall with all the pictures. Slowly, things calmed down. No more voices calling my name. No more banging on the walls. The nightmares faded. The house felt like a home again and not whatever it had become. Years later, I was a lot older. This was around 2017. I was cleaning out a closet, and guess what I found? That book. Same faded cover, same eye inside the pyramid. The moment I saw it, all those memories hit me like a wave. The broken frames, the chairs moving, that thing wearing my grandma's face. I didn't even open it. I took it outside that weekend when some friends and I had a bonfire, and I used it as kindling. Watched it catch and curl up into ash. It was strangely satisfying, like I was closing a door that should have never been opened. And the truth is, even after all these years, about 14 of them now, I still don't know what that spirit was. Was it something my mom accidentally invited in with that book? Was it just grief twisting reality around us? Was it something that latched onto my family for a while? I don't have answers. All I know is, it felt real. It left a mark. And every time I hear a random knock in a quiet house, a tiny part of me is back in that living room, looking at a broken picture frame on the floor, wondering who or what threw it. So, let me tell you this story the way it really lives in my head. To give you some context, this was back in 2020, right in the middle of the COVID madness. I was serving as a Latter-day Saint missionary in the Philippines, to Tacloban mission. About 4 months into my mission, I got a transfer call. I was originally supposed to serve in Baybay City, Leyte, but because of sudden lockdowns, all the borders were shut. No buses, no boats, nothing. I just couldn't get there. Another missionary was stranded for the same reason. Since neither of us could reach our assigned areas, the mission office put us together in this sort of temporary companionship and reassigned us to the San Rafael ward into Clobon City. From the beginning, that reassignment felt off. During the actual transfer announcement, there was no companionship assigned to San Rafael at all. The area wasn't even mentioned. Then, a few days later, out of nowhere, we were told, "Elders, you're moving to San Rafael." We didn't really question it. We just did what missionaries do. You go where you're called. Here's the thing. San Rafael had always been a sisters area. Then suddenly, it became an elders area. No explanation, just a quiet switch. The apartment was a 2-story house. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms. The one we used was fine after we cleaned it up. Just your typical missionary room. Beds, study desks, scriptures everywhere. But the other room felt like time forgot it. The air was stale, thick in a way that made you want to breathe shallower. Dust covered the floor and the closets. There were old hangers on the clothing rods, like someone had once hung their proselyting clothes there and never came back for them. It looked like no one had entered for years. Downstairs was a dim living room where the curtains only let in this weak, tired kind of sunlight. Beside it was a small dining area, then the kitchen and laundry space. The bathroom was tucked inside near the back, small but usable. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. We studied, we prayed, we did online teaching. We laughed about our awkward Cebuano, just regular missionary life in a pandemic. Then one night happened. I was in the kitchen washing dishes after dinner. We'd just finished a video call with some members, and then my youngest sister called me. Let's call her Lara. I propped my phone up against a cup in front of the dish rack so she could see me while I scrubbed plates. Behind me were the stairs and the dining area. The apartment was pretty quiet, just the sound of running water and her voice through the speaker. We were in the middle of this light conversation. She was telling me some funny story about online school, when she suddenly paused. "Kuya?" she said, her voice shifting a little. "Ilang kayo diyan?" "How many of you are there?" I frowned. "Dalawa lang," I answered. "Just me and my companion." There was this tiny silence on the line. And then she said something that made every hair on my arm stand up. "Ang dami kasi ninyong nakaputi." Because there are so many of you wearing white. I stopped scrubbing. I remember the water still running, my hands halfway in the sink. There were only 2 of us in the apartment. Yes, we were both wearing white undershirts and our garments. But she said she saw many people, all dressed in white, moving behind me. I turned around slowly. Nothing, just the shadowed outline of the stairs, the quiet dining table, and that still heavy air. No movement, no figures, no one. He tried to brush it off, mumbling something like, "Baka guni-guni lang yan." Maybe she was just imagining things. Then he closed his planner a little too quickly and said he was tired and headed upstairs earlier than usual. The moment he went up, the atmosphere changed. It's hard to explain, but it felt like the air got heavier, like the room was suddenly smaller, pressing in on me. My instincts were screaming that I wasn't alone, but I didn't have anything visible to point to, so I did what I could. I finished the dishes, turned off the lights, and went upstairs. I tried not to think about Lara's voice repeating in my head, "Ang dami kasi ninyong nakaputi." A few days later, my curiosity got the better of me. I started gently asking around during our member visits. I wanted to know why San Rafael, which had always been a sister's area, suddenly became an elder's area. I had this uneasy feeling that the abandoned room and the closed apartment weren't just about logistics. Eventually, one older sister in the ward, Nanai Tess, I'll call her, opened up. She told us that back when sister missionaries lived in that same apartment, strange things were already happening. One evening, she said, she went over to deliver dinner to the sisters. It was already getting dark. When she reached the gate, she noticed that the living room lights inside the house were off, so the whole first floor looked dim from the outside. But through the front window, she could clearly see several figures dressed in white standing inside. They weren't talking. They weren't moving around like normal people. They were just standing, facing in different directions, still. Thinking the sisters were home with guests, she called out to them from outside the gate, "Sisters!" The moment her voice broke the quiet, the figures suddenly ran, all at once, toward the stairs and up to the second floor. But here's the part that really bothered her. There were no footsteps, no creaking, no sound at all. Just the motion of them going up, and then silence. Startled, she stayed outside the gate, clutching the food container. A few minutes later, she saw the real sister missionaries walking down the street toward the house, just arriving from proselyting. They hadn't even reached the gate when she blurted out, "Akala ko nandito na kayo kanina. Ang dami nyo sa loob, nakaputi." When she told them what she had seen, the sisters went pale. They looked at each other, and then one of them quietly said that they had been experiencing things inside the apartment too. That's when they shared their side of it. One night, they said, they were upstairs, getting ready to go down and use the bathroom before bed. The door of that abandoned room, the dusty one, was slightly open. As they walked past, they suddenly felt this heavy, unsettling presence, like someone was watching them from inside the dark. Curiosity and fear mixed, and they glanced toward the doorway. That's when they saw them. Several pale faces, expressionless, peeking from the darkness of that room. Not one face, but many. Just there, half hidden, looking at them. They froze. Every instinct screamed at them to get out of the apartment. They decided to run downstairs and just get outside. But as they hurried to the stairs and reached the middle landing, they stopped dead in their tracks. At the foot of the stairs, in the living room below, more figures in white were standing there, silent, watching. No faces they could recognize. No emotion. Just that awful stillness. Then, one of the figures twitched, like its body was getting ready to move toward them, like it was about to climb the stairs. When they finally told Nane Tess what they had experienced, the details matched what she had seen from outside that same week. Figures in white, silently moving up the stairs. A few weeks later, our mission president decided to temporarily pull the sister missionaries out of that apartment and move them to a different place while they sorted things out. And that's when they started sending elders into the area instead. Elders like me and my companion. When we heard this story, everything suddenly lined up. My sister seeing many people in white behind me through a video call. The member seeing multiple white figures inside the apartment, running upstairs without a sound. The sisters seeing pale faces in the dark room and more figures at the base of the stairs. The descriptions were the same. The silence, the white, the stairs. I remember sitting there on that plastic chair in the member's house, my hands resting on my knees, trying to look calm. But my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My companion and I glanced at each other, and we both did that nervous little laugh that doesn't actually mean you're not scared. It's just what you do when you don't know what else to do. That night, on our way back to the apartment, we didn't talk much. We still prayed, still studied, still did everything we were supposed to do. Outwardly, we were normal missionaries. But inside, there was this quiet fear sitting between us, like a third companion we hadn't invited. Even now, years later, I still remember that video call with Lara so clearly. The way her voice shifted. The way she sounded uneasy but honest when she said, "Ang dami kasi ninyong nakaputi," because there are so many of you wearing white. The strange thing is, I never saw them myself. No matter how many times I looked over my shoulder, it was always just shadows and still furniture. But after hearing what the member saw, and what the sisters went through, and remembering what my own sister said that night, I can't help but wonder, maybe, just maybe, she really did see something standing behind me. Something that chose to show itself to her, but not to me. And that's the part that still gives me chills. Not what I saw, but what I never got to see at all. So, let me tell you about this trip we took to Baguio. It was late September, a few years back, when my sister-in-law, Anna, booked us a room at this old hotel along Quezada Road, just a short walk from Burnham Park. She really wanted us to experience the classic side of Baguio. Yung Luma, my character, hindi yung modern and fancy. I already knew the place was old. I'd Googled it beforehand. But I didn't expect this. Heaviness. The moment we stepped inside. The lobby was quiet, almost too quiet, and the hallways leading to our room on the 4th floor were narrow and dimly lit. You know that kind of yellow light that never fully reaches the corners? Parang laging may nakatago sa gilid ng mata mo. When we entered the room, my heart sank a little. It clearly hadn't been updated in years. The curtains were faded, the paint was peeling in some spots. The wooden floor creaked with every small step. Even the building's facade outside looked tired, like it hadn't been repainted in a long time. There were 3 beds, a big window overlooking Burnham Park, and outside the sky was this flat gray. A storm was on its way. Typhoon Ompong was in the forecasts that week, so the whole city felt extra gloomy. We dropped our bags and I went straight to the bathroom. As soon as I closed the door and turned the lock, I felt a sharp sting. Parang tinusok yung daliri ko. I looked down and saw a fresh cut on my finger, deep enough for blood to bead up and start running down. I just stared at it like, ano to? It made no sense. I've used 1,000 door locks in my life, but I'd never cut myself on one. And for it to happen the exact moment we arrived, it didn't feel like an accident. It felt wrong, like something was saying, "I'm here." I wrapped it with tissue and went back out. I told my husband Mark and Anna about it, brushed it off with a nervous laugh, then went to open my suitcase. Now this part really bothered me. My luggage had a number lock. I've used the same code since I bought it. I've never changed it. I punched it in, pulled the latch. Nothing. It wouldn't budge. I frowned, tried again, and again. I must have dialed that code 10, 15 times. Still locked. You know that slow, creeping feeling that someone's messing with you? That's exactly what it felt like. A thought slipped in. Maybe it's not just us in this room. Maybe something's playing with us. In the end, I had to force the zipper out of the lock to open the suitcase, and I just snapped. Out loud, I said, half nervous, half annoyed, "Friends, huwag niyo naman kaming pagtripan. Kakadating lang namin." I really meant it. It didn't feel like I was talking to thin air. It felt like I was talking to someone. Mark immediately dismissed it, saying it was all coincidence. Anna agreed, but I could tell they were both a little uneasy. That first night, we decided to sleep with the lights on. It was actually Anna who insisted, and Mark didn't argue. Si Mark kasi, may tinatawag tayong third eye. He's very sensitive, easily startled by energies or presences. So we pushed the beds closer together, and he took the middle bed, like some kind of human buffer. Nothing big happened that night, but all three of us felt it, that sense of being watched. Like eyes were on us from somewhere in the room, or just beyond it. The next morning, the air felt extra cold, and it wasn't just Baguio weather. We needed to leave early, so I volunteered to shower first. I went into the bathroom, closed the door, and started my usual routine. I turned the faucet on to adjust the temperature, then turned it off once I was ready and stepped into the shower. So I'm there, back facing the faucet, eyes closed, lathering shampoo into my hair. And then I hear it, the soft creak of the handle turning. The water suddenly starts running. For a moment, I just stood there, heart pounding, water running behind me. And I could feel that same presence from the day before, that thick, heavy feeling in the air. But the logical side of me fought its way through the fear. I told myself, "Baka natamaan mo lang ng likod mo. Baka may problema lang sa gripo." So I slowly turned, shut it off again, and kept repeating in my head, "Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it. Wala yan. Wala yan." I finished my shower, pretending nothing was wrong. The rest of that day was actually lovely. We roamed around Baguio, ate street food, walked around Session Road, passed by Burnham, enjoyed the cool air. Ang saya namin. For a while, I forgot about the weirdness in that room. We got back to the hotel around 10 p.m., tired and ready to sleep. We turned on the TV for a bit, chatted, then eventually settled in for the night. The lights stayed on again. Now here's the part that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. Around 3 a.m., I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. The room was quiet. My body was heavy, like I'd been yanked out of a deep sleep. I was about to roll over when I heard it. Crying. Very soft at first, muffled, like it was coming from the next room. I lay very still, listening. The sound was faint, but clear enough that I could feel it vibrating through my pillow, through the headboard. Someone, or something, was weeping. My whole body went rigid. I remembered what the front desk had told us when we checked in, that the room beside ours was empty. I slowly turned my head to check on Anna. She was fast asleep. Then I glanced at Mark. He was already awake, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. In a low voice, he whispered, "Naririnig mo." My eyes widened. "Oh," I whispered back. I wanted so badly to believe it was something normal, so I forced myself to say, "Baka naghihilik lang yung guest sa kabila." Even though I knew there wasn't supposed to be anyone there, I clung to that excuse like a lifeline. Then Mark said quietly, "May humahawak sa braso at paa ko." That's when real terror hit me. I went completely silent. It felt like the air around us thickened. My skin was crawling, but I didn't dare move. He reached up and tapped the headboard above him. It made this hollow, empty sound, like the wall between our room and the other room was very thin. But the crying didn't stop. Whoever or whatever it was just kept sobbing. Not loud, not dramatic. Just this soft, broken crying that went on and on. I don't know how long I lay there, staring at the ceiling, pretending not to hear it. Minutes felt like hours. Somewhere between fear and exhaustion, my body finally gave up and pulled me back to sleep. Looking back, I think the only reason I managed to sleep at all was because I kept forcing myself to be logical, to downplay everything, even when my gut was screaming otherwise. The next morning, we checked out and headed back to Manila. Nobody said a word about what happened. The whole bus ride home was quiet. It felt like we'd made this unspoken agreement. If we don't talk about it, maybe it can't follow us. We stayed at Anna's condo in Manila for 2 more nights. On that first night back, when we finally felt safe enough, we broke the silence. Over dinner, one of us joked about the creepy hotel, and suddenly everything came spilling out. Anna admitted she'd felt it too, that sensation of being watched. She said the bathroom made her especially uneasy, like someone was standing just behind her while she brushed her teeth. Then she told us, almost in a whisper, that when she took a bath, she'd heard someone murmuring right behind her ear. Not quite words, just a whisper. Then Mark shared what he'd been keeping mostly to himself. But on that night with the crying, everything changed. As the sobbing seeped through the wall, he said he suddenly sensed her clearly. A woman, a black figure, standing at the foot of our bed, just beyond the circle of light. He didn't see her face, just the outline of a woman, all in shadow. Maybe she was the one we heard crying. I still don't know the history of that particular hotel, but Baguio itself carries so much tragedy. Earthquakes, war, countless stories of loss. When I think about that night, it makes a strange kind of sense that some of that pain might still be lingering in places like that. And yet, Baguio City will always be beautiful to me. Majestic, even, with its cool air, pine trees, rich culture, and breathtaking views. Despite everything we experienced, a part of me still longs to go back someday. But I'm grateful for one thing. Whatever that presence was, it didn't follow us home. Mark told me later it was a good thing we never directly acknowledged it while we were there. Never talked to it, never called it out. Because once you do, once you really notice them, they notice you. So I'll leave you with something my husband said, words that honestly changed how I see things now. Don't wish to see ghosts or spirits. Kasi kapag nasa pinakamababa ka na, dun sila umatake. And after that night in Baguio, I believe him. So, let me tell you about the one time I very seriously decided I was done messing with anything even remotely ghost-related. I was in my early 30s. My partner, Hannah, and I had flown out to visit a friend of ours, Marcus, who was living in Vancouver at the time. We were crashing at this old condo his manager owned. One of those places that looks totally normal in daylight, but at night, it suddenly feels like it has way too many corners. From the first night, my sleep was just wrecked. Every time I drifted off and started dreaming, I'd become aware of someone standing in the corner of the bedroom. Same corner, same presence. I'd notice him, get this jolt of fear, snap awake, then roll over, fall back asleep, start dreaming again, and there he'd be. Over and over, like a broken record. I'm not exaggerating when I say this happened maybe 20 times a night. I'd barely fall asleep before it started again. By the end of the second night, I was exhausted, wired, and honestly, a little pissed off. On the third night, something in me just snapped. I'm in the dream again, and there he is. This man in the corner. But instead of freezing like I usually did, it was like I suddenly went lucid. I remember thinking, no, not tonight. I'm done. So in the dream, I marched right up to him. He looked ordinary, which somehow made it worse. Mid-30s maybe. Light brown hair slicked back. This mustard-colored button-up shirt. No shoes. He was just staring at me like he'd been waiting. I said something like, "Who are you, and what do you want?" And he answers, calm as anything. "My name is Victor. I have a message for..." And then, right where the important part should be, everything cuts out. It's like someone yanked the sound cable. Instead of words, I hear this high-pitched ringing, like feedback in my ears. He's clearly still talking, his mouth is moving, but I can't hear a thing except that piercing tone. The only thing I clearly remember is his name, Victor. Next thing I know, I jolt awake. The room is quiet. I grab my phone, 6 a.m. I remember lying there thinking, well, at least it's morning. Maybe it's over now. I'd finally gotten what felt like maybe an hour of real sleep. Fast forward to the fourth night. We'd been out late with Marcus, bar hopping, laughing, just enjoying being together. By the time we got back to the condo, it was around 2 a.m., right about the time the corner guy would usually start his routine with me. We're half drunk, sitting around in the living room, and Marcus asks casually, "So, how you sleeping here?" That kind of caught me off guard, so I shrug and laugh and say something like, "Honestly, not great. I keep having this weird dream. There's this guy standing in the corner of the bedroom, and every time I see him, I wake up. It just keeps looping." I didn't go into much detail. I didn't mention his name, what he looked like, what he was wearing, none of that. It was just some drunk late-night ghost story sharing. Then Hana turns to look at me. Her face goes from playful to completely serious in an instant. And that never happens lightly with her. She stares at me and says, slowly, "Was he a tall guy? Light brown hair, slicked back, wearing a mustard-colored button-up, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, no shoes?" I swear to you, I felt everything in me just go cold, because I had never told her those details. I hadn't told anyone those details. The shirt color, especially, that weird mustard yellow, was so specific it made my skin crawl. And she gives me this crooked little smile and says, "Because he just walked in." She was half joking, obviously, trying to freak us out, piling on more jokes after that. But the timing, the seriousness in her eyes when she'd first described him, that was not a joke. I could tell. Years later, when things had calmed down and I'd convinced myself it was all just coincidence, I asked her again, "Seriously, how did you know what he looked like? Down to his shirt and everything." She just shook her head and said, "You don't want to know." And something in the way she said it made me believe her. I dropped it after that. I really, genuinely, did not want to know. But honestly, the scariest part wasn't the dreams. It wasn't even Hana naming the guy from my dreams like she'd seen him herself. The part that sits with me, the part that changed her, is what happened that fourth night when we finally went to bed. We were both drunk and tired, so we crashed pretty hard. Sometime in the middle of the night, I started waking up to these strange sounds next to me. It sounded like Hana was struggling to breathe, like a weird gasping, almost like choking or, I don't know, something caught in her throat. Because we'd been drinking, I just assumed she was snoring in some weird position. I'd nudge her, shove her a little, grumble at her to roll over. She'd quiet for a bit, then start again. Here's the thing. We've been together 2 decades now. I know all her sleep noises. I can tell you what she sounds like when she's congested, when she's dreaming, when she's dead asleep. I have never heard her make those sounds before or since that night. At around 5 a.m., before dawn, I feel her claw at my arm, like really dig her nails in. It yanks me out of sleep. I open my eyes, but I'm so tired and disoriented that I'm not sure if I'm awake or still dreaming. And then, at the edge of my vision, I see something. I don't even know what to call it. A creature? A shadow? It looked like a small, monkey-like thing, hunched on her chest. Not cute, not cartoonish. Its limbs looked too long. Its body too heavy for its size. It was sitting there, pressing down on her, and she was gasping like she was fighting for air. And you know what I did? I rolled over and went back to sleep. I wish I could say I did something heroic, but I didn't. I was too exhausted, too drunk, too confused. I saw it, registered it in that fuzzy way you do when you're half dreaming, and then I just slipped under again. The next morning, the sun's up, and everything looks totally normal. We're packing up, getting ready for the day. I'm still kind of shaken, but I figure maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. So I tease her lightly, trying to make it less creepy than it felt. I say, "Hey, pretty sure I saw a monkey or something sitting on your chest last night. You were making these weird noises like you couldn't breathe." She looks at me, and she just says very simply, "I was." No smile, no sarcasm, just that. And I don't know why, but the first thing that pops out of my mouth is, "Karma, babe. You shouldn't joke around with the dead." I expected her to roll her eyes, crack a joke back, maybe try to spook me one more time. Instead, she just nods, like she agrees, like I'd said something true. When she was 2 years old, her family actually brought in both a shaman and a priest because they believed she was being haunted by the ghost of a child. That's not a fun family anecdote for them. That's something they still talk about in hushed voices. So for her, cracking that "he just walked in" joke about a spirit, especially one she could apparently describe in detail, was crossing a line she usually wouldn't cross. And after that fourth night, she never made those kinds of jokes again. Not once. We've talked around it a couple of times, very carefully. I've told her how those dreams stopped after we left that condo, how I still remember Victor's name and that awful ringing in my ears where his message should have been. I've told her I half remember that monkey-like thing on her chest, the way she sounded like she was suffocating, how she clawed at me to wake me up. And every time I ask, even gently, "How did you really know what he looked like? What really happened to you that night?" she shuts down. She just says, "I don't want to talk about it, and you don't want to know." And the thing is, I believe her. So now I don't ask. I won't ask. I respect that boundary. And honestly, I respect whatever was in that condo enough to leave it alone too. All I'm left with is this: a man in the corner who knew my name, a message I wasn't allowed to hear, my partner describing him like she'd seen him herself, and a night that changed her so much she refuses to joke about the dead ever again. I don't know what any of it really was. Maybe there's a rational explanation that would make complete sense. Maybe not. All I know is, if you ever feel tempted to joke about spirits, about the dead, about whatever's on the other side, maybe don't. Some things, I think, are more than happy to be left alone. So I'm 31. I work in sales, and Las Vegas is part of my territory. I don't live there, but I'm out there a lot for work. The catch is, my company only reimburses me up to a certain hotel rate, so I'm always trying to find something that's decent but not crazy expensive. On this trip, I see that the Luxor is cheap, has good valet, and it's walking distance from my work event. Plus, I'd never stayed there before. You know that feeling where you're like, sure, it's a little sketchy, but maybe it has some old school charm. That was me. I literally thought, screw it, why not? I walk into the lobby and immediately feel this weird mix of unease and fascination. The Egyptian theme is so dated, it almost feels like a movie set, but the pyramid itself is ambitious. You can tell when it opened it was probably mind-blowing. So I'm standing there like, okay, this is tacky, but in kind of a lovable way. I get up to my room and just start laughing. Out loud. This is, no exaggeration, the worst hotel room I've ever stayed in. It was built in '93, but somehow it feels like '83 pretending to be the future. Everything feels tired. I always book 2 queens when I travel because hotels love to skimp on blankets. My usual move is, take the extra blankets from the second bed, pile them onto the bed I'm actually sleeping in, and make myself a little nest. That's exactly what I did. Important detail, I did not move any pillows. I had enough on my bed already, and if I had added more, I'd be trying to sleep on top of a mountain of pillows. So, blankets moved, pillows untouched. That's locked in my brain. Next morning, I wake up early, do a little workout in my room, shower, start getting ready. Housekeeping knocks while I'm mid-getting dressed. I have to yell, "Occupied!" like 3 times before they finally hear me. Mildly annoying, but whatever. When I leave for the day, I hang the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, and that sign does not come off for the rest of my stay. Right as I'm almost ready to head out, the fire alarm goes off. And I'm thinking, okay, that's new. Never had this happen at a hotel before. I step out into the hallway. It's that painfully bright, humming kind of lighting, and everyone's trickling out of their rooms half confused. Security tells us our bank of elevators is shut down, but the ones on the opposite side are still working, which basically means the alarm was triggered on our side. So now I'm walking down the fire stairs from the 12th floor with a bunch of other half-asleep people, trying not to trip. While I'm outside, I pull out my phone and Google Luxor fire alarm and see a bunch of posts saying the alarms go off a couple times a month. I'm like, okay, maybe that's just a Vegas thing? I shrug it off and blame it on cheap rooms attracting a lot of chaos. A few hours later, I come back to my room because I want to meditate and clear my head before this big work event. I walk in, beeline straight to the window to check the view, just absent-mindedly doing my routine. Then I turn around and look at the bed. All of the pillows from the second bed, the bed I didn't touch, are now stacked on my main bed. Not tossed, not crooked, stacked, neatly, parallel. 3 high rows, like someone was intentionally arranging them. Nothing stolen. I don't notice anything else obviously moved. But I know, like deep bone-level know, that I did not do that. I don't need to be 100% sure about where I left my suitcase or my shoes, but the pillows? I remember very clearly deciding not to mess with them, but I'm there for an important event, and I'm determined not to spiral. I tell myself, you're fine. Focus on work. I dim the curtains, lie down on the bed, and start taking these slow, deep breaths, trying to meditate. About 20 minutes in, my manager, let's call her Priya, calls me. She says she needs me to cover a meeting for her, so I snap out of meditation mode, throw my clothes back on in a rush, and head out. I leave the room basically exactly as it is. Curtains closed, pillows still weird, do not disturb sign still on the door. I don't get back until after the event, like 11 p.m. I'm tired. I just want to shower and pass out. I open the door, step inside, and something feels off. It's that instant, wait feeling before your brain catches up. The curtains are wide open. The room is bright from the strip lights, and my stomach just drops. I know I didn't open them. I closed them myself before I lay down earlier. And when I rushed out after Priya's call, I didn't go near them. I start trying to explain it away. I'm like, okay, maybe when I cranked the AC earlier, the draft caught the curtains. They're kind of angled. Maybe they just slid open on their own. Then I think, or maybe I opened them on autopilot at some point and just totally spaced. ADHD brain moment. I actually had to gaslight myself to get through that night. I kept replaying a fake memory of me opening the curtains over and over. I kept insisting to myself, you probably just forgot. You're tired. You travel all the time. This is nothing. But in the back of my mind, I kept seeing that dim room I left earlier, and that feeling just sat there. I decide I am absolutely not showering that night. I don't want to be naked and vulnerable if something is off. It sounds ridiculous when I say it, but in the moment, it made perfect sense. So I just wash my face, brush my teeth, and get into bed. The whole night, I hear bumping, tapping, little sounds here and there. I try to blame it on thin walls and wild neighbors, but every time I peek out, I never see anyone going into or out of the rooms near me. No doors slamming, no drunk people stumbling by, just noise. I end up praying quietly, just asking to be left alone, basically. Eventually, I fall asleep. In the morning, I wake up and immediately look at the curtains. They're shut. Perfectly shut. Not moving. No draft. No, oops, they slide on their own. It's like the room is deliberately trying to pretend nothing happened. Later, I hop on a call with my team and say something like, I'm excited to go home. Weird stuff keeps happening in this hotel. They ask what I mean, so I walk them through the pillows, the fire alarm, the curtains, all of it. One of my coworkers, a Vegas local, let's call him Alex, goes, oh dude, the Luxor? Yeah, that place is supposed to be haunted. Super cursed. Everybody knows that. And I just sit there like, I'm sorry. What? After the call, while I'm checking out, I run into a security guard by the elevator. She seems nice, so I ask her, hey, random question. If the fire alarm goes off, does security ever go into rooms even if there's a do not disturb sign? Just to check things out? She tells me, technically we can, but I don't remember us actually doing that. So I tell her about the pillows, then about the curtains. I'm clearly fishing for some kind of, oh yeah, that happens a lot. But she's giving me nothing. Total poker face. So finally I just ask, be honest with me. Is this place haunted? She says, no, never heard that. Nobody's ever reported anything like that to me. And I'm thinking, really? Not one person in this entire pyramid of weird vibes. She's not giving me even an inch. So I finally say, okay, be straight with me. Is this place haunted? Do other guests ever report weird stuff happening in their rooms? She smiles politely and says, no, never. I'm so sorry someone moved your things. You should file a report. At that point, I'm like, all right, whatever. Nothing's missing. I just want to leave. I thank her and head out. Outside, I pull out my phone again in search. Is the Luxor Hotel haunted? I tell myself if nothing comes up, I'll just drop it. But oh my God, the results are like a wall of, yes, absolutely it's haunted. Article after article, videos, blogs, personal stories. It's apparently one of the most famous haunted hotels people talk about in Vegas. Some say in the whole country. Guests describe exactly the kind of stuff I experienced. Objects moving, weird noises, strange vibes, that feeling of being watched. Fourth result down, there's this 3-star review specifically mentioning the 12th floor being haunted. Guess where my room was? Yup, 12th floor, right by the elevators. Smack in the middle of the hallway, basically the most 12th floor room on the 12th floor. When I read that, I just sat there in my car going, of course. Of course I did this to myself for a cheap nightly rate. Then I fall down a rabbit hole reading about the place. Stories about accidents during construction. People saying there are bodies buried under the property. Supposed mafia connections. Reports of suicides and deaths since it opened. Guests finding out someone died in their room years ago. All of that. There are even people saying the shape of the pyramid and the big beam of light mess with the energy. I don't know how much of that is real, but after staying there, I'm not in a hurry to test it. All I know is, I went in just trying to save my company a few bucks, and came out with my own little ghost story. I'm never staying there again. Like, I don't care how cheap it is, I'm good. And knowing they're planning to demolish it in a couple of years, honestly, good riddance. I grew up just outside Providence, Rhode Island. But every summer, my parents shipped me off to this outdoor camp up in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. It was one of those classic New England camps. Canoes, creaky bunks, counselors who lived in flannel. I started going when I was about 8, and by the time I was 17, I was finally old enough to be a CIT, a counselor in training. Now, the big rite of passage for us CITs was this one trip, hiking up Mount Washington. Tallest peak in the Whites, famous for truly awful weather. Like, they brag about how bad the weather is. People have actually died up there, which they tell you right before you go, for some reason. Super comforting. Anyway, our group hikes up all day, and the plan is to crash at this hut near the summit for the night, before finishing the climb in the morning. Picture a long wooden room with rows of mattresses on the floor. Everyone lined up in sleeping bags like colorful sardines. There were maybe a dozen of us. Me, my buddy Theo next to me, and a bunch of other half-exhausted teenagers who passed out almost immediately. Except me. For whatever reason, I just could not fall asleep. I was wired. Maybe it was the altitude. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe it was the gallon of hot chocolate I drank at dinner. I don't know. I just remember staring into the dark, listening to everyone breathe. After a while, maybe an hour, I started hearing these sounds. At first, I thought it was just normal sleep stuff. Someone snoring, somebody shifting in their bag, a little mumbling. No big deal. But then the voices started to change. It stopped sounding like my friends. The sounds got deeper, guttural, almost like someone was trying to talk with their throat half closed. And it wasn't just one voice. It would start as these low, broken noises, like someone whimpering under their breath. And then it would swell. More and more of them, all at once. They didn't sound like any of the kids I was with. These voices sounded older, worn out, desperate. And the words, when I could make out words at all, were like pleading, crying out for help, or mercy, or I don't even know. It was just this sense of raw distress, like being in a room with people who were all suffering, all at the same time, but you couldn't see any of them. The pattern was the same, all night. It would start with one or two voices, build and build until it felt like there was a crowd of them wailing, and then die down again. A few minutes of quiet, then back again, over and over. The whole time I'm lying there on my back, staring at the ceiling I can't even see, absolutely frozen. I kept trying to figure out if the sounds were coming from my friends' bodies or from somewhere else. The room itself, the walls, the air. I honestly didn't know. All I knew was that they were around me, everywhere. And whenever I looked at the people next to me, they were just asleep, totally out. At one point, I couldn't take it anymore. I nudged Theo. Hey man, wake up. He kind of grunted and rolled toward me, all confused. What? What's up? And I'm there, heart racing, about to say, do you hear that? There are voices everywhere. But the second I opened my mouth and started with, there are these weird voices. I could hear how insane it sounded. So I chickened out. I just shook my head and said, never mind. Sorry. Go back to sleep. He did. Instantly. And I was alone with the voices again. Finally, after what felt like an entire lifetime, the sky started to lighten. Dawn on the mountain is weirdly quiet. The voices stopped. Just stopped. No slow fade. One moment they were there, and then they weren't. All I could hear was the wind. I remember turning my head toward this little window in the hut as the light got stronger. The glass was fogged with dew on the outside. And that's when I saw them. Handprints. Clear as day. Several of them, pressed into the dew on the outside of the glass. They looked like someone had stood out there in the freezing, early morning wind and put their hands flat against the window, over and over. Different sizes, some higher, some lower. And the wildest part was, I felt relieved. Not because it was normal, obviously, but because it meant maybe I wasn't going completely out of my mind. I thought, okay. When everyone else wakes up, I'll show them. I'll say, do you see those? I wasn't imagining this. So I just lay there, watching those handprints while the sun came up. But as the light got stronger, the dew started to evaporate, tiny droplets sliding, breaking up the shape of the palms and fingers. Within a short time, gone. Completely gone. Just a blank window again. By the time everyone else woke up, there was nothing to see. No voices, no handprints. Just a bunch of tired teenagers stretching and complaining about sore legs. And I said nothing. We finished the hike to the summit, took our victory photos, came back down, returned to camp, and I carried that night around in my head like a stone for years. I didn't tell anyone. I was sure no one would believe me. I barely believed myself. Fast forward to adulthood. These days, I'm a lot more willing to talk about it, usually when the topic of ghosts or weird experiences comes up. A few months ago, I was at a bar with some friends, and we got on the subject of haunted places. So I told them the whole story. The CIT trip, the hut, the voices, the handprints, all of it. I finish, take a sip of my drink, and everyone's kind of sitting there in that, I don't know if I should joke or take this seriously, silence. And then my friend Lena pulls out her phone. She scrolls for a second, then turns the screen to me. It's a photo of a mountain hut, weathered wood, small windows, rocky ground around it. She goes, "Was it this place?" And my stomach just dropped. Because I had never looked up the hut. Not once. Back when it happened, I didn't even know what it was called. We were just kids, following our counselors. And it was like 2004 or 2005. My family still had dial-up, and I certainly wasn't going home to type "creepy cabin where I almost lost my mind" into a search bar. But I look at her phone, and I recognize it instantly. The angle is different. The weather's nicer, but the shape of it, the way it sits against the rocks, it's the same place. "Yeah," I say. "Yeah, I think that's it." "Why?" She scrolls up to the top of the article. The headline is something along the lines of, "Spend the night in New Hampshire's most haunted cabin for a truly terrifying experience." I just stared at it. Didn't quite work out that way. Over the years, more people died on that mountain, and along the way, the hut picked up this reputation for being haunted. People have reported seeing faces, crowds of them, pressed against the windows, or feeling invisible hands shove them in the dark, or hearing things they can't explain. There's even this idea of something they call the presence. Not one specific ghost, but kind of a collective spirit. The energy of all the people who died up there, bound somehow to the mountain itself. There are stories going back to the 1800s about people feeling followed or watched by something, long before the hut was built. And reading all that, it was like a switch flipped for me. For so long, I'd treated that night as this weird, maybe I was just overtired thing that happened to me alone. But realizing that other people, strangers, decades apart, had felt and heard similar things in that same spot, it became very, very hard to chalk it up to my imagination. I still don't understand what happened that night. I don't have a neat explanation. I just know what I heard, what I saw, and how it felt. I know those voices sounded like they were in pain, like they were reaching out. I know I lay there listening to them for hours, too scared to move. And I know that when I think about those handprints fading into the morning sun, part of me wonders if they were trying to be seen, to be acknowledged, to not just be another set of names on some old memorial. People sometimes ask me, would you ever go back, stay there again, just to see? And honestly, a part of me would love to, just to understand. To stand in that hut as an adult and say, okay, I'm listening. What are you trying to tell me? But the rest of me, the part that remembers lying awake all night while the dead begged for help in the dark, yeah. I don't think I'm taking that gamble. Not on that mountain. Not in that hut. Not again. So, before I dive into this, I always have to start with a disclaimer. There's no proof of what I'm about to tell you. No photos, no audio, no physical evidence. Just me and one once-dear friend who heard every single thing I did. This was in the mid-1970s, long before everyone carried cameras in their pockets. I didn't own a camera or a tape recorder or anything like that. It actually wasn't until around 2005 that I started seriously researching the paranormal. Back then, I was just a kid with a job and a love for the outdoors. One of my first real jobs was in retail, at a sporting goods store. Early 70s. I worked my way into managing the camping department over the summers. And the attitude toward customers back then was different. We weren't just clerks ringing things through. We were salespeople who actually knew the gear. We listened, asked questions, matched people to the right tent or backpack. We took a kind of pride in it. That's how I met this guy. I'll call him Mark. He came in looking for a tent one slow afternoon. I walked him through materials, pole types, weather ratings, how to set it up, the whole thing. He was impressed that some skinny college kid actually knew what he was talking about. We got talking, first about camping, then about trips, then about life in general. And by the end of that shift, we weren't just salesman and customer anymore. We were friends. During the summers, when classes were out, Mark worked as a canoe guide up in Algonquin Park in northern Ontario. He led long canoe trips, sometimes 2-3 weeks at a time. Canoeing, portaging, backcountry camping in places you absolutely could not drive to. He was in demand because he knew what he was doing. People trusted him with their safety for weeks in the middle of nowhere. Over the next couple of years, I started tagging along on some of his shorter trips. We'd spend long weekends exploring quiet corners of Algonquin. He taught me how to hang food properly so black bears couldn't get to it, how to read the wind on the lakes, how to listen to the forest and know when something wasn't normal. I admired him, not just for his skills, but for how calm he was. Nothing rattled him. Around him, I always felt safe. And of course, me being young and eager, I kept saying, we've got to do a real trip, not just 3 days. I want to know what it's like to really push it. 2 weeks. Deep in, I wanted the full, stripped-down, hard mode experience. Eventually, that chance came. We planned a longer trip, about 10 days. We paddled and portaged for several days straight, deeper and deeper into the park. By Mark's estimate, we were at least 25 miles from where we'd first put the canoe in. No roads, no cabins, no people. Just lakes and forest. One late afternoon, I said to him, "Let's find somewhere really remote tonight. Somewhere that feels different." And he nodded, like, "Okay, you asked for it." We ended up spotting this small island in the middle of a quiet lake. Just one marked campsite on it. No other sites nearby. No cottages. Nothing. It was the kind of place where, when you stop paddling, the silence presses in on you. We pulled up, unloaded the canoe, and got to work. We pitched the tent in the middle of the island, set up camp, and made dinner over an open fire. The sky went from gold to deep blue, and then to that velvety dark you get so far from the city. I remember thinking we'd only seen one other canoe the entire day. It really felt like we were cut off from the world, like stepping back 100 years, easy. We'd just finished eating. We were sitting by the fire, leaning back on our packs, talking lazily about nothing in particular. That's when we heard it. At first, it sounded like something big moving through the trees. And that's not unusual up there. Branches snapping, underbrush being pushed aside. I remember thinking, okay, maybe a bear. Maybe a moose. We both kind of froze and listened. But pretty quickly, we both realized something was wrong. It wasn't just branches breaking. It sounded like something plowing through the forest, like a bulldozer made of teeth and muscle. The island wasn't very big, and we were camped near the center. You could hear this thing, whatever it was, coming from one end of the island, toward us. And then came the sound I can still hear in my bones. This scream, this primal, ripping sound, like an animal and a human and something else all balled into one. It started to our right, way down at one end of the island, and within seconds, the sound was suddenly all the way over on our left. Not just the scream moving, but the crash of it barreling through thick timber, as if it had crossed the entire island in maybe 10 seconds, maybe less. Now, that might not sound impossible until you picture the terrain. This wasn't smooth ground. It was tangled roots, dense underbrush, fallen trees. You'd be hard-pressed to force your way 10 feet through that stuff in 10 seconds. But whatever this was, it sounded like it was tearing from one end of the island to the other. Full speed, screaming. I remember turning to look at Mark. The firelight was flickering across his face, and he was pale. Not worried about the weather pale. This was someone who'd spent years leading people through the wildest parts of that park. I had never seen fear on him before, but in that moment, he looked genuinely terrified. He locked eyes with me and said, very quietly at first, "We need to get off this island." Then, a half second later, louder, with this edge I'd never heard from him, "We have to get off this island. Right now." We moved. I don't think I've ever packed so quickly in my life. We didn't bother with proper gear organization. We just grabbed what we could, shoved it into the canoe, and dragged it down to the water. The whole time, that thing, whatever it was, kept crashing and shrieking, here, then there, like it was circling the island or bouncing from one side to the other way faster than any normal animal could move. We pushed off and paddled hard, straight out into the lake. We didn't go far, maybe 100 yards, maybe a bit more, but it was enough to put water between us and the island. The fire was still burning on shore, casting this orange glow over the tree line. For the next 15 minutes or so, we just drifted and listened. It felt like chaos on that little patch of land. The sounds were huge, snapping wood, violent movement, That awful screaming and growling that didn't sound like anything either of us had ever heard before. The only comparison I've ever been able to come up with is, imagine listening to a war movie, the kind set in World War II, but all compressed onto a tiny island. Explosive bursts of sound, then sudden silence, then another rush. And then, just like that, it stopped. No slow fade, no retreating footsteps. One moment, pandemonium. The next, silence. The kind of silence where your ears ring because they're trying so hard to find something to latch onto. We sat there, floating in that silence, paddles resting across our knees, too wired to talk. Eventually, Mark said, "We can't stay out here all night." And he was right. Hypothermia is just as much a threat as anything else in those conditions, even in summer. So, very reluctantly, we turned the canoe back toward the island. I remember how wrong it felt to set foot on that shore again. Everything looked normal. Our camp was just there. The fire had burned down a bit. The tent was standing. Nothing was torn up or scattered. No broken trees, no claw marks. Nothing to show for the violence we'd just heard. We walked slowly, listening, half expecting something to leap out at us. But nothing did. We stoked the fire back up, sat close to it, and talked in these low, careful voices, like we were afraid of waking something. Eventually, exhaustion won. We crawled into the tent, lay there listening for hours, and, somehow, we made it through the night without another incident. Morning came. The island looked ordinary, peaceful even. No tracks we could identify, no torn-up path through the underbrush, no sign of anything that could explain the sounds from the night before. If it had just been me, I might have convinced myself I'd misheard, that my mind had played tricks on me. But it wasn't just me. Mark heard it too. Years later, before life took us in different directions, we'd talk about that night from time to time. I moved from Canada to the States. He slipped deeper into his own struggles and eventually lost his battle with alcoholism about a decade ago. But whenever we revisited that memory, it was like no time had passed at all. We'd both go quiet for a moment, and then one of us would say, "Do you remember the island?" And the fear would come back. Not as sharp as that night, but still deep. Still there. Like something lodged in the nervous system. We never found an explanation. We never turned it into a story with a neat ending or a label we were happy with. It's just this thing that happened out there in Algonquin Park, on a small island in the dark, with two friends sitting by a fire, thinking they understood the world, right up until the moment the island started to scream. So I'm doing this bit of digging for a close friend of mine, Liam, and I want to tell you his story the way he told it to me. I know how it sounds, but he's not the type to make things up. And even after all these years, his hands still shake when he talks about it. This all started back in late spring of 2012. Liam was staying at his nan's place in the Bar Hill area, just outside Peterborough. You know those quiet estates where every sound carries and you can smell people's dinners from halfway down the street? That sort of place. It was one of those bright, clear afternoons. Cool enough for a jacket, but the sun was doing its best. he decided to go for a walk in a spot everyone local just calls the Brambles. It's a tangle of scrub and trees, with little paths cut through by years of kids messing about and dog walkers taking shortcuts. Nothing special. He'd been there dozens of times. He told me that, at first, everything was completely normal. Birds, distant traffic, the occasional shout from kids somewhere behind him. And then, as he stepped off the main path, just a few meters, he said, everything cut out. And I mean everything. No wind in the branches, no birds, no distant rumble of cars. Just this hard, dense silence that felt like it had weight. He said it felt like he'd just walked into a room where someone had been arguing, and they all went quiet the second he opened the door. That's when he saw it. About 15, maybe 20 feet ahead, between two scruffy-looking bushes, something stepped into view. He described it as a grayish figure, but not gray like clothing. Gray skin. The kind of color you see in the underside of an animal, or something that hasn't seen the sun in a very long time. There was a light covering of fur over it, thin and patchy, more like wiry hair than a proper coat. It was hunched, the spine curved, shoulders high, and it moved on all fours. Not like a dog, he said. More like something that could stand upright if it wanted to, but preferred not to. Its eyes were the worst part. They were a deep, burning orange, with dark red pupils that didn't look quite round. He said they reminded him of embers in a fire, when you poke them and they flare up for a second. And even from that distance, he felt them lock onto him. He heard this low sound coming from it, somewhere between a growl and a wet, grizzling sort of throat noise. It wasn't loud, but it went straight through him in a way that normal sounds don't. Every nerve in his body told him he shouldn't be there. He said the feeling was very clear. You're not welcome here. Get out. The whole thing lasted maybe 4 or 5 seconds. That's all. But he swears it felt stretched, like time had been pulled thin, long enough for every detail to burn itself into his memory. And during those few seconds, the air around him turned bitterly cold. Not just a gust of wind, not a chill. He said it felt like stepping into a walk-in freezer. His breath didn't fog or anything. It was just that sharp, bone-deep cold that makes your skin tighten. Then he blinked, and it was gone. No sound of it moving off. No rustling in the bushes. 1 second it was there, locked eyes with him. The next second he was just staring at empty trees and scrub. And as soon as it vanished, all the background noise snapped back. Wind, birds, distant cars. Like someone hit unmute on the world. That's when the fear properly hit him. He turned and just ran. Full-on, blind panic. He told me he didn't even look back once. He sprinted all the way to his nan's house, slammed the door and locked every window and door he could find. Then he just sat on the floor with his back against the hallway door, heart hammering, listening for anything. He noticed a few things in the aftermath when he calmed down enough to think. There were no strange lights. It didn't get darker, like a storm rolling in. There were no odd smells. It was just the silence, the cold, and that thing. He's never seen it again, not with his own eyes. At first, he tried to rationalize it. He remembered hearing that the zoo over near Shepreth had an escaped wolf in the early 2000s and wondered if his mind had just cooked something up from that old story. But the more he tried to line it up in his head, the less it made sense. He kept coming back to the proportions. Too tall, too long in the limbs, shoulders too high, and those eyes, not right for any normal animal. The closest thing he could compare it to, he said, was the werewolf form of Professor Lupin from the Harry Potter films. But even that was only a rough approximation. It was like someone had taken that idea and made it real in a way that didn't belong in our world. Over time, we started throwing ideas around. The one that kept coming up was skinwalker, or something like it. Some kind of entity, not just an animal that wandered too far from home. Now that would be unsettling enough on its own, but that wasn't the end of it. A little while later, maybe a few weeks, he had a second encounter, not far from his nan's house. There's a nature reserve about a 10-minute walk away, a wide field with a single, lonely-looking tree in the middle. If you're from the area, you probably know the one I mean. It was early evening this time, sky turning that pale gold you get just before sunset. Liam went out walking again, because what else are you going to do? Stay inside forever? He cut across the field, heading vaguely towards that lone tree, not really thinking about anything in particular. Then he heard it. A slow, rhythmic creaking. At first he thought it was just the branches moving in the wind, except there was barely any breeze. But the sound kept coming. Creak, creak, creak. Steady, like a pendulum. He looked up at the tree. Hanging from one of the thicker branches was the dark outline of a woman, gently swinging back and forth. Not sharply, not violently, just swaying, like the wind was pushing her in slow motion. He couldn't make out her features clearly. It was more of a silhouette, but he could see the line of the arms, the fall of the dress or long coat, the slack curve of the body as it swung. The rope, if that's what it was just a darker streak against the sky. He told me he couldn't look away. He tried. He said his eyes actually hurt from staring, but it was like they were locked in place. He described it as feeling pinned, like something in that scene was holding him there, insisting that he watch. He said it wasn't just fear. There was this heavy sadness pressing down on him, like walking into a room where someone's been crying for hours. A sort of grief he couldn't explain. Then his body did what his mind couldn't. He blinked. Just a normal, involuntary blink. And when his eyelids lifted again, the tree was empty. No woman, no rope, no sound. The creaking had stopped. The field was still. And the tree just stood there, the way it always does. He checked the branches, walked closer than he really wanted to, and there was nothing. No marks, no disturbed ground, no sign that anyone had ever been there. That second encounter rattled him almost more than the first, because it felt connected somehow. Same general area, Same strange break in what reality should look like. He showed me photos of the place later. The field, the lone tree, the path through the brambles. On their own, they look totally ordinary. You'd never guess anything had happened there. And that's why I'm telling you all this. We both keep coming back to the same question. Surely he can't be the only one. Bar Hill isn't huge, but it isn't tiny either. People walk their dogs, kids hang out there. Couples cut across those fields. If Liam has had these two encounters, it's hard to believe no one else has seen or felt something. He's tried going through the usual channels. I've contacted local authorities, sent messages, made calls. No one responds. No one wants to talk about it, or they genuinely don't know anything. Either way, we're left with silence. So here I am, sharing his story with you, as honestly as I can. If you've ever been in that area, in the brambles, near that lonely tree in the nature reserve by Bar Hill, and you felt the air turn suddenly cold, or the world go unnaturally quiet, or you've just had that gut-deep feeling that you were being watched or warned off, you're not alone. Liam's not crazy. He's not attention-seeking. He's just someone who saw something he can't explain twice and has been carrying it around ever since. And maybe, just maybe, someone listening to this has a piece of the puzzle we've been missing. Okay, so I've been living in this house for about 5 years now. And honestly, from the very beginning, something has just felt off. Not like, oh, this house is old and creaky, off. More like this heavy, quiet dread, like the walls remembered something I wasn't supposed to know. I used to joke to my friends, watch, somebody probably died in here. But it never really felt like a joke. Nothing was ever disclosed, nothing in the lease. I even Googled deaths at this address and came up empty. So I told myself I was being dramatic. Too many late-night ghost shows, right? But then there were the little things. Our dog Milo would just freeze and stare into the same corner of the living room, fur standing up along his spine, growling under his breath at absolutely nothing. Bedroom doors would slowly drift shut on their own. I blamed the AC, the draft, whatever explanation made it easier to sleep. There were knocks in the hallway at night, like someone tapping on the wall with their knuckles. Random bumps, the occasional shadow that would flicker just at the edge of my vision, so I'd whip my head around, only to realize it might have just been my hair in my peripheral. I kept telling myself that. It's nothing, it's just me. My older daughter, Lily, was 3, maybe 4 at the time, and she hated walking down the hallway alone once it got dark. She would stand there, right at the edge of the light, and say, "Come with me, Mommy," even if she was just going to grab a stuffed animal from her room. I shrugged it all off. You do that a lot when you need life to stay normal. Then a few years passed, and I got pregnant with our second baby, Nora. That's when the energy in the house shifted. It went from occasionally creepy to constantly watched. It felt like eyes on the back of my neck all the time. I'd be washing dishes, and it was like someone was standing right behind me, just outside my line of sight. I'd turn around, thinking maybe it was my husband, Mark, and there'd be no one there. One weekend, my mom came over to house sit while we were out of town. She's tough. She doesn't scare easily. She was sitting in the garage on a little folding chair, lacing up her shoes to do some yard work. It was quiet, middle of the afternoon, bright daylight. There's a door that connects our garage to the laundry room. She's tying her laces when she hears this knock on that door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. She told me later she just stared at the door, waiting for someone to open it. But nobody did. And then the knocking started again, harder this time. Bang, bang, bang. Like whoever was on the other side was mad she hadn't answered yet. She said it felt like the sound was coming not just from the wood, but from inside the house itself. That was it for her. She grabbed her keys, hit the button for the garage door, and literally walked out before it fully opened. She called me from her car and said, "I love you, but I'm not going back in there alone. Call me when you're home." And that was unsettling, to say the least. Then Nora was born. We finally brought her home from the hospital. You know how it's supposed to feel when you bring a new baby into the house? Warm, soft, full of that sleepy newborn peace. It wasn't like that. The closer you got to our room, the more it felt like there was this pressure pushing against your skin. And the worst of it seemed to be coming from the walk-in closet off our room. I could stand in the doorway and feel this hum, energy or something. One night, I was sitting on the edge of the bed nursing Nora. The room was dark except for the soft glow of a nightlight. It was quiet, just her little breaths, that half-asleep rhythm babies do. I looked down at her, just admiring her tiny face, and for some reason, my eyes locked with hers. You know how babies' eyes reflect light sometimes? I could see my own silhouette in her pupils, except this time, I saw something else. In the reflection of her eyes, behind me, in the doorway, there was this tall, black figure, just darker than the dark around it. No features, no face, but you could tell it was a man, standing there, watching us. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Every part of my body went cold. I knew if I turned around, I might actually see it, and somehow that felt worse than pretending it wasn't there. So I closed my eyes. I held Nora tighter, kept nursing her, and just silently begged, "Please leave us alone. Please go away." After that, Nora started acting different. She would stare at certain spots in the house, not just in that, "Oh look, a ceiling fan," baby way. She'd focus on something I couldn't see, her face kind of sad, like she was listening to someone I couldn't hear. When she started saying her first words, she'd point down the hallway and say, "Dada." But Mark would be at work. There was no one in the hallway. At first we thought, oh, she just associates the hallway with him getting home, or something like that. But her words kept growing. One evening, she stood at the edge of that same dark hallway, pointed, and said, clear as day, "He's hurt." I froze. I said, "What, baby? Who's hurt?" And she just pointed, eyes wide. "He's died. He's died." She wasn't even 2 yet. I mean, how does an 18-month-old understand died? We don't talk about death in front of her like that. Mark and I just stared at each other, and I could see in his face that whatever excuses we'd been making were starting to fall apart. It didn't stop there. Now, if the hallway light is off, Nora will stand at the edge of it and whisper, "Scary. Hurt." She doesn't like to go down there alone either. Same hallway that freaked Lily out when she was little, by the way. I didn't connect that at first. Now it feels obvious. One night, the 4 of us were all sleeping in our bed. Me, Mark, little Lily squeezed between us, and Nora in the middle of the mattress closer to the foot, completely passed out. We'd been watching TV, winding down, and I finally clicked it off. The room went dark except for a little sliver of light from the hallway. We're lying there in the quiet, just about to drift off, when Nora suddenly bolts upright. Just shoots straight up from dead sleep, points at the ceiling over our bed, and in this bright, cheerful little voice goes, "Hi!" I swear, my soul left my body. Mark sat up so fast he nearly knocked the headboard. We both just stared at the spot she was waving to, and of course, there was nothing there. We turned the TV back on right away, like the light and noise could somehow push whatever it was away. Lily pulled the blanket up to her chin and wouldn't look at the ceiling at all. That's when I started really digging. I did more searches, asked a few neighbors, pieced together little comments my landlord had made over the years, and sure enough, I finally found out. Someone did die in this house. It was my landlord's father. From what I could gather, it was sudden, some kind of illness he hadn't told anyone about. One day he was here, the next he was gone. He passed in the house, and not long after that, her mother moved out. Never came back. My landlord, let's call her Mrs. Reyes, has had chances to move in herself. I've heard her son, Eric, gently push her, saying she should either sell the place or fix it up and live here. She always brushes it off. She'll say things like, No, that house is fine as a rental," or, "I just don't see myself there." She needs a better place for herself. She's even said that. But she never talks about this house like it's home. It's more like a problem she keeps at arm's length. And lately, it feels like the more serious we get about leaving, the more the energy in here ramps up. We're moving in about a month. Boxes are starting to pile up. We talk openly in the house now, like, "Okay, this room's next." And I catch myself wondering if whatever is here can hear us. Just last week, Mark and I were sitting on the couch, finally relaxing after getting some packing done. We're watching a movie, nothing scary, just something dumb and funny. He suddenly reaches back and goes, "Ow, what the?" I look over, and there are these long, red scratches starting at the side of his neck, running all the way down between his shoulder blades, like claw marks. No pets nearby, no sharp tags on his shirt. He hadn't moved. We both just stared at each other. That fight or flight feeling kicked in hard. A little later that night, he went out to grab us some snacks. It was dark in the driveway, but we've lived here long enough to know where everything is. Still, as he was backing the car out, he kept feeling like he was hitting something. He said it felt like the car was bumping over an object that wasn't there. He stopped the car 3 separate times, got out with his phone flashlight, walked around, checked behind the tires, under the bumper. Nothing. Smooth pavement. No toys, no rocks, no trash. He called me from the car, voice shaky, and said, "I don't know what's going on, but it feels like something doesn't want me to leave." And then, that same night, I shot awake from a dead sleep. Heart pounding, sheets cold with sweat. I rolled over to check the time on my phone. It was 3:17 a.m. You know how sometimes you see a time and just know it means something? That's how it felt, like being shaken awake. So now here I am, packing up our lives, feeling the air in this house getting heavier by the day, like it's pressing against my chest. And I keep wondering, when we turn in the keys, do I tell Mrs. Reyes what I think? Do I look her in the eye and say, "I think there's a man's spirit in your house, and I think it might be your father, and this place needs to be blessed"? Part of me thinks I should just leave, take my kids, my husband, my dog, and walk away. Let it be someone else's job to figure out what's going on here. But another part of me, the mom part, the human part, feels like I'd be abandoning the next family who moves in, the way no one warned us. So I don't know yet what I'm going to do. All I know is, this house never felt empty, and the closer we get to leaving, the more it feels like it knows. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M channel. Did you miss me? I'm back at the mic and ready to hit you with some more paranormal stories. Before we get started, make sure you smash that subscribe button and turn on the bell so you don't miss any of the latest videos. And drop a comment to let me know where you're watching from. It's always so cool seeing you guys from all over. I really love this part every time. Thanks for always listening, and don't be afraid to share your own paranormal experiences with me too. So, this happened to me a few months ago, and honestly, I still get chills just thinking about it. I haven't really told many people, because it feels like the kind of thing you jinx by saying out loud, you know? But I'm going to tell you, just as it happened to me. It all started on the Thursday night. I was in my room, half lying on my bed, watching this podcast I love, Midnight Echoes, with that girl Lena who always talks about creepy stories and urban legends. I was relaxed, scrolling on my phone, when suddenly, everything around me went weird. The room got cold in this really unnatural way. Not like, oh, the AC's too strong, but like the warmth got sucked out of everything. My hands felt numb, the air got heavy, and my screen just froze. The podcast stopped by itself, the image glitched, and then the screen went completely black. But the audio kept going for a second. Just this distorted whispering from my speakers, like the voices were far away and underwater. Then that cut out too. I remember staring at the dark screen thinking, okay, that was odd. And this really uncomfortable feeling settled in my chest, like I wasn't alone in the room. I tried to shake it off, finished another random video, and then decided to go out to the plaza with my friends, just to clear my head. That night, when I finally went to bed, that feeling came back. My mattress felt stiff, like I was lying on a wooden board. My blanket suddenly felt rough, almost scratchy, and my pillows were hard, like rocks. It's such a small detail, but it made me feel really wrong in my own bed. It took me forever to fall asleep. Now, I'm a super heavy sleeper. I almost never wake up in the middle of the night. But that night, I did. I opened my eyes and realized something was off immediately. My whole room was in black and white, like one of those old movies, no color at all. I tried to move and realized I couldn't. I was completely paralyzed. I could move my eyes, and after forcing it, I could barely turn my head, but my body was stuck. Then I noticed it. On the metal beam across my ceiling, perched like some kind of grotesque bird, there was this black, shapeless figure. It reminded me of a gargoyle, but made of shadow, with these bright red eyes that glowed like embers. It wasn't moving, it was just looking at me. I told myself, okay, this is sleep paralysis. You've seen TikToks about this. It's not real. Just ignore it. But it felt real. The way it tilted its head, the weight of its stare, the cold in the room. Everything felt too real. It watched me for what felt like a long time, and then everything snapped. I jolted awake, this time really awake, and the colors were back. I could move again. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:03 a.m. The next day was normal, technically. I went about my usual routine, but I felt dull, like someone had turned down the brightness on me. I was distracted, slow, a bit numb. I didn't really tell anyone what happened. I just tried to pretend it was a bad dream. That night, though, things got worse. I have this little mixed breed dog named Coco who sleeps in my room. Usually he curls up and knocks out, no problem. But that night, he kept growling at the wall across from my bed. Not the window, not the door, just this one spot on the wall. He wouldn't take his eyes off it. His fur was standing on end, and he kept giving these low, warning growls, like he was staring at something I couldn't see. I tried to calm him down, eventually fell asleep. And again, I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I saw nothing. Then, slowly, a shape appeared near the wall where my dog had been growling. It was a tall, dark silhouette, like a man made of shadow, with those same red eyes. Not glowing bright, just burning quietly. He didn't have clear facial features, just the outline of a man and those eyes. He lifted one hand toward me, not fast, not aggressive, just a slow, deliberate motion, like he was reaching out. And then I snapped awake. I grabbed my phone again. 3:03 a.m. Exactly. By the third day, I was exhausted. I felt drained, heavy, kind of depressed. I slept a lot during the day, and by night, I was already bracing myself for whatever was going to happen. That night, I woke up paralyzed again, but this time, my vision was normal. I saw my room in full color. My posters, my blanket, the little glow from the streetlight coming through the window. Everything looked like it always does. But the air was freezing, and it felt thick, like it was hard to breathe it in. I blinked once. When I opened my eyes again, he was there. This time, he wasn't just a shadow. He looked human. He was standing at the foot of my bed, a little to the side. He looked like he was in his mid-20s maybe, tall, around 6'3", dark brown hair, similar to mine. His skin was pale, almost too pale, and his eyes were bright red, but clearer now, like glowing glass instead of just light. He was dressed in black from head to toe, black shirt, black pants, and this long, elegant trench coat that made him look like he'd stepped out of some gothic movie. But weirdly, he didn't scare me the way you'd think. I felt like I knew him from somewhere. There was this strange familiarity, like seeing someone you haven't met but somehow recognize. He walked slowly around my bed, not getting too close, just circling until he stood beside me. Then he spoke. "Do you know me?" he asked. His voice was hoarse, cold, but not threatening, just empty. And here's the strange part. My mouth answered before my mind did. "Yes," I said, but it didn't feel like I chose to say it. My lips moved on their own. He gave a small nod. "Perfect," he replied. After that, we talked. Or, I think we did. I have this feeling we had a whole conversation, but I can't remember it. It's like my brain refuses to let me bring the details back. I only remember the end. He straightened up a little, like we'd just finished discussing something important, and said, "Well, that's what we'll leave it at. That's our pact." And again, my mouth moved on its own. "Yes," I answered. He took a step toward the door and added, "Until next time." When he reached the door, he stopped, turned around, and lifted his hand in a small wave. And for the first time, he smiled at me. Not a big smile, just a subtle, almost gentle one. Then he opened the door. The moment it clicked, I woke up. This time, I wasn't gasping or panicking. I was calm, weirdly calm. I looked at my phone. 3:03 a.m. again. After that, nothing big like that ever happened again. No more full-on visits in the middle of the night. No more black and white vision. But ever since then, I felt like I'm not alone. In dark places, especially in hallways or stairwells, I get this very specific sensation, like someone is standing just behind me, watching. You know when you know someone's eyes are on you, even if you can't see them? It's like that. And then there's the really strange part. People who hurt me, make fun of me, or treat me badly. Something always happens to them. Not immediately, not like some movie curse. But a little while later, they'll get sick, or have some accident, or suddenly go through a rough patch. At first I thought it was just coincidence. But after a while, it stopped feeling like coincidence. It started feeling like someone was keeping score. Sometimes I joke about it and say I must have a guardian demon instead of a guardian angel. I laugh when I say it, but deep down, I'm not completely joking. I've only told this story once before, to a small group of close friends. We were sharing weird experiences, and I decided to finally tell them about my pact. That same night, something happened. I was walking home, and there was this cold breeze that hit the back of my neck. Not the usual night air kind of chill, but that same cold I felt in my room those nights. It made me stop in my tracks. I turned my head toward where the wind felt like it was coming from. Down the street, there was only one streetlight on. Everything else was dim, but that one lamp was casting a perfect circle of light on the pavement. And in the middle of that circle stood someone. Tall, dark coat, head slightly tilted. Even from far away, I recognized him. Not with my eyes, but with that same strange familiarity in my chest. It was him. Those red eyes, subtle but unmistakable, were fixed on me. He didn't move closer. He just stood there under the light, watching. Then he lifted his hand and waved, just like he did that night in my room. I froze. I don't even think I breathed. He gave me a small, almost playful smile. I blinked, just once, and when my eyes opened again, the circle of light was empty. The street light was still on, but he was gone. And now, while I'm telling you all this, I'm getting that same feeling again. The air around me is colder than it should be. I checked the temperature earlier. It's stupidly hot outside, but my arms are covered in goosebumps. And as I look at the screen, it feels like someone else is looking at it with me. Not behind me, not in front of me, right over my shoulder. So if, after hearing this, you suddenly feel a chill, or get the sense that someone is standing just out of sight, don't worry too much. He's probably just saying hello to you too. So, let me tell you a story that happened to my friend Nara on a trip to Bali, Indonesia, with a big group of international friends. If you've been to Bali, you'll know this, but in case you haven't, most people there are Hindu, and you'll see these beautiful little offerings everywhere. They're small woven trays made of palm leaves, filled with flowers, rice, maybe a biscuit or a piece of fruit. They're called kanang sari, and they're meant to honor the spirits and deities. Anyway, one late afternoon, Nara and her friends were walking to get dinner near Canggu. Everyone was chatting, checking their phones, not really looking where they stepped. Then her friend Leo, one of the Western guys in the group, accidentally stepped right on one of the offerings. Nara, being Thai and having grown up around similar beliefs, immediately went, "Hey, don't do that. You should apologize." But Leo just laughed. A couple of others chuckled with him. He shrugged and said, "It's just, like, trash on the street, right?" Nara felt this cold knot in her stomach. She could feel people at a nearby warung looking at them. So she stepped aside, pressed her hands together, bowed her head slightly, and whispered an apology to the spirits, half for Leo, half for herself for not stopping him in time. That night, they went out for drinks after dinner. The vibe was good. Everyone was relaxed, a little drunk, music in the background, all that. When they finally left the restaurant, they had to walk along a small road, and there were offerings lined up near the entrances to homes and shops. Nara's boyfriend, Ken, who was definitely more than tipsy at this point, stepped on another offering without noticing. The others saw and started teasing him. "Ooh, careful," one of them joked. "The ghosts are gonna get you." Nara didn't find it funny. She told him, "Seriously, stop. Don't step on them." But Ken was drunk and being a show-off. He laughed and said, "These are for ghosts? Okay then, let them come." And he actually started stomping on one or two more offerings, like it was some kind of game. Everyone except Nara burst out laughing. She, on the other hand, felt sick. The air felt heavier somehow. Again, she stepped aside and quietly muttered another apology, asking any spirits listening to forgive them for being stupid and disrespectful. Eventually, they got back to their villa, a nice place with a pool, a little garden, and those dark wooden wardrobes in the rooms that always feel a bit too old and too heavy. Everyone showered, joked around a bit more, and then drifted off to their rooms. Nara and Ken went to bed. She was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately. Sometime in the middle of the night, she woke up to this faint sound. Scratch, scratch, scratch. At first, she thought it was geckos on the wall. She tried to ignore it, but it kept going. Slow, rhythmic scraping, like nails on wood. She reached out for Ken and realized his side of the bed was empty. Now she was fully awake. The scratching was coming from inside the room. She sat up, heart pounding, and listened. Scratch, scratch, from the direction of the wardrobe. She turned on the bedside lamp. The wardrobe doors were slightly trembling. Nara said her whole body went cold. She forced herself to get up, walked over, and slowly pulled one of the doors open. Inside, crammed into the wooden wardrobe, was Ken. He's a tall guy, about 6 feet, with his head bent at this awful angle against the top of the wardrobe. Shoulders twisted, knees pulled in. His eyes were closed tight, like he was in a deep, painful sleep. And his hands were dragging his nails over the inside of the wardrobe, making that horrible scratching sound. Nara froze. For a moment, she thought she was dreaming. Then she yelled his name and shook him hard. He kept saying, "What the hell? What am I doing in there? How did I get there?" She sat him down, handed him a towel, and tried to calm him. When he finally caught his breath, he said he'd been having a nightmare. He said, "There was this woman. She had no eyes, just empty dark holes. She was wearing a white kabaya, like a traditional outfit, and she kept following me. I was running down these narrow hallways, opening door after door, but they all led to smaller and smaller rooms, and she was always right behind me. I finally saw one last door and thought it was the exit, but when I opened it, it was just a tiny dark space. No way out." Nara asked, "And then?" He said, "Then I woke up, here," and pointed at the wardrobe. Nara just whispered, "You see? I told you not to make fun of the offerings." But she didn't want to talk about it anymore right then. She helped him clean up, got him some water, and told him they'd deal with it in the morning. The next morning, everyone met up for breakfast by the pool. Almost everyone, anyway. Leo wasn't there. They started eating, and Ken, looking pale and exhausted, told the group what had happened. He described the woman with the hollow eye sockets, the traditional clothes, and the feeling of being herded into that narrow, inescapable space. Nara watched everyone's reactions. A few of them tried to laugh it off, but you could tell they were unsettled. After a while, someone said, "Wait, where's Leo?" They realized no one had seen him yet, so Nara and a couple of others went to his room to check on him. They knocked. No answer. They tried the door. It was unlocked. Leo was inside, lying on the bed, drenched in sweat. His skin was hot to the touch. He had a fever and was breathing like he'd just run a marathon. They tried to get him to drink water. When he could finally talk, he said, in this shaky voice, Did anyone see that woman last night?" Nara felt her stomach drop. "What woman?" she asked, even though she already knew. He said that sometime during the night, he'd woken up and seen a woman in traditional Balinese dress standing outside his window. Messy hair, blank eyes, just staring in at him through the glass. At first he thought it might be some drunk villager or a performer heading home, so he quickly got up and shut the curtains, telling himself he was just imagining things. But later he woke up again. This time the curtains were open, and the woman was inside his room. She was dancing. Slowly. Her arms and legs bending at strange angles, her fingers moving in those sharp, deliberate gestures you see in Balinese dance, but twisted in a way that didn't look right. Her eyes rolled back and then locked onto him again, empty and cold, as she moved closer and closer to the bed. He said he tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then everything went black, and the next thing he knew, it was morning, and he was burning with fever. At that point, Nara had had enough. She grabbed her phone and called their local tour guide, a Balinese man named Wayan, who'd been showing them around the island. When Wayan heard what happened, he didn't laugh, didn't say it was just a dream. He went very quiet. Then he said, very sharply, "You touched the offerings, didn't you?" Nara admitted what Leo and Ken had done. She expected him to be mildly annoyed. Instead, he was furious. He said, "You cannot do that. It's taboo. Those offerings are sacred. Even if you step on them by accident, you must apologize. If the spirits don't punish you, the villagers might. This is not a joke here." He told them to get ready immediately. No sightseeing, no brunch stop. He picked them up and drove straight to a temple. At the temple, Wayan spoke to one of the priests. The priest listened, then nodded like he'd heard this kind of story before. He didn't seem surprised, just serious. Nara said that as the water ran down her face, she suddenly felt like she might cry. Not from fear, but from this deep, heavy guilt for not standing her ground more when everyone was joking about it. After the ritual, they went back to the villa. That night, there were no more scratching sounds, no women at the window, no strange dreams. Ken's feverish, haunted look faded over the next day. Leo's fever broke. The atmosphere in the group changed. They were quieter, more careful where they stepped, more respectful in general. They finished the trip without any more incidents. Everyone went back home safely. But Nara swears she will never forget that wardrobe, or the look on Ken's face when he woke up inside it, or the way Leo described that woman dancing in his room. So yeah, if you ever go to Bali, or honestly, any place with traditions you don't fully understand, please, be respectful. Those little offerings on the ground, they're not decorations. They're not trash. They mean something to the people there. And maybe to things you can't see, too. Alright, let me tell you something that happened to me back when I was 25. So, in Thailand we've got this superstition called Benjapas. People say 25 is a cursed age, that it attracts accidents, health problems, breakups, all the bad stuff. When I was younger, I used to laugh it off like, yeah, sure, numbers are scary now. But then this happened. My friends insisted on throwing me a late birthday get-together. Nothing crazy, just drinks and food near Ratchada. I was actually tired and wanted to go home early, but you know how it is. Come on, it's your birthday, one more round. By the time I finally got on my motorbike to head home, it was close to midnight. The roads were pretty empty. I remember the air felt a bit chilly, and I was just cruising, kind of zoning out, thinking about work the next day. I reached this junction I always pass. Normally it's quiet, but that night, as I was crossing, a pickup suddenly blasted through a red light from the side. I didn't even have time to swear properly. I yanked the handle, swerved hard, and the bike just slipped out from under me. Next thing I knew, I was on the road, sliding. My arm burned, my jeans tore, and I tasted dust and blood. The pickup didn't even stop. It just kept going. I lay there for a second, trying to figure out if anything was broken. My knees were scraped, my palms were bleeding, and my left shoulder felt like it had been punched from the inside. But I could stand. That felt like a miracle already. I reached for my phone to call someone, but of course, perfect timing. It flew out when I fell. When I found it, the screen was cracked to pieces and wouldn't turn on at all. Dead. The bike looked bad. The side was scraped up. The mirror was hanging off. But when I tried starting it, the engine still coughed to life. The front wheel, though, felt weird, kind of shaky. I didn't want to stay in the middle of that road, so I pushed myself back on and slowly rode toward this shortcut, a narrow alley I sometimes used to cut home. By then it was past 12. The alley was almost empty. Old houses on each side, metal gates, those orange street lamps that make everything look a bit wrong, you know? Some of the lamps were working, some were flickering, some were completely dead. I was going slowly, just trying not to fall again, when suddenly the front tire gave up completely. It sank and wobbled, and I had to hop off before I tipped over, totally flat. I remember just standing there in the middle of that quiet alley, bleeding, sweating, and so tired. I muttered something like, seriously, tonight of all nights? I started dragging the bike along, one hand on the handle, one hand on the seat, the flat tire making this dull flapping sound on the ground. Then I heard a voice, a soft, clear voice from somewhere up ahead, near one of the lampposts. P, what happened to your bike? I froze. I looked up and saw a young woman, maybe early 20s, standing just inside the circle of light under a flickering lamp. She was wearing an oversized white t-shirt that almost reached her knees, and I couldn't really see if she had shorts on underneath or not. Her hair was tied up in a messy bun. From where I stood, I could only see the right side of her face. It was, honestly, she was really pretty, and she just looked so normal, like she could have been someone's neighbor who stepped out to take the trash. I called back, trying to sound less shaken than I felt. My tire's flat, I said. Had an accident back there. She tilted her head a little, still half turned away from me. You're bleeding, she said. You should get that cleaned. I will, I answered. I just need to get this thing home first. She pointed further up the alley, past where I could see clearly. Now, normally, I would be suspicious. A random girl in a dark alley after midnight, telling me where to go. But something about her voice was calm, gentle, not pushy, not creepy. More like a neighbor giving directions. Really? This alley? I asked. I've never seen a shop here. It's there, she said, like she'd walked past it 100 times. Just keep going. You'll see tires stacked outside the house. Don't worry, the uncle is kind. Tell him Tao sent you. Tao? I repeated. She just gave this small smile, still not turning her full face toward me. Go, she said, before your leg swells. I laughed a little at that, said thank you, and started dragging my bike in the direction she pointed. The alley felt longer than usual, but after maybe a minute, I saw it. A small house with a rusty metal gate and a pile of tires leaning against the wall. There was a dim light from inside and the sound of a TV playing. Honestly, I got goosebumps right then. I'd walked this alley in the daytime before, and I swear I never noticed a repair place there. But I was too tired to question it. I rang the bell. After a while, an older man came out in shorts and a singlet, rubbing his eyes. He looked at me, then at the bike, then back at my bloody elbow. What happened to you, eh? He asked. Accident at the junction, I said. The front tire's dead. A girl back there told me your shop could help. He frowned a bit. Girl? This late? What girl? She said her name was Tao, I answered. She told me you were still awake. His expression changed, but he didn't say anything about it right away. He walked over, checked the wheel inside. Inner tube's gone, he said. Leave it here. I fix it in the morning. You come back after work. I nodded, feeling this huge wave of relief. Thank you, Uncle. Really. I don't even know how I'd have made it home without this place. He just grunted and started pulling the bike inside. I turned around, wanting to walk back and thank the girl properly. But when I looked toward the lamppost where I'd seen her, there was no one there. The alley was completely empty. Just that flickering light and the sound of some dog barking in the distance. I thought maybe she'd gone into one of the houses, so I walked a bit back, glanced at the gates, the doors. Nothing. No sound of anyone walking away, no doors closing. Just silence. A little chill crept up my neck, but I told myself, maybe she lives right here. Don't overthink it. I bowed slightly toward the lamppost like an idiot and whispered, thanks. Then hobbled out to the main road to find a taxi. The next morning, I went back to the shop after work. My arm was stiff, my bandages were already dirty, and I was still annoyed at that pickup driver. The uncle had my bike standing outside, tire fixed, everything wiped down a bit. As he was writing the price on a piece of paper, I casually said, thanks again for last night. If that girl Tao didn't tell me about your place, I'd still be pushing this thing around. He paused. You keep saying that name, he said slowly. Tao. There were a couple of bikers sitting nearby, smoking and chatting. When they heard the name, they went quiet and turned to look at me. One of them asked, P, what did she look like? I described her as best as I could. About early 20s, thin, hair in a bun, big t-shirt, really pretty. I only really saw this side of her face, though. I tapped my right cheek. She was standing under that flickering lamp in the middle of the alley. The bikers exchanged looks, and one of them let out a low whistle. Was it Dow from Soy 9? He asked the others. Another one nodded slowly. The one who died last week? I laughed, thinking they were messing with me. Come on, don't joke like that. But the uncle just sighed, put his pen down, and looked me straight in the eye. He pointed in the direction of the alley, right under that same lamppost you're talking about. I didn't know what to say. My mouth just went dry. If you don't believe us, one of the bikers added quietly, go look tonight. You can still see the white spray mark on the ground where the police drew around her body. I just stood there, replaying everything in my head. How she never stepped fully into the light. How she only turned the right side of her face toward me. How calm her voice sounded. And then it hit me. I never heard her footsteps. Not when she appeared. Not when she disappeared. I asked them, when did she pass away? 3 nights before your accident, the uncle said. Same time, late at night. For a long moment, none of us spoke. I thought about how I'd been joking about Benjapas, about bad luck and cursed ages. I thought about that pickup that almost killed me, how close the tire came to the bumper, how my phone died right when I needed it most. And then I thought about a young woman, standing under a flickering lamp, telling a stranger exactly where to find help. I'm not going to pretend I'm super brave. That night, when I walked past that lamppost again, I didn't dare look directly at it. But I did notice a faded, uneven white spray mark on the road. And I did say, in my head, if that was really you, thank you. People say spirits in accidents like that can be angry, vengeful, dangerous. Maybe that's true sometimes. But in my Benjapas year, the one they say is cursed, I think I got the opposite. I think I got protection. So now, whenever someone laughs at that superstition, I just smile and tell them, believe it or not, when I was 25, a girl who'd already died made sure I got home safe. Okay, so I've got to tell you this thing that happened, and I swear I know how crazy it sounds, but it's been stuck in my head for weeks. So, my name's Lena, and this happened about a month ago. My friend Marco and I were spending the weekend in a city we barely know. Like, we've been there once or twice, but we're basically tourists. It was a Saturday evening, super crowded, you know, people everywhere, street performers, traffic noise, all that. We're just walking, talking nonsense, doing that slow, aimless stroll you do when you've got nowhere to be. We must have walked past hundreds of people, maybe more. Just faces, faces, faces. And then we passed this little corner cafe, the ones with those tiny round tables outside. Fairy lights, plants in pots that are a little too dry. Most of the tables are full of people facing each other, chatting, drinking wine, looking at their phones. But at one table, there's this woman. She's sitting alone at table 7. I know that because the number was printed on this little metal stand in front of her. And unlike everyone else, She's not turned toward her drink or her phone or whoever she's with. She's sitting straight, facing the street, facing us, like she's waiting. And I swear, the second our eyes met, everything just went weird. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and everyone stops talking? It was like that, but in reverse. The street was still loud. People were still walking. But for a second, it felt like someone hit mute on the whole city. It was just her and us, and this pressure in the air. She didn't look scary or anything. Dark hair in this messy bun, green eyes, simple black dress, a red coat over the back of her chair. Honestly, she was really pretty. She had this tiny, polite smile on her face. Not friendly, not creepy. Just like she'd been expecting us, and we were right on time. And my whole body just went, nope. I glance at Marco, and he has the exact same look I'm pretty sure I have. We walk past her, don't say anything, but a few steps later we both stop at the same time. We turn to each other like, did you feel that? And he's like, okay, I thought I was going insane. We couldn't explain what was wrong. She looked completely normal, but it felt like she didn't belong there. Like someone cut her out of one photo and pasted her into another one with bad Photoshop. The more I think about it, the more it feels like she wasn't real. I know how that sounds, but that's the closest I can get. So, obviously, because we're uncomfortable, we start joking about it. That's our coping mechanism. If we're scared, we turn it into comedy. We keep walking, and Marco goes, Madam Table 7 has foreseen your destiny, and starts doing this fake fortune teller voice. I play along, like, oh yes, she knows I'm gonna lose my keys and trip over a dog and spill coffee on myself today. We're laughing, making up stupid predictions. Stuff like, before tonight is over, we'll see a guy in a yellow suit. Somebody's going to drop a whole cake. You'll hear your name from a complete stranger. Just random, weird things. Because why not, right? And then, they start happening. We turn into this side street with a tiny park, and there's a wedding shoot going on. The groom, he's in this absolutely ridiculous bright yellow suit. Not mustard, not beige, cartoon yellow. Marco and I just freeze and stare at each other. We try to brush it off, like, okay, coincidences happen, whatever. Then we pass a bakery. Right as we're going by, this teenage kid walks out, trips on the curb, and drops an entire cake. Like full-on, decorated, birthday-level cake. It explodes on the sidewalk. People are gasping, the kid's swearing, the staff runs out. Marco just looks at me like, you're kidding me. And I'm like, no. Nope, not doing this. Now we're both nervous laughing, but it's that shaky laughter where you're actually freaked out. We kind of stopped playing the prediction game after that, because it doesn't feel funny anymore. Then the third thing happens. We're waiting at a crosswalk. The little red man is still red. Cars are going by, and there's this group behind us chatting. Out of nowhere, someone behind me says my name. Clear as day, exact pronunciation. Not a nickname, not some common word that sounds like it. My name. I turn around instantly. I'm expecting someone I know, right? But it's just three tourists talking in another language. Nobody is looking at me. No one's made eye contact. They just keep chatting like nothing happened. Marco didn't hear it, but I know what I heard. And it felt exactly like when she looked at us. At that point, I'm done. I tell him I want to go back to the hotel. We get takeout, put on a movie, try to forget it. By the next day, we've sort of pushed it down into that box in your brain labeled, "Weird stuff, do not open." But here's the thing. It didn't go away. For the whole week after that, I felt off. Little things kept going wrong in ways that felt connected, even if logically I know they probably weren't. My phone glitched. Important emails vanished and then reappeared. I kept waking up at the same random time in the night, like my brain was on alert. Marco and I didn't bring her up at all. We kind of silently agreed not to. Then, one night, I text him like, "Okay, I need to talk about the woman at table 7. And he replies, "Thank you." I thought I was crazy. So we get on a call and talk everything through. The eye contact. The weird glow she kind of had. Those messed up predictions coming true. And because neither of us knows anything about spirituality or the occult or whatever, we decide to post about it online. Not like, "OMG, witch help," but more like, "Hey, this weird thing happened. Is there a name for this? Is it just anxiety? Sleep deprivation? Something?" Most people don't say much. A couple of, "Sounds creepy, LOL." A few, "Probably just coincidences." But one person replies with this super serious tone, right? They send us this short phrase in some forbidden language, according to them. They're like, "If you see her again, say this out loud. She will have to obey you." And even though we don't believe it, that message just hits wrong. Like, I don't want to mess with something I don't understand. Even if it's probably some edgy teenager making stuff up. But curiosity wins, so I copy the phrase and paste it into a search engine. I just want to see if it's from a movie or some creepypasta or something. Except, nothing normal comes up. The first result is one of those auto-generated AI overviews, where it tries to explain what you meant. It clearly thinks I'm searching for something else entirely. And that would be fine, except the summary starts with about 10 words, and my full legal name is just there, in the first line. Not my username, not my nickname, not a common name. My exact full name, spelled correctly, in the first sentence of a paragraph that has nothing to do with what I typed. I just stare at the screen, and my stomach drops. Like that feeling when you miss a step on the stairs. I refresh the page. It's still there. I show Marco. He goes quiet. And that's when it stops being funny at all. Since then, it's like my brain has been stuck in this loop. Was she something else? Did we accidentally step into someone's story that wasn't ours? Or are we just building a whole horror movie in our heads out of coincidences and bugs and algorithms being weird? Part of me keeps thinking, you're overreacting. The human brain is amazing at finding patterns. You saw a pretty woman with intense eye contact, then you made some dumb jokes, then random stuff happened. End of story. But another part of me can't shake that moment on the street. The way everyone else felt like background characters, and she was the only one in focus. The way it felt like we were the ones being watched. And I don't know. I'm not here to convince anyone it was supernatural or cursed or anything like that. I honestly hope it wasn't. I just needed to say it out loud, you know? To get it out of my head and into words. So yeah, that's the story of the woman at table 7. If it's all just coincidence, then fine, I'll take that. But if it's not, I really hope I never see her again. For context, I am not a big believer in paranormal stuff. I'm open-minded, but I'm also the person who Googles scientific explanation after every creepy video. Still, I have this big wooden sign by my front door that says, "Absolutely no spirit boards allowed." I host game nights all the time. Cards, trivia, ridiculous party games. But if someone ever showed up with a Ouija board, I'd walk them right back to the elevator. I always joke that I don't want to accidentally open a portal while people are still eating nachos. Anyway, my mom's been a widow for a long time now. My dad, Robert, passed away when I was in my 20s. We talk about him a lot, but we don't usually talk about ghosts. So we're sitting in her kitchen one rainy Saturday, drinking tea, and she glances at the "No Spirit Boards" sign I'd brought over as a joke to show her. She stares at it for a second longer than normal, and then goes, "You know, there's a reason I don't like those things either." And that's when she tells me this story she'd never told me before. She says it was the late 1970s, when she was about 16. She grew up in a small town, the kind where everybody knows which kid snuck a cigarette behind the grocery store. One night, she and 3 of her friends, Marcy, Lou, and Tina, were hanging out in Marcy's basement. You know the setup already. Wood-paneled walls, that old couch that eats your keys, one dim lamp in the corner. Marcy had found a spirit board at a thrift shop, one of those with the alphabet printed in this overly dramatic Gothic font, and a little heart-shaped planchette. My mom said she wasn't really into it, but she was a teenager, bored, and everyone else was insisting. So they turned off most of the lights, left the lamp on low, and sat in a circle on the carpet. They started with stupid questions like, "Is anyone here with us? Are you a boy or a girl?" And at first, nothing happened. The planchette just sat there, stubborn and still. They were giggling, making fun of it. Then, my mom says, the room got weirdly quiet. You know that moment when everyone stops talking at once, and the silence feels heavier than it should? Like the air is listening too? That. They all put their fingertips back on the planchette, and Marcy goes, "Okay, seriously this time. Who are we going to marry?" Now, remember, they're 16. This is basically the most important question they could think of. My mom swears to me, swears, that they all agreed not to move the planchette. And she believed them. She'd known these girls her whole life. First up was Marcy. The planchette slid to the letters D-A-V-E. Everyone laughed because there was a Dave in their class. But my mom said he barely knew Marcy existed. It felt like the board was just picking random names. Then it was Lou's turn. The planchette moved again. Carlos. Lou apparently turned bright red. She had a huge crush on a guy named Carlos who worked at the local music store. Nobody else knew about that crush yet. Then it was Tina's turn. The board spelled Jerry. Tina groaned because Jerry was this awkward, lanky kid in their math class who always wore the same windbreaker. She insisted there was no way she was marrying that guy. Finally, it was my mom's turn. She told me, in that kitchen, that even just remembering this moment made the hair on her arm stand up. She put her fingers back on the planchette, and it started to move. Slow at first, then more confidently. It spelled Robert. Now here's the important part. At that time, she didn't know any Roberts her age. There was a Mr. Roberts, a cranky science teacher at the high school, but no teenage Robert in her world. They all sat there, half laughing, half freaked out. Then someone decided they'd had enough. They shoved the board back in its box, turned the lights on, and tried to pretend it was no big deal. And in their rush, this is the detail that stuck with me. They forgot to say goodbye. If you've ever used a spirit board, you know that's the one rule even skeptics tend to follow. You always move the planchette to goodbye at the end. Close the session. Shut the door. They didn't. Life went on. They went back to school, talked about homework and crushes and music. But the weirdness started almost immediately. At first it was little things. My mom would wake up in the middle of the night, convinced someone had whispered her name directly into her ear. She'd sit up, heart racing, but her room would be empty and still. The radio in the kitchen would flip stations by itself, always landing on static for a second before settling on some old love song. A framed photo would be slightly crooked no matter how many times she straightened it. The family dog would stand in the hallway and growl at a corner of the living room where absolutely nothing was. She figured it was just her imagination until she started hearing similar stories from the other girls. Marcy's bedroom door would slowly open on its own, even when it was locked. Lou swore she heard tapping on her window at night from the second floor. Tina kept misplacing her keys and finding them in the same spot, on top of her dresser, balanced right on the edge, like someone had placed them there. None of it was big enough to prove anything. No flying furniture, no demons, just unsettling, persistent oddness. And then the years started to roll by. Here's the part that made me put my tea down and just stare at my mom. Every single one of those predictions, they came true. Marcy married a guy named Dave she met in college. Lou ended up with Carlos, the music store guy, years later, completely by chance in a different city. Tina, she moved away, swore off that hometown forever, and then reconnected on social media with our old awkward friend Jerry, who, according to my mom, had become surprisingly charming. They got married in their 30s, and my mom, she moved to a new town after high school, got a job at a little bookstore, and one day this guy walked in asking for a book on photography. His name tag read, Robert. She said when she saw his name, Her stomach dropped. Not in a bad way, just in a, this is familiar and I don't know why way. She didn't remember the board right away. That came later, after they were dating, when she was lying in bed one night and the name from that teenage seance just popped into her mind like a song she hadn't heard in years. That Robert became my dad. And no, before you ask, she never told him the story about the board while he was alive. She said she was scared it would make their whole relationship feel cursed or scripted, like they never really had a choice. I asked her, so, do you think the board predicted it? Or do you think you just noticed those names because of that night? She shrugged and said, I've heard the explanations. The little unconscious movements, the ideomotor effect, all of that. Maybe our hands moved the planchette. Maybe our minds filled in the blanks. But that doesn't explain why the names stuck. Why they kept showing up. And it definitely doesn't explain why, for years afterward, I felt like someone was standing just over my shoulder whenever I was alone. She laughed when she said it, but it wasn't a funny laugh. It was that soft, tired laugh people do when they've made some kind of uneasy peace with something they can't prove. The strange little things, she said, tapered off after they all graduated and drifted apart. It was like whatever they'd nudged awake finally lost interest. Or maybe, she said, the board never had any power at all. Maybe the real power was their own belief, humming along beneath everything, quietly shaping the choices they made. We sat there for a moment, just listening to the rain hit the kitchen window. I thought about my "no spirit boards" sign, my insistence that I don't really believe in any of this. And then my mom looked at me and said, "You don't have to believe it." But I lived it. And I'm telling you, the night we forgot to say goodbye was the night things stopped feeling entirely like they were just ours anymore. So that's why, at my place, it's board games only. Dice, cards, charades, sure. Laughing, yelling, snacks everywhere, absolutely. But if you ever come over to one of my game nights and you're thinking about slipping a spirit board out of your bag, just look at the sign. And remember my mom, 16 years old in that basement, fingers on the planchette, asking a question that followed her for the rest of her life. Okay, so I'm 19 now, but this all started when I was in second grade. I used to ride the bus to and from school with my older brother. He was a couple grades ahead of me, so he always sat in the back with the big kids, and I sat more toward the middle. At the start of the year, it was like musical chairs. Random kids sitting next to me every morning until everyone figured out their permanent bus buddy. One morning, this girl I had never seen before slid into the seat beside me. And immediately, the smell just hit me. It wasn't bad, exactly. It was like this stale, old, musty smell. Like a closet that's been shut for years. Or pages in a book that's been in someone's attic forever. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It's like I only recognize it when I smell it. Anyway, I'll call her Lena. Lena was a few grades above me. I think she was in 5th. But other than that, she looked like any other kid in school. Nothing dramatic, no cape, no goth aesthetic, nothing. The only weird thing about her was that smell, because I had never smelled anything like it in my very long and worldly 7-year-old life. I honestly don't remember how we became friends. One day she just started sitting next to me, and then suddenly we were talking every morning like we'd always known each other. After about a week, on a Monday, she leaned in all serious and said, "I have a secret to tell you tomorrow. I can only tell it on Tuesdays." So obviously, I spent the whole day and night and next morning hyped out of my mind for this big secret. When Tuesday finally rolled around and we got on the bus, she turned toward me and said, "I'm a vampire." Now, even at 7, I knew what a vampire was and that they were not real. I'd seen them in cartoons and kids' shows. Like, I knew they were monsters from stories. So I just kind of stared at her like, "Girl, no." I told her I didn't believe her, and she got this offended, determined look on her face and said she'd prove it. And this part is burned into my brain. She told me the vampires can grant wishes. I had never heard that in any vampire story, so I was like, that's not a vampire thing, that's a genie thing. But she was adamant. She said if I wished to become a vampire, she would turn me into one, and then I'd see she was telling the truth. So I'm thinking, okay, this is obviously fake, so sure, why not? I agreed. I said, "I wish I was a vampire." She snapped her fingers, super dramatic, and told me to look in the big mirror at the front of the bus, the one the driver uses to see all the kids. I was sitting on the aisle side, so I leaned out into the lane to look. And I swear to you, I did not see myself in that mirror. Everyone else was there. Kids, seats, movement. But where my little head should have been, there was just nothing. Like a gap. I remember my stomach dropping. It was like all the air got sucked out of me. I started freaking out. I don't know if she'd figured out some kind of angle thing with the seats and mirror, or if she was low-key a kid magician, or something else. But I was not in that mirror. She stayed super calm and told me to wish not to be a vampire anymore. So I did. I said I wished I wasn't a vampire. She snapped her fingers again, told me to look back. And when I leaned out this time, my reflection was there, like normal. After that, I believed her, fully, no questions asked. That's when I started noticing other little things. For one, she didn't have sharp fangs or anything, but her teeth were interesting. Her canines weren't pointy, but they stuck forward a bit, kind of like Kirsten Dunst's teeth when she played Claudia in Interview with the Vampire. It gave Lena this slight lisp that was kind of cute. Then there was the bus thing. She never rode the bus home on sunny days. Ever. The only time she'd be on the bus in the afternoon was if it was cloudy, raining, or the sun was already low and hidden. At first I thought it was coincidence, but it kept happening. Day after day. Rain? She was there. Bright sun? Gone. She was seriously committed to the bit. She'd also remind me, regularly, not to tell anyone she was a vampire. She'd lean in and say, in that very matter-of-fact kid way, "If you tell anyone, I'll wish you never existed." It didn't exactly scare me, weirdly. It was more like unsettling. Like, okay girl, chill. I'm not telling anybody. There was also this one side quest where she pointed at a boy in my grade, I'll call him Ethan, and told me he was a werewolf. She said it so casually, like she was just pointing out someone's shoes. I was like, sure, why not? Vampire girl, werewolf boy. Okay. About a week after the mirror incident, She told me that I could get one wish every Tuesday. Just one. I wish I could tell you what I wished for, but every time Tuesday came, my brain just blanked. I remember sitting there going, I don't know, let me think. Then on Wednesday, I'd suddenly know exactly what I wanted and tell her, and she'd be like, "It's Wednesday, too late." So I basically wasted my weekly vampire wish subscription. Even so, I never got bad vibes from her. It felt like I was the only person who really knew her. No one else talked to her on the bus, and since we were in different grades, I never saw her once we stepped off. She just sort of disappeared into the school somewhere. For a long time after all of this, I just assumed she was a kid who had watched some vampire movie and fully committed to roleplay. But then I remembered how things ended. The last time I ever saw her was a Tuesday morning. I got on the bus expecting the usual "you get one wish" routine, but instead, she told me there was going to be a monster party that night. She said she wanted me to sneak out of my house and come. I was curious, but I also knew there was zero chance of 7-year-old me successfully sneaking out anywhere. So I just said, "Okay, sure," the way kids do when they have no intention of following through. I asked where the party was going to be, and she told me the location would come to me in a dream. That's how vampires kept secrets, she said. As soon as I got off the bus that day, I basically forgot about the whole thing. I went home, had my normal kid afternoon, and went to bed like always. And that night, I had one of the most vivid dreams of my entire life. In the dream, I was at this party full of monsters. Not the super scary, modern horror versions. They look like old black and white movie monsters. Classic vampire, classic mummy, classic Frankenstein type. They were all just walking around, drinking from red cups like they were at a regular high school house party or something. It felt weirdly casual. I walked through the room and eventually saw a vampire who looked exactly like the stereotypical Dracula. Pale skin, widow's peak, long cloak, dramatic fangs, the whole deal. Behind him, there was this huge opening in the floor that looked like the edge of a cliff inside the building. It didn't make sense, but dreams don't care about architecture. I walked up to him, and he smiled and said something like, "Oh, you made it." It wasn't creepy or threatening. It felt almost friendly, like he'd been expecting me. We started talking, and as we talked, he shifted a little, and I moved with him so I could hear him better. Without really noticing it, I ended up standing with that cliff edge right beside me. At some point, I slipped. In the dream, I grabbed the edge with both hands and was hanging there, begging him to help me up. The whole thing was strangely calm. I wasn't screaming. He wasn't panicking. It was like we were both moving underwater. He just stood there for a moment, watching. Then he slowly bent down, and one by one, lifted my fingers off the edge. I let go. I fell. My dreams aren't usually in first person. They play like a movie. So when I fell, it was like a camera panned down with me. I watched myself fall and hit the ground. The dream didn't end there either. It stayed. I saw my own little body lying there, still and clearly dead. Then I woke up. It was so bizarre, because nothing about my time with Lena up to that point had felt sinister. Weird? Yes. Creepy sometimes? Also yes. But not evil. The only thing that really stands out as dark in hindsight was her last conversation with me about the party, and her wishing me out of existence threats. After that night, I never saw her again. No goodbye, no explanation. She just stopped existing in my world. I didn't connect her to the dream right away either. It took me a couple of years to look back and realize the night of the monster party was the night I had that dream, and that smell. That weird, stale, old smell. has stayed with me. I've only met maybe 4 people in my life since then who smelled even slightly like her. Every time it happens, it's like I'm back on that bus seat in 2nd grade, leaning into the aisle and not seeing myself in that mirror. I don't know if she was just a really imaginative kid with a talent for illusions, or something else I'll never understand. But that girl, that smell, and that dream, they've never left me. So, I want to tell you about this house I grew up in, because even now, years later, I still think about it. I moved there around 7th grade, out to this brand new house in the middle of a huge field in rural North Carolina. Like, picture waist-high grass in the summer, one long gravel driveway, and then just our house. No neighbors you could see from the windows, no old creaky farmhouse history or anything like that. It was a new build. We were the first people to live there, which is why I never expected it to be creepy. I always thought haunted houses had to be old. Peeling wallpaper, weird basements, all that. But this place is still the spookiest house I've ever lived in. From the beginning, I just never felt relaxed in it. When I was home alone after school, I would turn on practically every light on the first floor and park myself in the living room. I refused to go down the hallway or upstairs unless I absolutely had to. The dark in that house didn't feel like normal dark. It felt heavy, like the quiet was watching me. At night, even in high school, I slept with a little nightlight and the TV on low. I told my parents it was because I liked background noise, but it was really because the silence freaked me out. Friends picked up on it too. My friend Hannah, for example, hated the bonus room over the garage. It was this finished playroom where we kept video games and old toys. She wouldn't go in there alone. She'd stand in the doorway and just go, "Nope, this room just feels wrong." And honestly, I agreed with her. I just didn't want to say it out loud. The first really weird thing happened on the back porch. We had these big sliding glass doors that looked out over a wooden deck and then the field beyond. On the deck were 2 old wooden rocking chairs side by side. If there was a breeze, both chairs would rock gently, like you'd expect. But every so often, I'd glance outside and there would be no wind. Like, the trees and the tall grass would be completely still, and only one of the rocking chairs would be moving. Just that one, rocking steadily, like someone had just sat down or stood up. It would rock for a little while and then just stop. Not slow down and eventually stop the way it normally would, but stop abruptly, like someone had put a hand on it. Nothing else outside ever moved when that happened. No wind chimes, no branches, nothing. My dad used to laugh it off and say, that's just the old farmer who used to work this land, taking a break." He'd grin and kind of wink at me, but it never felt like a joke to me. I'd just sort of nod and pretend it didn't bother me, then avoid looking out there if I was alone. The second thing is the one that really stuck with me. One afternoon, I got home from school before everyone else. My parents were still at work, and my younger brother and sister were still at their elementary school. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, and dropped my backpack by the stairs like I always did. I went straight to the kitchen to get a snack. I remember opening the fridge, rummaging around, not thinking about anything except how hungry I was. And then, from upstairs, I heard footsteps. It wasn't like a house creaking. It sounded like actual footsteps, like someone walking across the floor. A few steps, then a pause. Another couple of steps. At first I froze, just listening. Then, for some reason, because apparently I learned nothing from horror movies, I walked toward the stairs to check. So I'm standing there at the base of the stairs looking up. The house is dead silent now, but my heart is pounding. I take one more step so I can see a bit more of the landing. And in that moment, I hear this quick shuffle, like someone suddenly darting across the floor, and I see a shadow streak across the wall, just a dark shape, crossing from left to right. Immediately after that, I hear the sound of glass clinking in my parents' room. My mom had this silver tray on her dresser with a bunch of perfume bottles on it, and it sounded exactly like those bottles bumping into each other. That was it for me. I didn't try to be brave. I turned around and ran out of the house so fast I left everything, my backpack, my phone, my keys, inside. I tore down the driveway toward the road and just stood there, my heart in my throat, staring back at the house. Nothing looked strange from the outside. No one in the windows, no car in the driveway except mine on the shoulder. Just this quiet, perfectly normal-looking house. I finally used a neighbor's phone to call my mom. I told her what I'd heard and seen, every detail. And she did that calm mom thing like, "Sweetheart, it's probably just the house settling. You're worked up. Go back inside. I'll be home in a few minutes." I did not want to go back in, but I also didn't want to stand by the road like a weirdo. So I walked back up the driveway, still shaky, and tried the front door. It was locked. And not just the doorknob, the deadbolt was locked too. When I came home, I had unlocked the door and walked in. I never turned around to lock it again, much less flip the deadbolt. I didn't even bring my keys with me when I ran out. They were still sitting inside by my backpack. I just stood there on the porch, staring at the locked door, absolutely sure I had not touched that deadbolt. When my mom finally pulled into the driveway, she got out of the car, came up the steps, and unlocked both the deadbolt and the knob from the outside, like nothing was strange. I tried to explain again, but she just smiled and said, "You probably locked it without thinking." And maybe that's true. Maybe. But to this day, I can't make that make sense in my head. The last thing happened a couple of years later, when we were getting ready to move out. By then I was in high school, and we'd already moved most of our stuff to the new place. But we still owned the house in the field for a little while. There were just a few things left. A couch, the kitchen table, 2 beds, and some random boxes. Of course, being teenagers with access to an almost empty house, my friends and I used it to hang out on weekends. Our parents thought we were at each other's houses. In reality, we were out at the empty house, eating junk food and feeling like we were doing something wild just by being unsupervised. On this particular night, it was just me and one friend, my buddy Mark. No party, no big group, just the 2 of us sitting at the kitchen bar, talking and picking at a bag of chips. From where we were sitting, we had a clear view down the hallway. At the end of that hall was a little half bathroom, and the door was wide open. The hallway light was off, the bathroom light was off, and the only light in the house was coming from the kitchen over our heads. We're mid-conversation, just laughing about something dumb, when suddenly the light in the bathroom at the end of the hall flips on. Not flickers, click, fully on. The whole doorway glows, lighting up that end of the hall. We both stop talking immediately and just stare. The light stays on for maybe 10 seconds, long enough for us to look at each other with that, "Are you seeing this too?" face. Then it shuts off. A second later, it snaps back on. Off again, on again. We just sat there, frozen, back straight, not even breathing. The last time it went off, it stayed off. We didn't even talk about it at first. We just kind of looked at each other, slowly pushed our stools back, and Mark goes, very quietly, "So, we're not sleeping here tonight, right?" I was like, "Nope, absolutely not." We grabbed our stuff, walked, not ran, because for some reason we didn't want to look panicked. Out the front door, locked it behind us, and left. I remember the drive away from that place feeling like the longest 10 minutes of my life. Eventually, my parents sold the house. A new family moved in. I honestly hope they've had a perfectly normal experience there. Maybe there are totally reasonable explanations for everything I just told you. Air pressure, wiring issues, typical new house quirks. But I can't shake the feeling I had living there. That low, constant hum of unease. The single rocking chair moving on a still day. The footsteps, and the shadow, and the clinking perfume bottles. The deadbolt locking itself. The bathroom light flipping on and off like someone wanted our attention. Maybe it was all in my head. Or maybe that brand new house in the middle of the field just wasn't as empty as we thought. It happened quite a while ago, back when I was still studying under my spiritual teacher, Pak Surya, in Yogyakarta. That night, it was around 10:30. I was riding my old motorcycle, and he was sitting behind me, calm as always. We were heading toward the outskirts of the city, to a place people often whispered about, a spot known to be haunted. Our purpose sounded simple: practice deep meditation, learn to quiet the mind, open the heart, and feel the rhythm of nature. Under his guidance, I was supposed to learn how to sense and absorb the subtle energy of the universe. The ride started out peaceful. The moon was almost full, bright enough that we barely needed the streetlights. The outer road wasn't too crowded back then, just a wide strip of asphalt stretching ahead of us. The night air was cool, and the wind against my jacket felt soothing. The engine hummed steadily, and for a moment, I felt like everything was in perfect balance. Then, out of nowhere, a light mist started to fall. Not quite rain, just tiny droplets carried by the breeze. They brushed against my face, and suddenly the coolness felt different, sharper. It sent a chill straight down my spine. You know that feeling when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up for no obvious reason? That's exactly what happened. I suddenly felt observed, like something I couldn't see had quietly turned its attention toward us. Behind me, Pak Surya gently tapped my shoulder. "Slow down, pull over for a bit," he said softly. I didn't argue. I eased off the throttle and steered the motorcycle to the roadside. As we came to a stop, I realized how strange the road felt. Normally, even late at night, there would still be a passing truck, a distant motorcycle, some headlights in the distance. But right then, nothing. No engines, no lights, no people. It was just us. I looked to the left and right, trying to figure out why he'd asked me to stop. On one side, there were dark trees and bushes. On the other, land that looked empty in the dim light. The moon reflected faintly on the damp asphalt, like a pale ribbon stretching ahead. The silence started to press in on me. The calm I'd felt earlier slowly turned into uneasiness, and then into something heavier. The air felt occupied, if that makes sense, like the place itself was holding its breath. My heart began to beat faster. I didn't know what we were waiting for, but my body seemed to know something was coming. Surya didn't move. He sat straight, eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. His face, usually relaxed, was serious, almost stern. When I glanced at him, I suddenly understood. This wasn't just a quiet pause on the road. This was part of the lesson he had never mentioned. The atmosphere shifted. The cold in the air felt like it had a weight to it. My hands started to tremble on the handlebars. My legs felt weak. My breathing turned shallow, and a thin layer of cold sweat formed on my back. To be honest, deep inside, I regretted coming with him that night. Before that fear could swell into full-blown panic, he leaned forward and placed his palms close to my face, without touching me. His hands hovered there, and he began to whisper a short incantation, so quietly that I couldn't make out the words, just the rhythm of his breath. The moment he finished, I felt something, like a warm current spreading from my chest to my arms, my head, down to my feet. The trembling eased just a little, but at the same time, my senses sharpened. It was as if a thin curtain had been pulled away from my eyes, and then I saw it. At first, my mind refused to accept what I was seeing. It was a snake, but not like any normal snake. Its body was as thick as an oil drum, maybe thicker. The length of it stretched across the road and kept going. I couldn't see where it ended. Its scales were a strange mix of golden and greenish copper, each one almost as big as my palm, catching and reflecting the moonlight with every slow ripple of movement. I could hear it too, the faint scraping sound of its scales against the damp asphalt, like someone dragging heavy chains very slowly. That sound, it still echoes in my memory. All the strength drained from my body. My hands slipped slightly from the handlebars, and I almost toppled over. But again, Surya was there. Another firm tap on my shoulder, grounding me. "Steady," he whispered. "Stay calm. That is Nyaya Kanchana. She's just passing through. She won't see us. I've already shielded us." He meant a spiritual barrier, an invisible protection he'd formed around us. But his words didn't really comfort me. If anything, they made the moment feel even more unreal. Because just as he finished speaking, the giant serpent's head began to turn. Slowly, deliberately, toward us. I froze. It felt like time stopped. And that's when I realized the head was not that of a snake. What faced us was the upper form of a woman, so beautiful it hurt to look at her. Her long black hair flowed down her back, glistening as though each strand carried its own thread of moonlight. Her skin seemed to glow faintly. On her head rested a delicate crown, silvery and intricate, like something from an old legend. Her eyes. That's what I remember most. They were deep and shining, with a sadness and a knowing that felt ancient. In that instant, all my fear shifted into something else. I was captivated, drawn in. It felt like my mind and heart were being pulled toward her. Every instinct that had been screaming in fear just moments before went quiet. I wasn't thinking about danger anymore. I wasn't thinking about God or my teacher or even myself. I only felt this overwhelming fascination, like I was standing at the edge of a beautiful, endless abyss and being invited to step forward. Then, thwack! A sharp, painful slap landed on my shoulder. Paksuria's voice cut through the haze, firmer than before. "Wake up," he snapped. "Don't look into her eyes too long." His words broke whatever spell I'd been under. I inhaled deeply, like I'd been holding my breath. My heart started racing all over again, but this time I was aware of how close I'd come to losing myself without even realizing it. The serpent woman slowly turned her gaze away and continued her crossing, moving with a grace that was almost unreal. The sound of her scales against the road continued in that slow, steady rhythm. That night, I learned something I've never forgotten. Not all beauty is meant to be trusted. Sometimes, what looks the most enchanting on the surface is exactly what is meant to trap you. After a moment, my teacher tapped my shoulder again, gentler now. "That," he said quietly, eyes still following the creature, "is a snake spirit. Some people seek her out. They make pacts. They offer rituals and promises, hoping for instant wealth. And many of them get it." He paused, letting the words sink in. "But what they don't see," he continued, "is the price that follows. In the end, the soul is what's taken. Nothing given by that kind of spirit is ever free." "Look at the size of those scales," he said softly. "The bigger and clearer they are, the older she is. When they're still young, the scales are smaller, dull, the colors flat. This one," he exhaled slowly, "she's old, maybe hundreds of years." A fresh shiver ran through me. The idea that something like that had been slithering through the unseen corners of our world for centuries made my skin crawl. He added, "Notice how she moves, not hiding, not rushing. That's a sign she's no longer bound to anyone. Wild now. Free." Usually, snake spirits that are kept by humans only appear in certain places at certain times, when they're summoned, when there are offerings or special mantras. But this one, she goes where she wishes. We watched until finally, the last part of her body slid off the asphalt and vanished into the shadowy trees. The road became empty again, as if nothing had happened. But the feeling in my chest told me otherwise. Paksurya drew in a deep breath and lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the moon was still shining calmly, as if the universe hadn't just revealed a secret right in front of us. "God's creation is truly strange and wondrous," he murmured. "There is the world we see every day, and there is another world, hidden, but just as real. Tonight, you were allowed to peek into that hidden side. Remember this. Don't let yourself be dazzled. Don't be greedy for easy promises, especially those wrapped in mystical beauty. Most of the time, behind them lies only deception." I didn't say anything. I couldn't, really. My body still felt weak, and my mind was a mess of fear, awe, and disbelief. But inside, I knew something had shifted. The image of Naya Kanchana's face stayed with me, beautiful, otherworldly, and terrifying all at once. It burned itself into my memory, and it has never left. That night became a turning point in my spiritual journey. After that, I wasn't just curious anymore. I was cautious. I understood, in a way I never had before, that the unseen world is real, and that not everything that shines in the dark is meant to be touched. And every time I ride along a quiet road under the moon now, I still remember that night. and I silently remind myself not to be blinded by beauty and never to trade my soul for anything that glitters. I've just started seeing this guy, right? Let's call him Noah. We're a few dates in, still in that getting to really know each other phase. One night we're at his place, just curled up on his tiny, squeaky couch, talking about absolutely nothing important. Work, bad movies, what we'd eat if calories didn't exist forever. And then his phone, which is just sitting on the coffee table, suddenly slides a few inches across the surface. Like, no vibration, no notification, nothing. We both watch it move. I kind of laugh and go, did you see that? And without missing a beat, he sighs and says, yeah, my apartment does stuff like that all the time. I'm pretty sure it's haunted. Now I'm wide awake. He starts telling me about weird things that have been happening. Lights flickering, doors creaking open on their own, hearing footsteps when he's home alone. You know how it is. One spooky thing leads to another, and suddenly we're trading ghost stories instead of flirting. Then he goes, okay, actually, I've got one for you. The creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. And I can see his face change. He's still Noah, still relaxed, but there's this seriousness in his eyes, like he's about to pull up a memory he really doesn't visit often. This was back when I was in high school, he says. His parents had gone out of town for the weekend, so he'd basically had the house to himself. He'd invited his friend Marco over, and they were doing what bored teenage boys do, playing video games, drinking cheap beer they definitely weren't supposed to have, talking trash, staying up too late. Eventually, Marco went home, and the house got really quiet. A little while later, Noah's high school girlfriend, Lena, called the house phone, which already dates the story, right? She sounded upset and told him, we need to talk. I'm coming over. So he's just sitting there on the couch in the living room, TV on low, waiting for her to show up. After a few minutes, there's a knock at the front door. He gets up, walks over, opens it, and there's no one there. The porch is empty. The street is completely still. No car pulling away, no footsteps, just silence. He stands there for a second, confused, and then kind of shrugs it off. Maybe he imagined it. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe the old door just sounded like a knock. He closes the door, locks it, and goes back to the couch. He's about to sit down when, out of the corner of his eye, he sees something move. Just a shadow at first. You know that feeling when your brain hasn't caught up yet, but your body knows something's wrong? So he turns his head. And there, standing a few feet in front of the couch, is a man. A full-grown man. Not blurry, not see-through, just there. The man is wearing a black suit and a crisp white shirt with a dark tie. His hair is slicked back, neat, almost old-fashioned, and he's just smiling. Not a friendly smile, not a big, creepy grin, just this small, fixed smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Noah tells me he froze. He didn't scream, didn't run. He just stared at this man who had absolutely no business being in his living room. The air felt heavy, he said. The way he described it, it was like the room had suddenly gotten thicker, like sound would have to push through the air to get out. He's locked eyes with this stranger, and it feels like forever, like they're both just standing there, Noah on the edge of the couch and this man in the suit, staring. Then, there's another knock at the door. A sharp, loud, very real knock. He doesn't see him leave. He doesn't hear anything. He's just gone. Noah stumbles to the front door, yanks it open, and this time it's Lena, standing there on the porch, arms crossed, looking annoyed and nervous. He drags her inside and starts telling her everything, talking way too fast. The empty doorway, the man in the suit, the way it felt wrong. She listens, but she kind of rolls her eyes and chalks it up to him being drunk and alone and spooked in a big, empty house. She doesn't believe him. Life goes on. He doesn't tell a lot of people about it, but the image of that man in the suit, just standing there, smiling, stays burned into his mind. Fast forward a bit. One afternoon, he's visiting his grandmother, his abuela, over at her little house. She mostly speaks Spanish, and his Spanish isn't great, but they manage. They're sitting at the kitchen table, drinking coffee, when he suddenly remembers that night and decides to tell her about it. He starts describing what happened, stumbling over words in Spanish. He tells her that he was alone, that someone knocked, that no one was there, that a man in a suit appeared in his living room. He doesn't even get to the part about the smile before her face changes. She sets her cup down, looks at him very seriously, and says, in Spanish, "Es el diablo. Es el diablo." That's the devil. That's the devil. He's startled and asks her what she means, and that's when she tells him her own story. Back when she was young, living in a small town in northern Mexico, she and her friends used to go out dancing at this popular nightclub on the edge of town. It had a name like El Paraíso, Paradise, one of those places with colored lights and music spilling out into the street. One night, she and two of her girlfriends went there like usual. The place was crowded, music was loud, everyone was drinking and laughing and dancing. While they were at the bar, this incredibly handsome man approached them. She remembers this very clearly. He was wearing a dark suit, not flashy, just sharp, fitted, like he'd stepped straight out of a movie. He was charming, well-spoken, confident. He bought them drinks, made them laugh, the whole cliché. One of her friends, Rosa, was instantly taken with him. You know when you can tell when someone's already decided, yeah, I like this one. It was like that. But the other friend, Camila, got quiet. She leaned over to Noah's grandmother and whispered, "Something's wrong. Don't look at his face. Look at his legs." Now that's not a normal sentence you hear every day. So his grandmother, curious and a little unnerved, glances down. And that's when she sees it. The man is wearing perfectly normal dress pants, but the outline underneath isn't right. She said that one leg looked thin and bony, like a bird's, like a scrawny chicken leg. The other leg had this strange curve to it, like the hind leg of an animal, bent in a way a human leg shouldn't be. Almost like a goat's leg. She can feel her skin crawling even as she's telling the story to Noah, decades later. Panicking, she nudges Camila and mutters that they should go to the bathroom, come up with an excuse to leave, something. Rosa, meanwhile, is still completely charmed, laughing at this man's jokes, leaning closer to him at the bar. So his grandmother and Camila tell Rosa, "We'll be right back." And they leave her there with him while they rush to the bathroom, hearts pounding. And then, in the middle of their whispered panic, they hear it. Screaming. Not the fun kind of screaming you hear in a club when a favorite song comes on. Real, blood-chilling screaming. People shouting, chairs scraping, glass breaking. They yank the bathroom door open. The club is chaos. People are shoving past each other, trying to get out. There's smoke. Someone yells that there's a fire. They can see flames starting to crawl up the curtains near the stage, then licking across the ceiling. Everything is moving too fast. The music has stopped, but the ringing in their ears is so loud that it feels like it's still playing. His grandmother and Camilla are pushed outside with the crowd, coughing, eyes burning. They stumble into the street, disoriented, and when they finally catch their breath, they realize something. They can't find Rosa. They search the crowd. They call her name. No one's seen her. No one remembers the man in the suit clearly enough to describe him. Some people don't even remember noticing him at all. The fire department comes. The club burns hard and fast. By morning, it's mostly a charred shell. And Rosa, the friend who'd stayed at the bar with the handsome stranger in the suit, is never seen again. Not that night, not the next day, not ever. No body is found that they can identify as hers. No one hears from her. She just disappears. His grandmother tells Noah that for years afterward, people in that town whispered about it. Some said the fire was just an accident. Some said it was something darker. More than a few said the same thing. The man in the suit was the devil, walking around in plain sight. So when Noah told her about his man in the suit, smiling at him in his empty house, she didn't hesitate. "Es el diablo," she said. "He likes to show himself. Just enough so you remember." Noah finishes telling me all this, sitting beside me on that same squeaky couch where his phone had just slid across the table on its own. And we're both quiet for a moment. The room feels different. The shadows feel a little heavier in the corners. I can hear the refrigerator humming, the pipes in the wall ticking, every tiny house noise suddenly amplified. He gives a small, nervous laugh and says, "So, yeah, that's why I don't love being here alone at night." I just look at him and say, "Okay, well, if your house is haunted, your ghosts are way too dramatic." But I'll be honest with you, ever since he told me that story, anytime I catch a glimpse of someone in the corner of my eye, like a reflection in a dark window or a shape at the end of a hallway, I always check what they're wearing. And if I ever see a man in a suit just standing there, smiling for no reason, I'm not sticking around to find out who he is. So, okay. Let me just take a breath and tell you this like we're sitting on a couch with coffee, because this is still the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. This is my one and only first-hand brush with what I can only describe as a poltergeist. It was the late 90s, 98, I think. I was about 22, living with my boyfriend at the time, Daniel. We were broke in that very particular first place together way, so we rented this cheap little apartment that sat in this awkward gray area between the nice part of town and the maybe don't walk alone at night part. I worked at a little print shop during the day, and Daniel worked nights at a warehouse. So most evenings, we kind of tag-teamed the apartment. I'd be coming home as he was heading out. One afternoon, I got home from work. We chatted for a minute while he changed, kissed goodbye at the door, and he left for his shift. I remember locking the deadbolt behind him, doing my usual quick tidy, and turning off all the lights, because our electric bill was a monster if we weren't careful. Then I grabbed my keys and went out to do some grocery shopping. Nothing weird, totally normal. I was probably gone, 40 minutes, an hour. And when I came back, I opened the door and just stopped. The apartment was in full chaos. Every single light was on, all of them. The little lamp in the bedroom that we never used, on. The ugly fluorescent in the kitchen that we avoided because it buzzed, on. Even the light over the stove was on, and the stereo was blasting. Not just loud, like absolutely cranked as high as it would go. It was tuned to this AM talk radio station, some guy droning on about politics. Neither of us ever listened to talk radio. We were strictly mixtapes and the alternative rock preset people. This stereo, by the way, was one of those old systems with a row of preset buttons you had to push to switch stations. The station it was on wasn't anywhere near any of our presets. It wasn't like the tuner had just drifted a little. I just stood there in the doorway with my grocery bags thinking, okay, No, absolutely not. I knew that I had turned off the lights. It was our habit. It was survival. And the stereo definitely hadn't been on when I left. The first thing that really hit me, though, once I stepped inside, was the silence under the noise. Our cat, Luna, was nowhere to be seen. Normally, she would come trotting up the minute anyone opened the door, all chirps and meows, ready for attention. But this time, nothing. No jingle of her collar, no little paws on the carpet. That scared me more than the lights. I dropped the groceries on the table, walked over, and turned the stereo off. The sudden silence made everything feel even weirder. You know that heavy, charged kind of quiet? It felt like the apartment was holding its breath. All the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck were standing up. I started calling for Luna, going room to room. Nothing under the bed, nothing in the closet, not behind the couch. I checked the bathroom, and that's when I noticed something else. The bathroom sink was filled right up to the brim with water. No slow trickle from the tap, no drip. Just perfectly still, full to the edge. Like someone had plugged it, turned the water on, and then turned it off at exactly the right second. My stomach dropped. I went to the kitchen. Same thing. The kitchen sink, both sides, filled to the top with water. Again, taps completely off. No leaking, no wet floor, just this calm, full, perfectly still water. And then I finally heard her. The tiniest, muffled little meow. I followed the sound to the pantry. Now this pantry was like an in-wall cupboard with shelves inside. The door I'm talking about was above my head, like I had to stretch a bit to reach the groove on the side to open it. No knobs, no handles, just that little groove. I pulled it open, and there's Luna. Sitting way back in the corner of the top shelf, eyes huge, staring at me like, you would not believe what just happened to me. There is absolutely no way she could have gotten in there on her own. There was nothing nearby. No counter, no chair, nothing she could have used to jump up. And even if she somehow did, there's no version of reality where she's opening that door herself. At that point, my body just went, we're done. And I went straight into full freak-out mode. I grabbed the phone, landline days, and called Daniel at work. He picked up, and I just started babbling. You know when you're so scared your voice is shaking and your words all run together? That was me, pacing around the apartment, trying to tell him about the lights, the stereo, the sinks, the cat in the cabinet. He stayed really calm. He told me to leave the phone on speaker and do a walkthrough of the whole apartment, just to make sure no one had broken in and was hiding somewhere. So I did. I checked the bedroom, the closets, behind the shower curtain, under everything I could think of. No one. Nothing out of place except the extremely weird stuff. He had me look around and confirm that nothing was missing. Laptop? There. TV? There. His game console? Still plugged in. Rent money envelope? Still hidden where we'd left it. So, okay, not a robbery. I was still shaky and on the edge of hyperventilating when he said, "Hang on, I'm going to call the front office, see if anything happened around our place." He put me on hold for a bit, then called me back. Apparently there had been some kind of altercation right outside our building, near the apartment next door. We'd always had a weird feeling about those neighbors, like there was something sketchy going on, lots of strange visitors at odd hours, that kind of thing. The office said security, and eventually, the police had to escort a couple of really angry guys away, but that as far as they knew, no one had gone into our unit and nothing had happened directly to our apartment. Daniel came back on the line and tried to lighten the mood. He said something like, well, maybe it was a ghost trying to make it look like someone was home, so those guys wouldn't decide to break in and take our stuff. I kind of half laughed, half sobbed. Then he goes, jokingly, "If it is a ghost, it better do some housework to pay for the extra electricity." I remember that very clearly because I told him, "Don't say that." And he laughed and said we'd talk more about it the next day when we were both off. That night, when he got home and we went out for a walk, he admitted he didn't necessarily think it was a ghost, but he did say this: if it was something paranormal, the last thing you want to do is feed it fear. In his mind, treating it lightly, joking, not getting too scared, was a way of not giving it power or attention or whatever. And since it hadn't done anything destructive, no broken dishes, no writing on the walls, the worst thing it had done was give Luna a very confusing afternoon. So his attitude was, let's just be respectful and not poke it. A few days later, though, it was his turn to be weirded out. He goes, "Hey, quick question. Did you vacuum before you left?" I'm like, "No, why?" "Did you maybe put the dishes away?" "No, I was running late. The sink was a mess when I left." "Why? What's going on?" He took a breath and said, "Okay, so I came back from picking up some stuff and the entire apartment has been vacuumed. Like, perfectly. You know those straight vacuum lines you get when you're doing a really good job?" He said they were everywhere, every room. But there were no footprints in the carpet leading to the closet where we kept the vacuum. Just these neat, precise lines, and then nothing between that and the closet door. And the dishes? All washed, all dried, all put away in the right cabinets. Not just tossed somewhere, like exactly where they belonged. Plates stacked where we always kept them, glasses in their usual row, silverware in the right slots. He checked the doors and windows, still locked from the inside. That's when he said, half joking, half serious, "I think the ghost heard me when I told it to do some housework." After that, things calmed down. We didn't have any more big, dramatic events. No more mystery water, no more blaring stereo. But Luna started doing this one thing she had never done before. She became obsessed with the bathtub. She would sit on the edge of it and just stare into the empty tub. Not playing, not pawing at anything. Just sitting there for long stretches of time, peering into it like she was watching something we couldn't see. Every time I'd walk past the bathroom and see her like that, I'd get this little chill. Over time, I developed my own theory. Nothing scientific, just a feeling. I started to wonder if maybe our polite little poltergeist had been a former tenant. Someone who might have died in that apartment, maybe even in that bathtub, and for whatever reason, hadn't really let go of it yet. Maybe, in their mind, that was still their space they were protecting. And that night with the argument next door, with angry people outside and who knows what going on, maybe they panicked for us, turned on all the lights, cranked the stereo, moved the cat to a safe little cabinet, filled the sinks as some kind of strange leftover habit or symbol. Who knows? I can't prove any of that, obviously. Maybe there's some wildly rational explanation for everything that happened, and we were just two tired young adults in a weird building at the edge of town. But here's what I know for sure. I walked into that apartment one day, and it was not how I left it. Something, or someone, turned everything on, filled every sink, and gently tucked my cat away in a place she couldn't possibly have reached. And a few days later, something, or someone, vacuumed our floors and put our dishes away better than either of us ever did. So I call it my polite poltergeist story. And whether it was a ghost or not, to this day, I still say thank you under my breath whenever something weird happens but somehow turns out okay. Just in case someone's still listening. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M channel. How's your night going? Still having trouble sleeping? I've been waiting all day for this, my favorite time, when I can sit down with the mic and share some paranormal stories with you. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the notifications so you don't miss any of the latest videos. Thank you so much for always listening and supporting me. Now, put on your headphones, turn on a little nightlight, and let's get started. You know, there's a place in Edinburgh I can't quite shake from my mind. Not up on the Castle Hill, not along the busy Royal Mile you've probably walked, but just beneath your feet. Right under those cobbles, wrapped in centuries of stone, there's a forgotten street called Mary King's Close. Most people pass by without a clue. They buy their shortbread, snap their photos, and never realize that below them lie rooms that were never truly emptied. If you and I were there right now, and I stopped you on the pavement and said, "Hey, do you know what's underneath you?" You'd probably laugh. But I'd point down and tell you, once, this was a living, breathing street. Back in 1645, when the plague tore through Edinburgh, this place was crammed with families. In a matter of months, thousands were gone. The city shut itself tight. Doors were marked with white crosses brushed on in lime. A warning, a sentence, and a farewell all at once. Imagine it. Your door painted in silence, then bolted shut. You hear the carts out in the street, the weeping next door, and then finally, nothing. When the cries stopped, what remained were bodies and an air so heavy with fear and grief it felt like a weight on your chest. The city buried its dead. Then it buried its memories. And eventually, it buried its own streets. Down in those sealed corridors, people say a child's voice still lingers. Not a scream, not a wail, just a soft, tired crying. They call her Elsie now. The story most people tell starts in the late 1980s, when a Japanese medium named Reiko Mori joined one of the underground tours. She wasn't expecting anything dramatic. It was just meant to be another stop on a long European trip. But when Reiko stepped into a small, low-ceilinged room off one of the narrow closes, she stopped cold. Something small, cold, desperate, brushed against her leg, like a child pressing close to an adult for comfort. In her mind, as clearly as if the girl were standing there, Reiko saw a little child in a simple dress, cheeks streaked with tears, holding out empty hands. "I lost my doll," the girl's voice said, over and over. "I lost my doll." Reiko left the tour in tears. She went back up to the surface, walked into a shop on the mile, and bought a tiny rag doll in a tartan dress. Then she came back down into that same little room, knelt on the cold stone floor, and gently placed the doll in the corner. People on the tour say the change was instant. The air that had felt tight and miserable suddenly seemed to ease, like a long-held breath finally being released. From that day on, the guides began calling it Elsie's room. Over the years, visitors started bringing their own gifts: dolls, soft toys, bracelets, tiny notes, sweets left carefully in the dust. Now that cramped stone chamber is piled high with bright plastic faces and cotton bears and little offerings from all over the world. They say it's to comfort her, a child who lived and suffered and died in the time of plague, still waiting for the toy that never came home. But here's the part that unsettles even the guides. In 2017, that first rag doll, the tartan one Reiko brought, vanished, just gone. Some people shrugged and said, well, of course, it was stolen, tourists. But others lowered their voices and whispered that Elsie finally took it back. Since then, visitors have reported odd things. A few swear they've seen the outline of a small figure at the end of the corridor, just on the edge of the emergency light. Others feel a sudden cold hand brush the back of their knee, as if a child is trying to get their attention. Some say that when the room is very quiet, they hear a tune being hummed, off-key, soft, and close to their ear, even though no one is standing beside them. Heavier, they say, like the room is awake. And Elsie, they say, is not alone down there. People believe the spirits of the plague workers, the foul clangers, still move through those stone passages. They were the ones sent to carry away the dead, the lowest of the low, paid little, respected less. At night, they'd drag sacks and roll barrels filled with bodies over the cobblestones, lime dust caking their clothes, the smell of death never leaving their lungs. Many of them died the same way as the people they tried to help, quickly, quietly, and without a name. Even now, guests in the nearby buildings sometimes ring reception to complain about old wooden carts rattling somewhere in the middle of the night. But there are no carts, no deliveries, just the remembered sound of wooden wheels echoing through stone. And every so often, someone finds a strange gray dust along the skirting boards or in the folds of a carpet, dust that looks oddly like the lime once scattered over plague pits to hurry decay. Then there's the darkest rumor of all, live burial. Some say that at the height of the plague, the city simply walled off Mary King's Close, bricked it up, left the sick and the healthy sealed in together, trapped to die side by side so the infection wouldn't spread. Is it true? Well, historians roll their eyes. They'll tell you that records show food and coal were delivered to the people down there, that the idea of shutting them in and walking away is just a myth that's grown over time. But stories don't care about official reports. Sometimes, the tales people tell feel more powerful than the truth, because the thought of being buried alive, of pounding on a wall that no one will ever open, stays with you longer than any date in a textbook. Even today, locals say that on very still nights, they hear faint knocking inside the brickwork. Sometimes, when the har, that thick Scottish mist, rolls down into the closes, people see pale figures step out of it, eyes dazed, asking softly, "How do I get home?" And before anyone can answer, they're gone. If any ghost deserves to remain, though, it might be the plague doctor himself. You know the image, even if you've never been there. The long black cloak, the stiff hat, the leather gloves, and that bird-like mask with the curved beak, stuffed once with herbs and flowers to keep out the bad air. That shape has become a symbol of fear, hasn't it? You see it on posters and costumes now. But down in Mary King's Close, it feels different. Older. Heavier. Some visitors swear they've caught a dark, tall shadow in their photos, a figure shaped like that doctor, standing still at the far end of a passage they could have sworn was empty. The guides sometimes notice it too, a sense that someone is standing just behind the group, listening. Not hostile, just watching. A man who once went from house to heal, now pacing forever between rooms of people he couldn't save. When you strip away the jump scares and the ghost tour theatrics, that's what Mary King's Close really is. Not just a haunted street, but a place haunted by memory. Every echo of a footstep that isn't quite yours. Every breath of cold air on your cheek when no one is near. Every toy left on that stone floor. It's all a fragment of lives that played out beneath the city and ended there. History doesn't just disappear. It sinks, layer by layer, a little deeper under the stones. So if you ever find yourself in Edinburgh, walking along the Royal Mile at night, and you pass one of those narrow wynds leading down into shadow, pause. Just for a moment. Stand still. Listen. If you hear the faint creak of a cart that isn't there, or the soft tap, tap, tap of knuckles on stone, or feel something small tug gently at your sleeve, don't panic. Just whisper hello. Because maybe, just maybe, Elsie has come to see if you've brought her a toy. Okay, so let me just start from the beginning. Our house is old. Not like charming old, more like it's seen some things old. The first floor was the original house. Before my family ever moved in, it belonged to an elderly couple. The wife actually had her funeral in the living room. People came, paid their respects, and said goodbye. Right there in what is now our TV room. Later, my grandparents bought the place and added a second floor. So the top floor is newer, but the bottom has all that history baked into it. My Grandma June, also passed away in the first floor guest room. So yeah, this house has had more than one goodbye inside its walls. Now, before I was even born, weird stuff was already happening. One night my dad was in the tiny downstairs bathroom, sitting on the toilet, smoking a cigarette out the cracked window. Super glamorous, I know. He said he suddenly heard a very clear, very stern voice right behind him say, "Put it out." Not yelling, just firm, like a scolding. He swears he dropped the cigarette, flicked it out the window, yanked up his pants, and ran out of there. There was no one else around the bathroom. The window looks out over the side yard. No porch, no people. Just that voice. Then there was my Granddad Earl. He was dozing on the couch in the family room one evening when he woke up to the smell and sight of smoke in the air. Thick, hazy, like the whole house was about to go up. He jumped up in a panic, ready to yell for everyone and call the fire department. But the second he stood up and really looked around, it was gone. No smoke, no smell, just normal. Like someone flipped a switch. My grandma had her own story. One afternoon, she was in the hallway bathroom, standing at the sink. In the mirror, she saw a little girl standing beside her. Only the girl wasn't actually there when she turned her head. Just in the reflection. Dark hair, pale dress. She said the girl wasn't menacing, just there, watching her. By the time she looked back at the mirror, the girl was gone. So that's the kind of history I was born into. Now for my own encounters. One night I was half asleep in my room upstairs, lying on my side facing away from the door. The house was quiet. Suddenly, my bedroom door slammed shut, like full-on slam. I shot up, heart pounding, and went straight downstairs. At that time, it was just my granddad and my uncle, Uncle Rob, at home. I asked, "Okay, who slammed my door?" And both of them looked genuinely confused. They were like, "We heard your door close, but we thought it was you." I tried to brush it off. I told myself, "You were half asleep. Maybe it just swung shut on its own." So I went back to bed. The next morning, I noticed something I hadn't seen the night before. There was a new hole in my door. Not huge, but very clearly from an impact. I pulled the door all the way open, and that hole lined up perfectly with the sharp corner of my dresser. So whatever force slammed that door shut did it hard enough to punch the wood into my furniture. And no one was up there. Another time, my friends and I were having a sleepover. We were all in my room on the second floor, blankets everywhere, snacks, the whole thing. It was late, and the house had that super quiet, middle-of-the-night feeling. Out of nowhere, we heard this sound outside, like someone dragging heavy chains across the backyard. Not fast, slow. Metal scraping over the ground. We all went silent, just listening. You know when everyone's trying to pretend they're not scared, but nobody moves? That was us. Finally, we peeked out the window, expecting to see something. A neighbor, a prank, anything. No one was out there. No shadows, no movement. Just the backyard. Now, the strangest thing that ever happened involved me and my mom at the same time, but from two totally different angles. Let me tell you my side first. That night, I went to bed earlier than usual. I pulled my door mostly shut, left it just a little cracked, and made sure it was unlocked. I always did that because my granddad liked to peek in sometimes to check on me, or say goodnight if I was still awake. It made me feel safe, knowing someone could come in if they needed to. I remember settling in and thinking it was going to be a normal night. I'm one of those people who almost always wakes up at least once. Bathroom, water, scrolling my phone, something. But that night, I didn't wake up at all. I slept straight through. Now here's what my mom, Elena, says happened downstairs. She was sleeping in the family room on the first floor, right at the bottom of the stairs. It's an open space, so you can hear everything, every step, every door. She says she heard my bedroom door open upstairs. Then she heard what she thought were my footsteps coming down the stairs, creaking in that way our steps always creak. She heard me cross through the downstairs hallway, walk into the living room, and move around for a bit. She assumed I was getting water or a snack or something, so she didn't sit up or turn around. Her back was to the room the whole time. After a while, she heard the footsteps go back toward the stairs, then climb up. My bedroom door opened again, shut again. She figured, okay, she's going back to bed. A few minutes later, she hears my door open a third time. Footsteps down the stairs, this time only halfway. Then they stop, right on the staircase. She calls out my name. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there?" She says that right after she asked, the footsteps slowly turned around on the steps, went back up to the second floor, walked into my room, and the door closed again. She thought I was just being weird or sleepwalking or something. Eventually, she fell back asleep. Now back to me. Like I said, I slept the entire night. No getting up, no bathroom trips, nothing. In the morning, I woke up feeling kind of weirdly rested. I got out of bed, went to open my door, and it didn't budge. It was locked. My door only locks from the inside. There's no way to lock it from the hallway. I just stood there for a second, staring at the doorknob like, how? I clearly remembered leaving it cracked and unlocked, specifically so my granddad could check on me if he wanted. I unlocked it, went downstairs, and my mom immediately asked, "What on earth were you doing last night?" I was confused and told her, "I didn't get up at all. I slept the whole night." That's when she told me everything she heard. The door, the footsteps, me supposedly walking around, then standing halfway down the stairs and going back up again. We just kind of sat there looking at each other like, so if that wasn't me, that one still gives me chills. Bonus story. My boyfriend at the time, let's call him Liam, was in my room with me one afternoon. We were just hanging out, talking, nothing spooky. Suddenly, we both heard this loud noise in the room. It sounded like something heavy shifting or dropping. I heard it from his side of the room. He heard it from my side of the room. We both whipped around and immediately accused each other. "What did you knock over? What did you do?" But nothing had moved. Nothing had fallen. The room was exactly the same. The weirdest part was how genuinely freaked out he looked. He's not the type to spook easily or play along just to scare me. Seeing him unsettled made me believe even more that neither of us made that noise. And whatever did, we couldn't see. And then there are all the smaller things that have happened over the years. The kind of stuff you almost get used to in a house like this. Dogs staring into empty corners of the room and growling, or tracking something across the ceiling with their eyes when there's nothing there. Hearing voices from another room when everyone's accounted for. Random knocks, soft footsteps in the hallway when the whole family's sitting together on the couch. It's always just enough to make you pause. Just enough to make you think, we are definitely not alone here. But here's the thing. As creepy as all of this sounds, no one has ever been physically harmed. No scratches, no pushing, no objects thrown at us. I've never actually seen anything with my own eyes. No full-bodied apparitions. No classic horror movie moment. It feels more like the house is still shared. Like the people who loved it before us. The ones who said their goodbyes here. Never completely left. So yeah, that's my haunted house. And for better or worse, it's home. All right, let me tell you the story my mom's family never gets tired of repeating. I grew up hearing this at every holiday, every birthday, every time more than 3 of my mom's siblings were in the same room. There were 5 of them all together back then, and I've heard a slightly different version from almost each one. But the core of it? The core has always been exactly the same, and it still gives me chills. When my mom was a kid, they lived out in the country on this worn-down little farm with my grandmother. Not a cute, cozy farm either. This was the kind where the wind came in through the cracks in the walls, and you could hear every car that passed on the main road because there just weren't that many. Their nearest neighbor was about 1.5 miles away. The house itself sat maybe 100 meters back from the highway, connected by this narrow, rutted dirt drive that turned into mud every time it rained. There were no lights on that driveway. At night, it was just a black strip cutting through the fields. My grandmother, her name was Rosa, was up before dawn every day. She'd go into town to work and to sell whatever vegetables and eggs she could at the market. Most evenings, she'd catch the 6:15 bus home and walk down from the highway, hauling bags that always seemed too heavy for one person. My mom's oldest sister, back then they called her Tessa, was only 11. Way too young to be handling the house and watching 4 younger kids. But things were hard, and my grandmother did what she had to do to keep everyone fed. They had a little routine. When Grandma Rosa got off the bus in the evening, she wouldn't come all the way up to the house by herself. She'd stand up by the road and call out toward the farmhouse, and her voice carried all the way down that dirt driveway. She always said the same sort of thing, cheerful, a little tired. "Kids, come give me a hand with these bags." And the children would come running, because there were almost always treats buried in those grocery bags. Little sweets, crackers, sometimes apples, or a bottle of soda if they were lucky. So, one evening, just around that usual time, a little after 6, they were all inside the house. The sun was almost gone. You know that thin gray light you get right before it turns properly dark? That was what my mom remembers. The younger ones were playing on the floor. My mom was helping Tessa wash the dishes, and the radio was on low in the background. Then, clear as anything, from out by the road, they heard it. "Kids, come help me with these bags." Same rhythm, same tone, same little laugh at the end. It was my grandmother's voice. There was no room for doubt about it. My mom remembers how everyone just froze for half a second, then looked at each other. Tessa wiped her hands on a towel, and my mom said, "That's Grandma. She's here." 4 of the kids rushed for the door without thinking. My mom was one of them. The youngest stayed behind because he was too little and had fallen asleep on the couch. They all noticed, in a sort of vague way, that they hadn't heard the bus that evening. Usually, the bus made a very distinct noise when it stopped and pulled away on that stretch of road. But kids don't overthink things when they're excited, right? They shrugged it off. They pushed open the front door and stepped out onto the porch. It was already darker than they expected. The yard was just shapes at that point. The fields around them were quiet. No crickets yet. No farm machinery. Nothing. Just a still, stretched out silence. My mom says that by the time they were halfway down, it was really bothering her that she couldn't see anyone at the road. Usually, you could at least make out their grandmother's silhouette under the dim bus stop light. But there was nothing. No figure. No bus. Just the yellowish highway light and an empty road. They kept going anyway because they had heard her. All of them. Plain as day. When they reached the end of the driveway and stepped up onto the side of the highway, they stopped. The road was completely deserted. No cars coming, none going. Just a long, straight line of asphalt disappearing into the dusk in both directions. No grandmother. No bus. No grocery bags. Tessa cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, "Mama?" Nothing. She tried again, louder. "Mama!" Then the others started calling too, each voice a little more nervous than the last, their words sort of overlapping. "Grandma? Grandma Rosa? Where are you?" Only silence answered. Not even the usual rustle of the wind through the trees. My mom says it felt like the world was holding its breath. That was when something shifted. My Aunt Tessa suddenly got this look on her face. My mom always describes it the same way. like all the blood drained out at once. She grabbed my mom's wrist and said, very quietly, but very firmly, "Everyone, back to the house. Now." The younger kids started to argue, asking where Grandma was, why they had to go back. But Tessa didn't answer. She just herded them all around, one hand on each shoulder, turning them toward the dark driveway. As they walked back up, my mom said she felt like someone was standing just behind them on the road, watching them go. She was too scared to actually turn around and look. She just kept her eyes on the faint outline of the farmhouse ahead and the little glow of light in the kitchen window. When they got inside, Tessa slammed the door shut and slid the big wooden bolt across it, even though they almost never locked up that early. Then she locked the side door. Then the back door. One by one, every window latch. The younger kids started to cry when they realized something was wrong. My mom tried to ask what was going on, but Tessa just shook her head and said, "We all heard her, right?" All of them nodded. "Her voice," my mom said. "It was her voice." "Exactly," Tessa replied. "But she isn't here." That was when the full weight of it hit them. They had all heard their grandmother's exact voice, her usual words, at the exact time she usually arrived. But the road had been empty. Some of the kids began praying out loud. Others just sat huddled together on the couch, wrapped in a blanket even though it wasn't cold. They left the radio off because every little noise made them jump. Every creak in the wood. Every gust of wind against the siding. No one slept. Not really. They dozed in little snatches, jerking awake at the slightest sound, expecting at any moment to hear that same voice again. Right outside the door, the night felt endless. The next morning, just after sunrise, there was a knock at the front door. Not the voice, not a call from the road, just a tired, ordinary knock. Tessa peeked through the curtain and then practically collapsed with relief. It was Grandma Rosa, standing there with a small overnight bag and no groceries. They threw the door open and all the kids rushed her at once, talking over each other, crying, asking where she'd been. She looked confused. "I missed the last bus," she said. "I had to stay at a cousin's place in town. I told you I might be late this week, remember?" Tessa just stared at her for a second and then asked, "You didn't come home last night? At all?" That was when the kids tried to explain, all at once. The voice, the call from the road, how clearly they'd heard her, how they'd gone down to the highway and found no one there. My mom remembers how her grandmother's face changed as she listened. Rosa was a tough woman, not easily rattled. But as they spoke, her hands started to tremble just a little. When they finished, she crossed herself slowly and said, "You did the right thing coming back to the house. When something calls you from the dark and you can't see where it is, you don't follow." After that, for a while, she wouldn't let the children go down to the road alone at dusk. She'd rather carry the bags herself than risk it. And that's the question that still hangs over the story, every time someone in my family tells it. If my grandmother was in town that night, If she never got off that bus, then whose voice was it? Standing out there by the highway, calling her children into the dark. So, let me tell you what happened the other day. I grew up in a very Catholic family, the kind that has holy water by the door, a rosary hanging from every bed, and a picture of some saint in every room. We're also, how do I say it, very superstitious. In my house, we believe in everything. The evil eye, souls that don't rest, noises that aren't from the wind. If something creaks, someone will immediately say, "Don't point at it, just pray." The house itself doesn't help. It's old and too big for just the 5 of us, my parents, my 2 brothers, and me. Long hallway, high ceilings, 3 guest rooms that are almost never opened. When I'm alone, the silence there doesn't feel empty. It feels like it's watching. And that day, I was alone. My parents had both gone out, my dad to his shift at the hospital, my mom to the store. My younger brother, Nico, had left early for his classes, and my older brother, Matteo, was supposed to be away on a work trip in another city. He wasn't due back until the following week. I only had 1 evening class at the time, starting around 7, so I was home, getting my things ready, scrolling my phone a bit, just normal day, you know? Quiet, kinda cozy. Until it wasn't. I was in my room, zipping up my backpack, when I heard a voice call me from the hallway. It was drawn out, kind of mocking. "Lucia." My name stretched out like a joke, and it was Matteo's voice. You know how your body recognizes a voice before your brain can argue with it? That's what happened. I froze. For a second, my first thought was, "Oh, he came back early," and I almost answered. I even opened my mouth to say, "What?" But then it hit me. He was not home. I had literally seen the family chat that morning, pictures of him in another city, sending selfies with a stupid hotel breakfast. There was no way he was in the hallway. The voice called again, softer this time, still with that teasing tone he always uses with me. "Lucia, come here." My whole body went cold, and instantly, a memory from years ago snapped back into my head. Something similar had happened when I was younger, maybe 7 or 8. Back then, my grandmother, we all called her Abuelita Cata, was still alive. I remember running to her, crying, because I'd heard someone call my name from the back patio, even though no one was there. She sat me down, made me hold her wrinkled hands, and she said in this calm voice, like she was explaining something completely normal, "When you hear a voice that sounds like someone you love, but you know it can't be them, that's not them, mijita. It's the devil. He likes to play. He likes to make fun. Don't answer him. Don't go where he calls you. Pretend you didn't hear." And then she made me pray a short prayer 3 times and spit lightly toward the floor, one of those little rituals grandmothers have. Standing there in my room years later, with Matteo's not Matteo voice in the hallway, I remembered her exactly. Her smell of coffee and ointment, the way her thumb stroked my knuckles when she spoke. So I did what she told me. I ignored it. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to keep moving. I put my headphones on, not even playing music, just over my ears, and focused on getting my stuff together. I told myself, "You're just nervous, you're alone, old house noises, that's all." That was weird. I always hang my keys on this tiny metal hook, shaped like a little house. Always. I have a routine. Keys, headphones, lip balm, out the door. It's automatic. But that hook was empty. I started checking the usual spots, my pockets, my desk, my nightstand. Nothing. At first, it was just annoying, like, seriously? Right now? But after a few minutes of searching the same places over and over, that annoyance turned into a tight little knot in my chest. I finally found my keys in the front pocket of my backpack. The same backpack I had just zipped up. The same pocket I never use, because the zipper gets stuck. And yet, there they were, with the metal still cold, like they'd been hanging by the door a second ago. That's when that feeling hit me, the one that makes your shoulders tense and your back feel exposed. The feeling that something is just behind you. I actually stopped and turned around, staring at the quiet hallway. Nothing. The house was so still, it felt heavy. I took a breath and told myself out loud, "Okay, you're overreacting," and forced a little laugh, like I could scare the fear away with my own voice. I put the keys in my jeans pocket, grabbed my wallet from my desk, I remember this clearly, and dropped it into my bag. Then I went to the kitchen to drink some water before leaving. When I came back to grab my bag from my room, my wallet wasn't there. I thought maybe it had slipped out, so I checked the bed, the floor, the chair, under my notebook, inside the bag 3 times, even inside the pencil case for some reason. Nothing. I started getting frustrated because now I was going to be late, and the house felt more and more like it was pressing in on me. I finally found my wallet on the kitchen counter. Not even hidden, just placed there. Open, with a couple of cards slightly out of their slots, like someone had been flipping through them and then got bored. To get from my room to the kitchen, you have to cross the living room and turn the corner by the stairs. It's not far, but it's not like my wallet could have just slipped out of my bag and flown over there. I just stood for a moment, staring at it. That little knot in my chest turned into a full-on chill that ran up my spine. At that point, I was done. I just wanted out. Go to class, be around people, be anywhere but in that house. I grabbed my wallet, shoved it into my bag, and headed for the door. I was going down the stairs a bit too fast, my heart racing ahead of me. I kept glancing at the framed pictures on the wall as I passed. My parents, my brothers, my grandmother in her Sunday dress. Their eyes seemed sharper. Don't ask me why. I know it was probably just my nerves, but it felt like they were watching. When I reached the front door and grabbed my bag to swing it over my shoulder, the strap suddenly snapped. Not slowly, not like it had been fraying for months. It just gave out with a loud pop, and everything spilled onto the floor. Keys, notebooks, pens, my wallet, my water bottle, all over the tiles. I jumped, half from the sound and half from the shock. I bent down, annoyed, muttering to myself while I picked everything up. And that's when it happened. As I was gathering my things, hunched over, I felt it. A breath. Right behind my left ear. Not a draft, not the cold air from the door. It was warm, human. The kind of breath you feel when someone leans in too close to whisper a secret. It brushed my hair and made the tiny hairs on my neck stand up. And with that breath, I heard a voice. Soft, but clear. So close it felt like it was inside my head and outside it at the same time. It was my grandmother's voice. Not an imitation, not a memory, not kind of like her. It was her voice. The same tone she used when waking me up for school, the same tenderness. She said, "While we die, no salgas." I froze. My hands stopped moving. A pen halfway between the floor and my bag. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. I turned around so fast, I nearly slipped. There was nothing there. Just the closed door, the empty hallway, the coat rack, the little table with the saint statue and the bowl of keys. No one behind me, no one on the stairs. And then, almost like they were answering to something I couldn't see, My dogs started howling in the backyard. They don't usually howl. They bark when people pass. They whine if they want food. But this was a long, mournful howl that made the glass in the back door vibrate a little. Both of them at the same time. That was it for me. I scooped my things up as best as I could with shaking hands, shoved them into the broken bag, and stepped back from the door. I didn't go out. I couldn't. Not after her voice. Not after that word. I texted my professor that I wasn't feeling well and wouldn't make it to class. Then I went upstairs, locked myself in my room, and put on the TV just for noise. I lit one of the little candles we keep for the Virgin and sat there on my bed, my broken bag on the floor, my heart slowly calming down. You know, a lot of people would say it was all just stress, or my imagination, or the creaking of an old house playing tricks on my mind. And maybe some of it was. But I know my brother's voice, and I know my grandmother's voice. And that word, Wawite. She hadn't called me that since I was a child. I hadn't even thought about it in years. So you can call it whatever you like, a warning, a coincidence, something dark teasing me, or something loving protecting me. All I know is that day, in that old house that believes in everything, I decided to listen to my grandmother. This was a few years back. I was in this small city for a 3-day music festival. The kind where you're sunburnt and exhausted by noon, and somehow still drinking at midnight. I'd booked the absolute cheapest hotel I could find that was still walking distance from the venue. You know the kind. Old carpet, weird hallways. But hey, the shower worked and the bed didn't collapse, so I was happy. By the second or third night, I was wrecked. My partner, Lily, was with me, and we stumbled back to the room after the last set. I had this terrible habit back then. I'd get drunchies at the end of a long day of drinking, order a bunch of food, and then fall dead asleep about 15 minutes before it arrived. Next morning, I'd wake up hungover to a sad, cold feast sitting out all night. So that night, I'm lying on the bed in the dark, hotel TV murmuring in the background, phone in my hand, painting a picture. I order a ridiculous amount of fast food on the app, burgers, fries, the whole deal. Hit place order, and I can feel that heavy festival sleep starting to pull me under. You know that feeling where your whole body just gives up? That was me. I'm right on the edge of passing out when, boom, something slams into the wall on my left. Like, hard. Not a little tap, not pipes or footsteps. Like someone threw a heavy object directly at the wall. I jolt awake. Lily shoots up too. My heart is going crazy. We're both just staring at that wall like, what the hell was that? Now on that side of the room, there was nothing. No dresser, no headboard, no picture frame. Nothing stacked that could have fallen. Just plain wall. We try to be reasonable about it. Maybe it's a mouse, but it was way too loud for a rodent. Maybe the neighbors, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. I remember lying there, adrenaline pumping, and this little thought creeps in like, okay, what if that wasn't normal? What if that was something else? And then suddenly I'm like, wait, I ordered food. I grab my phone, open the app, and sure enough, it says the order was delivered like 3 minutes earlier. So now I'm sitting there thinking, did something just wake us up so we wouldn't sleep through our food again? It lined up so perfectly. The timing was too on the nose. Lily and I look at each other, wide-eyed, and we both kind of nervously laugh. But we're also definitely weirded out. We drag ourselves up, open the door, and boom, there's our food bag sitting out in the hallway. We bring it in, spread everything out, and finally start paying attention to the TV. And this is where it gets extra weird. Some random show is on with Jack Osborne and Ozzy Osbourne doing one of those paranormal adventure things. I hadn't really been watching it. It was just background noise. But as I actually look up, I realize the episode is literally about them staying in a haunted hotel. I just freeze for a second. I'm sitting in this cheap, slightly creepy hotel room, eating food that a mysterious wall bang woke me up to get. And on the TV, Jack and Ozzy are wandering around a haunted hotel, talking about spirits messing with guests. At that point, the coincidence level was getting ridiculous. I kind of got that tingly feeling like, okay, universe, I see you. This is a bit much. We eventually crash. Food eaten, no leftovers abandoned to the night for once. Next morning, we're getting ready to head back out to the festival. I'm rummaging through my bag when suddenly I hear this loud buzzing sound. Took me a second to realize what it was. My hair clippers. In my bag, turning themselves on. I turn them off and just stand there for a second like, okay, that's another one. Individually, all these things are small. A loud bang, a spooky TV episode, clippers turning on. But strung together, inside this slightly off vibe hotel, all while I'm already primed by that weird wake-up timing. It felt like something was trying to get our attention. We go out for the day, trying not to overthink it. Before we leave the room, we're careful. TV off, lights off, everything unplugged that doesn't need to be on, just in case. We come back later that afternoon, open the door. The TV is on. Volume low, show playing. Like someone came in, sat down, and got bored halfway through their program. And I know we turned it off. Lily knows it too. We both just stop in the doorway, look at the screen, then look at each other like, okay, yeah, that's not normal. By then I'm fully creeped out, but also oddly, not terrified. The feeling in the room wasn't menacing. It was strange and a little unnerving, but it didn't feel hateful. It honestly felt like someone hanging around, curious, like a roommate that doesn't quite understand boundaries. That night I got drunk again. Shocking, I know. And I hit this point where I was like, all right, if there's something here, I'm just going to talk to it. So I sit on the edge of the bed, look at that same wall where the bang happened, and I start talking out loud, kind of half serious, half nervous, with that tipsy bravery you get. I hear you, I say. I respect that you're here. I know you woke us up the other night, and thank you for that. That was really kind, actually, saving our food. I remember saying something like, we're just visiting. We're not here to bother you. We'd really appreciate it if you don't try to scare us or harm us. We'll be gone soon. But we acknowledge you, and we're asking for some peace while we're here. It sounds cheesy, but I meant it. I could feel this weird mix of gratitude and fear, like I was speaking to a roommate I couldn't see. After that, nothing else happened in that hotel. No more bangs, no more surprise TV, no clippers buzzing in my bag. The last night was calm. We finished the festival, checked out, went home. A couple days later, I'm back at my place, completely out of haunted hotel mode. I unpack my stuff, toss my travel bag in the corner, and just chill for a bit. A little while passes, and then I hear it. That same exact buzzing. I look over at the bag, and my stomach drops a bit. I walk over, open it up, and yep, the clippers are on, again, all by themselves. At that point, I just kind of laughed, like this disbelieving, "You have got to be kidding me" laugh. But the weird thing is, I wasn't actually scared. Not the way you'd think. I remembered how it felt in that room. Not evil, not malicious, just present, curious, almost friendly. I got this sense, call it my imagination, call it whatever, that it was like a little goodbye. A final, "Hey, thanks for the company," before it went on its way. After that, nothing. No more strange noises, no more moving objects, no more electronics turning on by themselves. To my great relief, honestly. But every now and then, when I'm half awake at night, and I hear some random noise in the house, I think back to that cheap hotel near the festival, that loud bang on the wall, the haunted hotel show on TV, and my clippers buzzing in the dark. And I can't help but feel like, for a few days, we shared a room with someone who just really didn't want our fries to go to waste. You know, every now and then, you come across a story that just refuses to fit neatly into any box. Tonight, I want to tell you about one of those stories. Let's call her Lena Hart, and we're going back to 1993, to a neurosurgery suite where everything was supposed to be controlled, measured, and explainable. So here's the setup. Lena is on the operating table for a high-risk brain procedure. The whole plan is to cool her body way down, drain the blood from her head for a while, and work on an aneurysm that could kill her if it ever burst. This is not a quick appendectomy. This is one of those every second counts, every beep on the monitor matters kinds of surgeries. Now, during a key part of this operation, Lena's brain activity drops into what's called electrocerebral silence. On the EEG, the brainwave monitor, she's basically a flat line. No measurable brainwaves. In that state, as far as we understand it, the brain isn't doing the kind of complex processing that lets you form memories, dream, or hallucinate. And on top of that, the team has gone out of their way to block her normal senses. Her eyes are taped shut. Her ears are plugged with little speakers that are pumping loud, repetitive clicks, around 100 decibels, straight into her ear canals. Those clicks are there to monitor her brain's responses. They're not there so she can hear the conversation in the room. If anything, they're drowning everything else out. So even if, by some miracle, she were fully awake and aware, which she was not supposed to be, Lena wouldn't have been able to see anything. And she wouldn't really be able to hear in any normal sense either. The usual channels of information, sight and hearing, are essentially locked down. Now, later on, when Lena talks about what happened, she describes things that, on the face of it, she shouldn't have had access to. She talks about the surgical tools, not in some vague, "oh, they probably used a scalpel and some clamps" way, but in a very specific way, describing one that looked more like a kind of electric toothbrush than a knife. She mentions the sound it made, the shape of it, and even repeats little bits of conversation between staff before the surgery reached its most critical point. Here's where the skeptics usually jump in and say, well, that's probably anesthesia awareness. So let's talk about that for a second. Anesthesia awareness is real. It's when someone is supposed to be fully out, but part of their brain is still actually registering what's going on. They might hear voices, feel pressure, or even pain. And it can be really traumatic. But here's the thing. Anesthesia awareness doesn't give you superpowers. It doesn't let you see through tape. It doesn't let you hear clearly through foam earplugs blasting clinical clicks into your ears. It definitely doesn't override the fact that your brain, at that point, isn't showing any electrical activity that would support complex, structured perception and memory. And even if we say, okay, imagine she did wake up a bit, there's still a problem. A lot of what Lena later describes takes place outside where her eyes would naturally point. Think about how you'd be positioned on the table. Drapes over your face, equipment around you, people moving behind your head. Some of the things she talks about, the angle of the incision, where certain instruments were placed, weren't even in what would have been her field of view. So awareness alone doesn't really fix this. And hallucinations or dreams don't help much either, because again, her brain is in this artificially silent, shut down state. It's like trying to get a detailed movie to play on a TV that isn't even turned on. If you want hallucinations to explain the story, you have to say, okay, her brain not only somehow produced vivid imagery out of nowhere, but those images lined up with very specific details of the procedure that she could not have seen or heard ahead of time. That's not just a lucky guess. That's a level of accuracy people don't usually get, even when they're wide awake and watching attentively. So if anesthesia awareness doesn't quite do it, and hallucinations don't quite do it, what's left? Well, one possibility people quietly slide onto the table is, maybe they all made it up. Lena, the surgeon, the nurses, everybody in the room somehow decided to collaborate on this weird little story. But then you start asking, why? Her surgeon, let's call him Dr. Kato, was already a respected name in his field. He didn't need a quirky, near-death story to boost his career. In fact, going out and saying, yeah, my patient had some kind of supernatural experience while her brain was offline, would probably harm his reputation, not help it. That's not the kind of quote that plays well in medical journals. And the funny part? He never does call it supernatural. He doesn't go on stage and declare, "This proves the afterlife." What he says, when he's pressed about it, is basically, "I don't have an explanation." She was in a state where, from everything we know, she shouldn't have been able to access that information, and that information wasn't available to her by normal means. That's it. No book tour, no giant documentary deal, no Dr. Cato's Guide to the Other Side merchant stall. Lena doesn't become some mega celebrity either. She tells her story, sure, but it's not like having a strange experience during brain surgery automatically turns you into a billionaire. There's no obvious fame or fortune at the end of this. If this was a conspiracy, it's honestly a pretty terrible one, because nobody really cashes in. And that's what sticks with me. Because when I talk to hardcore skeptics about cases like this, people who are absolutely convinced everything must have a neat, physical explanation, they almost always go back to the same two things: anesthesia awareness or hallucinations. And look, I get it. Those explanations feel safe. They let us keep the world in a comfortable box. But in this situation, with these surgical conditions, those explanations start to fall apart. You've got a brain that's electrically quiet. You've got eyes taped shut. You've got ears stuffed and flooded with loud clicks. You've got details described that shouldn't have been in view anyway. At a certain point, if we're being honest, we have to admit, the usual explanations just don't fit well here. Now, I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm not saying, "This proves there's life after death," or "Consciousness floats around the operating room." What I am saying is, stories like Lena's are really hard to wave away if we're playing fair with the facts we're given. And it's okay to sit in that space of, "I don't know." It's okay to say, "Yeah, that bothers me. That doesn't line up with the way I expect the world to work." For me, the frustrating part isn't skepticism itself. Healthy skepticism is good. It keeps us from believing every wild thing we hear. The frustrating part is when people refuse to update their position even a little when they bump into something that clearly doesn't fit their favorite explanation. Because in this case, if we take the conditions of the surgery seriously, if we take the monitoring seriously, if we take the medical team at their word, then it was just anesthesia awareness, or it was just a hallucination. Stop being real answers and start sounding more like ways to avoid the discomfort of mystery. So as you're listening to this, wherever you are, on a walk, in your car, lying in bed in the dark, I just want to invite you to sit with that mystery for a moment. A woman on a table, a silent brain, taped shut eyes, plugged ears, and yet, somehow, detailed, accurate memories of what happened around her. You don't have to decide tonight what that means. But maybe, just maybe, you can leave a little room in your worldview for the possibility that we don't understand consciousness as well as we think we do. And honestly, I think that's kind of beautiful. So, I was chatting with a couple of friends the other day about weird, supernatural stuff. Like you do when it's late and everyone's a bit overtired. I said I've never actually seen, a full-on ghostly figure standing at the end of my bed, or a 9-foot transparent person gliding down the street, or anything like that. But then I remembered this one thing that happened to me when I was a kid. About, 15, 16 years ago now? I must have been around 9. And it properly terrified me at the time. Anyway, let me take you back there for a second. When I was little, my family used to visit my grandparents all the time. They lived in this old, slightly crooked house out in the countryside. I had my mom and dad, my older brother, and my younger sister. Whenever we stayed the night, my sister, let's call her Mia, and I would share the bunk bed in the spare room. I always slept on the bottom bunk, Mia on the top, and my brother Ben had a little room just next door. On this particular night, everything started out completely normal. My mom, her name's Anna, came in to tuck us in and read a bedtime story. We were all piled onto the bottom bunk together with our soft toys, the duvet all scrunched up. That sort of cozy chaos that kids' rooms have at night. Mom pulled out this book called The Paper People. I don't even remember who it was by now. Just that the cover had these big-eyed paper figures holding hands. The story was about a little girl who makes a chain of paper people with her mom, and then they go on these strange, dreamy adventures together. It wasn't meant to be scary, but there was something about the pictures of those flat little faces that creeped me out. You know when something is supposed to be cute, but your brain goes, nope, this is unsettling actually. It was that. So, Mom finishes the story, kisses us goodnight, switches off the main light, leaves the little lamp glowing in the corner, and heads off down the hallway to her room. Mia fell asleep almost instantly. I, on the other hand, could not switch my mind off. I was lying there on the bottom bunk, staring up at the wooden slats underneath her mattress, tracing the little knots in the wood with my eyes. The house felt extra quiet in that way old houses do, like it's holding its breath. Now, outside our room, there was this long hallway. Thick old carpet, kind of a faded green, and it ran past a few doors. The bathroom, the room my brother was in, and then all the way down to my grandparents' bedroom at the very end. And this hallway, it was ridiculously creaky. Not the floorboards, the actual floor underneath the carpet. Anytime somebody walked along it, the whole thing complained. You could always tell where someone was by the sequence of creaks. So I'm lying there, half wishing I'd never let my mom read that weird paper people story, when I hear it. Creak, creak, footsteps. Slow, spaced out. Definitely coming from the hallway. At first I thought, oh, that's just Mom going to the bathroom. Or maybe my granddad getting a glass of water. Totally normal, right? But the thing is, the sound kept getting closer. Creak, closer. Creak, closer. You know that feeling when your body just floods with cold all at once? I got that. My heart started racing, and suddenly every shadow in that room felt too dark, like the corners had grown teeth. Finally, I couldn't stand it. I slid out of bed as quietly as I could, padded over to the bedroom door, and opened it just a crack. The very second I pulled it open, silence. Nothing. No footsteps, no creaks. Just still, heavy air, and the dim hallway light coming from the nightlight near the stairs. I panicked a bit, I'll be honest. I flung the door wide open and bolted down the hallway to my parents' room. And as I ran, of course, the carpet creaked like mad under my feet. So I knew I wasn't imagining what that sound normally felt like. I pushed open their door and peeked inside. My dad, Mark, was out cold, snoring softly. My mum was fast asleep beside him. And there, squashed between them like a little starfish, was my brother Ben, also completely dead to the world. No one creeping around, no one getting up, no one looking guilty of midnight haunting duties. I gently closed their door, suddenly very aware of every noise I made, and walked back more slowly this time. The hallway creaked under my steps just as loudly as before, which somehow made me feel both better and worse at the same time. When I got back to the spare room, I climbed the little bunk bed ladder to check on Mia. She was sprawled out on her stomach, hair everywhere, breathing steadily, totally oblivious. I climbed back down, slid under my blanket, and tried to convince myself everything was fine. And then I heard it again. Creak, creak, creak. Same rhythm, same slow approach. Like someone taking careful, deliberate steps along that hallway, right towards our room. This time, I lay there frozen for a few seconds, heart pounding in my ears. But curiosity won again. I got up, went to the door, and eased it open just enough to peek out. Instant silence. Nothing there. No shadow moving, no figure at the end of the hallway. Just the still corridor and that faded green carpet. I remember standing there, gripping the doorknob, absolutely convinced that at 9 years old, I was about to see something I really did not want to see. But there was nothing. Just me, the emptiness, and that weird, thick feeling in the air you sometimes get in old houses at night. I shut the door, went back to bed, and this time, I just stayed put. The footsteps started again, faint, then louder, then receding, then coming back. It went on like that for a while, and eventually I was so exhausted that my fear sort of dulled. I drifted off into this uneasy, light kind of sleep. The next morning over breakfast, I told everyone what had happened. I described the footsteps, how they stopped every time I opened the door, how no one was there. My dad laughed it off. My brother teased me a bit, and my granddad just shrugged and said he hadn't heard a thing. Later, when it was just me and my mom in the kitchen, I brought it up again because I was still really shaken. And she said something like, "You were probably just half dreaming and thinking about those paper people walking around. Your brain can play tricks on you." Which, honestly, was not the comforting explanation she thought it was. Because now, in my mind, I had paper people silently walking up and down the hallway while everyone slept. So here's where I've landed, years later. Was it just my brain, wound up by a creepy picture book and the natural creaks of an old house? Probably. Old houses are noisy, and kids' imaginations are wild. I know that. But that younger part of me, the part lying under the bunk, listening to invisible footsteps on that creaky green carpet, still wonders if my grandparents' house had something extra going on. A leftover presence, maybe, pacing the hall, minding its own business while I tried to sleep. I don't know for sure. Maybe it was just nerves and a spooky story at the wrong time. But even now, if you put me in a dimly lit, creaky hallway at night, yeah, I'm listening for those footsteps. So, this has been happening to me since I was about 7. For almost 30 years now, I've had these reoccurring dreams about, I'll just call them demons, or really bad spirits, pretending to be people I love who have passed away. And before you think I'm totally off my rocker, let me give you a little background. Ever since I was a kid, I've been able to lucid dream, like full-on realize I'm dreaming, change the scenery, wake myself up, the whole thing. And twice when I was younger, once around 8 and once as a teenager, I'm pretty sure I astral projected. Both times I woke up, floating above my own body, just in my room, seeing myself sleeping. It only lasted a few seconds, but it felt way too real to be just a regular dream. On my mom's side, the women have always had something, a kind of sixth sense. My mom, my aunt, my grandmother, they all get these strange premonition dreams, or they'll just know things before they happen. Nobody's out here doing formal witchcraft or anything, but there's definitely a psychic streak in the family. So when I was about 7, my great-great-grandmother passed away. Her name was Elise. A few days after she died, I saw her in our hallway. Just once. I was wide awake, walking past my bedroom, and there she was, soft, kind of glowy, just watching me with this gentle little smile. I didn't feel scared at all. To this day, that's the only time I've ever seen something like that with my eyes open. Not long after, I had a dream that I'm convinced was really her visiting me. In the dream, we were sitting at the kitchen table from my childhood home, sunlight coming in through the window. She held my hand, and I could feel the warmth and the love so clearly. The whole thing was calm and peaceful, and specific in a way that normal dreams just aren't. I woke up feeling comforted, like she'd come to say goodbye. I've had a couple of dreams like that with my grandfather too. His name was Daniel. Same feeling. Warm, clear, very him. It didn't feel like symbolism or random brain noise. It felt like a visit. But then, things shifted. Sometime after that sweet dream about my great-great-grandmother, I had another one with her in it. Except this time, I knew right away it wasn't her. In that dream, I was a kid, standing in this weird, dark version of our living room. Everything looked almost right, but slightly off. The colors were dull, and the air felt heavy. Elise, well, what looked like Elise, walked toward me. At first, she seemed normal, but the energy around her was wrong. It was like my body knew before my mind did. She grabbed my wrist and said, "You have to come with me. Now. You have to go." Immediately, my whole body went into panic mode. I started screaming and pulling away. The warmth was gone. What I felt coming off her was pure malice, cold and hungry. Her face started changing, stretching in ways a face shouldn't. Her eyes went too dark, her mouth twisted, and she snarled at me. Not like an angry grandma, like an animal. She began dragging me, and I was fighting her with everything I had, screaming and crying, until I jolted awake, actually sobbing in my bed. That was the first time I realized, okay, something's messing with me. This isn't just weird dream stuff. Fast forward to when I was about 22. I had another dream where someone tried to come in as a loved one. This time it was my grandmother. Let's call her Nana Rose. In the dream, it was early morning. I was lying in bed in my adult apartment, the way my room actually looked at the time. The light coming in from the blinds was that soft, grayish morning light. The door opened, and Nana Rose walked in. She sat down on the edge of my bed. She leaned toward me and said slowly, "Let me in." Just those 3 words. Let me in. And right then, I knew this was not my grandmother. I said, "No, you're not Nana." Her face twisted so fast it was like a glitch. 1 second it was her face, the next it was this distorted snarl. She started screaming at me to let her in, over and over, like it was furious I'd called it out. I don't remember all the details after that, just that I kept saying no and refusing, and there was this tug-of-war feeling, like it was trying to get closer, trying to push into me somehow. Eventually, I woke up with my heart racing, but also kind of weirdly proud of myself because I hadn't given in. There have been several dreams like that between then and now. They all blur together a bit. It's always some loved one who's passed, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, showing up in a place that feels almost like real life. And as soon as they get close, I feel that awful energy. They act sweet for half a second, then it turns. There's always this pressure, this push to let them in, or go with them, or agree to something. Sometimes I wake up shaking. Sometimes I wake up just really annoyed. Which brings me to last night. Someone I care about passed away about 3 weeks ago. Let's call her Nina. In real life, her passing is still fresh, still painful, and I've been thinking about her a lot. In the dream, I was lying in my current bed, in my current room. Everything was extremely accurate, like down to where my phone charger usually is, and the way the curtain never quite closes all the way. I was on my side, facing the bedroom door. Then I felt the bed dip behind me, like someone had just sat down. I rolled over, and there was Nina, sitting on the edge of my bed, smiling. I said her name. "Nina?" She smiled wider, but it was the wrong kind of smile. Too fixed, too shiny. And that familiar, awful feeling swept over me. That thing in my gut that just knows, this is not her. But this time, instead of pure terror, I just got mad. I sat up, glared at her, and said something like, "You're not Nina. Stop it. I'm done with this. You don't get to use her face." The image of her flickered a little, like a bad video connection. Then it laughed. Not Nina's laugh, this low, mocking sound that almost echoed. Again, that pressure to let it in came back. It didn't say the exact phrase this time, but I could feel the intention. Like it wanted access, into me, into my space, into something. I just kept repeating, "Go away. You're not welcome here. Leave." At one point, it told me its name. I don't remember all of it now, but I remember it started with an R and sounded old, like something out of a mythology book. The moment it said it, I had this instinctive sense that I shouldn't repeat it. So I didn't. Eventually, in the dream, I got out of bed, walked right past it, and went into the hallway. It stayed sitting there, just watching me, still smiling that wrong smile. I walked into the living room where my mom was. She's very much alive, just to be clear. And I blurted out, "There is this fucking thing in my room pretending to be people I love. It won't stop." My mom, in the dream, looked at me like this was totally normal information. No shock, no confusion. Just this calm, steady look, like, "Yeah, I know." Not long after that, I woke up. So, that's where I'm at. I've had enough of these that I can't just shrug them off as weird dreams anymore. I'm not super religious, but I do believe that there are things out there, energies, entities, whatever you want to call them, that aren't exactly friendly. I don't know if these dreams are actual entities trying to mess with me, or if they're just my subconscious acting out my fears around loss and death and attachment. I do know that I've also had plenty of dreams with past loved ones that feel totally neutral or even silly, like my grandfather showing up just to comment on my terrible parking in a dream. Not everything feels like a visit, and not everything feels dark. Some are just dreams. But then there are these other ones, the ones that feel like something knocking on the door over and over, wearing the faces of people I miss. And every time now, I'm learning to say no. No, you can't come in. No, you're not who you say you are. No, you don't get to use their memory to get to me. Maybe it's demons. Maybe it's trauma. Maybe it's a mix of strange family intuition and a brain that likes to dramatize. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that the older I get, the less scared I am, and the more angry I feel when it happens. Like, if you're going to come for me, don't hide behind the people I love. So that's my little saga with dream entities wearing my loved ones' faces. I'm still trying to figure out what it means, but for now, every time they show up, I look them in the eye, whatever eye they're pretending to have, and I tell them, "You're not welcome here, and you don't get to use my love against me." So, I haven't thought about that summer in a long time, but now that it's in my head, it won't leave. I grew up in this small town in Bulgaria, near the hills. Back then, when we were teenagers, we were always sneaking around places we weren't supposed to be. Old factories, half-collapsed barns, abandoned schools. Just dumb, we're invincible kind of stuff, you know? One day my friend Alex tells us his family has this old house out in the countryside, maybe 10, 12 kilometers from town. It used to belong to his great-uncle. Nobody had lived there since the man died. Alex said, "We can go for the weekend. No neighbors, no parents. We can drink, smoke, play music as loud as we want." Sounded perfect. But the moment we saw the place, my stomach just dropped. You ever get that feeling before anything actually happens? Like your body knows something you don't? The house was this sagging 2-story thing with missing roof tiles and a gate that didn't quite close. The yard was overgrown, with weeds and nettles up to our knees. One of the shutters was hanging by a nail, banging softly whenever the wind hit it just right. When we opened the front door, a wave of cold, stale air hit us. It smelled like damp wood and something old, like a wardrobe that hasn't been opened in decades. Inside, it looked like time had just stopped. There were heavy wooden chairs, a lace tablecloth on the dining table, a bowl without any fruit, just dust. Family photos on the walls, so faded you could barely make out the eyes, just shadows where faces used to be. In the living room, above a little fireplace, there was this square wall clock, cream-colored, with a glass front cracked in one corner. Its hands were stuck at 11:41. Of course, we started with the ghost jokes. We were 15, 16. Of course we did. We spent the evening playing cards, passing around cheap beer, trying cigarettes we pretended we weren't choking on. The sun went down, the house got darker, but the party mood kind of carried us along for a while. But sometime after midnight, it got too quiet. The kind of quiet where you suddenly notice every little sound your body makes. Swallowing, breathing, shifting on the old couch. Around 1 a.m, I went outside to pee. There was this old stone well in the yard, and the moon was so bright it made everything look almost silver. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing on my shoulders. I was standing there, looking up at the sky, when I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, heavy, deliberate. You know how your whole body just locks up? That's what happened. I didn't even turn around at first. I just listened. Step, step, step. When I finally forced myself to turn, there was nothing there. Just the weeds moving a little. No road nearby, no lights, no voices. Just us and that dead, empty yard. I tried to laugh it off, but it came out more like a cough. I went back inside, trying not to look like I was spooked. I told Alex, "Hey, I think someone's walking around out there." He was sitting on the floor, back against the wall, a half-finished beer in his hand. And he looked at me with this expression that was too serious for the situation. "That's normal," he said. I remember those exact words. That's normal. I kind of snorted. "What, you've got night guards in the middle of nowhere?" He shook his head. "No, it's just my uncle. He died here. My grandma says he still checks the house." He said it so casually, like he was telling me his uncle still came by on Sundays. I waited for the punchline, for him to grin and nudge the guy next to him, but his face stayed flat. A little sad, actually. It sounded like something heavy falling. A chair, maybe. The kind of sound that has weight to it. The thing is, that room was empty. We'd looked earlier. Just bare floorboards and a wardrobe with its doors hanging open. We all went quiet. No more jokes. No one moved. Then we heard another sound. A slow dragging, like a table leg scraping across the floor. Stop. Then again, drag. Stop. Drag. It was coming from that same empty room. Nobody wanted to go check. And honestly, I'm glad we didn't. Instead, our attention snapped back to the living room because we heard something else. Tick. We all turned toward the clock above the fireplace. Remember, when we came in, its hands were frozen at 11:41. I had noticed it earlier because the number 4 was written as I instead of IV, and we'd made a stupid joke about it. Now the second hand was moving, but it wasn't moving right. It didn't go forward like a normal clock. It didn't go backward either. It shivered. Tick, tock, tock, tick, tick, tock. It was like it couldn't decide which direction time was supposed to go. One of my friends whispered, no way," under his breath, and I could hear his voice breaking a little. The ticking grew louder, not just in volume, more like presence. It felt like there were dozens of clocks all around us, all ticking out of sync, filling the room, pushing against our ears. That's when the single naked bulb in the ceiling flickered. Once. Twice. Then stayed on, but dimmer, like something was sucking the energy out of it. Nobody said, "Let's get out of here." We just stood up at the same time, like we were all being pulled by the same string, and bolted out the door. Outside, the night felt sharper, colder. I remember my hands shaking as I tried to light a cigarette, the flame of the lighter dancing like it was scared too. Alex took out a candle from his backpack, this short, white church candle. I didn't even know he had it. He stuck it into the dirt near the front steps and lit it. "For him," he said quietly. Nobody asked who him was. We all knew. We stood in a loose circle around that little flame, watching it bend and straighten, like someone was breathing on it. There was no wind, not even a breeze. The trees were perfectly still. Every now and then the flame would pull sideways, then stand up again, like someone leaning in close, then pulling back. When the candle had burned low, wax spilling over into the grass, Alex just stared at it. He had this far-off look, like he was listening to something we couldn't hear. After a while, he said, "We should go back in. He doesn't like it when the house is empty." Which is a horrible sentence, by the way. I still hate that he said it like that. But we followed him. The living room felt heavier when we walked in, like the air itself was thicker. There was a faint smell of smoke, but none of us had smoked inside. Our packs of cigarettes were still in our jackets by the door. And the clock wasn't stuck anymore. The hands were moving. Smooth, normal, easy. The second hand ticked like any other clock. The time was 3:13 a.m. We just stood there, shoulder to shoulder, watching it. The ticking was soft now, almost gentle, like a lullaby after a scream. Then, when the minute hand clicked over to 3:15 exactly, the clock stopped. Not slowed, not stuttered, stopped. The tick disappeared so suddenly, it was like someone pressed mute on reality. That's silence. I can't explain it properly. It wasn't just no sound. It felt full, like the room was listening, like something had just finished what it came to do. I looked over at Alex. All the color had drained from his face. His eyes were shiny, but he wasn't crying. He just stared at the clock and whispered, "He's done." None of us argued. We grabbed our bags, our bottles, whatever we'd brought, and left the house as quickly as we could without breaking into a full sprint. Nobody wanted to be the one who started running first. The walk back to the main road was quiet. No jokes, no teasing, no, "That was crazy, huh?" We just trudged along the dirt path, listening to the crunch of our footsteps. In the years after, that house got sold, then renovated. Then I heard it burn down. I don't know what's true and what's small-town gossip. I never went back to check. Alex and I lost touch eventually, like people do. Life moved on. Different cities, different jobs, different problems. But sometimes, when I'm up late at night and the apartment is completely still, there's this moment right before I fall asleep when I swear I can hear a clock I don't own. Tick-tock, tock-tick. And here's the thing. I will tell anyone who asks that I don't believe in ghosts. But I've never, not once, asked Alex what actually happened to his uncle in that house. And I don't think I ever will. You ever find yourself down in Lower Manhattan at night? If you do, I want you to remember this, because once you've heard it, you'll never look at Trinity Church the same way again. So picture this. It's late October, one of those evenings when the air is just cool enough to raise goosebumps, but not so cold you can't pretend you're fine without a jacket. The city noise has settled into that low, distant hum, and the fog from the Hudson creeps in like it's got someplace very specific to be. Right there, where the old cobblestones lead up to the iron gates of Trinity Church, there's a story that refuses to stay buried. Most folks know the history books talk about a famous duel back in 1804. Two powerful men, once colleagues, torn apart by ambition, pride, and politics. In the version you'd read in school, they're called Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. But the story I'm telling you, the one that clings to Trinity Church like the autumn mist, in this story, their names are Elias Harrow and Jonathan Brandt. Elias Harrow was the brilliant one, the architect of the young nation's finances, the kind of mind that could see 10 moves ahead of everyone else. Jonathan Brandt was the vice president, charming, calculating, always standing just the step to the side of the spotlight, waiting for his moment. They were allies once, friends even. But ambition is a sharp thing, and over time, it carved a canyon between them that words couldn't bridge. Their quarrels grew louder, the insults sharper, until finally, there was only one way in their world to settle it. At dawn, on a summer morning in 1804, they met with pistols in hand. One walked away. The other was carried to Trinity Church. Elias Harrow was laid to rest there, beneath a marble stone that the weather has tried and failed to erase. The bells tolled for him, and the city moved on. At least, that's what people like to think. But every year, on the last night of October, the church remembers. Locals will tell you, quietly, usually over coffee or a drink, like they're not entirely sure they believe themselves, that if you stand by those iron gates just before midnight, something changes. First, the street lamps along Broadway flicker. Not all at once, just enough to make you check your phone and wonder if there's a power issue. The air grows colder, unnaturally so. You can see your breath even if the weather app swears it's still mild out. Then, the heavy wooden doors of Trinity, those massive old doors that don't move without effort, creak open. No one touches them. No one is there. Inside the yard, where the tombstones lean and the names blur, a low mist begins to rise. It curls up from the ground, threads itself between the graves, and drifts toward the center of the churchyard like it's being pulled by invisible hands. And that's when people say they hear it. Two voices, faint at first. Not quite words, more the shape of anger and regret. They say if you listen closely, you can pick out Elias's voice. Tight, controlled, still trying to reason. And Jonathan's. Sharp and bitter, like every sentence is a wound. Then comes the sound no one ever forgets. The crack of two pistols firing almost at the same time, echoing off the stone walls and stained glass windows. People who've heard it swear there's no mistaking it. It's not a car backfiring, not construction, not fireworks. It's the sound of old gunpowder, of iron and smoke, and choices you can't take back. If you're brave or foolish enough to peer through the gate when that happens, some say you'll see them. Two men, half-shadowed, standing 10 paces apart. Elias Harrow, in a weathered blue coat, his white cravat smeared with a ghostly hint of blood. His hand shaking just slightly as he lifts his pistol. They raise their weapons. The air goes still. Even the city seems to hold its breath. And then, just as quickly as it begins, the scene shatters. The gunshots fade. The figures blur and dissolve back into the mist. You'd think that would be the end of it. But Trinity has one more memory it refuses to let go. After the echoes die away, another sound rolls in. The rattle of wooden wheels on cobblestone. The hollow clop of hooves that never quite touch the ground. A carriage appears at the edge of the fog. Always the same one, they say. A black, old-fashioned hearse carriage, drawn by 4 shadowy horses whose eyes glow faintly in the dark. It pulls up right in front of the gate, as if waiting for permission to enter. Inside the carriage, under a white shroud, lies a body. Elias Haro. If you look closely, and I don't recommend it, but I know you're going to be curious, you can see the edge of his face, the sharp line of his jaw, the cravat at his throat staying dark where the bullet tore through. The driver sits hunched on the bench, draped in a long coat, a wide-brimmed hat hiding his face. Some people say he has no face at all, just shadow. Others claim they saw their own features staring back at them, empty-eyed. Whoever he is, he always does the same thing. He leans down, as if addressing someone only he can see, and whispers. No one's ever been able to make out the words. A warning, maybe. A confession. A promise. The horses stamp once, twice, and then the whole carriage rolls backward into the fog and disappears, like it was never there. Now, the strange part, and yes, it gets stranger, is what happens to the people who witness it. There was a woman a few years back, a photographer, who thought it'd be fun to get some moody Halloween shots around Trinity. She told a friend later that as soon as she heard the pistols, her camera shut off. Full battery, brand new card, and it just died. Her phone too, black screen, useless. Another guy said his watch stopped for exactly 3 minutes, starting at midnight. When it ticked back to life, the carriage was gone. So were the figures. And in the stained glass windows of the church, where he'd caught the reflection of 2 dueling men just moments before, there was nothing but his own face staring back at him. People report the same things again and again. Devices failing, breath puffing out in white clouds on a night that isn't that cold. The sudden feeling that someone is standing just behind them, close enough that if they turned around, they'd bump shoulders. But when they do turn, there's no one there. And yet, and this is the part that keeps the story alive, every Halloween, someone new goes to stand at that gate. Sometimes it's a couple on a ghost tour who hang back from the group just to see. Sometimes it's a local who's walked past Trinity 1,000 times but finally gives in to curiosity. Sometimes it's someone like you, who heard the story from a friend and thought, it can't be that bad, I'll go see for myself. They stand there, hands wrapped around the iron bars, listening. They wait for the deep, distant toll of the clock. They watch the doors. They hold their breath, wondering if this will be the year the duel repeats, if the past will drag itself up from the graves for one more performance. Maybe they'll see nothing at all, just a beautiful old church and a quiet, foggy street. Or maybe, just maybe, they'll hear the faint echo of a pistol, the rattle of invisible wheels, and feel the weight of 2 centuries pressing down on the space between what history recorded and what it refuses to let go. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M channel. The start of the week is always crazy busy, but I'm always excited to sit down and share paranormal stories from all around the world with you. It honestly makes me feel more pumped and passionate every single time. Don't hesitate to send in your own paranormal experiences. I'd love to hear them. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. All right, are you ready for today's paranormal stories? Turn on a nightlight, pull the blanket over your head, and let's dive in. You know, it's funny. When people ask me about the worst place I ever pulled a shift, they expect a war story. Explosions, firefights, something like that. But the place that really stuck to me, got inside my head, was quiet. We called it Post 9. It was way up north, farther than any map made it feel. Just a little listening station buried in snow and bad decisions. Nothing around us but wind, drifts, and this kind of silence that didn't feel empty. It felt heavy, like it pressed against your skin. Nights there didn't really end. The sky just went from black to a slightly different black. The fluorescent lights in the barracks buzzed non-stop, one long, nervous note, and the walls always felt damp and cold, like they were sweating from the inside. My bunk was against the far wall, right under a cracked strip of paint. I remember that detail for some reason, that crack. I used to stare at it when I couldn't sleep. Anyway, one night, the wall above my head starts making this sound. At first I think, pipes. Old bass, shoddy repairs. Everything rattles when the wind decides to howl. Maybe mice, maybe the woods settling in the cold. You can explain away anything at the start, you know? But this wasn't just creaking or tapping. It was shaping itself into something. Into my name. I'm lying there, eyes closed, almost asleep, and I hear it, right over my head, this breathy little murmur, pulling my name out of the plaster. I froze. I remember feeling my heartbeat in my teeth. I waited, holding my breath so I didn't make a sound, but it didn't come again. Just the buzz of the light and the wind outside. Next night, though, it comes back. Clearer. Closer. This time it doesn't just say my name. After it whispers that, it says, "Open it." I sit up so fast I almost fall out of the bunk. I can see my breath in the air, like steam from a kettle. Everything is quiet, but that kind of quiet that feels like someone's listening. So I whisper back, because of course I do. I say, "Who's there?" Nothing. Just the light flickering a little, doing that nervous blink it used to do when the generator was thinking about quitting. And then I hear, "I'm inside." So soft I almost think I imagined it. But I didn't. I knew I didn't. It had weight. You ever notice that? Some sounds have weight. They push the air a little different, like you can feel them on your ear, not just hear them. I told myself it was isolation. Too many nights without real sleep. You start to hear patterns in the static, voices in the fans. That's normal, right? But I pressed my palm flat against the wall above my head, and I swear to you, there was something behind it. Not moving much, just breathing. By the third night, I'd talked myself into and out of believing it maybe 100 times. I told myself I wouldn't do anything stupid. I'd ignore it, put in earplugs, pray the generator would die so the whole place would go dark and force everyone to move. But that whisper kept coming. Little things. My name. Open it. sometimes just this slow, drawn-out breathing, like someone on the other side was trying not to cough. So that night, I snapped. I waited until my bunkmate, Malik, solid guy, never asked too many questions, was out on watch. Base was dead quiet, just me, the humming light, and the sound in the wall. I grabbed my multi-tool, little thing with a short blade, and I started cutting into the paneling above my bed. I made this narrow opening and reached my hand in. It was colder inside the wall than it was in the room. Still air, dry, completely empty. No pipes, no nest, no hidden crawl space. Just hollow space between boards. I remember feeling this mix of relief and embarrassment, I guess. Like I'd just proved to myself how badly I'd been spooked. And then, from behind me, right by the door, a voice said, "Too late. I'm not inside anymore." I went cold all over, not just scared, emptied out. I turned around so fast I banged my shoulder on the bunk. No one was there. The barracks were empty. Every bed in perfect military order, lockers shut. The light flickered once, then again, then steadied like nothing had happened. I dropped the multi-tool. My hands were shaking so hard I couldn't even pick it back up. And then, right beside my ear, as close as if someone was leaning over my shoulder, I heard a whisper. Same words as before, same tone. But this time, it was my voice. Go back to sleep. I don't remember lying down. I don't remember closing my eyes. It's like that part got cut out of the film. When I woke up, everything was normal. The wall above my bunk, perfect, not a scratch, no cut, no crack bigger than the one I'd stared at 1,000 nights before. My multi-tool was gone, but my hands were raw. Little cuts across my palms and fingers, like I'd been digging through something sharp. Dried blood under my nails. Malik came in from his shift, walked past my bunk, and just stopped. Looked at me. His face was pale in that washed-out light, and his eyes had this far-away, hollow look, like he'd seen something he was still trying to pretend he hadn't. He didn't ask what happened. He didn't need to. Because in that moment, just from the way he looked at me, I knew. He'd heard it too. Maybe not my voice, maybe not from my wall, but something had spoken to him as well. After that, the whisper stopped calling my name. It didn't tell me to open anything. It didn't breathe in the wall above my head. In some ways, that was worse. Because instead of hearing it, I started feeling it. You know when you're falling asleep and your body jerks because your brain thinks you tripped? It was like that, but inside. Every time I breathed in, there was this drag. Like something was adjusting itself under my ribs, making room. When I closed my eyes, I could feel a stare. Not from the corner of the room or from the doorway, but from right behind my own face. Like something had climbed out of that wall and just stepped into me. And then, a few weeks later, a new kid got assigned to our barracks. Fresh uniform, boots still too stiff. That hopeful look in his eyes you only see on the first week. He took the bunk 2 down from mine. Didn't complain about the cold. Said the silence was peaceful. Yeah. First or second night, I'm lying there, pretending to be asleep, and I hear him whispering to the wall by his bed. Just a soft, uncertain, almost embarrassed whisper. Hey, you there? And from the way the air shifted, from the way he stopped breathing for a second, I knew it had answered. I never heard what it said to him. Didn't need to. See, I think that's how it works, how it spreads. One by one. It talks to you long enough that you open something. Wall, door, yourself, doesn't really matter. It gets in. And once it's in, it uses you to reach the next guy. And the next. And the next. Post 9 stopped feeling like a place to me after that. It felt like a mouth. A big, quiet mouth buried in the snow, just waiting for the next man to lie down and put his head near the wall. Every person who sleeps there for long enough, we all end up speaking for it, one way or another. If you hear a voice in the wall calling you, don't listen. If it asks you to answer, don't. And whatever you do, don't cut into the wall. You know, I always tell people I wasn't a UFO person before this happened. I'm a nurse. My name's Maggie, and I've worked hospice for most of my life. Back then, I was a hospice RN, doing 12-hour shifts at a small 10-bed inpatient unit in Mesa, Arizona. That night I was driving home to north central Phoenix, same route I always took, heading west. It was one of those long, bone-tired nights where your feet hurt, your heart is full, and your brain is just trying to get you home. The highway was under construction, so it was this annoying pattern. Off the freeway, over the overpass, back on again. Stop, start, merge, repeat. Somewhere around Tempe, halfway between Mesa and Phoenix, I took an exit like I was supposed to and ended up on this little construction road. There was a big pile of construction debris, dirt, broken asphalt, gravel, pushed up into a kind of ramp. I eased my old pickup up onto it to get some height, thinking it might help me see what was going on with traffic ahead. By the time I stopped, I was high enough that one of the freeway streetlights was just a couple of feet above my head. I left my brights on and put the truck in park. And that's when I saw it. Out in the sky to the north of me, coming toward where I was, there was this massive boomerang-shaped object. Not a little light, not a dot, a thing. The glow of Phoenix behind it kind of backlit the outline, so I could see the shape more than anything at first. This huge V, just gliding in. It was around 8:30, maybe closer to 8:40 at night. The sky was clear. No clouds, no storm, nothing that would explain what I was seeing. I got out of the truck. I don't even remember deciding to. One minute I'm sitting there, the next I'm standing in front of my truck, looking up like a kid at a planetarium. The craft kept coming closer, and as it did, I could see that underneath it, in several spots, 5, maybe more, there was something that looked like lava dripping down. The best way I can describe it is like a lava lamp turned upside down. This thick, orange-gold liquid light would stretch down, thin out to a yellowish color, form a bulb, and then pull itself back up into the craft, over and over. It wasn't just light shining on it, it was the light. As I got closer, I realized just how big this thing was. The tip of the left wing passed right over me. If I had to guess, I'd say it was maybe 30 feet above my head. From one tip of the boomerang to the other, it looked about a mile wide. I know that sounds impossible, but that's what my eyes were telling me. With my headlights on and the streetlights so close, I could see the bottom really well. The surface looked like a gunmetal gray, kind of a matte finish with just a hint of reflection. Not shiny like chrome, more subdued. It looked like one solid piece of material, no seams at all. And it was covered covered in oval indentations, maybe 6 feet long or more each, thousands of them. They caught the shadows from the dripping lava on one side and the light from my truck and the streetlight on the other. So as the craft moved, all those shadows shifted and danced. I remember being scared for a second that this lava was going to hit me, that it was going to burn me alive. It looked that hot. My brain kept saying, "Get behind the truck, Maggie, move." But I couldn't. I was rooted to the spot. Then I noticed something else. There was no heat, no sound, no rumble, no wind, no smell. Just stillness. I thought about ducking behind the truck again, but I just couldn't take my eyes off it. This wasn't like anything I'd ever seen in the sky. Not flares, not a plane, not a helicopter. Nothing. When the craft was directly over me, everything turned orange. My truck, the dirt, my scrubs, my hands, even the air around me. It was this deep, rich, soda orange glow. Like Orange Crush, but darker, more saturated. And it wasn't shining out from a bulb somewhere. The light was coming from that liquid itself. As it moved overhead, I noticed that trailing behind the paths of the lava were these streams of colorful mist. They followed along the same routes, like delicate ribbons in the air. They glowed too. Layers of rainbow colors, sparkling gently, waving like flags in slow motion. And it was when that mist passed over me that something happened I still have trouble putting into words. I was suddenly overwhelmed with a feeling of home. That's the only word that really fits. Family, love, acceptance, gratitude, peace. It hit me all at once, like someone opened a door inside my chest and poured a warm, gentle wave straight into my heart. I just started crying. Not out of fear, out of recognition, relief. I don't know. I stood there sobbing quietly, watching this enormous, silent, glowing craft float over me and away toward the west, feeling like someone kind and ancient had just leaned down and checked on me. I felt like I was being told, "You're seen, you're loved, you're not alone, we're here." And I believed it. I must have stood there for 10 minutes, just watching, until it was too far away to see clearly. Even when it was gone, that feeling stayed, like a soft hum in my body. Later that night, around 10, I was back home in north central Phoenix. I walked outside again and saw a second set of strange lights out near South Mountain. Those looked different, more like stationary lights hanging over and in front of the mountain. I was too far away, and there were trees and buildings in the way, so I didn't get a good view. But I knew they weren't like the liquid light I'd seen earlier. Over the years, I heard other witnesses talk about that night. Some said the craft was rooftop high. Where I was, it really did feel that low. I was almost parallel to it, seeing it from the side, not just from underneath like a lot of people who were looking straight up. Pilots talked about another craft earlier that evening, way up at 10,000 feet, estimated to be 8 miles wide. I didn't see that one. I only saw this one. Since then, people have recreated what they saw with CGI. And there's at least one animation out there that matches that boomerang shape and the glowing mist almost exactly. When I saw it, I thought, yes, that's it. That's what I saw. I ended up sharing my story on TV and podcasts. I'm on a Discovery Plus show, UFO Witness, Season 1, Episode 5. They had an actor play me, which still makes me laugh. They didn't get the indentations on the bottom quite right, but they did a pretty good job with the orange glow. I've also talked about it on a few shows on YouTube and some UK and Canadian programs. It still surprises me that this one night, driving home from a shift, became something I'd be talking about decades later. I'm 71 now, still in Phoenix. I still work as a pediatric hospice RN. Over the years, I've done podcasts about some of the things I've seen with my patients. Their spirits, the things that happen right before and right after they pass. I've got a little YouTube channel. These days it's mostly me talking and cooking, called Aunt Maggie's Kitchen. That's my quiet corner of the internet, because here's the thing. I think about that sighting every single day. Not in an obsessive way, just in this gentle background way. Like a favorite song you hum under your breath without realizing. The feeling that washed over me that night. Family, love, acceptance. That's never really left. And for someone who spends her days walking families through death and grief, that kind of peace is a gift. Whatever that craft was, whoever was behind it, in that moment, I felt like they were saying hello. And somehow, that hello has stayed with me ever since. So let me tell you about something that happened a little while ago. It was a cool, overcast afternoon, and I was out walking with my friend Maya in this stretch of woods we both love. You know the kind of place. Soft pine needles underfoot, that damp, earthy smell, dappled light filtering through the branches. We were just chatting, not doing anything special, when Maya pointed down this narrow side path I'd never noticed before. "Hey," she said, "I want to show you something weird." The moment we turned onto that path, everything in me changed. It was like walking into a wall of heaviness. My chest tightened, my heart felt constricted, and my stomach did this slow, uneasy twist. I didn't say anything at first, but then Maya looked at me and went, "You feel that too, right?" I just nodded. The air was thick, and it felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. We followed the path until the trees opened up, and there it was, an old, sagging, 2-story house at the end of the clearing. It was more of a weather-beaten farmhouse than anything. Peeling white paint, a porch with missing boards, roof half collapsed on one side. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. There were no trespassing signs nailed haphazardly to the trees and fence posts, some of them half fallen, some shot through with rusted nails. The windows were boarded up, planks crisscrossed like someone had tried really hard to keep the inside from getting out, or the outside from getting in. Maya led me around the back, where, bizarrely, there was a glass sliding door that was almost completely intact. Just this one clean portal looking into chaos. Through that glass, I could see the living room. The place was torn apart. The old couch had been shredded, probably by animals, foam guts spilling everywhere. There were broken picture frames on the floor, some warped vinyl records curled up with mold, and pieces of furniture just slumped like they'd given up. Everything felt soggy, stale, forgotten. I stood there, a couple of feet from the glass, and just let myself feel it. The energy was thick and suffocating. It pressed on my chest, made my throat feel tight. If you'd walked down that pine path without knowing a single thing about energy or spirits, you still would have known something was off. It was too quiet. No birds, no bugs humming, no wind rustling leaves, just this heavy, watching silence. Whatever was in that house was powerful, unsettling. But as intense as it was, it didn't feel demonic to me. Maya had brought me there because she knows what I do. I'm a sensitive, a medium. I connect with people who've passed. I feel and translate energies, and I help move things, spirits, attachments, old emotions, when they're stuck. I also clear out darker stuff when it shows up. People in the area had started calling this place cursed. I'd heard stories that it was demonic, that anyone who messed with it would get sick, that even the government had bought the property and then just left it to rot because it was too far gone. No one wanted to touch it. It was the kind of house kids dare each other to run up to on Halloween. So I stood there with all those stories in my head and this pressure in my chest, and I let myself drop into my channeling state. Almost immediately, I connected with a man. He felt like he was in his late 60s. I'll call him Leonard. The sense I got was that he died suddenly. A burst, a rupture, something like an aneurysm or a stroke. Very fast and very confusing. 1 minute there, the next minute, not. But he didn't know he was not. What really hit me, though, was his fear. This man was absolutely terrified of death. In his final moments, there was this surge of, no, 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 not yet. This refusal, this desperate clenching onto life. That terror was so strong that when his body gave out, his spirit just refused to move on. He latched onto the house instead, the way you might grab a door frame if someone was trying to drag you out. As I stayed with his energy, I started picking up more details. He'd had 3 daughters. I could feel his love for them like this ache running through his whole being. They were his world. The thought of leaving them, of not knowing where they'd go, what would happen to them, was unbearable to him. In his mind, crossing over meant losing them forever. So he made a choice, in that panicked, confused, in-between state. He stayed. He stayed in the only place he recognized, this house. The tragedy was that time moved on for everyone else. His daughters grew up, left, built lives. The house got sold, abandoned, boarded up. And he was still inside, stuck, watching it decay around him, certain that if he left, he'd never find them again. All of that terror, sorrow, and overwhelm was soaking into the walls. That's the bad vibe everyone felt. So I stood there behind that glass door, took a slow breath, and gently reached deeper into his emotions. The fear, the denial, the loneliness, the grief. I started doing the work, unwinding, softening, acknowledging. I spoke to him, spirit to spirit, something like, "You're not really in this house anymore. You don't have to guard it. The people you love are not here, and you won't lose them by moving on. They're held. You're allowed to rest now. You won't be punished. You won't be abandoned. There is more than this." I could feel him resisting at first, clinging to that old belief that if you let go, everything would disappear. But as I kept holding space, the fear started to loosen. It was like talking to someone who's been holding their breath for years and finally realizes they're allowed to exhale. The work itself only took a few minutes in our time, but inside that energetic space, it felt much longer, like we were standing on the threshold together, sorting through decades of fear. And then, suddenly, I felt it. There was a sharp, clear snap sensation in my chest, almost like a cord breaking cleanly, and an immediate lightness washed through my body. I let out this huge sigh I hadn't realized I was holding, and shook out my arms, my legs, like I needed to redistribute all the energy that had just shifted. In that moment, as I glanced back through the glass, I got a brief, vivid impression of him. Leonard. Older man, kind eyes. He lifted his hand, gave me this small, almost shy thumbs up. A little thank you before he faded out. Right after that, my whole body was buzzing, like when you step off one of those intense massage chairs and your muscles are tingling and awake, almost too alive. I turned to Maya, and she just stared at me with wide eyes and said, "I feel weird. Like, hi. Did you feel that?" She could tell something big had shifted. The heaviness that had been suffocating when we arrived, it was just gone. The air felt clearer, easier to breathe. And then, as if on cue, a bird shrieked loudly from the branches above us, and we both jumped and laughed. It was the first bird we'd heard the entire time we were there. The forest started to sound like a forest again, leaves rustling, a couple more birds calling in the distance, the world slowly turning its volume back up. Here's the thing I really want you to hear. That house was never truly demonic. It was just saturated with one man's unresolved terror and grief. His energy was so dense and so afraid that anyone walking nearby would naturally feel unsafe and spooked. It felt dark, but at its core, it was sorrowful, not evil. That doesn't mean there aren't genuinely nasty entities or very heavy, hostile energies in some places. I've worked with those, and they can be extremely intense. But in my experience, most of what people call hauntings or curses are actually spirits or imprints weighed down by emotional baggage and fear, especially around death. Most heavy energies aren't out to get us. They're stuck. They're hurting. When we understand that, we stop seeing every eerie place as some untouchable, malevolent force, and instead we can approach it with a mix of respect, boundaries, and compassion. We can help clear, soften, and reclaim spaces that would otherwise be left to rot just because people are scared of what they don't understand. And, for what it's worth, even if we humans abandon these places, the land doesn't. The trees, moss, animals, they move in. They wrap themselves around the broken beams and cracked foundations. Life keeps growing over what we label cursed. But it feels good when a place and a spirit gets a second chance to breathe again. So, this happened back in August of 2023, just outside a small town in rural Pennsylvania. My mom has these friends, a couple named Mark and Elisa, and they asked if I could house sit for them while they took a trip up to Vermont. I was 24 then, and honestly, a quiet week in a big old house sounded kind of perfect. Free place to stay, some alone time, 2 cats to hang out with. Easy, yes. Their place was one of those older homes that somehow feels bigger on the inside than it looks from the street. You know the kind I mean. Narrow hallways, creaky wooden stairs, and more tiny doors and weird little closets than any house really needs. It had this faint smell of old books and laundry detergent, which was actually kind of comforting at first. The first few days were totally normal. I fed the cats, watered the plants, went to work during the day, and at night, I'd curl up on the couch and just binge Netflix or fall down YouTube rabbit holes. The cats, Milo and Pepper, followed me around like little shadows, then disappeared to sleep in the master bedroom once they got bored of me. On the fourth night, I was up late in the living room on my laptop. It was quiet, just that low hum old houses have. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Upstairs. Not just random creaking, like actual footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Crossing from one side of the upstairs hallway to the other. My first thought was, okay, one of the cats definitely got shut in a room. The house isn't huge, so that seemed logical. I paused my show, went upstairs, and pushed open the master bedroom door. Both cats were there, curled up at the foot of the bed, dead asleep. I stood there for a second, trying to listen for anything else, but it was just silence. I told myself, old house, wood settles, it's fine. But the thing is, it really hadn't sounded like that random, uneven creaking. It genuinely sounded like someone walking. The next night was worse. I'd gone to bed around midnight, and sometime later, I checked the time afterward and it was around 3:20 a.m. I woke up to the sound of something dragging across the floor above me. It was that unmistakable sound of a chair being scraped across hardwood. Slow. Then a pause. Then another scrape. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was anything but what it sounded like. After a minute, I grabbed my phone and texted Mark and Elisa. Hey, random question. Does anyone else have a key to the house? Or do you have a neighbor who comes by sometimes? They replied pretty quickly for being on vacation. Nope, just you. Why? Everything okay? I told them I thought I heard something upstairs, but probably was just being paranoid. They sent back something like, old house, lots of noises. Don't worry. Which helped a little, but not that much. Then came the night before they were supposed to come home. I was in bed, scrolling on my phone with the light off, just the screen glowing in the dark. The TV downstairs was on really low. I do that sometimes so the house doesn't feel so quiet. That's when I heard whispering. Not the TV. Not the cats. Not a podcast accidentally playing. Whispering. It was coming from the hallway, just outside my door. At first, I froze because my brain was trying to file it under TV noise. But the TV was below me, and way too quiet for that. This was close. It sounded like two people standing just outside my room, talking softly. There were two voices. One sounded male, a little deeper and rougher. The other sounded female, softer, higher. They weren't arguing or anything. It was more like the low murmur of people trying not to wake someone up. I couldn't make out any actual words, just that soft, breathy tone of intimate whispering. Finally, I thought, okay, I have to at least look. So I used my phone as a flashlight, slid out of bed, and went to the door. The second my hand touched the doorknob, the whispering cut off. Just gone. I opened the door into this heavy, unnatural silence. The hallway was dark and empty. I checked every room upstairs: the guest room, the office, the bathroom. I even opened those weird little closet doors that look like secret passages in an old movie. Nothing. No windows open, no cool breeze, no sign that anything had been moved. The cats were asleep again, curled up together in the master bedroom like they hadn't heard a thing. The next day, I was honestly counting the hours until Mark and Elisa got home. When they finally came in, I helped them bring in their bags, did the usual small talk about their trip, and then, kind of jokingly, I said, "So, does your house, make a lot of noise at night?" I tried to keep it light, like I was just teasing them. Elisa's smile dropped immediately. She went completely pale and glanced over at Mark. He just sighed, like he already knew where this was going. She asked, "What did you hear?" I told them, still half laughing to keep myself from sounding dramatic. The footsteps, the sound of the chair dragging, and then the whispering in the hallway. Two voices, a man and a woman. I even said, "I know it sounds ridiculous, but it honestly felt like somebody was standing right outside my door." Elisa's eyes got shiny, and she said, very quietly, "You heard them too?" That's when my stomach dropped. They told me that every single house sitter they'd had over the years had mentioned something. Hearing people talking upstairs, or someone pacing in the hallway at night. One person even left early because they were so freaked out. They'd had the place inspected for everything: bad wiring, strange drafts, animals in the walls. Nothing. No structural issues, no raccoons, no loose pipes making weird sounds. Mark said he'd once tried to stay up all night in the hallway with the lights off, just sitting there, waiting to hear the voices. He heard footsteps a couple of times, but never saw anything. No shadows, no figures. Just that feeling of not being alone. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't really believe in ghosts before this. I still don't know exactly what I believe now. I've stayed in plenty of old houses, family cabins, older apartments, creaky rentals, and none of them ever felt like that house. There was this awareness to the sounds, if that makes sense. Like they weren't just random noises, they felt intentional. What sticks with me the most isn't even the footsteps or the dragging chair. It's those whispers. The way they sounded like they were right there, inches from the other side of my door, trying not to wake me. I couldn't tell you a single word they said. It was more the tone, the presence of it, like someone leaning in too close in the dark. So yeah, that's my house-sitting story. If you've ever experienced anything similar, especially in an older house, I'd honestly love to hear about it. Part of me really wants a logical explanation, like some super specific way sound travels in old homes that makes it seem like voices and footsteps. But another part of me is starting to accept that maybe there are some things we just don't have neat explanations for. Either way, I still think about that hallway sometimes, and I still sleep with my door all the way closed now. So, every time October rolls around and people start putting up their Halloween decorations, there's this one memory that just grabs me by the throat a little. This happened about 13 years ago. I think it was October 5th, 2011, around 9:30 at night. It was one of those damp, chilly nights. No rain at that exact moment, but the streets were still wet, and there was this low fog hanging under the streetlights. You could see lightning way off in the distance, but it was quiet where we were. My mom's friend Lena, who lived in a subdivision a few minutes from us, posted on Facebook that her cat had gotten out and hadn't come home. He was this chunky orange tabby named Pumpkin, and my mom has a soft spot for any animal in distress, so of course we volunteered. So it's me, my mom, and my younger brother Jame, piling into the car to go help look. We're driving slowly around Lena's subdivision, Maple Ridge. Windows cracked a bit so we can listen for meowing, calling, "Pumpkin, here, kitty kitty." Like that's going to magically make him appear. It's really dark. Most of the houses have their porch lights off already, and the only real light is from those yellowy street lamps and the occasional flicker of someone's TV through a window. My mom has the headlights on bright. I'm leaning forward in the passenger seat scanning the yards, and Jamie's craning his neck to see down driveways. We're rolling down this one long, straight street. No cars parked along it. No people out. Just us. We're on the right side of the road, going maybe 15 miles an hour. And then, on the left side of the road, she is just there. I don't remember seeing her come from a driveway or around a corner. 1 second the road is empty. The next second there's this little girl in the other lane. She looked about 6 or 7. Light skin, dark hair that was kind of messy, like it hadn't been brushed after a bath. She was wearing what looked like a lavender hoodie and shorts. Something you'd expect a kid to wear during the day, not late at night. And she was in a wheelchair. Not a big medical-looking one, but a small chair, low to the ground. Her legs, or what was left of them, ended just above the knee, little stumps covered in socks. She was using her hands on the wheels, slowly rolling herself straight down the middle of the lane, like that was the most normal thing in the world. Here's what really got me. Her posture was rigid, completely straight, almost unnaturally so. She never turned her head. She didn't look at our car, didn't flinch at the headlights, didn't squint or lift a hand to shield her eyes when my mom's high beams hit her dead on. She just stared, straight ahead. We were going in opposite directions, so the actual passing moment was maybe 2 or 3 seconds. But those seconds felt stretched, like we drove through a bubble of silence. Nobody said anything as we passed her. We all just absorbed it. We got maybe a house or two past her before my brain finally caught up and went, "Wait, what?" At the exact same time, my mom goes, very quietly, "Did you guys just see that?" Jamie and I both kind of talk over each other. The girl? In the wheelchair? With no legs? And as soon as we all confirm we actually saw the same thing, my mom snaps into action and whips the car around in a quick U-turn. We're all suddenly wide awake, hearts pounding, scanning the road like crazy. We drive back down that same stretch of street, slowly, like really slowly. She's gone. No little girl, no wheelchair. No movement on the sidewalks. No open garage doors. Nothing. It's not like there were a lot of side streets for her to turn down either. It was a long, mostly straight run. For her to disappear in those few seconds would have meant turning off somewhere and getting out of sight very fast, which seems unlikely, given the wheelchair and the way she was moving. My mom pulls over and we just sit there for a minute, all of us staring at the empty road. There's that weird, heavy feeling in the car, like everyone is trying to decide if they're going to be the one to say, "Ghost," out loud. Nobody does. Instead, my mom finally goes, "Well, okay. That was strange. Let's, keep looking for Pumpkin, I guess." So we do. We drive around the subdivision for another hour, calling for the cat, looking down every side street, every cul-de-sac. We don't see the girl again. We don't see anyone else, actually. It feels like the whole neighborhood is asleep. Eventually, we hear this faint, pitiful yowling near one of the houses at the very back of the subdivision. We follow the sound and find Pumpkin wedged under a wooden porch, screaming at another neighborhood cat like they're in some kind of dramatic soap opera. Jame coaxes him out, we get him in the car, and we head back to Lena's place. When we hand Pumpkin over, my mom kind of laughs and goes, "You're not going to believe what we just saw while we were looking for him." So we tell her the whole story. The street, the time, the little girl, the wheelchair, how she vanished when we turned around. Lena listens, frowning a little, and then says, "I've lived here for 8 years. I've never seen any little girl in a wheelchair. There isn't anyone like that around here that I know of." And that just makes the whole thing creepier. Life moves on, but I never forget that night. It becomes one of those stories I pull out sometimes, usually around Halloween. Always with that same unsettled feeling in my chest. Fast forward to just a few days ago. I don't know what made me think of it so strongly again. Maybe the decorations going up. Maybe just my brain connecting dates. But I decided to post about it on my town's community Facebook page. I wrote the whole encounter out and then asked if anyone who lived in Maple Ridge back then remembered a little girl in a wheelchair who might have lived on that particular street about 13 years ago. So far, nothing. A bunch of people have commented things like, "I've been here 20 years, never seen anyone like that." Or, "I walk my dog down that road all the time, don't recall any family with a child in a wheelchair." Some people shared their own weird stories, but nobody could say, "Oh yeah, that was so-and-so's daughter." And that's what bothers me. Because if she was real, a 7-year-old girl in a wheelchair, who lets their kid roll down the middle of the street alone at almost 10 at night? On a dark, wet road. No reflective gear, no adult in sight. I even went digging through old local news archives online, seeing if there were any stories about a missing girl or an accident involving a child with a disability in our area. Nothing. Our town is small. If something like that had happened, it would have been all over the place. People still talk about minor fender benders from years ago like they're legend, but there's nothing about her. So I'm stuck with this memory. Me, my mom, my brother. All three of us absolutely certain we saw the same little girl in the same spot, doing something that makes no sense and no explanation. And now, to make it even eerier, they've started a bunch of new construction near that street, tearing up old lots, digging foundations, moving dirt around. Every time I drive past, I catch myself wondering if something's going to turn up. Some old story, some piece of evidence, something that explains where she came from or where she went. For now, though, it's just this moment, frozen in my mind. The wet road, the fog in the headlights, and that tiny figure rolling steadily forward, eyes fixed straight ahead. Like we were the ones who didn't belong there, not her. I think I'll be holding my breath about that night for a long time. So, I'm 23 now, but this all kind of starts when I was a little kid. When I was about 7 or 8, my aunt, her name's Carla, went to see this psychic in town. You know, one of those cozy little places with the beaded curtain and too much incense. She got the whole session recorded. Back then it was on this little silver USB drive, and she gave it to me because I was obsessed with mysterious things, even as a kid. Of course, I lost it. I was a child with the attention span of a goldfish, so that tracks. But I do remember listening to it at least once, and I remember this very clearly. My aunt asked the psychic about me, like specifically me, and the psychic said I had psychic abilities, but I wouldn't really understand them until I was older and learned more about it. At the time, I was just like, whoa, I'm basically in a movie. Then I went back to cartoons and snacks and forgot about it. Fast forward to now, I actually brought it up with Aunt Carla recently, and she said she remembers that reading too. She said she still believes it's true, that there's something about me. She's very matter-of-fact about it, which makes it creepier, honestly. Here's the thing though, I don't blindly believe every psychic. I feel like a lot of it can be a money grab. Maybe some people are really gifted, I won't say they're not. But I do believe in spirits, or ghosts, or whatever you want to call them. Even as a kid, I used to get that feeling that someone was watching me. Not always in a bad way, but definitely in a "you are not alone right now" kind of way, even when I was totally alone. The house I grew up in was weird from day one. We moved in when I was about 6. My mom, her name's Elena, had the place blessed by a priest literally the first week. The reason? On the wall in the living room, there was this carved upside-down cross. Not like a crooked nail or something you could explain away. It was carved there, right in the center of the wall. She freaked out, obviously. She had it removed, patched over, painted, and then called a priest and a medium. The medium told her that the previous owners had died in a fire in that house. We didn't really know what to think at the time, so my mom just kind of nodded and made that worried mom face. Years later, maybe 5 years after we moved in, we redid the floors. When they pulled up the old flooring, the wood underneath was completely black, charred, like something had really burned badly in there. The main structure hadn't been replaced though, which made it even stranger. It was like the skeleton of the fire was still there under our feet. Anyway, growing up in that house, there were always corners that felt darker. Not just the light doesn't reach there dark, but heavy dark. I'd be totally fine, and then suddenly I'd be furious or crying for no reason. Just out of nowhere, like something had pushed a mood button in me. Around that time, I started having these recurring dreams, or what I'm pretty sure was sleep paralysis. In the dream, I was trapped in this big, unfamiliar house. A black figure, no face, just this tall, shadowy shape, would chase me from room to room. I'd run, desperate to find a way out. I always ended up at this hallway with a door at the end. I'd throw the door open, and the room would be full of spiders. Like, full. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, just crawling. But the only exit was through the window in that room. Every time I had that dream, it ended the same way. I'd wake up, but my body wouldn't move. I'd try to scream, and nothing would come out. Just silence. It felt like I was stuck between the dream and being awake. Later, my mom told me she also had recurring dreams about spiders when we lived there. Nothing else. No shadow figure, no house. Just spiders, over and over. It was so dark. You know how sometimes a corner just doesn't look like regular shadow? It looked like the light stopped right before it touched that space. I felt frozen. I wanted to get up and turn the lamp on, but I was honestly scared to move. It felt like something was standing in that corner, just quietly observing. The next morning, I told my aunt about it, kind of laughing it off, and she got upset. Not at me, but at what I was saying. She said she'd felt something off in that apartment too, but was trying to ignore it. After that, she saged the whole place, and I didn't feel that heaviness again when I visited. It was like the air lifted a little. Now, fast forward to more recently. Last October, I was diagnosed with ADHD. Suddenly, my whole life made a lot more sense. I started taking Adderall to help with my focus because it was really messing with my work and school. I also started a medication for prediabetes. I'm mentioning that because I know medication can come with side effects, and I've been wondering if that's part of what's happening to me now. A few months ago, I moved into a condo with my boyfriend. Let's call him Daniel. It's a nice place, nothing obviously creepy about it. But almost as soon as we settled in, my temper started getting bad. Like really bad. I'd snap over tiny things, get super emotional, cry over the smallest stuff. And that's not really me. At least, not how I used to be. I kept telling my aunt that something just felt wrong at the condo. Not like the firehouse exactly, but familiar in that I'm not alone right now way. She gave me a bundle of sage and told me to cleanse the place when I felt ready. And I just haven't. I don't know if it's because part of me wants to see if more happens, or if I'm scared that doing it will make things worse, or confirm that there actually is something here. We also have a puppy now. Her name is Luna. She's about 6 months old, and usually really happy and fearless. A couple of weeks ago, it was around 8 p.m., and I was sitting on the couch with her. She suddenly perked up and started whining at the window. At first, I thought she heard a car or someone outside, but then she freaked out. She jumped over my legs, tried to wedge herself between me and the back of the couch, and kept whining like she wanted to disappear. I went to the window and looked outside. Nothing. No people, no animals, nothing that made sense for that reaction. And Luna has heard plenty of outside noises before without doing that. A couple days after that, I came home from work and went to let her out of the bedroom. The door would only open about 6 inches. Just enough for her to squeeze out, but not enough for me to get in. I pushed harder, thinking maybe something had fallen behind the door. It wouldn't budge. I kept forcing it, and it felt like I was shoving against something heavy. No movement. So I reach my hand through the gap to feel around behind the door. There's nothing there. No boxes, no laundry basket, nothing blocking it. And the moment my hand is in there, the door suddenly just swings open. Smooth. No resistance at all. Like it had never been stuck. I checked the floor, the bottom of the door, everything. No scrape marks. No sign that anything had caught or dragged. Maybe the floor is warped or something, but there was nothing to actually prove that. And then this morning happened. I slept a full 8 hours, but woke up feeling exhausted, like I hadn't rested at all. I went down to the parking garage to get my car. It's one of those big underground garages, over 100 cars, echoey, with those circular mirrors at the corners so you can see around them. I tell myself I imagined it. Start walking again. Glance at another mirror. And there it is again. A person-shaped movement behind me. Turn around. Nothing. Just rows of cars and silence. That's when my brain started really spiraling. Like, okay, am I losing it? Is this the Adderall? I even Googled the side effects. It can cause hallucinations in rare cases, apparently. So now I'm stuck in this weird place of, am I seeing ghosts? Or is my brain glitching? Part of me is terrified that I'm actually seeing something spiritual. Another part of me is terrified that I'm not, and it's all in my head. So that's where I'm at right now. I've got this history of weird, heavy houses, dreams, feelings. My aunt's psychic telling her I'd have abilities I wouldn't understand until I got older. And now my puppy is reacting to things I can't see. Doors are behaving like someone's holding them shut, and I'm seeing people in mirrors that aren't there when I turn around. I'm honestly starting to freak out a bit because I can't tell what's real. I don't know if I'm just sensitive to energy and spirits, or if my mind and meds are messing with me. I'm sorry, I know this is a long ramble. I just needed to get it all out. I'm hoping maybe someone out there has gone through something similar, whether it turned out to be spiritual, medical, or somewhere in between, and can tell me how they handled it. Because right now, I'm stuck between sage in one hand and a pill bottle in the other, trying to figure out what's actually haunting me. So, before I get into this, I need to say something up front. I don't really know much about Arabic magic or spiritual practices. I've heard stories here and there, like everyone does, but I never took the time to really study them or think too deeply about it. What I have always had, though, is this sensitivity to the other side, I guess. I get these really vivid premonition dreams, and they've come true often enough that I don't just brush them off anymore. For the past 3 years, my grandmother, let's call her Noura, has been having awful night terrors. There's no medical explanation. We've taken her to doctors, run tests, checked everything. She never had anything like this when she was younger. She tells us that, when she does remember, her nightmares are full of shadowy figures chasing her, grabbing her, crowding around her. But most of them, she doesn't remember at all. She doesn't realize how often she wails or screams in her sleep. I do, though, because I share a room with her. Honestly, I barely sleep. One night, not that long ago, she had one of the worst episodes I've seen. She let out this horrible scream, like a real, from-the-gut scream, and her whole body was shaking. I kept calling her name, shaking her shoulder, trying to pull her back. It took a while, longer than usual. When she finally woke up properly, she clutched my hand and said, very seriously, that she felt like she could have died if I hadn't brought her out of it. And the way she said it didn't feel dramatic. It felt like she really believed it. At that point, a relative of ours, my cousin, Sarah, reached out to a spiritual healer, almost like an exorcist. He's kind of known in our community, not some random person. He doesn't take money, and he only uses religious texts and recitations to try to help people. That part mattered to us. It made it easier to trust him. After he did whatever assessments he does, he told us that there had been some kind of malicious magic done on my grandmother, decades ago. Back in the late 70s, he said. He described it as something written on parchment that had started to disintegrate over time. Because of that, according to him, the entities attached to it didn't really remember what they were supposed to be doing. So instead of carrying out whatever the original intent was, they had kind of devolved into teasing and tormenting her. I didn't know what to do with that information at first. Part of me was skeptical, but the truth is, we had exhausted everything else. No medical answers, no psychological explanation that fit. This was our last resort. He gave my grandmother a talisman to keep near her, something to bring her some relief. But he was very clear, it wasn't a cure. He said the thing done to her was old and deeply rooted. This is still ongoing, by the way. Nothing is neatly wrapped up. Right now, though, Noura is visiting one of my aunts in another city, so I share the room only with my younger brother, Yusuf. I'm a light sleeper, and I wear one of those thick, padded eye masks because any bit of light wakes me up. Sound, too, honestly. Any small noise and I'm awake. Early this morning, just before dawn, I heard the sound of someone sitting down on my grandmother's bed. You know that distinct shift of the mattress and the creak of the frame? It was exactly that. Right after that, I heard soft sniffling, the kind that comes with quiet crying. It sounded like someone was sitting there, hunched over, trying not to sob out loud. My first thought was, why would anyone in my family come into my room, sit on that bed, and cry this early in the morning? I lay there completely still, listening. The sniffling kept going, wet breaths, small, shaky inhales. It sounded real. Then something clicked in my head. The door had never opened. Our door has one of those dust stoppers attached to the bottom, and it drags loudly along the floor whenever someone opens it. You can't miss it. If the door moves, you hear it. But there had been no sound, no dragging, no click of the handle, nothing. That realization hit me hard, and I have to be honest, that's when I got scared. I didn't take off my eye mask. I didn't sit up. I just froze. My heart was pounding, and every part of me wanted to peek and see who or what was sitting there. But at the same time, I had this heavy, instinctive feeling that I did not want to see its face. So I did what I usually do when something like this happens. I pretended to ignore it and tried to go back to sleep. This isn't my first haunting, unfortunately, but it is the first time something like this has happened in this particular room. On top of that, I've had two very specific nightmares that I can't shake. In both of them, I saw something pretending to be my grandmother. It looked like her at first glance. Her height, her walk, even her voice. But in the dream, it always felt wrong, like someone was wearing her as a costume. The best way I can describe it is that uncanny valley feeling, where everything is almost right, but just slightly off in a way your brain can't ignore. In the first dream, Grandma Nuda was moving around the house, knocking things over, causing little bits of chaos, misplacing items, breaking small objects, then looking at me with this almost playful, mocking smile. In the second dream, I remember sitting at the edge of my bed while she stood in the doorway, just watching me. Same face, same clothes, but her expression didn't match her eyes. Her eyes looked empty, like someone was looking out through them. And here's the part that really shook me. My mother, let's call her Layla, told me about a dream she had recently. She said she saw her own mother doing strange things, out of character, causing mischief, making messes, moving silently from room to room with this eerie calmness. Layla said that in her dream, too, it felt like something was inside her mother, not actually her. We didn't coordinate these dreams. She told me about hers, and when I told her mine, we just kind of stared at each other for a moment. It felt too similar to be brushed off. And it's not just us. Different members of the family have mentioned feeling a presence in our drawing room. That room has always had a strange energy, honestly. People say they feel like someone is standing just behind them when they sit there alone. We've all, at different times, heard phantom sounds, like someone is working in the kitchen or moving things in the hallway or walking up and down the house. You hear a plate clink or a chair scrape lightly or footsteps. You go to check, expecting to find someone there, and the room is empty. No one. Nothing moved. Everyone else is in their own rooms, or asleep, or out. So that's where we are right now. My grandmother with unexplained night terrors and a history of something dark supposedly done to her decades ago. A spiritual healer who insists there's old magic involved. Me, hearing someone sit on her empty bed and cry, without the door ever opening. Dreams of something wearing her face like a mask. Mine and my mother's. And a house where people keep hearing and feeling things that shouldn't be there. I don't have a neat conclusion for you. I'm still living in the middle of this. But if you've ever wondered how it feels when the unseen doesn't stay so unseen, it feels like this. So, okay. Let me just tell this straight, like we're sitting on the couch and I'm venting to you. About 3.5 years ago, my stepdad, Daniel, decided we needed more space. So he added this little extension to the house, just an extra bathroom and a walk-in closet for my older brother, Leo. The closet got finished, painted, shelves in, light works, all that. But the bathroom? Yeah, it's still a half-built shell. Bare walls, exposed pipes, tools in a dusty corner. At this point, I honestly don't think it's ever getting done, because that bathroom is just sitting there, unfinished. That whole end of the house feels wrong. It's colder back there, even when the heat's on. The air feels heavier somehow, like the kind of dust that settles on memories you don't want to revisit. Even the closet, again, totally finished, has this weird vibe. I can go in to grab clothes, but I don't like hanging out in there. After a few minutes, I feel like I'm being watched and I'm out. For the longest time, I just brushed it off. Old houses creak, right? Weird drafts, bad insulation, whatever. I didn't really think about it until late last year. It started with this horrible smell under the closet floor. At first we thought something normal had happened, like, okay, we have a lot of strays around here. There are raccoons, stray cats, whatever, always getting into people's trash. We figured maybe one of them crawled under the house and died or something. Gross, but logical. We aired it out, sprayed stuff, tried to ignore it. Then the smell went away, and the noises started. My parents' room is right next to the unfinished bathroom, and Leo's room is on the other side, sharing a wall with the closet. My mom, Nina, is the lightest sleeper on planet Earth. I'm not even exaggerating. If you drop a sock in the next room, she's awake. Earlier this year, she kept jolting awake at like 3 in the morning because of these loud bangs and thuds coming from the extension. She said it sounded like someone dropping something heavy on the bathroom floor, or like fists hitting the wall. Leo heard it too from his side, like pounding inside the wall or footsteps across the closet ceiling. They both told me about it, and I kind of shrugged it off. I mean, I sleep like a slab of concrete. A meteor could hit the backyard and I'd snooze through it. So I thought, maybe you guys were just dreaming, you know? Weird house noises, half-asleep brains. It happens. But then the banging stopped. And that should have made things better. It didn't. A few months ago, I was home alone one night. It was one of those nights where the sky is just this deep, heavy black, and the whole neighborhood feels quiet in a way that's almost too quiet. It was just me and our dog, Miso, in my room. Lights off, curtains drawn, blue glow from my laptop. I had some random YouTube video on. One of those dumb commentary channels where you half listen while scrolling your phone. I remember laughing at something the guy said, and then something else laughed. Loud. It wasn't from the video. It wasn't even close to sounding human. It was distorted, like someone took a normal laugh and dragged it through static. And the worst part? It didn't sound like it was coming from the hallway, or the doorway, or the closet. It sounded like it was right next to me, like over my shoulder. I don't embarrass easily, but I almost peed myself. I sat there frozen, staring at the wall, for what felt like forever. When I finally worked up the courage to pause the video and check, there was nothing there. Just my room. Just the glow of the screen. Just my dog, still staring at that same spot. And after that, it's like the whole extension woke up. Little things kept happening. Leo told me that one night, he was lying in bed scrolling his phone, just about to doze off, when he felt breath. Actual warm breath, right next to his ear. And then, clear as day, he heard someone whisper his name. Leo. He thought it was me messing with him. He sat up, turned the light on, checked the hallway. Nothing. I was out with friends that night. No TV, no windows open, no one calling him. Just that one word in his ear. And it's not just him. There have been so many tiny moments, and if they were alone, maybe I'd ignore them. But they pile up. I felt the mattress dip behind me while I'm lying on my side, like someone just sat down on the edge of my bed. You know that feeling, right? How the weight pulls you slightly toward that spot. I felt that. No one there when I turned. No one walking away. Just the imprint in my mind. Like I wasn't alone. Some nights I'll walk past the extension to grab something, and this wave of unease hits me, like stepping into a room where an argument just happened. The air feels thick, and I suddenly don't want my back to the unfinished bathroom. I'll catch myself speed walking back to the main part of the house like a little kid. Miso has started acting off too. He'll stand in the doorway of the hall that leads to the extension and just stare. Sometimes he'll bark or whine at absolutely nothing, paws planted, tail low, eyes locked on that end of the house. Once, he refused to go into Leo's room at all, even when Leo called him. He just sat there in the hallway, staring past him toward the closet. And then there are the dreams. This whole year, my dreams have been stranger than usual. Not full-on nightmares every night, but enough that I wake up uneasy. I keep dreaming of hallways that never end, doors that open into the wrong rooms, or standing in the half-finished bathroom and realizing there's a mirror on the wall that shouldn't be there. In the mirror, there's someone behind me, but when I turn around, no one's there. It feels too specific to be random, you know? And then, 2 nights ago, Leo got the worst of it. He told me he was lying in bed, lights off, phone on night mode, just about to finally put it down. You know that stage where your eyes are starting to blur and you're kind of drifting? The door to his room was half open, facing that short hallway that leads to the closet and the unfinished bathroom. Out of nowhere, that feeling hits him. That heavy, someone's watching you feeling. He looks up from his phone, and there's a figure standing in his doorway. Not close enough that he could see a face, but close enough that he could tell it wasn't a trick of the light. Just a solid, dark shape, a little taller than him, filling the doorway. Not moving, just there, watching. He blinked, and it was gone. He swears he wasn't fully asleep yet. He swears he hadn't been dreaming. And I know him well enough to tell when he's hamming it up, and when he's genuinely rattled. That night, he was pale and shaky, and kept the hall light on till morning. So now we're here, but the other part of me can't ignore how many of us have felt something. My mom hearing banging, Leo hearing his name, Miso growling at empty air, that horrible laugh right beside me, the figure in the doorway. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something we can fix with a space heater and better insulation. Or maybe it's something we'll just learn to live with. I honestly don't know. All I know is that ever since we added that extension, there's a corner of this house that doesn't feel like ours. And whatever's there, it feels like it's finally started noticing us back. So, my Uncle Ramon's a taxi driver. I first heard this story, painting a picture, one humid Saturday night while he was drinking beer with my dad, Leo, out on our front porch. I was pretending not to listen, but you know how it is. I heard every word. Anyway, there's this stretch of road outside our town that every cabbie knows. They call it Runway Road, because it runs right alongside the airport fence. No houses, no shops, just empty fields on one side and a wall of tall trees on the other. No streetlights either. Once the last flight lands around 10:30 p.m., that whole place goes dark and quiet. No one really talks about that road when they're sober. So my uncle starts telling us about his friend, another driver, named Joey. That night, Joey was parked outside the airport, waiting for some late passenger who never showed up. He'd been working since the morning, so around 11 p.m., he dozed off in the driver's seat, engine idling, radio low. When he wakes up, the parking lot is almost empty. Just a few staff cars way in the back. He checks his phone, curses because it's so late, decides to take one last run through town before heading home. He pulls out of the airport, turns onto Runway Road. About halfway down, where there's nothing but trees and that rusty chain link fence, Joey sees someone up ahead by the side of the road. A woman. She's standing there like she just stepped out of the dark. Long black hair down past her waist, wearing this plain, pale dress that almost glows a little in his headlights. No bag, no phone, nothing. She raises one arm to flag him down. Now, any other time, Joey would have just kept going. But it's late. The road is empty. And a lone woman out there? He says to himself, if I don't stop, who will? So he pulls over. She opens the back door and slides in without saying a word. The car dips just a bit, like it should when someone sits down. Joey glances in the mirror. He can't see her face clearly, just her hair covering most of it. Good evening, ma'am, he says. Where to? She answers in this flat, distant voice, gives him a street name and a house number in a neighborhood on the far side of town. It's not a bad area, just far. He taps the meter, pulls back onto the road. At first, he tries small talk. You know, the usual driver stuff. Long day, ma'am? You working at the airport? Nothing. She sits perfectly still, turns slightly toward the window, hair like a curtain, hiding her face. No fidgeting, no looking at her phone, no clearing her throat. Nothing. Just this heavy, quiet presence in the back seat. Then, he starts to notice the cold. Not aircon cold. Not, oh, I turned the temperature down too much, cold. He says it was the kind that seeps into your fingers and your jaw. Makes you clench your teeth without realizing it. He checks the controls. AC is already low. He turns it off completely. The cold doesn't go away. Instead, it feels worse. Like the air is heavy. Like the kind you feel when you walk into a room where people were just fighting, you know? Not something you see, just something you feel. Joey keeps his eyes on the road. He tells himself, just drop her off, then go home. Shower, sleep, don't be dramatic. Still, he notices his hands are shaking on the steering wheel. He keeps flexing his fingers, trying to blame it on the coffee or the long shift. They're driving through the edge of the city now, where the first proper traffic light is. Up until that point, it's been nothing but empty road and a few warehouse gates. Finally, they hit a red light. The car rolls to a stop. No other vehicles, just them and that red glow on the hood. Joey says this is the part that still makes him sweat when he talks about it. He takes a breath, lifts his eyes to the rearview mirror, just to check, just to be polite, to say, "We're almost there, ma'am." And the back seat is empty. No one is there. No sound of the door opening. No click. No rush of air. The car didn't rock. Nothing. It's just him and the meter, quietly ticking. He freezes. He doesn't turn around right away. He just stares at the mirror, his heart pounding in his ears. Then, very slowly, he twists in his seat, looks over his shoulder. Nothing. The seatbelt is still in place. The cushion looks the same as when he started his shift. There's no trace of anyone ever sitting there. He looks at the road outside. They haven't passed any intersections except this one. No sidewalks, no tricycles, no side streets. No spots where she could have slipped out without him noticing. He's a logical guy, Joey. Uncle Ramon swears up and down that Joey doesn't believe in ghosts, doesn't go to church, laughs at superstitions. The kind of guy who says, there's always an explanation. So his brain goes into overdrive. Maybe she got off at the airport gate? No, he remembers her getting in. Felt the car dip, heard the door. Maybe she got off at a stop he doesn't remember. But there was no stop. No red lights, no speed bumps, nothing. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. Maybe he was so tired he dreamed it with his eyes open. But then he glances at the meter. The fare is running. Meters don't tick for imaginary passengers. That's when the hair on his arms stands up. He says the air in the car suddenly feels wrong, like it's too heavy, like you can't quite get a full breath. The cold digs straight into his bones. He slams his hand onto the button, stops the meter, and whispers, I'm sorry, to nobody. The light turns green. He doesn't wait. He makes a sharp U-turn, drives straight back toward town. But this time he avoids Runway Road, takes the long way, where there are houses and people and noise. He keeps checking the back seat, the mirror, the side windows, like he's afraid she'll be there again, just sitting quietly. When he finally gets home, he parks the cab outside his house and just sits there with the engine off. He says his hands are still shaking as he lights a cigarette. He doesn't even like smoking, but that night he finishes half a pack. The next day, he goes to the church his mom used to drag him to as a kid. Stands awkwardly at the back while a mass is going on. After it ends, he buys a rosary from the small stall outside. He's not suddenly religious. He doesn't start going to church every Sunday. He still jokes about stuff, still says there must be a logical explanation. But from that night on, he hangs that rosary from his rearview mirror. And here's the thing. Once he tells his story, the other drivers start talking too. Quietly, like they're afraid the road will hear. Another guy says he picked up a woman late at night near the airport, and her voice sounded like it was coming from far away, even though she was right behind him. Another driver swears his cab froze up with cold in the middle of a hot summer night, with the AC off. Little details are different in every story, but it's always the same road. Always late at night, after the last flight. Usually a woman with long black hair, standing where there's nothing and no one around. Almost every driver has a rosary or some little religious charm hanging from the mirror. And when they pass that dark stretch of Runway Road, right by the trees and the fence, you might see the driver's hand lift, just for a second, to touch it.